Chapter 1 Reborn as a Cat. Ina Hayes, Chu Chang thankful his mouth being pried upon, an unpleasant, bitter liquid pouring down his throat. Hewish towards this the malevolent force, but this but lock the strength to do so. As the vile liquid fill a disabdomen, a searing heat surged within, followed by panic to bank be a blade, radiating thruffins. With a sudden retch, Chu Chang Feng spat blood, the metallic taste flooding his mouth. How cold family produced such osseless retch? Discardament mo fam leaster returwo canatalo thighs wasti toe, tarnished famalistamane. A sweet hiat venomous femila voice spoke. Though Chu Chang Feng wasta a pain to up in his eyes, heck Kirstenwardly wick unscrupulous doctor from the artless hospitalidon him? Hurry call it the accident the thad befallen hum. Earlier that day, after securing his clinic fourth evening, Hayden countered an injured katin roadside. Asa veterinarian, Hekud not berto seat heterable creaturian pain, so hedo on the little witek intending to nurse it back to health. Little dedek no theta ket along the sidewalk, in a wave hickle wood strike him down. The agonist still coursed through his spot when suddenly, a delasheen velo pedished, alien memorious flooding into his mind. Was this reincarnation? The memoriest hat did not belong to him reveal a Dallin called Yoming. The indigenous inhabitants were Astman, divide into two categories those who hakud filitrants formanto beasts and those who hormaned hof beast. The fula bestial could shift between Hiran and Melanaman form satwil, while it half beast twera largely human in appearance, possessing gon lion imalier sandtails, unable to fu litrants form throughout here lives. Those a capable of complete transformation held I status sinyoming, with the foremost prominent familias being northern snow eagles, eastern flame wolves, southern emo lions, and western azure leopards. The original owner of T's memorias was the ingessanoft flame wolf family, the current head of T family. Despite their esteemed position, the flame wolf clan was notorious for its cruelty, having committed countless atrocities. The family had fathered children with families soft different traces to exploit high-rukwa beastmantrits, turning them into pawns for the family's ambitions. While fully bestial individuals could shift forms bethias 5, the original owner, now 17, had yet a kivithish transformation. His servants derided high massa waste, unworthy of family. In Theramnat saw fisfinal memories, a striking beautiful white-haired woman declared him a failure, stating that the family intended to abandon him. Struggling Tupenhizes, Chu Chang Feng Piketathistani pause. Lo and behold, they weary indeed cat paws, thepid soft tan pink. The excruciating pain confirmed that the had been reborn into adding body, and wept. While ether swearer born into no lives, whitted hahava tofasi thonsmary? Chu Chang Feng found himself trapped in a pitch-black box, unable to see the light. Hella motionless within, perhaps drawing closer to death, feeling the pain in his but a gradual diminish. After an indeterminate time, unfamiliar of why see code from outside the box. Just a sither. Didn't 12th madam instruct us to throw it into the mo familiar territory? We haven't Tevin reached theory yet. If we're caught Bethoslian synthma family, we'll want make it back alive. Let's just it in the downstream flows in toth mo familiar territory. On set the box floats away, it's this good ass being thrown in toth mo familiar domain. That McKessence. Let's das it the river. As Chu Chang Feng felt the ground shake violently, Hua soon rocked back and forth. Strangely, Thedith la paint the thadder minted himmelments vanished. What Tony Arth had thought will manfit him? Neither the original memorius nor Chu Chang Feng sound intellect could fathom this a mystery. Their restoration of this physical health hindicati that fat had ranted high maskin chance. Hested up, using istini paw stoppage against Thelid, but this feeble strength proved insufficient. Meow meow. History waste a plethrope, yet it merged as nothing more than a chitin's mule. Heckled out for some, Butharuus nor response from outside the box. Chu Chang thinks a bed quietly. A 27, ha diligent lie run his veterinary clinic, final clearing is debt sans saving genato by Mercedes. Tomorrow, he was to gonna blind date with a beautiful and honest graduate student. Eiffel went well, he would have considered his life half filled. Yet now, everything was lost. What a deed in Itoda served for a ched fate. Suddenly, with Thaklang, a black Iran whip coiled around Thikajin Yankadite backward, lifting Jatinto a largent. Thun expected turn off event and Chu Chain Fengshit spinning, leaving him with the bump. On Seth the tumult subsided, a sturdy hand upet the box, and Pthalonga waited light flooded in, blending him immentrally. Asha squinty dan thanapandiz eyes, him ethic gaze of a pair of sapphire blue, coldiat profundies. Theonaroft host blue ice possessed as striking la handsome evisage, want the tevenaman like Chu Chang Feng wooden v determined eyes, elegantly arched brows, and a ruggedly defined face, exuding gonorrhea of both nobility and purity. Young master, we found a tracy off leaf familiar nearby its ems they left short lie after arriving. This little cat Jiaoyixu will approach it torport, then shifted his focus upon seeing the kitten in Emozixing's grasp. Rescued from the Ivorite appears to have been abandoned, he continued. Icarius thesentoph leaf family, Jiaoyixu remarked with a frown, his disdain palpable. Beast men possess keen sense of soft smell, allowing them toiden to Phiothers bicent. Having narrow lie escape a death, Chu Chang Feng was frozen in place upon seeing the stranger's face. It was a beastman off Southern Mo lion clan. The Southern Mo lions were known for their black-haired blue eyes, easily distinguishable. Moreover, the Mo lion clan and flame wolf clamorous were enemies, having been atodes for a century. Encounters between Tetwa clans typically ended in bloodshed. Chu Chang Feng thought he had survived, but in truth, he had not. There ascendied the Centifali family member, and it is quitestronged. Both Li family is not arias la cruel, is it not? Mo Zixing inquired. Young master, what do you mean bethought question? Zhao Yuziyu felt an unsettling premonition. Mo Zixing is dodden at Chu Changfeng, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his cerulean eyes. The abandoned such an adorable little Katui must not stoop to their level, let's go. He extracted Chu Changfeng from the box and placed him into his pocket, turning to leave. Zhao Yuxi is student stun excellence. The tway say to scar deditum from the leaf family when you if it weighs anything good? Has scrutinized Chu Changfeng could such as Malchiton, possibly survive a 3-day synth the hands off their young master? The civilization off human continent was reminiscent of ancient times. The beast mend and editiriacanto ancient garments, tailored for a Sav movement, resembling the martial outfits found in Yuxia novels free from hindrance or encumbrance. This land was also home to ordinary creatures, such as stable rabbit sand pigs, as well as shore says for transportation. Chu Changfeng was taken into Mo Lion clan's capital, the city of eternal night. The bustling kitty ways alive with the sound soft man inhabitants. Various beastmen passed by, there an immolti pest discernible from their visibir sentails. Upon seeing Emojishing, the beastmen bowed respectfully, clearing a path. On individual notice said the drenched Chu Changfeng and handed dattle to Mojishing. Mos Hixing graciously accepted it, drying Chu Changfeng while I suing a warning. Little dirty cat, no scaping. I fiao deritorin, il have a fortner. Chu Changfeng thought how cruel. Perhaps duetto he's an ability to transform, the original owner couldn't limulike kitten, despite comprehending thwords poking around him. Choosing to be obedient, he remained quiet. Upon returning to Thelord's residence, a pair of fraternal twins rushed over, excitedly surrounding Ojishing. Elder brother, did you catch any off Lee family sevelders today? Did you eskin themalive? Did you break their bones? Thetwins bantered back and forth, their exchanges resembling a commentary. Chu Changfeng felt increasingly unijashilacent, panicrizing within him. Chapter 2 Being Raised. Failing Aridniar the border for a while before leaving. Xiao Ye, Xiaoyang, Dai du Peotian ta the teacher's lecture today? Mo Zixing inquired. Upon hearing Thward lecture, Thetwin's expression stern anxious, theories darting around, clearly betraying their guilt. Suddenly, they both turned here gazes toward Chu Changfeng. Caught off guard, Chu Changfeng instinctively shielded himself with his paws. What were thee planning to do? What a tinny kitten, elder brother, let him play with it. Mo Ziyu exclaimed, raising her hands, her cheer-a-bike face breaking into a sweet smile. Mo Ziyankim Kimidin, I want to play too. No to chance, Mo Zixing replied sternly, refusing them. This is Minio all have a Takachi our own. He cradled Chu Changfeng protectively, preventing Thetwins from Jinganatherglance. Mo Ziyu pouted. Himph, elder brother, you're sostingy. Go back and listen to the teacher's lecture. Mo Zixing sent twins away. With disdainful expressions, Thetwin's reluctant liar treated. Mo's Hixing thin brought Hikatina Hishimber. Setting Chu Changfeng gonthitable, has stepped behind Ascrento Kane Jiao Ta Fis Fatid Tyree and Dinto more honorable clothing. Chu Changfeng too nigh the opportunity to observe his surroundings. Thedekarek sudid an ancient charm, resembling Thizito fa historical drama, to surreal to believe. Once Mos hic singemerged in his geshual attire, hesit down, his gazafixidently in Chu Chongfeng, humeth his stare with apprehension. Huisti ply concern ed that this brother might decide to eliminate him's imply to a toth a lingering sentoft lee family. Emotionless, Mos hicsing sudden lie reveal a dogental smile, saying, "Little cat, placio erpa win me hand." Amidst tension and fear, Chu Changfeng acted an instinct, placing gispa winto Mos, hicsing shand without a second thought. The soft, coal pad soft he catspa met he warm though femos ixing spam, causing him to postmum in terra liba forqua clariganing composure. "Little cat, you are not an ordinary feline war beastman, aren't you?" Chu Changfeng's body stiffened it like stone, too afraid to move. Mos hicsing cs glinted wit amusement. This little catistruli simple-minded, het hot, everything hest hinking is written all over his face, making jito views watha contemplates however, it is quite entertaining. "Little cat, placey ourothir pore swell." Chu Changfeng hesitated to move. Mos hicsing gadded, "I fio donat placethier, ishall have a to severe our little paw." With a swift motion, Chu Changfeng placed a disither paw into Mos hicsing shand, fear propelling him into action. This fearful demeanor is truly amusing. Upon entering, Zhao Yuxiu halted in histric upon witnessing Thesina before him. "Young master, Hebigan, but this gaze conveyed a warning, this cod is dangerous. Icarius thesentoph lee family, note an ordinary Katie could very well be spissant with lee family, although it appeared to wood. Little cat, what is your purpose say within lee family?" Mos hicsing inquired. According to intelligence, there were in a report soft beastmen of Tiefline of area Tyree sitting in lee familis territory, yet lie we vast noun for his leniency perhaps this little catis lie Hewison, or perhaps a tway Sodlebert surprise, a beastman of fat type not found in their territory. Meow. Chu Changfeng attempted to speak, butanly asmal, childish sound escaped. "Young master, the lee family cannot be so foolish, can they?" Zhao Yixi remarked. "This little katap here stoba no more than 3 years old, barely able to articulate test speech how could thazins, bitchers a spy?" I'd washer to disagree with that statement. Chu Changfeng weises malesa twomut hold kiten, incapable of discerning right from wrong, letalo being an undercover agent. With its no white forained bloodred eyes, he have seen neither feline beast man like kite. Should we consider sin dingitoberai zedby another feline beast man in thesity? Zhao Yixia suggested. That wold be safer. None shall take Hekario fit, Mos hicsing gasserted, gripping Chu Changfeng's spa. "Ah?" Zhao Yixiu exclaimed in surprise. "Young master, this little kit may know, Tevin be earled how will he occur for it? Just like Keithis. Little cat, you wish to be cared for by him, don't you?" Mos hicsing gasked wismal. Yet, to Chu Changfeng's ears, it transformed into threatening statement tree fusamikare, Anna shall severe or pause. "Meow," Chu Changfeng weakly replied. Mos hicsing smile broadened, hishened never leaving Chu Changfeng's spa. "You see, event he little katwisha still be cared for beam. Ishio, what do I still worry about?" Zhao Yixi regarded Mos hicsing with a look of disbelief while he understood his fondness for cats, ways so truly necessary toba so excessively enthusiastic. "Young master, if I truly wish to care for it, then do so," Zhao Yixi essayed with resignation. "Just be prepared this little kit me revialet shaman for matinimament." "Why must I be prepared? If the little cat deuce no trivialet shaman form, that wold be just fiend." Another veiled threat lurked within his words. "Meow," Chu Changfeng responded. "Little cat, from this day forth, you belong to him. You must obey disobedience will result in thesevering go fio your little paws." Chu Changfeng how cruel. Having just established the rules, Mos hicsing instructed Damaid to bring a basin of warm water for Chu Changfeng's bath. Once bathed, Chu Changfeng's now white fur fluffed up, resembling a little furball. Mos hicsing prissed him down in tothable, rubbing his soft belly and exclaiming, "So soft. Young master, be gentle the body is so fiungling serequite fragile. Even a bita for si couldn't them," Zhao Yixi cautioned. "Inno," Mos hicsing replied dismissively, continuing his actions. Chu Changfeng lay back, allowing the attention. Mos hicsing's action soft petting the Kate were perfectly normal whenever he encountered a cat, he would instinctive lie reach out topatite. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, aladrum emanated from Chu Changfeng's stomach. Mos hicsing and Zhao Yixia paused, momentarily taken aback. Gurgle gurgle. Pfft. That woe erupted in laughter. Such a small body can't produce such a loud sound. Mo Zixing chuckled, his halder shaking. Zhao Yixi us to falater. You will go fin something suitable for the little catawayat. Zhao Yuxi a quick liar turned with a bowl off milk. Upon seeing the milk, Chu Chang Feng felt to nergito throw the bowl. I am a 27-year-old man, what do I need with milk? Could thee not provide us something more suitable for a cat, like meat, or perhaps meat? However, his stomach rolled fire seely, and Chu Chang Feng begrudging lilaketa by toff the milk. Surprisingly, it was quite fragrant. In a time, he finished the bowl off milk on pashita towards, just a little paw. Meow meow. Brother, could you kindly bring an other bowl? Gurgle gurgle. His stomach assisted in translating that meow. Zhao Yixi your marked, for sarcasmal creature, it's a ricania talat. Of course, a strongman has a big appetit. Zhao Yuzi you fetched 3 bowl soft milk at Chu Chang Feng shunger. Having filled his belly, Chu Chang Fengel tout a satisfied burp, turnadonto his side, blinked hises, and drifted into slumber. Isli pingifteriating gatratoff pigs? Mo Zixing teased, poking his soft bully. Zhao Yixi is natchethicat away. Young master, youngling so wastely pafteriating. Do not perform such dangerous actions with hemites detrimental to his physical and mental development. Zhao Yuzi retrieved a soft pillow from Thuardrobe, placing it beneath Chu Chang Feng and covering him with a light blanket. As Chu Chang Feng do zedinades, Heffelt himself swangantly. He apeen desiesto find himself suspended in midair, with zometha gripping. Looking up, he discovered he was being carried by a fierce beast. Chapter 3. The Red Eyes. What on earth is happening? Chu Changfeng was utterly astonished. Is this ferocious beast intending to devour him? Xiaoya, the little kitten has awakened, spoke the black lion beside him. The voice belonged to Imo Zhixing's younger siblings. Chu Changfeng glanced at Imo Zhiao, who was closely following him. The 13 or 14-year-old child was already larger than him in beast form. Was this an advantage of their species? Chu Changfeng surveyed his surroundings, still within the Imo family estate. The dragon and phoenix twins had led him to a large artificial rock in the garden. Behind the rock was a cave, furnished with a blanket and various toys. This was the secret base of the twins. Ojua placed Chu Changfeng on the blanket, lying on the ground and shaking her head while gazing at him. What a cute little kitten! Big Brother actually hid you from us. Indeed, we must conceal the little kitten from Big Brother. With a resigned sigh, Chu Changfeng sat there, confronted by the spoiled dragon and phoenix twins. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had been a veterinarian, possessing immense patience with any animal and having no aversion to children. He examined the 2 small lions before him. Their fur was black, and they possessed eyes as blue as sapphires. Considering the little lions' appealing appearance, Chu Changfeng benevolently engaged in play with them. Meow. What an adorable sound, little kitten. Do you wish to play with me? Emojiua exclaimed joyfully. Meow, little creature. I am only playing with you because of your cuteness. Ah, the little kitten is so cute, Emojiua exclaimed as she hugged Chu Changfeng tightly. This is too much. My fragile little body cannot bear such pressure. Chu Changfeng thought as he felt nearly suffocated under the small creature's embrace. No wonder he had been abandoned. The original owner's body was indeed weak in beast form. He was smaller than a child, just a few years younger than him. Dio, you know what a teacup dog is? Right now, I'm like a teacup cat. Yeah, don't crush him. Ishio said he is a fragile kitten of the feline clan. Emojiao interjected. Emojiua quickly stood up. Little kitten, are you all right? I don't want to talk to you. Chu Changfeng turned his head away, ignoring them. Emojiua, being the only female of the Imo family and spoiled by everyone, was completely oblivious to subtle cues. Noting Chu Changfeng's indifference, she soon hatched another idea. Xiaoyang, let us make some clothes for the kitten. Thus, the dragon and phoenix twins cheerfully resolved to abandon Chu Changfeng and went back to fetch fabric to make clothes. Once they left, Chu Changfeng emerged from the cave behind the artificial rock. The garden was vast, filled with a multitude of blossoming flowers in various hues, white, yellow, purple, and red, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that attracted bees and butterflies. There was also a lotus pond, where red lotus flowers danced in the breeze, while colorful koi swam leisurely in the water. Perhaps due to his feline nature, he couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the fat fish. How delightful it would be to prepare a braised fish dish with such plump specimens. One could be grilled, and another could be made into spicy boiled fish. As Chu Changfeng contemplated, he felt increasingly hungry. How could there be a cat here? A strange female voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Chu Changfeng looked up to see a beautiful woman dressed in a plain blue gown. Upon seeing his crimson eyes, she gasped in shock and kicked him into the pond. How could a cat have red eyes? Such bad luck. Chu Changfeng had not anticipated falling into the water twice in one day. To his dismay, his swimming skills were of no use in this kitten's body. He flailed desperately, clutching at the nearby lotus leaves in a futile attempt to save himself. After much struggle, he finally grasped a lotus stem, only for it to snap. Crack! He fell back into the water. Meow meow! He cried out, lamenting his plight. Why must this poor little kitten endure such tribulations? Just then, a black lion dashed along the corridor. Leaping into the pond and retrieving the nearly lifeless kitten. Back on dry land, Imo Zhixing dispelled his beast form and patted Chu Changfeng's face. Little kitten, are you all right? Meow, he replied weakly. Imo Zhixing felt a pang of anxiety and glared at the blue-clad woman. How did he end up in the pond? Cousin, the woman stammered. This cat has red eyes. And what of it? Red is one of the traits of the Fierce Wolf clan. While there are red-eyed beast men, all members of the Fierce Wolf clan certainly have red eyes. The Fierce Wolf clan is infamous for their misdeeds, to the extent that people are cautious around red-eyed beast men. Without an invitation. You are not welcome in the Imo family, Imo Zhixing declared coldly. Young master, what happened to the little cat? Zhao Yixio, who had followed closely behind, inquired. The dragon and phoenix twins looked down timidly at Imo Zhixing. He suppressed his anger and sternly told them, I told you, this is my cat. If you want one, go find your own. Moreover, if you can't even take care of yourselves, how can you care for a cat? Yixio, go find Dr. Li. Back in the room, Imo Zhixing used a towel to dry off the water from his body. Chu Changfeng shivered from the cold, having coughed up several mouthfuls of water. Fortunately, although this body was small, it had survived for 17 years, and its organs were relatively resilient. If it had been a mere one-year-old kitten, encountering water twice in a day would have been catastrophic. Zhao Yixio hurried in with Li Chue. She examined Chu Changfeng and frowned. This is strange. What is it? Imo Zhixing asked. This little cat should be a cub, yet its skeletal structure appears more akin to that of an almost adult feline beastman, sturdy. How could it be so small? Li Chue had treated numerous beastmen but had never encountered such a case. She stared at Chu Changfeng for a long while, utterly perplexed. Imo Zhixing scrutinized Chu Changfeng with deep blue eyes before shifting the topic. He fell into the water twice today. Is he all right? Li Chue replied, there are no major issues, but he has caught a chill. Just ensure he stays warm. I'll prepare some medicine for the servants to brew for him. Imo Zhixing nodded in acknowledgement. Once Li Chue left the room, Chu Changfeng lay on the towel, looking at Imo Zhixing with a sense of grievance. Imo Zhixing gently stroked his little head. It's all right now. As long as it's fine. Chu Changfeng adjusted to a more comfortable position on the towel. Today had indeed been fraught with challenges. Imo Zhixing left him alone in the room and walked outside with Zhao Yixio to investigate the recent movements of the Fierce Wolf clan and see what mischief they were up to. Young master, do you suspect this little cat has issues too? Zhao Yixio asked quietly. Imo Zhixing frowned slightly. To be honest, he could sense that while Chu Changfeng might be a bit naive, his intelligence was certainly superior to that of a 3-year-old child. They would investigate further before drawing conclusions. Chapter 4. Confession. As night fell, Chu Changfeng awoke, roused by hunger. He opened his eyes to find Imo Zhixing's handsome face looming before him. Imo Zhixing was remarkably good-looking. Even as a fellow male, Chu Changfeng felt a twinge of envy at his appearance. With his well-defined eyebrows, strong nose, and sharp, rugged features, in the gentle candlelight, his masculine aura remained undiminished. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach growled audibly. Chu Changfeng stole a glance at Imo Zhixing and quietly stood up, preparing to seek food for himself. The moment he rose, Imo Zhixing opened his eyes, his sapphire pupils reflecting the small figure before him. Chu Changfeng froze, feeling the awkwardness of being caught in the act of mischief. Your stomach makes quite a racket, Imo Zhixing remarked. Chu Changfeng sat back down, his small paws patting his belly in a display of innocence. How can a strong man survive on milk alone? My stomach growling is an uncontrollable, natural bodily reaction. Dio, you want something to eat? Chu Changfeng nodded eagerly. Mo Zhixing continued. Do you desire meat? Chu Changfeng's eyes lit up. Nodding vigorously, Mo Zhixing turned on his side, propping his head up. I'll ask you a few questions. Answer them well, and you shall have food. Chu Changfeng nodded enthusiastically. Are you an adult? He nodded. Why are you in beast form? What about your human form? Transform and let me see, Mo Zhixing instructed. Chu Changfeng's small head drooped in disappointment, his white cat ears drooping as he shook his head. According to the original owner's memories, he had been born a kitten. However, under normal circumstances, even half-beastmen would be born in human form. Fully beastified beastmen could control their beast ears and tails by the age of 3 and would be able to switch freely between beast and human forms by the age of 5. The original owner was different from other beastmen. He had been born a cat. The servants who attended to him speculated that he might have originally been an ordinary cat, and when his mother had given birth, the child had died due to complications, so she had hastily found a kitten to pass off as her child. Yet, how could the notoriously ruthless Fierce Wolf clan possibly resort to adopting a cat for a lady who had complications during childbirth? The Fierce Wolf clan had over 30 children. Losing one would hardly matter. Thus, the servants quickly dismissed that notion. However, being born a cat still drew peculiar gazes from others. Can you not transform into human form? Mo Zhixing inquired. Chu Changfeng nodded. What is your connection to the Fierce Wolf clan? Chu Changfeng stiffened, hesitating to respond. Mo Zhixing's blue eyes narrowed, his expression indicating that Chu Changfeng's relationship with the Fierce Wolf clan was rather significant. Are you one of them? Chu Changfeng lifted his gaze to meet Mo Zhixing's eyes. As an honest individual, he found himself unable to utter a lie, and he slowly nodded in affirmation. Naturally, Mo Zhixing exhibited little surprise. After all, what could possibly lead to him being cast into the river and abandoned? Why such abandonment? Chu Changfeng pondered the words he had overheard prior to his dispossession, wherein he was labeled as a waste. But how could one encapsulate the essence of being deemed waste? With a furrowed brow, Chu Changfeng sought a solution. Mo Zhixing scrutinized Chu Changfeng for a considerable time. To be frank, despite hearing of this small creature's deep ties to the Lai family, he sensed no hostility emanating from him. At that moment, Chu Changfeng's stomach emitted a low growl, prompting Mo Zhixing to relent and rise, instructing him to wait there. Upon witnessing Mo Zhixing depart, Chu Changfeng eagerly leapt from the bed and perched himself on the table. Awaiting his meal, the lions of the Mo family were not nearly as fearsome as the Lai family had portrayed. After all, once he had come clean, they had shown no anger. Mo Zhixing soon returned, carrying a roasted chicken that glistened with a golden hue, its appearance tantalizing, however. As Chu Changfeng took a hearty bite, he was met with an unexpectedly bland flavor, lacking in any distinctiveness, save for a hint of salt. After another bite confirmed the chicken's superficial allure, he slowed his eating considerably. Although the civilization of the beastmen was not particularly backward, it had not advanced significantly either, especially in culinary arts. They merely ensured their food was cooked without delving into the nuances of cooking methods. The tasteless roasted chicken left Chu Changfeng disheartened after a few bites, only to lift his gaze and find Mo Zhixing watching him intently. What is it? Are you craving a midnight snack as well? He inquired, pushing the half-eaten chicken towards Mo Zhixing with his tiny PW. Mo Zhixing merely glanced at it and replied, I am not hungry. You eat? Chu Changfeng resumed his gnawing as Mo Zhixing began his interrogation. Are you close to the Lai family? He asked. Chu Changfeng shook his head. The original owner had only seen his father twice in 17 years. Could such a relationship truly be considered close? A collateral family? Mo Zhixing murmured softly, eyeing Chu Changfeng. Once his hunger was satiated, Chu Changfeng returned to his designated pillow, contentedly drifting off to sleep. Mo Zhixing was taken aback. Was he truly so unguarded? The following morning, upon awakening, Chu Changfeng found himself alone in the room, devoid of any feline company. Having survived his first day in this new world, he felt an urge to celebrate with a vigorous exercise routine. The knowledge that Mo Zhixing was aware of his connection to the Lai family without any dire consequences left him elated. He would no longer have to live in fear. Ecstatically, he began to dance in place until a sudden sound of laughter broke through the air. Immediately, Chu Changfeng froze, his ears perked up as he turned towards the source of the sound. A handsome young man, clad in predominantly blue attire with white accents, stood at the doorway, smiling at him. Terrified, Chu Changfeng remained motionless. Who was this stranger? What was his purpose here? Given his recent encounter with Mo Zhixing's cousin, who had unceremoniously tossed him into a pond due to his red eyes, the sight of an unfamiliar face filled him with trepidation. "There's no need to be so frightened," the young man said kindly. "I am Wei Shurong, the steward of the Mo residence. The young master has gone out to patrol the territory, and he asked me to look after you, Dado." Chu Changfeng replied with an understanding nod. Wei Shurong approached him, crouching down to his level. "Would you like some breakfast?" Chu Changfeng nodded eagerly. "Then please wait here. I will fetch you something from the kitchen." Wei Shurong soon returned, carrying a bowl of milk, causing Chu Changfeng's expression to falter. "Brother, must you really serve a macho man milk?" he thought to himself, suppressing his dissatisfaction as he drank. Life as a rice worm was indeed challenging, leaving him little choice. After finishing the entire bowl, Wei Shurong wiped the milk from the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. "Come, let us get to work." "Little cat." Wei Shurong carried Chu Changfeng to the study, where the loan desk was cluttered with various ledgers and letters. He cleared a space for Chu Changfeng, picking up an abacus to begin calculating the accounts. Glancing at the letters before him, Chu Changfeng was astounded to discover that he could read the words. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of inhabiting another's body? The original owner, after all, was a young master of the Lai family and had received an education in literacy, which Chu Changfeng naturally inherited upon his arrival. Curious, Chu Changfeng stood up to examine the ledger Wei Shurong was working on. Soon, he noticed an error. "Brother, how can 567 plus 73 equal 740? He asked, his tiny paw tapping the incorrect figure in the ledger. Wei Shurong raised an eyebrow, admonishing, "Little cat, do not distract me while I work." "Move your paw. I won't," Chu Changfeng retorted. "Axie said you were quite obedient. Why are you not being so now?" Wei Shurong inquired. Chu Changfeng noticed that the figures on the abacus clearly indicated 640. Yet the ledger recorded it as 740. The previous figure was indeed 740, suggesting that Wei Shurong had mistakenly written down two instances of 740. How pleasant it would be to have such an employee as the owner of a business. With more entries in the ledger than actual profits, it would be impossible to reconcile the accounts. However, Chu Changfeng was a benevolent employer. He scuttled in front of Wei Shurong, pointing to the abacus and then to the erroneous figures in the ledger. At first, Wei Shurong did not grasp the situation, but after a moment of contemplation, he understood. "I made an error," he admitted, rubbing the back of his head. "Axie mentioned that you comprehend our speech, but I did not anticipate you could also calculate. Since you have nothing to do here, would you like to assist me in reviewing the ledger?" Chu Changfeng nodded. He was not just a small cat meant for leisure. Wei Shurong handed him a ledger, and Chu Changfeng positioned it upright, flipping to the first page. Having once been a business owner himself, he recalled that his shop was modest, and he operated a small-scale enterprise, with only 2 assistants. He had to be hands-on, especially regarding the accounts. Consequently, he had even gone so far as to study accounting and acquire a certification. For him, reviewing the ledger was a trivial task. Yet, the individual who had prepared this ledger seemed to have assumed that the reader would be a fool. For it was riddled with errors, and the final figures appeared to be mere fabrications. This left Chu Changfeng frowning deeply. "Is this ledger a complete mess?" Wei Shurong asked. Chu Changfeng nodded. "This is the ledger for Luiyue City. Recently, someone lodged a complaint stating that the city lord was delinquent in tax payments. The young master investigated and confirmed the allegations, resulting in the city lord's incarceration. Now, we are auditing his accounts to determine the amount embezzled, which will be doubled for restitution." Understanding dawned upon Chu Changfeng. "So, this is an investigation into tax evasion. But, isn't this a power exclusive to a king?" He looked up at Wei Shurong. Strangely, he held back the question. Yet Wei Shurong seemed to read his thoughts through their shared gaze. The Mo family was the rightful ruler of this territory, and their ability to reside here was a privilege afforded to them by their lord. Thus, everyone was required to pay taxes monthly. "The ledger for Luiyue City is in disarray. I've been at it for days and am nearly befuddled. Since you can read the ledger, consider it a means of saving me and lend a hand." Wei Shurong rubbed his forehead, dark circles forming beneath his eyes. Chu Changfeng nodded in agreement. Taking a blank sheet of paper, he opened the ledger to the first page, ready to assist in the calculations. Wei Shurong handed him an abacus. To Wei Shurong's astonishment, Chu Changfeng calculated even faster than he could. his movements fluid and efficient. I cannot believe a cat can work an abacus, he marveled, feeling a wave of defeat wash over him. Yet, watching a cat work the abacus was oddly entertaining. Chu Changfeng, with his paws, could not write. Instead, he dipped his paw in ink and recorded the numbers on the paper. Noticing this, Wei Shurong inquired, "Little cat, can you read and write?" Nodding, Chu Changfeng responded affirmatively. "Can you inscribe your name on this paper?" Wei Shurong offered him a sheet. With a swift motion, Chu Changfeng wrote his name. Chu Changfeng. Wei Shurong pronounced each character, then ruffled Chu Changfeng's head. What a lovely name. Once engaged in work, Chu Changfeng became completely absorbed. When Mo Zhixing returned from patrolling the territory, he sought out the little cat. Upon entering the study, he heard the rhythmic sounds of 2 abacuses in use. The Mo family's ledgers were not for the eyes of just anyone. Aside from Wei Shurong, only Mo Zhixing and Madame Yu were permitted access. Wei Shurong understood the significance of the ledgers and would typically inform anyone he took on as an apprentice. The peculiar sound of 2 abacuses clacking together piqued Mo Zhixing's curiosity. Upon entering, he initially saw only Wei Shurong, but upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find a small cat diligently working at the abacus, its tiny paws tapping away with impressive speed. The abacus could easily become a toy for the small cat, he thought, as he observed the transformation of his little white cat into a small calico. Unable to hold a pen, Chu Changfeng had used his paws to write, leaving a few ink splotches on his fur. If one were not aware that this was a small white cat, they might easily mistake it for a naturally patterned one. The sight of a small cat calculating and writing was undeniably amusing. Mo Zhixing did not linger at the doorway for long before stepping inside. Wei Shurong, upon hearing the footsteps, looked up and immediately stood, bowing. "Greetings, young master. Is he playing with the abacus?" "Meow. I am not playing. I am working. I am a diligent little cat and do not partake in free meals," Chu Changfeng protested, casting an indignant glance at Mo Zhixing. Mo Zhixing reached down to scratch his chin. "Little one, who are you scolding?" The gentle caress of a chin is a delight, and the eyes narrow in bliss. "No, this is not the appropriate moment." Chu Changfeng shook himself awake, his little paw tapping on the sheet of paper atop the table. Mo Zhixing glanced over, picking up the paper. The characters inscribed upon it were pinned by Chu Changfeng using his sharp claws, yielding delicate letters, some of which had marred the paper. Although somewhat peculiar, the script was undeniably elegant. Mo Zhixing recognized Wei Shurong's handwriting. This was clearly not hers. He looked at the protesting cat and inquired of Wei Shurong, "Did he write this?" "Indeed," Wei Shurong replied. "Changfeng assisted me in tallying the accounts of Liyue City. He can do arithmetic, meow. I am quite adept at calculations," Chu Changfeng declared proudly, wagging his tail. "When I was reconciling the muddled accounts of the city lord of Liyue, I made an error, and Changfeng noticed it and helped me correct it. This is my cat. I have yet to name him." Upon hearing Wei Shurong repeatedly call out Changfeng, Mo Zhixing frowned in protest. Wei Shurong picked up the name written by Chu Changfeng and explained. "He insisted on being called Changfeng. I did not name him." "Changfeng?" Mo Zhixing murmured the name softly. "Even the collateral branches of the Lai family bore no surname of Chu. Can you write?" He nodded. "I shall pose a few questions, and you will write down the answers." "Very well." The interrogation begins anew. Chu Changfeng felt no offense. The Lai family was notorious, and as a rival clan, it was prudent to exercise caution. He was unbothered by the inquiry, standing poised on the blank paper, his little paw dipped in ink, displaying an endearing demeanor. Mo Zhixing and Wei Shurong, witnessing his charming appearance, could not help but smile. "How adorable. What is your relationship with the Lai family?" "My relationship is fraught. They claim I am worthless, subjected me to strange substances, and discarded me into the river." Chu Changfeng wrote slowly, word by word, while Mo Zhixing patiently awaited his response. Chapter 6. A request for assistance. Upon reviewing what Chu Changfeng had written, Mo Zhixing pondered. This could not possibly be a scheme orchestrated by the Lai family. Had Mo Zhixing not ventured to the riverbank, Chu Changfeng might have perished in the waters. Moreover, the Lai family was unaware of Mo Zhixing's fondness for cats. "Why can you not transform into a human form?" "I do not know. I was born this way." "How could one be born in beast form?" "I truly am. Were it not for Changfeng demonstrating an understanding of human speech, we would never have known he is a beast man." Wei Shurong remarked. The implication in her words awakened Mo Zhixing. If Chu Changfeng were indeed a spy sent by the Lai family, there would be no need for him to display an understanding of human language. Such behavior would offer no advantage to a spy. Mo Zhixing grasped this notion. Despite being a cat, Chu Changfeng's eyes were clear, and his every action was particularly naive, hardly the demeanor of a liar. Why do you not conceal your ability to comprehend our speech? I inadvertently exposed myself. There is no need for pretense. It is exhausting, and I was raised to be honest. Chu Changfeng had originally been human, raised with commendable values. He conducted business with integrity, never overcharging or deceiving customers. Friends often remarked that such a disposition would not yield substantial wealth. Yet, he did not live solely for riches. A life of integrity, free from guilt, was far more fulfilling, was it not? You hail from the Lai family. They are malevolent, yet you are not. This statement evidently lifted Mo Zhixing's spirits, and he affectionately ruffled Chu Changfeng's fur. You little rascal, go wash yourself, and I shall come to find you shortly. All right. Chu Changfeng leapt from the table to the chair and then gracefully to the floor, executing the movements flawlessly. Once he had departed, Mo Zhixing inquired, how was it to spend the morning with him? My subordinate can ascertain that he is certainly not a spy sent by the Lai family. I placed forged correspondence from the Qingbao family before him. He glanced at it, but did not linger, instead focusing on my accounts. Moreover, his accounting skills surpass my own. Though Wei Shurong was merely a young steward of the Mo family, his responsibilities were manifold. The Mo family's ledgers and confidential correspondence often passed through his hands. Typically, he handled matters here. While Mo Zhixing cherished the little cat, he could not afford to lower his guard given the ties to the Lai family. Intentionally allowing Wei Shurong to take Chu Changfeng and placing the forged documents openly before him was a test of Chu Changfeng's reactions. Point 1. Must not trust him simply because he assists you with calculations. Mo Zhixing cautioned. Wei Shurong shrugged. Young master, do you truly believe he could be a spy? Recalling the first time he had seen Chu Changfeng, Wei Shurong chuckled. Young master, do you not find Changfeng rather timid? A mere rustle of wind could send him into a fright. Furthermore, if he were truly a spy, would he reveal his ability to understand our speech and his literacy? Given the Lai family's character, they would not dispatch such a foolish spy. On the matter of Chu Changfeng's naivety, Mo Zhixing concurred. Every movement of the little cat made his thoughts apparent, and they were invariably accurate. Wei Shurong stated, Young master, this is my personal sentiment. I believe Changfeng is not a spy. Even if he were associated with the Lai family, he is vastly different from them. Indeed. Thus, Wei Shurong cautiously inquired, if it is not too much trouble, may I request Changfeng's assistance in tallying the accounts? I assure you, he need only handle the ledgers. All other confidential matters I will securely hide from him, ensuring he never sees them. And if something goes awry, I will bear all consequences. Very well. Wei Shurong and Zhao Yixio had been by Mo Zhixing's side since childhood, and the three shared a brotherly bond. Thus he entrusted them with important matters of the Mo family. Although Wei Shurong was tasked with administrative duties, he was not one to easily place his trust in others. His instincts were remarkably sharp, and his intuitions had never led him astray. Since he believed Chu Changfeng to be trustworthy, it followed that Chu Changfeng could not be too nefarious. Furthermore, he would merely be assisting with accounting, which posed no risk. After discussing serious matters with Wei Shurong for some time, Mo Zhixing returned to his quarters. The little cat sat in the basin, resembling a person, scrubbing his little paws and washing his tiny belly. He could not clean his back, so Mo Zhixing, as a dutiful owner, approached to assist. Seeing someone help him bathe, Chu Changfeng obediently sat still, causing no fuss. It's so natural to have your master wash you? Mo Zhixing inquired. Chu Changfeng looked at him with a puzzled expression. Have you mistaken who the master is? You are but a servant. I am the master. The look in his eyes seemed to convey that this was simply a matter of fact. Mo Zhixing replied. Your gaze suggests that you believe this is a matter of course. Chu Changfeng dipped his paw in the water and wrote on the table. I cannot reach. Because you cannot reach, it is a matter of course? Precisely. Chu Changfeng nodded. Mo Zhixing ceased to dwell on the rationale behind bathing the little cat, washing away the ink from his own hands, and then drying himself with a towel. The towel could not absorb all the moisture, so Chu Changfeng stepped outside to bask in the sun, shaking off the remaining water. Once assured he was dry, He returned indoors and jumped onto the table. Sitting obediently, Zhixing and he exchanged puzzled glances. What is the matter? Chu Changfeng placed his paw on his belly. It is time for lunch. Are you hungry? He nodded. After a morning spent assisting with calculations, the bowl of milk had long been digested, and his belly now craved sustenance. Zhixing called for the guards outside to bring in lunch. When the dishes arrived, the only words to describe the meal were bland. Having tasted Cantonese cuisine, which is typically light and emphasizes the freshness of ingredients, Chu Changfeng found the fare here starkly different. The vegetables were simply vegetables, and the fish was just fish, devoid of ginger, scallions, or garlic to mask any fishy odor. Chu Changfeng stared at the fish, which had been scaled but not gutted. Confusion etched on his face as he looked to Zhixing. Brother, do you not gut the fish before steaming it? Do you not add ginger to mitigate the fishy taste? What is this? Eating the fishy flavor. I do not enjoy fish. This is for you. Zhixing explained, noting that besides cat beastmen, other beastmen generally despised fish due to its unpleasant odor. Chu Changfeng shook his head. Zhixing inquired, You do not like fish either? That is not how fish is prepared. Chu Changfeng wrote with his damp paw on the table. I have never seen a cat beastman prepare fish, so I am unaware of this. Take me to the kitchen. Can your little paws cook? I can direct the chefs in their cooking. Having lived independently for 27 years after his parents' tragic accident when he was 16, Chu Changfeng had to learn to fend for himself, thus mastering the art of cooking. He had acquired his culinary skills by studying recipes and watching videos. While he could not rival top chefs, he was certainly competent. Chapter 7. The little chef Zhixing's curiosity was piqued upon learning of his cooking abilities. He can calculate and cook? This little cat is quite remarkable. Come here. Zhixing extended his hand, and Chu Changfeng leapt into his palm. The two made their way to the kitchen, where the cooks were startled by Zhixing's sudden presence. Zhixing placed him beside the cutting board. Go ahead. Prepare whatever dish you desire, and let the cooks assist you. Chu Changfeng glanced around and spotted the fish in the bucket. He pointed towards it, prompting Zhixing to instruct someone to place the fish on the chopping board. As Chu Changfeng gestured with his tiny paws on the fish, the cook was captivated by the adorable little cat. Finding his animated movements irresistibly charming, completely oblivious to the meaning behind his actions. Noticing the cook's lack of understanding, Zhixing, wielding a kitchen knife, inquired, How do we prepare it? Scale it, gut it, remove the entrails, and take out the gills. Chu Changfeng patiently guided her through each step, and once the fish was processed, they proceeded to marinate it for a while. During the marination, Chu Changfeng turned to find ingredients. Successfully locating ginger and scallions, he directed Zhixing to chop them and set them aside for later use. The cooks watched in astonishment as their esteemed young master was directing a little cat in the kitchen. After arranging the ginger slices on a plate, they placed the fish intended for steaming on top, ready to be cooked. The fish cooked quickly, requiring only a brief steaming before it was ready to be served. Once the fish was brought out, they sprinkled it with chopped scallions and allowed Zhixing to drizzle hot oil over it. The delicious steamed fish was complete. It's my first time witnessing such a cooking process. Indeed, it's a pity that all the insides were removed. The cooks, who generally did not enjoy eating fish and were unaware of its preparation, assumed that many animal innards were edible and thought fish would be the same. Seeing Zhixing discard the fish gall and other innards made them feel regretful. This was Zhixing's first attempt at cooking. When he saw the fish, which appeared appetizing with its white and green hues, he picked up a pair of chopsticks to taste a piece. He had expected the fish to be fishy and bitter, yet the flavor was astonishingly different from his expectations. The fish was fresh and tender, with a balanced taste, arguably the best dish he had ever tasted. Meow. I want to eat too, Chu Changfeng exclaimed, excitedly pawing at Zhixing's hand. Wait a moment, I'll get you a plate, he replied. And no sooner had he spoken than the quick-witted cook brought over a plate. Zhixing offered half of the fish to Chu Changfeng, keeping the other half for himself. The little cat, wary of the heat, blew on the morsel for quite a while before taking a bite. By the time he had finished half, Zhixing had already devoured his portion. Little cat, I'm finished. Share some with me. Meow. Do you have the audacity to compete with a cat for food? Chu Changfeng protectively shielded his fish, turning his back to Zhixing as he continued to eat carefully. Greedy little cat, it seems I must cook another fish for myself. Zhixing indeed felt unsatisfied. Although his appetite was not insatiable, half a fish was hardly enough to satiate him. He pondered whether the fish was exceptionally delicious. Knowing how to steam fish, Imo Zhixing noticed that there were still 4 fish remaining in the bucket, promptly catching them to prepare. After steaming the fish, he divided them into 2 plates, one for the lady of the house and the other for the 3rd young master and 4th young lady. Yes, the cook affirmed as she took the fish away. Imo Zhixing turned to Chu Changfeng, who had finally finished eating, and asked, "Would you like some more? Meow. Cook it yourself." With that, Imo Zhixing carried the fish back to his room. Chu Changfeng hurriedly jumped off the table to follow. Meow. You can't bully a cat like this, of course. Once inside the room, Imo Zhixing, in a moment of great mercy, shared half of the fish with Chu Changfeng. Conversely, Lady Yu was taken aback to learn that her eldest son had steamed a fish for her, as fish was not a food consumed by their kind. Generally, they did not purchase fish. But due to the presence of a cat, Imo Zhixing had bought the 6 finest fish that day. However, since it was prepared by her son, Lady Yu took a bite and exclaimed, "Since when has Xing learned to cook such delicious fish?" After finishing lunch and having enjoyed such a delightful dish, Imo Zhixing asked, "Little cat, can you cook other dishes as well?" Chu Changfeng nodded. Imo Zhixing pondered for a moment. "How about we assign 2 cooks to learn from you? I am quite tired of the bland meals prepared by the cooks here. They all taste rather similar. But the fish you taught them to make was delicious, albeit a bit tedious." Beastmen typically wouldn't consider factors like marination time. They would simply wash the ingredients, toss them into the pot, and add a pinch of salt. Even if they tried, they wouldn't be able to create anything novel. Chu Changfeng also desired to eat well. Upon hearing Imo Zhixing's suggestion, he nodded vigorously. Xu Rong wanted your assistance with calculating accounts. Would you prefer to assist with the accounts or teach the cooks how to prepare food? Chu Changfeng considered this. Food was paramount for the populace, and being well-fed provided the energy to work. He readily chose to teach the cooks how to cook. Imo Zhixing replied, "All right, do as you wished." In the afternoon, Imo Zhixing went out to attend to other matters and was sent to the kitchen. The cooks, knowing he was Imo Zhixing's beloved cat, were utterly enchanted by his cuteness. It took Chu Changfeng some time to draw their attention away from his charm. The ingredients available to the beastmen were plentiful, and all the necessary seasonings were present. They simply lacked the knowledge of how to pair ingredients and cook them properly. With several hours until dinner, Chu Changfeng found pig intestines and fresh chicken in the kitchen. He instructed the cooks to slaughter the chicken and clean the intestines. The preparation of pig intestines was typically the domain of the servants, and the cooks, unaware of whom Chu Changfeng was cooking for, followed his instructions. Once the pig intestines and chicken were simmering in the clay pot, Wei Shurong rushed into the kitchen, scooping Chu Changfeng into his arms. "Changfeng, the matter of the accounts is far more pressing. Calculate how much the Lord of Luiyue City owes us. Once he compensates the eldest young master, you can request a reward as well." "Isn't that splendid?" Chu Changfeng's eyes lit up. Indeed, being in a foreign land, possessing a little treasure trove could provide funds for escape in times of need. With that thought, Chu Changfeng eagerly calculated in the study, wishing to finalize the accounts quickly so that Imo Zhixing could earn a fortune and he could request a fee for his services. When Imo Zhixing returned, he sought out Chu Changfeng in the kitchen but could not find him. After inquiring, he learned that he had been taken away by Wei Shurong. Upon entering the study, he found his little white cat had transformed into a little calico. Imo Zhixing lifted the cat and asked, "You little dirty cat, weren't you supposed to be cooking delicious food? Why are you here helping Xu Rong with accounts?" "The eldest young master, one can eat at any time, but the accounts are urgent. Once the accounts are settled, we can leisurely prepare food," Wei Shurong declared with conviction. Chapter 8. Calculating Wages. Zhao Yixio, who had followed in, chuckled, "Shurong, I see you're trying to avoid the muddled accounts of Luiyue City, hoping to have Changfeng assist you quickly." His smile was warm. Wei Shurong expressed his discontent, complaining, "You sword-wielding lot have no idea how challenging the accounts of Luiyue City are. Had I known, I would have studied martial arts from the start." "He cooks exceptionally delicious dishes," Imo Zhixing interjected. "If you eat, you wouldn't have him assist you with the accounts." Wei Shurong paused, taken aback. Had he heard correctly? Their eldest young master claimed the food was delicious. Surely there was no bias. Regardless of how good it was, the accounts remained paramount. Wei Shurong firmly held this belief. "You all will dine with me tonight. Little cat, go to the kitchen and teach the cooks to prepare a couple more dishes." Mo Zhixing said no more, tightening his hold on Chu Changfeng and leading him to the kitchen. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Chu Changfeng's first order of business was to wash his paws. After cleaning them, he positioned himself next to the chopping board. He instructed the cooks to bring out the simmering pig intestines and chicken, directing them to slice the ingredients into manageable pieces. Fortunately, the pig intestines and chicken had already been simmered perfectly. The cooks had wisely checked with the study to ask when they could turn off the heat, preventing the broth from evaporating completely. They returned the broth and the sliced chicken and pig intestines to simmer for a while longer and prepared the dipping sauce for the chicken and intestines. Time was of the essence, so there was little opportunity to create any elaborate dishes. Chu Changfeng instructed the cooks to prepare minced pork with garlic shoots, boiled shrimp, bitter melon stir-fried with eggs, sauteed lotus root slices, and stir-fried green beans with meat. Each dish was prepared in 2 portions, one for Lady Yu, Mo Zhixing, Mo Zhiyue, and Mo Zhiyang, and the other for their small group. The pig intestines and chicken broth were similarly divided into 2 portions. Upon reaching Mo Zhixing's room, he first took a plate to serve Chu Changfeng some rice and dishes. Chu Changfeng diligently blew on the food to cool it before eating. Mo Zhixing, Wei Shurong, and Zhao Yixio each took a piece of chicken. The chicken was tender and flavorful, and after the first bite, they resisted the urge to reach for a second. The pig intestines were equally delightful and tender. Both the chicken and pig intestines were incredibly delicious. Wei Shurong and Zhao Yixio could hardly believe their taste buds. So it turns out food can be this delectable. While what we had before wasn't terrible. This truly is exceptional. Each dish, though lightly seasoned, harmonized the flavors of the ingredients beautifully, with the light freshness caressing their palates, soothing their weary stomachs after a long day. The 3 men and 1 cat fell silent, focusing intently on their meal. After finishing every last morsel, Wei Shurong contentedly patted his belly. Eldest young master, the dishes prepared by Changfeng are indeed delicious, but considering how he managed to have the cooks prepare 5 dishes in such a short time, wouldn't it be possible for him to assist me with the accounts and then teach the cooks to cook as well? Regardless of how delightful the food was, Wei Shurong was reluctant to pass up the opportunity to have such a skilled aide on hand for his accounting needs. Little cat, what do you think? Though Mo Zhixing holds a position of considerable authority, he has always been benevolent towards his subordinates, particularly those of exceptional talent. He typically seeks their opinions before making decisions on any important matters. For Chu Changfeng, the prospect of undertaking 2 tasks and receiving dual compensation is indeed advantageous, and he eagerly assents with vigorous nods. The following day, Chu Changfeng rises early, and the lightly slumbering Mo Zhixing awakens upon hearing his movements. Chu Changfeng's first order of business is to head to the kitchen. Located near the coast, Haiyan is abundant in seafood, and the kitchen is stocked with an array of shrimp and crabs. He instructs the kitchen staff to prepare a large pot of seafood porridge, which is both fragrant and fresh. Even Mo Zhixing, who is not accustomed to having breakfast, enjoys 3 bowls. After their morning repast, Chu Changfeng proceeds to the study, where Wei Shurong has yet to arrive. Without waiting for him, Chu Changfeng picks up the ledger he had not finished calculating the day before and resumes his work. Upon arriving outside the study, Wei Shurong hears the sound of the abacus and hastens to enter. Upon entering, he finds Chu Changfeng has already completed yesterday's accounts, setting the ledger aside and taking up another one to continue his calculations. Deeply focused, he is oblivious to Wei Shurong's entrance. After a day of diligently working the abacus and keeping accounts, Chu Changfeng has become significantly more adept, his movements swifter than at the beginning. Wei Shurong cannot help but think, if only he could transform into human form, his speed would surely increase even further. Shaking his head, he reflects that most beastmen prefer their human form, as their hands can accomplish many tasks that their beast form cannot. Thus, the ability to change into human form is always favored over remaining in beast form. Chu Changfeng was abandoned by the Lai family precisely because he could not transform into human form. Yet, with such culinary skills and a commendable pace in accounting, it raises questions as to why the Lai family would forsake him. One question leads to another. Wei Shurong trusts his instincts. He feels certain that Chu Changfeng is not malevolent. Believing this, he sees no need to delve deeper into Chu Changfeng's circumstances. Coming to this realization, Wei Shurong pulls out a chair and sits down. Changfeng, you are here quite early, he remarks. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can receive your wages. Wei Shurong offers a slight smile. Do you need silver? After pondering, Chu Changfeng writes on a piece of paper. I wish to go out and explore this place. Ah, that is certainly permissible. Once we complete our tasks, I shall speak to the eldest young master on your behalf, Wei Shurong replies. Chu Changfeng nods vigorously and resumes his accounting work. His enthusiasm motivates Wei Shurong, who also refrains from idle chatter, hastening to finalize the accounts. Before an hour has passed, a modestly dressed maid with a charming oval face gently knocks on the door. Wei Shurong looks up, and the maid respectfully bows. Lord Wei, the madam wishes to see the eldest young master's cat. The madam? Chu Changfeng raises his gaze towards Wei Shurong. The madam is the eldest young master's mother. A kind-hearted woman. You should go and meet her, Wei Shurong advises. Chu Changfeng nods in understanding, jumps down from the table, and approaches the maid. The maid extends her hands, wanting to embrace Chu Changfeng. However, he sidesteps and exits the room first. Having been single for 27 years, he is comfortable being embraced by men, whom he views as brothers without any discomfort. However, the thought of a girl embracing him makes him shy, hence he declines the maid's offer. After taking a few steps, he notices the maid has not followed and turns to see her frozen in place, his eyes questioning. Are you not going to lead the way? I do not know where Madame Yu is. Chapter 9. A conversation with Madame Yu. Madame Yu is in the garden pavilion, observing the twins painting. Under the maid's guidance, Chu Changfeng meets Madame Yu. She is the matriarch of the Mo family, primarily responsible for domestic affairs, and thus dresses in an exquisitely ornate robe. Despite being a mother of four, her excellent upkeep reveals a striking resemblance to Mo Zhixing, and her presence exudes an extraordinary elegance that commands respect simply through her demeanor. Chu Changfeng cannot help but feel nervous, standing still, fearful that any movement might cause her discomfort. What an adorable little cat. May I have a closer look? Madame Yu's gentle voice flows like a melody, her features imbued with warmth. Chu Changfeng nods, leaps onto the table, and as he does so, he catches sight of Mo Zhiyu, who immediately scoops him into her embrace. Is this the little cat from my elder brother? Have you come to play with me? Changfeng is invited by me. Madame Yu interjects, gently releasing Chu Changfeng. Mo Zhiyu pouts. Why not come to play with me instead? Reluctantly letting go, Mo Zhiyang leans in, saying, Zhiyu, elder brother said not to touch the little cat anymore. If we do, we shall have to copy the family rules for a day. There are so many rules. I do not want to do that. Recalling the thick book of family rules at home, Mo Zhiyang makes a face of distress. Let us not let elder brother know we are playing with the little cat, I want to tell. You want to tell and mother want to tell, and elder brother will be none the wiser, he suggests. Zhiyu resumes her painting. Madame Yu reassures, Zhiyu has been a bit spoiled by us. If she has acted rudely towards you, please forgive her. Chu Changfeng quickly shakes his head, signaling that it is of no concern. Madame Yu smiles gently. I have heard from Zhixing about you. Although I have many questions and doubts, if I were to inquire about each one, I doubt you would provide truthful answers. Even if I did answer, you may not believe me. Chu Changfeng silently contemplates, reflecting on his own incredulity at having reincarnated as a cat. Chu Changfeng gazes up at her. Madame Yu remains silent, her kind eyes fixed on him, filled with an indescribable calm and mystery. Under her gaze, Chu Changfeng feels as though his very soul is being scrutinized. After a considerable pause, Madame Yu speaks, Your eyes are unlike those of the Lai family. She gently taps the tip of his nose with her slender finger. Your eyes are so clear, reminiscent of a child no older than 2. Innocent and untainted. The physician mentioned your physique is nearing that of an adult beast man. May I inquire how old you are? Reflecting on the original owner's age, Chu Changfeng dabs a bit of tea on the table and writes, 17.17? In a year, you will be of age. Changfeng, do you know what the eyes of the Lai family look like? The original owner had never encountered the other members of the Lai family, living far from the main estate and cared for only by a maid, while the family head, Lai Hui, was a figure he could hardly recall clearly. Chu Changfeng shakes his head. The eyes of the Lai family are filled with greed, slaughter, desire, disdain. Any negative descriptor you can conceive applies to them. Chu Changfeng nods in understanding. I summoned you here not for any other reason but to see what kind of little cat could inspire my Zhixing to cook. And how delightfully adorable you are. Madame Yu beams, affectionately ruffling Chu Changfeng's fur. Zhixing has a fondness for cats. When he was 6, we gifted him one, and he took it everywhere. Unfortunately, That cat only stayed with him for a year. And since then, he has not kept another. I thought he would never love cats again. Setting cats aside, Zhixing has not eaten properly for quite some time. However, the dishes you taught him are exquisite. Ishio informed me that since yesterday, he has been eating quite well. Changfeng, if you can ensure that Zhixing continues to eat well, I shall reward you. Chu Changfeng's eyes light up. Remembering the meals of yesterday and this morning, he realizes that encouraging Emo Zhixing to maintain a proper diet may not be an insurmountable task. He nods enthusiastically. Madam Yu politely smiles. Very well, our agreement begins today. However, may I ask how you are able to conjure such delectable dishes? I recall that the cooking styles of the Lai family's kitchen are quite similar to ours. To be more precise, the cooking techniques of beastmen are largely uniform in their early days on this continent. Beastmen faced numerous adversities from ferocious beasts, making survival a challenge. During that time, their main concern was merely to fill their bellies, leaving no room for culinary creativity. This mindset has persisted to the present, stunting the evolution of their cooking methods. After musing briefly, Chu Changfeng writes on the stone table, I learned from others. The person who taught you is quite astute. Madam Yu observes. Madam Yu engages Chu Changfeng in light conversation, during which he inquires about his parents. He refrains from discussing the original owner's parents and instead mentions the passing of his own. Upon hearing of his parents' demise, Madam Yu casts a sympathetic glance at him, gently rubbing his head before falling silent. As their conversation draws to a close, Madam Yu poses one final question. Changfeng, would you like me to arrange a separate room for you? You are not truly a cat, but a beast man, nearing adulthood. Adult feline beastmen are permitted their own rooms, and it may be uncomfortable for you and Zhixing to share a bed. Though unfamiliarity does not hinder him, despite being an orc, Chu Changfeng has yet to assume a human form and does not regard himself as one. Furthermore, his physique pales in comparison to Emo Zhixing's grand stature. Though Zhixing's bed is spacious, and his sleeping posture is quite composed. A little cat like him can comfortably curl up in a corner of the bed without issue. You were brought back by Zhixing. Hence, it should be Zhixing who decides how you are to be arranged. Lady Yu suddenly realizes that she cannot take matters into her own hands. Chu Changfeng muses, Emo Zhixing truly holds a prominent position at home, as even Lady Yu must consult him before proceeding with any task. It is already noon, and mealtime is fast approaching. Chu Changfeng heads to the kitchen, but there is neither time to brew a soup nor prepare any elaborate dishes. He instructs the cooks to whip up a few simple home-cooked dishes and to prepare a loofah and pork soup. Chu Changfeng has an immense fondness for soup. A meal devoid of meat, vegetables, or rice is inconsequential, but it must include soup. Once the dishes are prepared, he waits in his room for Emo Zhixing's return. But after a prolonged wait with no sign of him, he decides to eat alone. After settling accounts with Wei Shurong in the afternoon and having dinner, Chu Changfeng washes his paws and lies down on the bed. However, he drifts off to sleep without having seen Emo Zhixing returned in the dead of night. Emo Zhixing comes back with Zhao Yishou's assistance. Chu Changfeng is awakened by their conversation and opens his eyes to find an arrow protruding from Emo Zhixing's left shoulder. Chapter 10. This body has endured many injuries. Emo Zhixing is wounded. Chu Changfeng hurriedly leaps from the bed to assess his condition. Young master, I shall fetch a doctor. Bear with it for a moment. Zhao Yishou says, turning to leave. Emo Zhixing cautions him, do not let mother and the others know. Understood, Zhao Yishou replies. Emo Zhixing refrains from removing the arrow, and blood flows freely, staining his shirt. Chu Changfeng is not afraid of blood. As a veterinarian, he has treated countless injured animals. Yet, he cannot shake a sense of dread, pondering the agony he would feel if that arrow were embedded in his own shoulder. Merely imagining it sends a chill through him. He gazes up at Emo Zhixing, who, apart from his pale complexion from blood loss, remains remarkably composed, as if nothing were amiss. Are you worried about me, little cat? He asks, using one hand to ruffle Chu Changfeng's little head. Chu Changfeng rolls his eyes. Everyone knows his name, so why still call him little cat? Meow. How did you get hurt? He inquires with concern. Emo Zhixing smiles nonchalantly. It's just a minor injury. Sighing, Chu Changfeng feels a sense of familiarity in the response. However, as just a cat, he can do little more than wait alongside Emo Zhixing for the doctor and Zhao Yishou to arrive. Soon, the doctor arrives, and after extracting the arrow, Emo Zhixing sheds his shirt. Chu Changfeng freezes at the sight of Emo Zhixing's bare torso, which is impressively muscular, with clearly defined abs that any man would envy. Yet, this perfect physique is marred by a multitude of scars. Remnants of past torment, reminiscent of someone who has endured countless lashings. Zhao Yixio and the doctor are unfazed as they quietly attend to Imo Zhixing's wounds, from the extraction of the arrow to the application of medicine. Imo Zhixing does not utter a single groan, remaining as tranquil as if nothing had transpired. Once the wounds are tended to, the doctor offers Imo Zhixing some advice on what to be mindful of. Imo Zhixing dismisses it with a nonchalant response. Just as Zhao Yixio prepares to escort the doctor out, he suddenly recalls something and stops to address Imo Zhixing. "Young master, should Changfeng not sleep with me tonight?" "No need. The little cat is already accustomed to sleeping with me," Imo Zhixing replies. "Just one day of habit." "What kind of habit is that?" Chu Changfeng internally scoffs. Zhao Yixio, still concerned, urges, "Young master, please rest." Imo Zhixing comprehends Zhao Yixio's unspoken concern. Yet he plainly rejects the well-meaning suggestion with just 4 words. Zhao Yixio sighs in resignation. "Very well, little cat, it's time for sleep." Once Zhao Yixio departs, Imo Zhixing pulls Chu Changfeng onto the bed and lays him beside him. The moment Imo Zhixing touches the bed, he falls asleep without uttering a word. Chu Changfeng, now wide awake, observes him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberates outside, accompanied by the relentless patter of rain on the eaves. Chu Changfeng leaps from the bed and rushes to the window, where he finds the downpour quite heavy, with rainwater seeping into the room. His little paw accidentally kicks the rod propping the window open, causing it to slam shut with a clap. At that moment, a muffled groan emanates from the bed. Chu Changfeng returns to check on Imo Zhixing, who appears pale and drenched in cold sweat. The myriad of old injuries he bears flare up with the rain, causing him pain in his slumber. Imo Zhixing loses control, letting out muffled sounds of discomfort. "Meow?" Chu Changfeng calls softly, but Imo Zhixing does not respond. Still groaning. "Meow meow? Where does it hurt?" Imo Zhixing, lost in a haze of pain, cannot even open his eyes. No amount of coaxing from Chu Changfeng seems to reach him. Chu Changfeng jumps down from the bed, contemplating how he might assist Imo Zhixing. He considers venturing outside, but the darkness beyond the door is oppressive, with the torrential rain sounding like a ferocious beast threatening his life should he dare to step out. Fearful, Chu Changfeng decides against it. Even if he did go outside, he would be of no help. He has no idea where Zhao Yixio's or the doctor's quarters are located. After pacing the room, he discovers a handkerchief, which he bites down on as he returns to Imo Zhixing's side. Just as he intends to wipe away the cold sweat from Imo Zhixing's forehead, the latter's body begins to shift, ultimately transforming into a solid black lion. While orcs may prefer their human forms, there are indeed advantages to their beastly forms. The healing capabilities in beast form are considerably enhanced. Orcs can accelerate their recovery by transforming when injured. Seeing the black lion before him, Chu Changfeng laments his current form, wishing he could access his medical supplies. Although he cannot treat humans, he excels at caring for animals. In beast form, Imo Zhixing no longer emits pained groans. Chu Changfeng lies beside him, anxiously watching, thinking, "How wonderful it would be if I could provide you with treatment." Despite their brief acquaintance of merely 2 days, he finds Imo Zhixing to be quite amiable. After all, how many individuals who adore cats could truly be bad? With a yawn, Chu Changfeng succumbs to slumber once more. Not long after, he suddenly feels a sprinkling of green light emerging from his body. The fragments of light coalesce in the air, gradually entering Imo Zhixing's form. The following morning, the rain has yet to cease. Zhao Yixio remains in a deep slumber when Lady Yu's personal maid arrives to summon him to see her. Upon hearing that Lady Yu seeks him, Zhao Yixio's heart races. The matter of the young master's injury has not been kept secret after all. "Greetings, my lady," he says upon arrival. Lady Yu sips her tea, bypassing pleasantries to inquire directly, how did Zhixing sustain his arrow wound? Was he ambushed by the dogs of the Lai family while on patrol? "Madam, the young master is unhurt," Zhao Yixio asserts, striving to sound resolute. Lady Yu casts him a sidelong glance, her eyes conveying her disbelief. "Yixio, you have grown up under my watch. You are as one of my children. Do you think I am unaware of your character? Or do you believe you possess a talent for deception?" "Madam," Zhao Yixio falters, realizing that Imo Zhixing must have forbidden him from speaking. "Very well, I shall not press you further. I will go see him." Lady Yu rises to visit Imo Zhixing's quarters. At this moment, Imo Zhixing is still asleep, unaware of when he reverted to his human form during his slumber. The bandages, which had been tied to his injuries, have loosened during his transformation. Lady Yu steps into the room, eager to assess the severity of Imo Zhixing's wounds. Gently lifting the covers, she discovers that beneath the loose bandages, stained with a hint of blood, there are no visible injuries as she had anticipated. Zhao Yixio, taken aback, blurts out, "Where are the young master's injuries?" Lady Yu shoots him a pointed look, her expression indicating, indeed, he is injured. Understanding he has slipped up, Zhao Yixio hastily covers his mouth, falling silent. Lady Yu's gaze returns to Imo Zhixing, and upon seeing the scars adorning his body, her eyes well with tears. Zhixing slowly opens his eyes, startled to see Lady Yu. "Mother, what brings you here?" he exclaims, hastily covering himself with the blanket. Chapter 11. Today you shall rest, Lady Yu says, masking her earlier concern with a gentle smile. "What is it? Am I not allowed to come and check on you?" "It is not that," Imo Zhixing replies after a moment of silence. "If you wish to see me, simply have a maid notify me. My place is quite distant from yours. Moreover, if there were to be a misstep, I would feel distressed." "You, indeed?" Lady Yu gazes at him with affectionate exasperation. "I merely came to check on you since the sun has risen so high, yet you remain asleep. You must be feeling unwell." "It is only that I returned late yesterday and consequently slept later than usual. It seems my visit was ill-timed. You should rest some more. Nothing of consequence, it is just right to sleep enough." After reminding Imo Zhixing to rest well, Lady Yu departs with her maid. Imo Zhixing exhales in relief, pulling the blanket aside as Zhao Yixio approaches, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Young master, what kind of training have you undergone? How could your wounds heal so swiftly?" Wounds healed. Imo Zhixing glanced at the left shoulder of the archer, whose honey-colored skin was smooth and bore no trace of injury. Imo Zhixing paused for a moment. Among the orc community, only a select few were blessed with the favor of the beast god, endowing them with divine power. Imo Zhixing was fortunate enough to receive a modicum of divine strength, allowing him to manipulate the growth of plants 3 times in a single day. However, his divine power was quite feeble, enabling him to control a maximum of 10 trees at once, directing them to move, or commanding 20 flowers to bloom, and such. This limited divine strength did little to enhance Imo Zhixing's prowess, yet the mere fact that he had received the beast god's blessing was enough to incite envy among the orcs. Nevertheless, this divine power did not facilitate the healing of wounds. The rapid recovery he experienced overnight was remarkable. "The physician informed the lady of your injury, hence her visit." Zhao Yixio remarked, "I did not disclose your injury to the lady." Imo Zhixing unwrapped the blood-stained bandage, which clearly indicated that he had indeed been wounded the previous night. Even if the wound had healed, Madam, you would undoubtedly be aware of it. Her silence was a testament to her wisdom. Although Madam Yu was the head of the Imo family, the true authority lay with Imo Zhixing. He forbade the physician and Zhao Yixio from informing her of his injury, as Madam Yu did not wish for either of them to face Imo Zhixing's ire. Thus, she refrained from explicitly stating that she had come to check on his arrow wound. Imo Zhixing handed the bloodied bandage to Zhao Yixio, saying, "If mother finds out, she will understand. Once she sees that I have healed, she will cease to worry. Today, I shall rest, and the patrol duties will be entrusted to the soldiers. Should anything arise, they may seek me out." "Understood." Zhao Yixio took the bandage and stepped outside, noticing Chu Chongfeng sleeping soundly by the pillow. "Why is Chu Chongfeng still asleep? Perhaps I wore him out." This statement sounded somewhat odd. "Young master, how did you tire him out? Wasn't it raining last night?" "Ah, right." Zhao Yixio suddenly realized, "Young master, you sustained both new and old injuries last night. And with the rain, you surely did not sleep well. The little cat is likely still asleep because I disturbed him last night. Let him rest a while longer." Zhao Yixio nodded in understanding. After changing his clothes, Imo Zhixing picked up the handkerchief by the pillow. Aside from detecting Chu Chongfeng's scent, he also caught a whiff of a delightful floral fragrance. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this floral scent was also present on Chu Chongfeng himself. By midday, Wei Shurong arrived at Imo Zhixing's quarters in search of him. "Chongfeng, are you there?" "He is here, young master." On the table lay a pillow, and on it, Chu Chongfeng was soundly asleep, while Imo Zhixing, with nothing much to occupy him, gently caressed Chu Changfeng's soft belly. Looking for Chu Changfeng? Imo Zhixing inquired. Wei Shurong nodded. I have been trying to rouse this slumbering cat for quite some time. But he simply refuses to awaken. Young master, do you not know that when a cat is stroked comfortably, it sleeps even more soundly? Your gentle caressing resembles an effort to lull him back to sleep rather than awaken him. Young master, why not allow me to wake Changfeng instead? Wei Shurong suggested. O Zhixing raised an eyebrow. Shurong, this is my cat, I understand. It is my responsibility to awaken my cat, is it not? Indeed. The issue is, you do not appear to genuinely wish to wake him. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Chu Changfeng slowly opened his eyes, gazing quizzically at the two before yawning widely, worried he might drift back to sleep. Wei Shurong exclaimed, Changfeng, are you awake? Chu Changfeng shifted into a comfortable position, looking at Wei Shurong with confusion. We must finalize the accounting. There are not many entries left. If we exert ourselves, we may complete it by tomorrow. Chu Changfeng nodded, turning to Imo Zhixing, his eyes inquiring, How is your injury? The little cat is once again concerned for me. Is it not permissible to express concern for one's employer? Chu Changfeng replied disdainfully. Imo Zhixing responded, It seems a small cat took care of me last night, so my injury has already healed, do not boast. Such a deep wound could not heal so swiftly. Chu Changfeng dismissed Imo Zhixing's claims, leaping down from the table to join Wei Shurong. Upon seeing him approach, Wei Shurong beamed with joy. Come, let us get to work on the accounts. The pair, one human and one cat, moved ahead, with Mo Zhixing trailing behind. Wei Shurong inquired, Young master, will you not be patrolling today? I shall rest today. The trio arrived at the study, where Wei Shurong and Chu Changfeng immediately began working diligently on the accounts, while Mo Zhixing, observing their industriousness, chose not to interrupt. He brought over a chair and began to read a book earnestly. Each was absorbed in their respective tasks, allowing no one to disrupt the others. Suddenly, as Imo Zhixing turned a page, he inadvertently cut his finger, causing a drop of blood to emerge. Under normal circumstances, he would not have given such a trivial injury a second thought, yet a sudden idea popped into his mind. He set the book aside, approached Chu Changfeng, and presented his injured finger before him. Little cat, I am hurt. Brother, what do you call this minor scratch? Chu Changfeng looked up at him scornfully. O Zhixing smiled brightly. Little cat, tend to my injury. Are you not placing an unreasonable burden on a mere cat? How can I treat you without any supplies? Chu Changfeng regarded Imo Zhixing with an expression that screamed, Are you out of your mind? Imo Zhixing remained oblivious to any wrongdoing, not withdrawing his hand. With a resigned sigh, Chu Changfeng leaped onto Imo Zhixing's chest, rummaging through his clothing for a handkerchief point. One paw pressed down on one side of the handkerchief, while the other used its sharp claws to grasp it, wrapping it around Imo Zhixing's finger. Although Chu Changfeng made a valiant effort to bandage the wound, the outcome was rather dismal. This is the best I can do, Chu Changfeng said, looking up, his eyes conveying a message. Imo Zhixing glanced at his finger and remarked, Little cat, it appears you possess some knowledge of healing. Chapter 12. No silver too much praise. Even an 8-year-old child could manage a simple bandage. Chu Changfeng did not allow the compliment to inflate his ego and continued attending to his tasks. Imo Zhixing returned to his chair, crossing his legs thoughtfully as he regarded his bandaged finger, his deep blue eyes lost in contemplation. When he finally looked up at Chu Changfeng again, there was a profound meaning in his gaze. The following afternoon, Wei Shurong closed the last page of the accounting book. Taking a deep breath before turning to Chu Changfeng, his eyes glistening with tears. Changfeng, we have finally reconciled the dreadful accounts of Luiyue City. Without you, I would have needed an additional 2 days to complete this. Changfeng, from this day forth, you shall be my good brother. Chu Changfeng's eyes crinkled with happiness as he wrote on the paper. No need for formality. Let us go find Imo Zhixing. Indeed, now that the accounts are settled, we must present them to the young master. Wei Shurong cradled the completed accounts, while Chu Changfeng clutched a piece of paper, and together, they sought out Imo Zhixing. Upon returning from his patrol, Imo Zhixing was summoned by Madame Yu. So the two made their way directly to her side. Upon entering Madame Yu's quarters, Imo Zhixing beckoned Chu Changfeng with a finger. Little cat, come here. Chu Changfeng felt slightly displeased by the gesture. But considering their purpose, he leaped onto Imo Zhixing's lap. Why are you gnawing on that piece of paper? Mo Zhixing took the paper from him and examined its contents. Wei Shurong presented the accounting book to Madame Yu. Madam, please take a look at the accounts of the Lord of Liyue City. As Madame Yu received the book. She had yet to open it when Mo Zhixing chuckled. Little cat, you are my pet? Yet you dare to ask me for silver. Meow. Is it not clearly stated on the paper why you seek payment? Chu Changfeng protested. Mo Zhixing did not fully grasp his intent, yet he discerned the underlying message. I provide for you. You will not go hungry, so what need have you for silver? Meow. No, I will not give you anything. Meow. If you meow sweetly, I may reconsider. Meow. The exchange between the man and the cat left Madame Yu puzzled, prompting her to ask, Zhixing, what are you and Changfeng arguing about? Mother, look at this. Mo Zhixing presented the paper from Chu Changfeng. The paper detailed Chu Changfeng's assistance in the accounting and his teaching the cook to prepare dishes, amounting to a total of 320 taels of silver owed to him. The rationale for the payment followed. Assisting with the accounts warranted a mere 2 taels, while the fee for teaching the cook was based on the quality of the dishes prepared. The reasoning for the premium price was that once learned, it would last a lifetime, akin to a buyout, hence the higher cost. Quite reasonable, Madame Yu remarked as she returned the paper to Mo Zhixing. Chu Changfeng happily called out to Madame Yu, who smiled gently in response. Zhixing, let us pay him as per the document. We are not in want of a few silver taels. Indeed, we lack for nothing. Chu Changfeng gazed expectantly at Mo Zhixing. The Lord of Liyue City had evaded taxes amounting to 15,000 taels, and according to regulations, he would owe double that amount, 30,000 taels. Paying Chu Changfeng 320 taels was hardly significant. No, I still refuse, Mo Zhixing countered. Chu Changfeng glared at him in anger. Mo Zhixing grasped his little paw and locked eyes with him. Little cat, setting aside the fact that I am your master, have you forgotten that I am also your savior, having rescued you twice? Chu Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, his body frozen in place as Mo Zhixing pressed on, demanding silver from his life-saving benefactor. Do you think that is appropriate? Not at all. Chu Changfeng drooped his little ears and shook his head. Dio, you still want silver? He shook his head again. Will you want it in the future? Chu Changfeng lifted his gaze to meet his expression a pitiful mask of sorrow, and shook his head once more. A life-saving grace warrants a heartfelt return. How could one dare to ask for silver? Chu Changfeng, preoccupied with the thought of having silver for protection, had completely forgotten that Mo Zhixing had saved him on 2 occasions. Do not be disheartened. Shurong will reward the little cat with a tael of silver for his hard work during this time. Indeed, Mo Zhixing then handed Chu Changfeng over to Wei Shurong, instructing him to take the little one outside. Once they had departed, Lady Yu, perplexed, inquired, Zhixing, our household is not lacking in a few pieces of silver. Why not give some to Changfeng? Mother, do you think it should be given? Lady Yu fell silent for a moment. He is one abandoned by the Lai family, his origin shrouded in mystery. However, his conduct in our household these past few days has not been unsatisfactory. I believe Changfeng is quite good. Indeed, he is good, but who knows what thoughts occupy his mind. 320 taels may not be much for us, yet for an ordinary beastman, it could sustain a lifetime. If we grant it to him, we cannot be certain he won't flee with the silver. Changfeng is but a small cat, incapable of taking human form. 320 taels may be beyond his capacity to carry. The beastman's form is under his own control. If he chooses not to take on human shape, no one can compel him. Furthermore, Mother, have you ever encountered a beastman born in their animal form? There are many inexplicable aspects to Chu Changfeng. Mo Zhixing's reluctance to probe further does not signify indifference. His interactions with Chu Changfeng in recent days had been pleasant, yet he remains connected to the Lai family, and his eyes, reminiscent of those from the Lai family, gleamed a blood-red hue. Wei Shurong took Chu Changfeng back to the study and retrieved a tael of silver from the cabinet. Chu Changfeng lay feebly on the table, his demeanor etched with dejection. Changfeng, do not be disheartened. Although the young master did not grant you the silver you desired, he still provided you with a tael, which is no small sum. With a paw dipped in ink, Chu Changfeng inscribed on the paper, what troubles me is that I will no longer possess the authority to negotiate with Mo Zhixing in the future. After all, he is my life-saving benefactor. Should he command me to perish, I would have no choice but to comply. Negotiate? What do you wish to discuss with the young master? I had intended to request silver and then explore the city. But now that is no longer feasible. It can be discussed, Wei Shurong replied. To explore the city is not the same as demanding silver. Although the young master is your savior, he is not so tyrannical. Is it truly possible? Chu Changfeng looked at Wei Shurong with anticipation. Wei Shurong nodded. I shall inquire with the young master on your behalf. Before dinner, they encountered Mo Zhixing in the garden, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Amidst a sea of blooming flowers, Mo Zhixing appeared as the most remarkable man in the world. With a radiant smile, he said, "Little cat, you wish to take a stroll outside? That is fine, but it is too late today. Tomorrow, I shall take you along on my patrol." Chu Changfeng gazed at him, momentarily dazed, his thoughts drifting to another matter. If only I could possess such good looks, I would have no trouble finding a wife. Chapter 13. A day out. Finally able to venture outside, Chu Changfeng arose early the next morning. Mo Zhixing, having risen even earlier, found the bed empty upon awakening. Chu Changfeng descended from his bed and stepped outside, only to encounter Mo Zhixing and Zhao Yixu approaching. "Has the little cat awakened? Did you think I had broken my promise by not being here?" Chu Changfeng nodded. Mo Zhixing crouched down, gently stroking his chin. "Little cat, you must understand one thing. Now that I have taken you in, I shall never abandon you." Chu Changfeng regarded Mo Zhixing with admiration, concluding that those who choose to adopt a cat should indeed be responsible for their care. "Give it to me." Mo Zhixing raised his hand. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yixu immediately handed a wooden box to Mo Zhixing. Inside the brown box lay a golden bell threaded with a red string. Inscribed with the character for Mo Zhixing affixed the bell around Chu Changfeng's neck, but the little cat instinctively recoiled. "Little cat, if you wish to go out, you must wear the bell. Meow." "Why?" Mo Zhixing explained. "There are human traffickers in the city who seize young children who have just learned their beast forms when no one is watching. Children capable of fully transforming, even if they are not from the four great families, still possess value. Hence, they take such risks. If Chu Changfeng were in his human form, he would not fear any trafficker. However, in his current state, resembling a mere 3 to 4-month-old kitten, he would stand no chance of resistance if captured." Resigned, he accepted the bell and wore it obediently. Mo Zhixing observed his new appearance with satisfaction and pondered. "Should I make you some clothing?" "Absolutely not." Chu Changfeng shook his little head vigorously. "With summer approaching, wearing clothes on top of this fur would be unbearable. Little cat, do you not have any sense of modesty, running around bare?" "What's bare? Have you not seen all this fur?" Chu Changfeng retorted, his paws tightening in a gesture of indignation as if to throw a punch at Mo Zhixing. Mo Zhixing found his exaggerated fury amusing, yet he decided to cease teasing him, placing him into a prepared cloth bag at his waist. "Stay here and behave. Do not weep if you get lost outside." "Humph." Chu Changfeng turned his gaze elsewhere, sulking. Zhao Yixu observed the interaction between the two, captivated. Ever since they adopted the cat, their young master had smiled much more frequently. After breakfast, Mo Zhixing led 20 soldiers out of the city for patrol. Although the Nightless City serves as the stronghold of the Mo Lion clan, its geographical position is rather precarious. To the east lies the border with the Lai Wolf clan, who frequently send individuals to steal from or capture people in Nightless City. Thus, the eastern defenses are of utmost importance. The southern side is bordered by the sea, from which salt is produced for the consumption of the beastmen in the Mo Lion territory, yielding high profits. However, due to the significance of salt and seafood, that area also requires patrolling. The western and northern borders are endless expanses of wilderness and forest. The Mo Lions have long been striving to expand their territory, but many ferocious beasts inhabit those rugged lands. These beasts are highly aggressive creatures on the continent of Yumeng, akin to uncivilized beastmen, an evolved nightmare for ordinary animals. They attack both normal creatures and beastmen with formidable lethality. The dangers of expanding territory in the northwest are considerable. Thus, Mo Zhixing ensures to inspect that area daily. While there are safer and better cities for the Mo family, the most important family rule is to avoid indulgence, utilizing their status to live comfortably while leaving the common folk to suffer. This also serves to prevent their descendants from becoming useless and cowardly, hence the deliberate choice of the most perilous location as their stronghold. Due to its unfavorable location and the focus on territorial expansion, the city lacks an abundance of delightful and enjoyable offerings. As Chu Changfeng strolled through the city, he noted that the most common items for sale were seafood, animal skins, and live animals. On the bustling streets of the city, children around 6 or 7 years old had bells tied around their necks or wrists as they ran and chased each other. The bells emitted a melodious sound. Chu Changfeng observed them, raising his little paw to tap the bell, the clear chime filling him with profound melancholy. A 27-year-old man was being treated as a mere child of 6 or 7. Yet, in Chu Changfeng's eyes, those 6 or 7-year-olds appeared almost like little giants. Contemplating this, Chu Changfeng felt even more despondent. Today, Mo Zhixing headed directly to the northwest. Upon exiting the West City Gate, they were met with vast plains scattered with small villages. The beastmen residing in these villages busied themselves with herding or tilling the land. Their houses, though not as fine as those in the city, possessed their own unique charm. The beastmen went about their tasks, painting a picture of tranquility in the dangerous nightless city. Such a serene sight attests to the diligence of the Mo family's ancestors. Following a narrow path outward, the towering city walls soon came into view. Beyond the city gates lay more villages and farmlands, a scene of peace once again. The plan for cultivating the Northwest Territory entails erecting protective walls once a certain area has been cleared. After all, ahead lies uninhabited mountains and forests, teeming with ferocious beasts. Without any protective measures, they would be vulnerable to attacks from these creatures. To ensure the safety of the territory's inhabitants, protective walls are indispensable. With a brisk pace, they reached the northwest border before noon. The mountains and forests of the northwest stretched endlessly, appearing as if they reached the edge of the world. Scattered across the vacant land were logs stacked neatly after being felled. The busy beastmen, clad only in trousers, toiled under the scorching sun, their bodies glistening with sweat. Upon arriving, Mo Zhixing dismounted and began discussing land clearing with the overseer, while Chu Changfeng listened attentively from the side. Just as he was engrossed in their conversation, he sensed numerous gazes directed towards him. When Chu Changfeng turned to meet their eyes, they quickly averted their gazes, leaving him in a state of confusion. Mo Zhixing intended to venture into the forest to assess the situation, entrusting Chu Changfeng to a soldier who had accompanied them. "Little cat, remain here and behave. It is dangerous, and you, being a small cat, will become prey for the ferocious beasts if you wander off. Meow." "Understood." This is how Chu Changfeng responded. Mo Zhixing discerned the feline cry through his gaze, and with satisfaction, remarked, "What a good boy." Chu Changfeng lay nestled in the soldier's palm, sighing in resignation. It felt rather unpleasant to be regarded as a child when he was a formidable man. The soldier carried Chu Changfeng to a grass shed for some respite. Chu Changfeng settled onto a bench, idly swaying his tail. Even though he had come out to play, the monotonous life of a beastman offered little amusement. High expectations often lead to great disappointment. Yawning, Chu Changfeng prepared to close his eyes when, suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air. "The vile beasts are coming." Chapter 14. Terrified, most of the workers here were half-beastmen, unable to fully transform. Their only means of combating fierce beasts was to rely on tools. Upon hearing that the vile beasts were approaching, the half-beastmen hastily grasped any nearby implements, their bodies taut like drawn bowstrings. Their eyes gleaming with determination as they focused on the direction from which the beasts approached. A throng of vile beasts charged forth, trampling the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The first to engage the beasts were the soldiers stationed here, aided by the half-beastmen in their struggle against the oncoming threat. The vile beasts resembled apes, their fur predominantly white with gray limbs. They sported two long, curved horns atop their heads and stood at an imposing height of 3 meters. Though Chu Changfeng was at a distance, he could still sense the fear and intimidation exuded by these creatures. This continent was indeed perilous. Setting aside the conflicts between beastmen and humans, the mere presence of these vile beasts was enough to extinguish any thoughts of living in secluded mountains and forests. It was only upon witnessing the vile beasts that Chu Changfeng understood why the members of the Lai family deemed him worthless. With such a diminutive frame, what could he possibly achieve in this world? A chill ran through him, and perhaps due to his instinctive aversion to the vile beasts, his body trembled involuntarily. "Another vile beast is coming," a beastman shouted. Chu Changfeng turned to follow the beastman's gaze, realizing that the approaching vile beast was alarmingly close. The white-horned ape dashed forward with astonishing speed, utilizing its height to close the distance in the blink of an eye. The soldier drew his sword, staring defiantly at the beasts, and instructed Chu Changfeng, "Cat, try to run to a safe place on your own. I can no longer protect you." Chu Changfeng knew that staying here would be of no help. He resolved not to become a burden. With utmost urgency, he fled, not daring to glance back. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a massive creature loomed before him. The 3-meter-tall white-horned ape towered like a mountain, radiating danger, its body reeking of long-neglected filth. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on Chu Changfeng. It raised a hand as large as a boulder, poised to strike in a moment of panic. Chu Changfeng dashed towards the white-horned ape, leaping onto its colossal foot and sinking his sharp claws into its leg, disregarding the foul stench. The white-horned ape's arms were short. To strike Chu Changfeng, it would need to bend down, but it disdainfully stomped its feet. Attempting to shake him off, driven by survival instinct, Chu Changfeng clung tightly to its foot. Finding it impossible to dislodge him, the ape raised its fist and slammed it down on its own foot. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng quickly scurried up the ape's leg just as it struck itself. The creature let out a pained howl and collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Changfeng climbed higher, ensuring he was out of the ape's line of sight. The white-horned ape, having struck itself, sat on the ground, unwilling to move that moment. Another white-horned ape approached, its crimson eyes locking onto Chu Changfeng. Without a moment's hesitation, it swung its arm at him. Chu Changfeng quickly dodged, a deafening crash resounded, and he gazed in terror at the descending paw, fearing that if it struck him, he would be reduced to nothing more than a smear on the ground. The white-horned ape, perplexed by its companion's aggression, stood up and roared in anger, engaging in a fierce battle with its ally. Chu Changfeng clung desperately to the ape's fur, fearing that if he fell, he would be crushed beneath a single foot. The violent swaying reminded him of the exhilarating thrill of riding a roller coaster, yet he found no joy in it. Amusement parks had safety measures in place. But here, a moment's inattention could cost him his life. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, Chu Changfeng could no longer hold on. His claws slipped, and he began to plummet as he fell. Chu Changfeng cast a resentful glance at the azure sky. Had he known the outside world was so perilous, he would never have ventured out, just as he was about to hit the ground. A large hand caught him securely. Recognizing the familiar scent, Chu Changfeng looked up in astonishment, his eyes glistening with tears. "The little cat is crying again," Emo Zhixing chuckled, his tone light and teasing, devoid of any anger. Instead instilling a sense of reassurance, Chu Changfeng nestled in the warmth of his palm, silently sobbing. "Scared, are we? It's all right, don't cry. Stay here. It's safe," Emo Zhixing said, tucking Chu Changfeng into his chest and gently patting his small head. The warmth and familiar scent enveloped him in silent comfort, soothing his frayed nerves. Chu Changfeng curled into a small ball against his chest. Time passed, the acrid scent of blood lingering heavily in the air. Cautiously, Chu Changfeng peeked out from the folds of Emo Zhixing's garment. A flash of swordlight cut through the air, followed by a sickening thud as a white-horned ape's arm was severed, blood splattering onto Chu Changfeng. Strangely enough, he no longer felt fear. He could only see Emo Zhixing's chin as he looked up, and when he gazed forward, he witnessed Emo Zhixing wielding his sword with the agility of lightning, deftly dodging attacks and dispatching the white-horned apes with precision, be it their arms, legs, or heads. The once terrifying white-horned apes now seemed far less menacing. The beastmen had battled the vile beasts on this continent for many years. The beasts relied solely on brute strength and sharp claws to secure. Chu Changfeng's emotions were rather intricate. Having lived for 27 years, he had never heard his deceased parents promise to protect him for a lifetime. This was undoubtedly due to the different circumstances of the era, which deprived them of the opportunity to utter such words. When Emo Zhixing declared his intention to safeguard him for eternity, Chu Changfeng felt a flicker of warmth, but the subsequent remark, "You are my cat for this lifetime," somewhat shattered the ambience. Furthermore, Emo Zhixing was aware of his connection to the Lai family yet chose not to probe further. Chu Changfeng was uncertain whether this was a deceptive ploy to lower his guard, enabling Emo Zhixing to extract information about the Lai family. Regardless of how benevolent Emo Zhixing was towards him, Chu Changfeng understood that the presence of the Lai family created an insurmountable barrier to complete honesty between them. After cleansing the blood from his body, Imo Zhixing returned to assess the casualty situation. A few beastmen had sustained injuries, all of which were minor. He instructed them to rest for a few days before resuming their duties. The area was stained with copious amounts of white-horned ape blood. The scent of the blood from the evil beasts differed from that of the beastmen. Should an evil beast fall into a trap, it would inflict wounds upon itself, using its blood to signal other beasts that the area was perilous and should be avoided. With such a significant amount of white-horned ape blood present, it was unlikely that any evil beasts would venture here for at least 20 days. Having confirmed there were no major issues, Imo Zhixing led the guard team back. Upon returning to the residence, he opened the cloth bag to find Chu Changfeng curled up inside, soundly asleep. Imo Zhixing lifted him out, and he did not stir in the slightest. As he prepared to carry Chu Changfeng to his chamber, a solemn-faced Wei Shurong approached him. After a glance at the peacefully slumbering Chu Changfeng, he lowered his voice, informing Imo Zhixing that new intelligence had emerged from the Lai family. Imo Zhixing raised an eyebrow, entrusting Chu Changfeng to a guard behind him to escort him back to his quarters. After conveying this, he entered the study with Wei Shurong. Before Imo Zhixing could take a seat, Wei Shurong began to relay the news. The 12th mistress of the Lai family had been killed, and it was at the hands of Lai Hui. The 12th mistress, renowned as the most beautiful woman among the snow fox beastmen, had attracted the affections of many beastmen, only to be seized by Lai Hui. Several beastmen had attempted to play the hero and rescue her, but none survived Lai Hui's wrath. Lai Hui was infamous for his cruelty, and at one point, many speculated that the proud 12th mistress would soon meet her demise at his hands. However, the outcome was unexpected. Among the numerous mistresses, Lai Hui had favored this 12th mistress above all, granting her every desire without uttering a single refusal. Once, when one of his 2 wives and a son disrespected the 12th mistress, he remained silent but executed both wives and the son to appease her. From that moment on, it became common knowledge that provoking Lai Hui was tantamount to courting disaster, particularly if one angered the 12th mistress. Yet now, after years of indulgence, Lai Hui had personally slain her? This seemed implausible. Imo Zhixing questioned the reliability of the information. It is indeed true, Wei Shurong replied gravely. The 12th mistress's head was severed and displayed at the city gate for 3 days, witnessed by many. According to our informants within the Lai family, she was killed because she lost something of great significance while Lai Hui was away. Over the years, I have never heard of Lai Hui possessing anything more important than the 12th mistress. Zhao Yixio interjected. Perhaps the intention was to draw the 12th mistress into the spotlight to conceal something truly significant. Imo Zhixing remarked that for someone as ruthless as Lai Hui, the likelihood of him genuinely cherishing anything was minimal. It was conceivable that he may have had an attachment, but if the 12th mistress had dared to compete for his favor and inadvertently discarded that object while Lai Hui was absent, she might have overestimated her standing in his heart. Young master, what do you believe would be the most crucial thing for Lai Hui? Wei Shurong inquired. Imo Zhixing raised an eyebrow, casting a heavy glance in his direction. Surely, it cannot be Chu Changfeng, but it could very well be Changfeng, Wei Shurong responded. Considering the timeline of Changfeng's arrival here and the moment when the 12th mistress discarded the item, the day you found Changfeng, did he not carry the scent of the Lai family? Imo Zhixing sighed heavily, reluctant to engage in further discourse. Zhao Yixio looked at the 2 of them in confusion. How could that old man Lai Hui possibly have an affection for a cat? Moreover, Changfeng does not appear to have spent time in Lai Hui's company. How could he possibly be something Lai Hui lost? Indeed, Wei Shurong agreed with a nod. Changfeng is truly exceptional. Did he not previously request silver from you? He suddenly recalled that you had saved him twice and no longer dared to overstep. If he were indeed a cat under Lai Hui's care, you would not provide for him, and he would claw you to death. Furthermore, he does not exhibit greed. His demands are quite reasonable. How could such a Changfeng be a mere pet of Lai Hui? Chapter 16. Has the relationship improved? Imo Zhixing recalled Chu Changfeng's fear when confronted with the white-horned apes. Raising an eyebrow. Indeed, no matter how one scrutinized the situation, it seemed implausible for Chu Changfeng to have any ties to Lai Hui. The disparity between Chu Changfeng and the Lai family was too vast. Whether or not he had been cast aside by the 12th mistress, it was imperative to prevent any meeting between Lai Hui and Changfeng. Ishio, arrange for a guard to follow Chu Changfeng discreetly while I am away. Zhao Yixio nodded in agreement. Having concluded their discussion, Imo Zhixing departed, with Zhao Yixio trailing closely behind. After a few paces, Zhao Yixio, having wrestled with his thoughts, finally spoke up. Young master, I find it difficult to comprehend your attitude towards Changfeng. What do you mean by that? Imo Zhixing inquired. I know you to be a person of reason, yet Changfeng has connections to the Lai family. Can you genuinely avoid harboring resentment towards him? Zhao Yixio scrutinized Imo Zhixing's expression before continuing. Or is it that you keep Changfeng close merely to exploit him for information regarding the Lai family? When Chu Changfeng awoke, it was already close to dusk. He lay atop a soft pillow, reflecting on the events of the day and recalling the fearsome white-horned apes. With a gentle sigh, he glanced at his small paws. Jiue, if our elder brother discovers us, we shall face punishment, he heard the low voice of Imo Jiang nearby. Had the twin siblings come to play with him again? Chu Changfeng leapt off the bed, managing to catch the two just before they entered. Little cat. Upon seeing Chu Changfeng, Imo Jiue's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to swiftly evade her enthusiastic embrace. Meow? What brings you two here? Imo Jiue crouched at a distance from Chu Changfeng and said. Little cat, the cook mentioned that the delicious dishes prepared recently were all taught to her by you. Could you possibly teach her to make some more delightful food for us? The meals over the past few days had differed from the usual fare. Initially, they thought the cook's skills had improved, but after overhearing the cook's converse, they learned it was Chu Changfeng's influence. However, he had not introduced any new recipes lately, and while the dishes were delectable, Imo Jiue's youthful appetite craved even more. Undeterred by the risk of incurring Imo Zhixing's wrath, the two had come seeking Chu Changfeng. Now faced with his younger siblings, Chu Changfeng's attitude softened, and he willingly leapt onto Imo Jiue's lap. Delighted, Imo Jiue exclaimed, Little cat, are you willing to come with me? Chu Changfeng nodded. The little cat willingly follows me. Elder brother will not punish me. Imo Jiue joyfully scooped Chu Changfeng up and dashed off like a gust of wind. Chu Changfeng felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. How could this child exude such a tomboyish aura? The cooks had also developed a fondness for Chu Changfeng, even preparing a special supervising chair for him, one that was higher than the stove and cushioned with soft padding. Perched atop it, Chu Changfeng commanded the bustling cooks with an air of authority. Imo Jiue and Imo Jiang, visiting the kitchen for the first time, observed the busy cooks with wide, curious eyes. Being children of a prominent family, they had received excellent education and remained quietly by Chu Changfeng's side without causing any disruption. Upon hearing that the twins had taken his cat to the kitchen, Imo Zhixing felt a twinge of concern that they might inadvertently harm Chu Changfeng. He arrived at the kitchen to find the twins behaving impeccably and chose to stand outside the door, watching their actions. The twins arrived a bit late, and with insufficient time to prepare an elaborate meal. They managed to whip up 5 dishes and a soup based on the available ingredients. Imo Jiue, with an insatiable appetite, began devouring dishes as soon as they were ready, while Imo Jiang initially tried to persuade her to wait but eventually joined in the feast. Leading Chu Changfeng to follow suit as they neared the end of the meal, Imo Zhixing entered the kitchen. Amidst the enticing aromas, Imo Jiue and Imo Jiang suddenly stiffened at the sight of him. Elder brother, they chorused. Have you enjoyed your meal? Imo Zhixing asked, arms crossed, his deep blue eyes devoid of any emotion, sending a chill down their spines. Would you like some shrimp? It's delicious. Imo Jiue eagerly offered him a peeled shrimp. Imo Zhixing glanced at her greasy hands, frowned slightly, and decided to wash his hands before heading to their mother's quarters for dinner. Very well, Imo Zhixing responded without anger, prompting the twins to hurriedly wash their hands before disappearing from sight. Imo Zhixing observed their fleeing figures before turning his attention to Chu Changfeng, who remained seated on the high chair. Has your relationship with Jiue and Jiang improved? Chu Changfeng did not respond. Tilting his head with a look that seemed to question whether that was permissible, Imo Zhixing cautioned. Jiue has a temper and lacks finesse. You must be cautious when you are with her. Is there any mention about one's younger sister? Chu Changfeng was rendered speechless as Imo Zhixing waved him off, saying, just head back. Descending from the bench, Chu Changfeng followed him back. After dinner, there was little else to occupy his time. He played for a while before retiring for the night. Yet, that night, Chu Changfeng found little solace in sleep. As he closed his eyes, on the verge of slipping into deep slumber, the visage of the white-jawed monkey suddenly loomed in his mind. startling him awake with a kick of his legs. Despite the safety surrounding him, one would think he ought not to feel fear. However, Chu Changfeng's current state mirrored that of someone who had watched a horror film just before bed. Even though the protagonist had vanquished the ghost by the film's conclusion, the moment the lights went out and his eyes closed, his mind was filled with the most terrifying scenes from the film, leaving him thoroughly frightened. Throughout his life, the most tumultuous event he had encountered was when the teacher had called him out during self-study class, regarding him with sympathy as he delivered the news. "Changfeng, your parents were in a car accident. They have passed away." Yet, after his rebirth, he had been navigating through tempestuous waters, especially today. As he once again faced the specter of death, he felt lost regarding his future. The notion of survival had become a daunting challenge, and how credible was Imo Zhixing's assertion that he would care for him for a lifetime? Even if Imo Zhixing could fulfill such a promise, this continent was fraught with peril, and even Imo Zhixing himself was in constant danger. How much longer could he survive? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Changfeng found sleep eluding him. He yearned for strength sufficient to rely solely on himself, to navigate this perilous continent with his own power. "Little cat, unable to sleep?" Imo Zhixing's voice was low and gentle as he inquired. Chu Changfeng turned his head slightly, meeting his gaze for a moment before lowering his eyelids. Appearing despondent, Imo Zhixing shifted closer, asking, "What troubles you? Are you still frightened by the events of the day?" After a brief silence, Chu Changfeng reluctantly nodded, fearful that Imo Zhixing might ridicule his timidity. He dared not look him in the eye. Imo Zhixing reached out, pulling Chu Changfeng against his chest. "If you're scared, come closer and sleep with me. Why hide so far away?" Chu Changfeng glanced at him, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the thought of sleeping atop a man's chest. "Oh well," he thought, "after all, I am merely a little kitten, and Imo Zhixing has never regarded me as human." Moreover, Imo Zhixing's solid chest indeed exuded a sense of security. Chapter 17. The desire to train in martial arts as the night turned to dawn. Chu Changfeng found himself in the kitchen, instructing the cook on preparing breakfast. The cooking methods employed by the beast men were quite rudimentary. Although there was an abundance of ingredients, they lacked even basic condiments like soy sauce and vinegar. Chu Changfeng advised her to start by boiling some simple porridge, then to take the glutinous rice and wheat set aside, grinding them into powder for future use in making pastries and rice noodles. Having prepared a simple breakfast, Chu Changfeng encountered Imo Zhiyue and Imo Jiang practicing with wooden swords in the courtyard. The two siblings, though young, exhibited remarkable form, their movements precise enough that even with wooden swords, one could sense the slicing through the air. Watching them train evoked the feeling of being in a martial arts drama. Chu Changfeng watched intently, contemplating that once he attained a human form, he too would train in martial arts for self-protection. Having consumed 3 bowls of porridge without Chu Changfeng's return, Imo Zhixing ventured outside in search of him to eye in the garden's vermilion corridor. A small white cat perched on the railing, engrossed in observing the martial artists below, its little tail swaying in sync with Imo Zhiyue and Imo Jiang's movements. Chu Changfeng was so absorbed in watching that he failed to notice Imo Zhixing approaching. "Do you wish to train in martial arts as well?" The sudden voice above startled Chu Changfeng, causing his fur to bristle. "Such a timid little cat, frightened into a frenzy?" Imo Zhixing chuckled, arms crossed. Chu Changfeng raised his head, casting him a resentful glance and huffing softly, ignoring him. "Upset?" Imo Zhixing queried. Chu Changfeng remained unresponsive. Imo Zhixing continued teasing, "Truly, you are a little cat, small of heart and mind." "Meow," Chu Changfeng retorted. "Would it kill you to refrain from teasing me for once?" Ever since arriving here, he felt as though he lived in a perpetual state of Imo Zhixing's mockery. This Imo Zhixing could be incredibly vexing, sometimes treating him with kindness, yet other times provoking him with jests. "Oh dear, you're upset now. It seems you may be small in stature but possess the greatest temper. Big brother, what are you and the little cat doing over there?" Imo Zhiyue inquired, raising her wooden sword with a smile upon witnessing their playful dispute. Imo Zhixing approached, and Su Fengshan greeted him respectfully. "Young master, Mr. Su. How are Zhiyue and Jiang faring?" The third young master and fourth young lady are exceptionally talented and making swift progress. In another 2 years, they shall no longer require my guidance. Big brother, in 2 years, I too will be able to join you in dealing with the scoundrels of the Lai family." Imo exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Imo Jishing's expression grew solemn as he gazed at Imo remaining silent for a moment before ruffling her hair. You are still far from ready. Only when you can best me will you be able to confront the scoundrels of the Lai family. That's not too difficult, big brother. You are so formidable, Imo replied, her brows furrowed. Currently, no one in the Imo family could match Imo Jishing's prowess. The Lai family was cunning and treacherous. Mere strength was insufficient. One needed to possess wisdom. You must be stronger than me to go. Otherwise, you will only meet your demise at the hands of the Lai family. For the 13-year-old dragon and phoenix twins. This was a heavy and bloody topic. Chu Changfeng listened from the sidelines, feeling a pang of discomfort, yet the twins' eyes glimmered with newfound resolve, devoid of fear. Imo Jishing regarded their expressions with satisfaction. Then turned to Su Fengshan, asking, Mr. Su, do you have any means of teaching that little cat to become stronger? Su Fengshan also turned to look at Chu Changfeng, narrowing his eyes, the wrinkles at their corners deepening. Is this the cat you've recently taken in, young master? I've heard it can understand our speech and has taught the cook to prepare delicious meals. The quality of food in the manor has improved significantly. All thanks to him. He is a beast man of the cat tribe, not a beast man of the cat tribe. Su Fengshan was momentarily taken aback. Young master, I've heard that cat shares your bed. What can I do with him? Imo Jishing retorted with amusement. He cannot assume human form. Even when he sleeps beside me, he remains in this state. I have never regarded him as human. Moreover, ever since that day when the arrow wound miraculously healed overnight, Imo Jishing had begun to suspect that it was Chu Changfeng's doing. If Chu Changfeng had not deceived him, having been a cat since birth and unable to take on human form, it was indeed a difficult notion to accept. Yet, given all the peculiarities surrounding him, it was plausible that Chu Changfeng possessed divine powers. Since that day with the arrow wound, Imo Jishing had found that sharing a bed with Chu Changfeng resulted in him awakening refreshed and invigorated. With numerous whip scars on his body, restful sleep was a rarity for him. However, with Chu Changfeng beside him, he found peace. Regardless of whether Chu Changfeng was male or female, he felt no discomfort in sharing a bed with the little cat. Upon hearing Imo Jishing's remark about not regarding him as human, Chu Changfeng felt a surge of indignation, longing to strike out. How can I possibly attain human form? Am I regressing? Su Fengshan explained. I have heard that some half-beast children remain in animal form for life, akin to animals, unable to acquire a human form. The local physicians refer to this condition as regression. Imo Jishing was also somewhat familiar with the concept of regression. He gazed at Chu Changfeng with sympathy, noting, you cannot even speak. It seems the regression is quite severe. Chu Changfeng declared, I refuse to give up. The abilities of the cat tribe's beast men are inherently weak. And with such severe regression, there is little I can teach you, Su Fengshan replied, shaking his head in resignation. Little cat, Mr. Su says he cannot teach you. Chu Changfeng leapt down from the railing, fixing his determined gaze upon Su Fengshan, calling out with all the conviction he could muster, Meow, little cat, you wish to learn? Chu Changfeng nodded. Yet learning does not guarantee strength. Meow. Chu Changfeng's gaze remained resolute. Learning may not ensure strength, but not learning will certainly guarantee weakness. Chu Changfeng was unwilling to surrender so easily. He had already perished in his original world. Even if there were a way to return, he would possess no body. Moreover, he currently had no means of finding a way back. Thus, he could only strive to become stronger. Imo Jishing turned to Su Fengshan. My cat must learn. Mr. Su, what do you think? I can teach the third young master and fourth young lady, and he may learn alongside them. But how much he can absorb is uncertain. Imo Jishing glanced again at Chu Changfeng's unwavering eyes, stating, it matters not. He has nothing to do at home anyway, so let him learn something from you. Mr. Daudat Su Fengshan acquiesced with a nod. Chu Changfeng would train at home with Su Fengshan, rather than accompany Imo Jishing outside. Having ventured to the northwest yesterday, Imo Jishing would patrol the eastern border today. Though the eastern border appeared tranquil, on the other side of the woods lay the domain of the Lai family. Its dangers no less than those of the northwest. With the guard team carefully observing the forest, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from within. Everyone placed their hands on their sword hilts, warily gazing into the woods eye in the thicket. 3 figures emerged slowly, cloaked in black hooded capes, their large hoods obscuring their faces. Chapter 18. Unveiling Identities. Stop. Zhao Yixio barked. You are trespassing upon the territory of the Emoshir clan. State your names and clans, and should you dare to intrude recklessly, bear the consequences. The man at the forefront, with his pale, thin lips slightly curved upwards, slowly lifted his head, revealing a strikingly wild and handsome face. Upon seeing this visage, Emo Zhixing felt a surge of fury ignite within him. His blue eyes were filled with hatred and rage, and his hands clenched into fists. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword and leapt forward to confront the man. With a clang, the long sword clashed against the short sword, as Emo Zhixing exerted all his strength to press down on the blade. Though the opponent's expression remained unchanged, he too was secretly straining against the pressure. Emo Zhixing, it has been a long time since I last saw you. Have you missed me? It was Lai Feng, the eldest son of Lai Hui. All that filled Emo Zhixing's eyes was wrath. 5 years prior, he and his brother, Emo Zhiyun, had fallen into a trap laid by the Lai family and were captured. Lai Feng had treated them like dogs, mercilessly torturing them. His brother, Emo Zhiyun, was beaten to death, while he had barely managed to escape with his life. After 5 long years, finally standing before the man who had caused his brother's demise, Emo Zhixing only wished for his death. As Emo Zhixing clashed with Lai Feng, others joined the fray, and a massacre erupted in the forest. Lai Feng, unhurried and composed, remarked, Emo Zhixing, I am not here to fight you, but to search for my 36th younger brother, the youngest son of my father. Is that so? Then you had me. Chu Changfeng pondered for a moment, sketching a bus and the garments in the distance on paper. His parents, one a model and the other a fashion designer, nurtured his artistic inclinations during their lifetimes. Under his father's guidance, he delved into the realm of fashion design, a field he found unappealing. While his passion for drawing flourished, despite the demands of work over the years, he never abandoned his art, dedicating himself to creating a piece each week, his skills continually improving, albeit with the challenge of using his paws. Chu Changfeng took a sheet of paper and illustrated a corner of the city visible from his window, opting for a simplistic style to ease the task. After more than 4 hours, he finally completed the drawing. Emo Zhixing was somewhat astonished by his artistic talent. Although he too could draw, his creations bore no resemblance to Chu Changfeng's work. Observing the artwork, he questioned, What is this? Pointing at the skyscraper, that SA building, Chu Changfeng replied. Are the buildings in your area so tall? Emo Zhixing inquired, to which Chu Changfeng nodded. There are even taller ones, he wrote down. Emo Zhixing scrutinized the simplistic drawing before glancing at the garments. Chu Changfeng painted without a hint of hesitation. Every stroke transformed into a tangible object, a testament to his familiarity with the surroundings. The Mu and Lai families were embroiled in a deep-seated enmity, and the Lai family had placed many spies in the Mu household. If such peculiar buildings and clothing existed, they would undoubtedly have reported it. The absence of such reports indicated that these anomalies did not exist in that realm. Emo Zhixing fell silent, gazing at the artworks. Suddenly, Chu Changfeng tilted his head, interrupting his thoughts. Emo Zhixing snapped back to reality and asked, Why are you willing to share all this with me? Because you are a good person. In the memories of the original owner, I saw the grievances between the Mu and Lai families. If I do not clarify all my concerns, you will surely harbor suspicion against me. Furthermore, you are currently covered in blood. If I do not answer truthfully, who knows what you might do to me? Besides, your sudden inquiries suggest that you might be facing some issues. Lastly, you have saved me 3 times. I despise lying and repaying kindness with malice. Though you may not believe it, being honest with you brings me comfort, and whether you choose to believe me is your prerogative. If you do not trust me, there is nothing I can do. Having penned a multitude of words, Chu Changfeng's paws grew weary, and he rested his head on the table, gazing at Emo Zhixing. Emo Zhixing smiled, warmth sparkling in his eyes, reminiscent of the familiarity Chu Changfeng cherished. He gently ruffled Chu Changfeng's hair, saying, I admire your nature, so devoid of suspicion. Even in giving, you find reward. At this moment, I have no regrets about vowing to protect you for a lifetime. Chu Changfeng blinked and wrote on the paper, Have you ever regretted it? I encountered your elder brother today, Lai Feng. Emo Zhixing paused before continuing, 5 years ago, my second brother and I fell into their trap and were captured by the Lai family. Lai Feng referred to us as new toys, subjecting us to various tortures. My second brother was whipped to death, while I managed to endure the torment. thanks to my father's rescue efforts. Yet upon my return, my father had perished at their hands. I hold an irreconcilable grudge against the Lai family, but my greatest desire is to kill Lai Feng. Knowing your connection to the Lai family, I refrained from killing you, seeking information about your purpose here. However, upon encountering Lai Feng today, he informed me that the Lai family is searching for you. Chu Changfeng gasped, his head snapping up, eyes wide. Lai Hui has a favored consort who discarded you. Lai Hui killed that consort to send Lai Feng to find you. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng shook his head vigorously. Zhixing asked, "Do you not wish to return to the Lai family?" "Of course not. The Lai family is vile. They even kill their own children. The original owner was poisoned before being thrown into the river. I have been reborn in this body. So I am Chu Changfeng, not the 36th young master of the Lai family. Indeed, you are distinctly different from the Lai family." Zhixing remarked. One's true character cannot be concealed for long. Moreover, your talents are not something the Lai family possesses. I believe you are Chu Changfeng. The misunderstandings between them were finally resolved. Chu Changfeng smiled brightly, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Seeing his smile lifted Zhixing's spirits, and he lowered his head, nuzzling against Chu Changfeng's back. "My little kitty is truly adorable." Chu Changfeng excitedly knocked on the table. "Writing, you know everything about me, yet you still call me little kitty? Why not just use my name?" "That can be arranged," Zhixing replied, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. "When you acquire a human form, I shall call you by your name. Can you teach me how to transform into a human?" Smart beastmen learn without instruction. Foolish little kitties cannot be taught, no matter the effort, Zhixing declared with a touch of arrogance. Chu Changfeng felt a surge of annoyance. Although he was familiar with Zhixing, this playful banter truly irked him. Chapter 20. Concealment. After laying all matters bare, dawn broke with a grayish hue, and 3 candles had burned down without notice. Chu Changfeng, having inked his paw, leaped to the basin, fervently scrubbing his little claws. Meanwhile, Zhixing tidied the sheets of paper they had exchanged. Zhixing studied the characters on the sheets for a while before igniting them at the candle's edge. As he watched the paper burn, Chu Changfeng called out in confusion. Zhixing turned to him and said, "Little kitty, do not reveal your rebirth to anyone else." Chu Changfeng tilted his head, puzzled. "Not everyone shares my fondness for cats. If others discover your origins, they may exploit your knowledge for their gain. To be honest, you are too trusting to divulge such crucial information to outsiders. Do you not fear being used? But if I do not share the truth, I will perish." Chu Changfeng's eyes conveyed. The arrival of Lai Feng had already unveiled the original owner's identity. Living alongside Zhixing while assuming the original owner's identity would lead to inevitable demise. Since death was certain, he preferred to live as himself. This was Chu Changfeng's reasoning, coupled with his honest nature, prompting him to be forthright with Zhixing. "Yet, you are willing to share everything with me because you believe I am a good person?" Chu Changfeng nodded. "I truly am a good person. Others might seek to exploit your experiences, but all I desire is to care for you." Zhixing approached with a towel, gently drying Chu Changfeng's paws. "Little kitty, you need not worry while by my side. I will protect you." With all matters clarified, Zhixing's assurances of protection brought a smile to Chu Changfeng's face, his eyes transforming into crescent shapes. Exuding cuteness, Zhixing's mood lifted in response. The two conversed until dawn before finally succumbing to sleep. Chu Changfeng fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. At this hour, if he did not sleep until noon, he would struggle to rise. Zhixing first took a shower to wash away the blood before heading to the study to handle some affairs. Weishirong arrived in the morning light at the study, where he found Zhixing engrossed in work. He respectfully greeted, "Young Master Danamem." Zhixing replied briefly, continuing to peruse the confidential letters that had arrived over the past 2 days. Weishirong approached, noticing the faint dark circles under Zhixing's eyes, and cautiously asked, "Young Master, did you not sleep well last night? Did Ishio mention something?" Zhixing countered. Weishirong smiled awkwardly. "As your right-hand man, Ishio and I communicate regularly. Young Master, what are your plans regarding Changfeng?" Yesterday, Zhao Ishio was also present. Naturally, he heard Lai Feng's words. Last night, Zhao Ishio had lengthy discussions with Weishirong about Chu Changfeng. They did not dare to directly inquire of Zhixing, understanding that Lai Feng's appearance necessitated Zhixing's composure. Weishirong intended to give Zhixing more time before broaching the subject, but seeing him in good spirits, he boldly asked, What do you intend to do? Imo Zhixing raised an eyebrow and calmly replied. Conceal him. Conceal him? Wei Shirong echoed, surprised by the unexpected response. Previously, we were unaware of Chu Changfeng's identity, but now we know he is the 36th young master of the Lai family. Regardless of how admirable he may be, concealing him amidst the enmity with the Lai family seems unwise. Wei Shirong, before we confirmed Chu Changfeng's identity, you assured me he was a good person. Entirely unlike the Lai family, I did indeed make such a guarantee. But young master, Changfeng is still a member of the Lai family. Imo Zhixing remained silent, drawing a dagger from his waist and placing it on the table with a thud. Are you suggesting we kill him? No, absolutely not. Wei Shirong exclaimed, agitated. Lai Hui has 36 children, and while the other 35 carry a notorious reputation, the 36th child is only known to exist. No one knows what he has done. The spies we previously placed within the Lai family did not uncover any information regarding the 36th young master. Furthermore, no one even knows who his mother is. At that time, we were already skeptical about the existence of the 36th young master. Lai Hui has had numerous romantic entanglements, yet he only acknowledges 16 wives. The others are merely fleeting affairs and have never been brought home. His reputation as a man of many loves has led to several illegitimate children seeking him out each year. The four prominent families place great importance on lineage and status. Only children born to wives can be referred to as young masters or young ladies, while illegitimate offspring are quietly taken by the Lai family's secretive divisions for training. When they prove useful, they are then employed by the young masters and ladies. As the 36th son of the Lai family, Chu Changfeng is not recognized by any of Lai Hui's 16 wives. Nor have they ever laid eyes on him. Speculation abounds regarding the true identity of the 36th son, which has allowed Lai Hui to make an exception for him, yet no one has ever seen him. Leaving the matter unresolved, so what now? Imo Zhixing inquired. Wei Shirong replied, eldest young master, during our time spent with Changfeng, Haven Tea we all found him to be quite admirable. Moreover, you two share a bed daily and nothing untoward has occurred. Which further attests to Changfeng's character, does it not? Imo Zhixing reclined leisurely against the back of his chair and asked, since you regard him as virtuous, how do you propose we deal with Chu Changfeng? Wei Shirong pondered for a moment, valuing their friendship. He did not wish for Chu Changfeng to meet his demise. Perhaps they could find a family of catfolk beastmen to raise him. The Lai family is searching for him. Do you think an ordinary family could protect him? Certainly not if the Lai family finds Chu Changfeng and brings him back. It won't be long before we have a new adversary. Therefore, I intend to hide him within the Imo family. Imo Zhixing spoke calmly, his tone slightly languorous. Wei Shirong stared at him in astonishment before suddenly realizing, eldest young master, you plan to keep Changfeng in the Imo family? Otherwise, should I return the escaped little cat to the fiery pit and acquire another enemy? Wei Shirong's face lit up with joy. He too wished for Chu Changfeng to remain in the Imo family. However, considering the antagonistic relationship between the Imo and Lai families, he merely hoped that Imo Zhixing would spare his life and allow him to grow up in an ordinary household. Yet, as Imo Zhixing had pointed out, the Lai family was on the hunt for Chu Changfeng, and for him, the safest place would indeed be the Imo family. Changfeng will reside in the Imo family. Currently, only the three of us are privy to his identity. You and Ishio must keep your lips sealed and not let mother discover it, Imo Zhixing cautioned. Wei Shirong nodded eagerly, rest assured, eldest young master, I shall guard Changfeng's secret with utmost diligence. Chapter 21. Unyielding Su Fengshan is a strict instructor. Noticing the sun had risen significantly high and Chu Changfeng had yet to arrive, he personally went to Imo Zhixing's room to retrieve him. In the garden, practicing swordplay, Imo Zhiyue and Imo Jiang erupted into laughter as they watched a small white cat being hoisted off the ground by Su Fengshan. Lazy little cat, sleeping in while the sun warms your backside. I've been up for ages, Imo Jiang exclaimed, reveling in his teasing nature. Chu Changfeng could only think to himself, truly, it is no wonder she is Imo Zhixing's sister. Yawning widely, having only slept for a little over an hour, being forcibly roused left him utterly fatigued. Do you still wish to train with me? Su Fengshan asked coldly, observing his lack of spirit. Chu Changfeng immediately perked up, straightening his body and fixing an intense gaze upon Su Fengshan. Su Fengshan set him down on the ground, as a regressed beast man. You cannot assume a human form, and being so small, if you wish to survive in this world, you must strive harder than others. Do you understand? Chu Changfeng nodded vigorously in agreement. Su Fengshan admonished, knowing that, yet you still dare to slack off. The third young master and fourth young lady have already run 3 laps around the estate before dawn and practiced a full set of sword techniques. And you still haven't awakened. Chu Changfeng hung his head in grievance. He had not intended to sleep, and Su Fengshan was notorious for his strictness, yet seeing the round, adorable little cat with a dejected expression tugged at his heartstrings. Prompting him to soften slightly, he crouched down, attempting to maintain his stern demeanor as he cleared his throat and stated, "There will be no next time." Chu Changfeng looked up suddenly, in the morning light. His blood-red eyes glimmered like precious gems. Su Fengshan felt a jolt of affection. How utterly adorable! If you are late again, I shall impose a punishment. Chu Changfeng nodded fervently. He feared not the punishment, but rather the prospect of his instructor withholding guidance. Su Fengshan coughed lightly, rising to his feet. In your current form, you cannot learn anything but how to escape. However, given your small stature, while others take 1 step, you must take 5. Thus, you must muster the determination to run for your life. Do you comprehend? Chu Changfeng nodded earnestly. Su Fengshan turned to Imo Jiyue and Imo Jiang. Jiang, Jiyue, today you shall play the villains and chase after Changfeng. All right. They chorused. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Imo Jiyue transformed into her beast form. In beast form, the size of a beast man is only slightly larger than their human shape. Imo Jiyue and Imo Jiang wore loose-fitting clothes that did not tear upon transformation. The appearance of a lioness differs from that of a lion, yet Imo Jiang, still a minor, bore a beast form indistinguishable from Imo Jiue's. Unlike Imo Jixing, who sported a long mane, to Chu Changfeng, their beast forms resembled monstrous creatures. Chu Changfeng, are you ready? Su Fengshan inquired. Chu Changfeng nodded. Run! With Su Fengshan's command, Imo Jiyue and Imo Jiang charged towards Chu Changfeng. Startled, Chu Changfeng fled as the twin dragon phoenixes pursued him, their expressions shifting from playful to that of serious hunters. Terrified, Chu Changfeng sprinted away. Su Fengshan reminded them, you may only run within the garden. Straying beyond will result in punishment. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng glanced at the corridor he was about to dash into and quickly turned back to retreat into the garden in light of his physical disadvantages. Each time Chu Changfeng ran a short distance, he was caught by Imo Jiyue. Imo Jiyue's grip was rather strong. One paw pinned him down, and Chu Changfeng felt as though his waist might snap under the pressure. Su Fengshan did not instruct Imo Jiyue to ease up despite Chu Changfeng's discomfort. As the pain mounted, Chu Changfeng's speed diminished with each attempt. At last, reaching his limit, Su Fengshan commanded Imo Jiyue and Imo Jiang to halt. Little cat, does it hurt terribly? No longer pursuing, Imo Jiyue gazed at Chu Changfeng with remorse. Su Fengshan stated, you two go attend Mr. Shan Fengyu's class. I will take him to see Dr. Li. Reluctantly, the twin dragon phoenixes departed. Su Fengshan carefully lifted Chu Changfeng, cradling him in his palms. Severe sleep deprivation, coupled with reckless running, left Chu Changfeng devoid of the strength to even wiggle his tail. The continent of Yumeng is fraught with danger. If you wish to grow stronger, I shall not allow you to train lightly. If you find it too arduous, you may abandon your pursuit now, Su Fengshan declared. Previously, Su Fengshan had not been so stringent. His newfound strictness stemmed from the death of Imo Jiyun, the second young master of the Imo family. Once, he believed in a gradual approach, yet the events surrounding Imo Jiyun taught him that enemies would not afford them the luxury of time. To survive, they must become stronger before their foes do. Chu Changfeng shook his head. Su Fengshan smiled with satisfaction. Very well, as long as you do not concede defeat and persist in your efforts. Even if you cannot become exceedingly strong, you will at least not be deemed worthless. Chu Changfeng wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. That Su Fengshan led him to the clinic of Li Chiyue. Li Chiyue is the designated physician for the Imo family and was not unfamiliar with the numerous scratches adorning Chu Changfeng's body. How did you get injured? The eldest young master requested that I teach him martial arts, yet in his current state, how can he train? I merely instructed him to escape diligently, allowing the third young master and fourth young lady to chase him in beast form. The fourth young lady was somewhat heavy-handed, and while pinning him down, her claws grazed his flesh, resulting in this. Su Fengshan stated flatly. Li Chu shot him a sidelong glance, asking, are you aware of how much the eldest young master dotes on this cat? Before requesting that I teach him martial arts, the eldest young master should have anticipated that he would sustain some injuries. Li Chiyue, refusing to label him a friend, placed Chu Changfeng on a mat and retrieved medicine to tend to his wounds. The injuries were superficial, requiring only a simple application of ointment. Su Fengshan was not overly harsh. Since Chu Changfeng could barely stand, he allowed him to rest first. Finally able to relax, Chu Changfeng fell into a deep slumber the moment his head touched the pillow. After he drifted off, flecks of green light appeared on his body, enveloping his wounds, which gradually began to heal under the soft glow. As the wounds healed, Chu Changfeng's sleep deepened even further. At noon, Emo Jixing completed his affairs and exited the study, only to find the Dragon Phoenix twins tussling at the doorway. You go speak with eldest brother. You go, I refuse. But you caught the little cat the most times. What mischief have you two been up to this time? Emo Jixing inquired. The Dragon Phoenix twins froze, glancing at Emo Jixing, and under Emo Jue's urging, Emo Jiang reluctantly confessed that they had been chasing and accidentally scratched Chu Changfeng. Upon finishing, they cautiously observed Emo Jixing's expression. Emo Jixing did not appear angry. The little cat was inherently fragile, and sustaining injuries during training was entirely normal. In the future, should he be injured during training? You need not feel remorse. However, be mindful that the little cat's body is quite delicate, so exercise caution when you engage him. Understood? Chapter 22. Demonstrating divine power and scathed by reprimand or punishment, the expressions of Emo Jiyu and Emo Jiyang transformed from gloom to brightness. And they nodded in delight. Emo Jixing patted their shoulders, urging them to attend to their own affairs. Michem. The two departed hand in hand. As Emo Jixing watched them leave, the warmth in his expression faded, his lips pursing slightly as he furrowed his exquisitely arched dragon-like brow, and he strode towards his own chamber. Inside the room, Chu Changfeng remained blissfully asleep. The pristine white fur was marred in places with traces of blood. Alongside remnants of crushed herbs, Emo Jixing settled at the bedside, gazing intently at the heavily bandaged little feline, extending his hand to gently part the fur and inspect the wounds. Where are the injuries? Beneath the bloodstains and herbal powder, there was not a single trace of any wound. When Emo Jiyu and Emo Jiyang had come to apologize, Emo Jixing had assumed the injuries were severe. Yet, in the span of a mere moment, the wounds had healed. Were they truly serious? Suddenly, Emo Jixing paused, recalling how quickly the arrow wound from that day had mended. Could it be that Chu Changfeng possessed healing divine power? He turned Chu Changfeng over, attempting to discern the divine strength bestowed by the beast God. As Chu Changfeng was poked and prodded, he gradually opened his eyes, blinking at the interruption of his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, Emo Jixing grasped one of his hind paws, spreading it open, and his fingers pressed between his legs. Hey, perverse creep! With a swift kick of his other hind paw, Chu Changfeng retaliated against Emo Jixing's hand, struggling to turn over and standing up to hiss at him ferociously. Chu Changfeng was furious. What did Emo Jixing intend to do while he was napping? Calm down. I was merely investigating your body. Nothing more. Emo Jixing hastily reassured the irate little cat. Chu Changfeng growled. I don't believe your nonsense, truly. I simply wish to ascertain whether you possess divine power, Emo Jixing replied. Chu Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. Divine power? What on earth is that? Didn't I arrive in the beast world? How could such a thing exist? Seeing the disbelief etched on his face, Emo Jixing glanced out the window at the quietly blooming magnolia flowers. He approached the window, plucking a bud that was yet to bloom, and returned to the bedside, waving the bud before Chu Changfeng. Observe closely. Emo Jixing grasped the stem firmly, discreetly channeling divine power. The bud gradually unfurled, new branches sprouting around it, which in turn bore additional buds. Under the influence of Emo Jixing's divine power, the single bud blossomed into 5 magnificent magnolia flowers. Emo Jixing placed the flowers before him. Do you believe me now? That was merely a test of your divine power. The astonishing sight of the blossoming flowers left Chu Changfeng momentarily speechless, but he quickly regained his composure. Erupting in an excited flurry of movements, Emo Jixing, unable to decipher the meaning behind his meows, interrupted his exuberance. I will ask, and you shall answer. Please, refrain from getting overly excited. Chu Changfeng promptly settled down obediently. You are unaware of the existence of divine power, are you? He nodded. Divine power is a gift from the beast god. Only a rare few beasts possess it. There are two ways to obtain divine power: inheritance and opportunity. The ancestors of the Emo family possess divine power, and after generations, I am the only one left with a trace of it. Although mine is quite weak, it can merely encourage plant growth or shape them. Meow? And what about my divine power? Chu Changfeng queried, perplexed. Yours should be healing, Emo Jixing responded. Do you recall my arrow wound from that night? I healed by the next day. Initially, I thought it was due to my beast form combined with Dr. Li's medicine, but upon reflection, it didn't add up. I have experienced injuries before. How could I heal so swiftly? I never investigated further until I observed your wounds. It became clear that you possess divine power. And it is of the healing variety. Look, the wounds left by Ji Yuan you have already healed. Chu Changfeng gazed down, pawing at his fur, scrutinizing the area where the wound had been. Indeed, he found no trace of any injury. He leapt up, bounding around, and felt no pain whatsoever. He looked at Emo Jixing in astonishment. So, you truly didn't know you had divine power? Chu Changfeng nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. His adorable demeanor elicited laughter from Emo Jixing. This explains why the Lai family sought to retrieve you. While others may be unaware of your divine power, Lai Hui certainly knows of its existence, and it is formidable. A grievous arrow wound could be healed overnight. So long as one does not perish immediately, your divine power could likely save them. Suddenly, Chu Changfeng had an epiphany. He could comprehend why the original owner had been a useless being who couldn't even transform into human form. Yet the Lai family had cared for him for 17 years. Let us confirm this. Emo Jixing drew out a dagger and made a small incision on his index finger. Now, attempt to heal my wound. Chu Changfeng gazed at the wound, concentrating on the notion of healing. He held his breath, striving to summon his spiritual energy, yet no miracle transpired. Emo Jixing's wound continued to bleed. Observing the injury, Chu Changfeng recalled a novel he had once read where the protagonist's saliva possessed healing properties. He extended his tongue and lightly licked Emo Jixing's wound. Ugh, that's rather unpleasant. Yet the wound remained unhealed. Emo Jixing had not anticipated that Chu Changfeng would lick him. Momentarily taken aback, upon witnessing Chu Changfeng's expression of distaste, he affectionately ruffled the little cat's head. No need to worry, take your time. Divine power requires practice to master its application. Now that you are aware of its existence, would you like me to teach you how to wield it? Chu Changfeng nodded. Such a powerful healing ability is worth mastering. Emo Jixing removed his shoes, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Noticing this, Chu Changfeng followed suit, settling down with his front paws neatly placed on his belly, appearing exceedingly obedient and even adorable. Emo Jixing had never witnessed a cat sitting in such a manner. And he couldn't help but burst into laughter, eventually collapsing to the side in a fit of mirth, entirely devoid of the poise expected of a young master from a noble family. Chu Changfeng recognized that he was being laughed at, leaping onto Emo Jixing's chest and pressing a paw against his mouth. Brother, if you keep laughing at me, I will feel like a clown. Chu Changfeng cast a mournful gaze at Emo Jixing. After sufficient laughter, Emo Jixing scooped Chu Changfeng into his arms, burying his face in the cat's fur. This intimate gesture caused Chu Changfeng to resist vehemently, pushing him away with all his might. Emo Jixing did not regard him as a human, but Chu Changfeng's previous experience as a person made him averse to such closeness with someone so uncouth. After Emo Jixing finished indulging in the cat, he sat up, regaining his joyful demeanor. All right, let us begin. Follow my lead. Emo Jixing composed himself, noticing Chu Changfeng had settled down. First, hold your breath and feel the flow of divine power within your body. Gradually, you will discern a force coursing through you, and then guide this energy to where you wish it to go. Thud. Before Emo Jixing could finish his sentence, a thud resonated nearby. He opened his eyes to see Chu Changfeng sprawled on his back, fast asleep. Chapter 23. Preparing mentally. On the first day of learning to harness his abilities, Chu Changfeng encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Each time he attempted to sense the divine power within him, drowsiness would envelop him, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. Unwilling to succumb to fate, Chu Changfeng endeavored to practice once more. Initially, he dozed off again, only to awaken at Emo Jixing's urging. Upon opening his eyes, He was met with Emo Xing's effort to suppress a smile, which left him feeling dejected as he nestled into the soft pillow. Little cat, do not be disheartened. Take your time. Emo Xing's long fingers playfully twirled around Chu Changfeng's tiny tail. In a huff, Chu Changfeng flicked his tail aside, refusing to let Emo Xing play with it. Emo Xing, undeterred, continued to grasp his tail. Chu Changfeng evaded him once more. Thus commenced a playful chase between them over the tail. Eventually, Emo Xing grew slightly dissatisfied with the game. Little cat, if you are angry, then be angry. Why not allow me to play with your tail? Chu Changfeng's fur was velvety smooth and delightful to the touch, providing a soothing relief from stress. At present, Emo Xing, having little else to occupy him, found solace in petting Chu Changfeng's fur. Chu Changfeng turned to glare at him in annoyance before once again facing away. Emo Xing inquired, Little cat, are you not upset that you fall asleep while learning divine power? Are you angry with me? Chu Changfeng, in a small voice, huffed in discontent. Emo Xing was utterly perplexed. What have I done to anger you, such a temperamental little cat? You are always laughing at me. Chu Changfeng's tiny paw traced letters in Emo Xing's palm. The soft pads brushed against his hand, igniting a ticklish sensation in Emo Xing that was almost addictive. Little cat, I am not laughing at you. You have never stopped. All right, I understand our little cat is sensitive and shouldn't be laughed at. Here, let me give you a kiss as an apology. Is this an apology or a reward? Chu Changfeng used both paws to shield his mouth. Emo Xing, a devoted cat enthusiast, was unfazed by the embarrassment, striving to pet the cat without regard for his own dignity. However, Chu Changfeng's small stature proved no match for Emo Xing's advances, and ultimately, he received the kiss. Chu Changfeng, feeling despondent, sighed. All right, little cat, let us continue practicing. Emo Xing was content with the Tao, while Chu Changfeng ignored him and showed no desire to move. That moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Emo Xing turned to see a kitchen maid entering, who bowed and greeted. This servant pays respects to the young master. Is there something you require? Emo Xing concealed the playful smile he had while interacting with Chu Changfeng, his cold and handsome visage now bearing an air of authority. The kitchen maid continued, a few days ago, Changfeng instructed us to soak and grind some glutinous rice and wheat into flour, claiming he would teach us to prepare new dishes. However, many days have passed, and despite our attempts to incorporate the flour into soups and dishes, the results have been disappointing, either too sticky or excessively watery. We hesitated to come to you, thinking Changfeng would return soon, but as time dragged on, we found ourselves compelled to seek your assistance. Chu Changfeng, recalling the matter, leapt off the bed and approached the kitchen maid, tugging at the hem of her skirt, signaling her to accompany him to the kitchen. Elated, she bid farewell to Emo Xing and followed him. Left alone in his room, Emo Xing sighed, feeling a pang of ungratefulness. He had treated Chu Changfeng well, yet he had swiftly departed without a second thought. After muttering to himself, he rose to follow them into the kitchen. Passing through the garden, he encountered Lady Yu, who was admiring the blooming early lotuses. Emo Xing approached and greeted her. Mother, Xing, are you home today? Lady Yu inquired. The heir of the Emo family, Emo Xing was usually diligent, patrolling diligently, spending more time outside than within the confines of his home. However, since Chu Changfeng's arrival, he had been spending significantly more time at home. These past few days, the area around Nightless City has been relatively safe, so I have been attending to matters here. Primarily, I am teaching Chu Changfeng to practice divine power. Currently, Chu Changfeng's routine involved training martial arts with Su Fengshan in the mornings and practicing divine power with Emo Xing in the afternoons. The existence of divine power was not something to be disclosed to many, particularly as Chu Changfeng possessed a notably potent healing ability. If outsiders became aware, not only the Lai family, but other factions would come seeking him. Thus, Emo Xing took it upon himself to instruct him. I heard you have been spending all your afternoons with Changfeng, Lady Yu remarked, casting a glance at the maid beside her. The maid understood the cue and discreetly led the other two attendants away. Once the maid retreated, Emo Xing comprehended Lady Yu's intent. Mother, Chu Changfeng is quite exceptional. He is not like those from the Lai family, I am aware. Lady Yu replied gently. Since Changfeng's arrival, your meals have become regular. You spend more time at home, and your smiles have increased. Just from these changes, I can't tell how beneficial Changfeng's presence has been for you. Emo Xing paused. reflecting on how much he had changed since Chu Changfeng came into his life. And indeed, Lady Yu's observation held true. Zhixing, you are a clever child. If Changfeng were to lie, you would perceive it immediately. Therefore, upon discovering Changfeng's true identity, I refrained from seeking you out, trusting in your ability to discern right from wrong. However, my concern lies not with Changfeng, but with the Lai family. Mother, the Lai family has always been a source of trouble for us. Whether we worry or not, they never allow us a moment's peace. Lady Yu shook her head. Zhixing, the Lai family is ultimately the place where Changfeng was raised. We have been at odds with them for a century, and they are well versed in exploiting weaknesses to bend others to their will. Do you believe the Lai family lacks knowledge of Changfeng's vulnerabilities? Can you assure me that he will not return with them after their meeting? Mo Zhixing's brows furrowed slightly, his hand forming a gentle fist as he pondered before responding. Mother, regardless of the circumstances, I shall not stand idly by while Chu Changfeng is in danger. He is unlike anyone from the Lai family. If he were captured and taken back, he would not be as fortunate as he is now. I understand this matter, and I share your concerns. I only wish for you to be mentally prepared, so that when the time comes, you will not be overwhelmed by loss. Zhixing had experienced the sorrow of losing a beloved kitten, which had left him in despair for days. Yet, this time, Chu Changfeng was not akin to that kitten. In the presence of family and soldiers, Mo Zhixing often maintained a stern demeanor to establish his authority. But before Chu Changfeng, he resembled an ordinary cat lover, his emotions swayed by the little one. Lady, you would naturally be pleased to see such a transformation brought about by a mere cat. However, this particular cat held a unique status that could bring trouble upon them. Thus, Lady Yu only hoped that Mo Zhixing could brace himself for potential hardships, rather than falter when faced with loss. Mother, I will never allow the Lai family to take Chu Changfeng away. Mo Zhixing's eyes gleamed with determination. Though Chu Changfeng was indeed part of their family, the notion of relinquishing him or allowing him to return was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 24. A sense of happiness in the kitchen. Chu Changfeng enthusiastically instructed the kitchen maids on the various uses of the flour made from wheat and glutinous rice. Glutinous rice flour was primarily used for making tangyuan, mochi, or glutinous rice cakes, among other delicacies. For instance, during the Qingming festival, Chu Changfeng's mother would prepare qingtuan using glutinous rice, but her favorite was always the soft and chewy mochi with its sweet red bean filling. The mere thought of it made Chu Changfeng salivate. The flour could be transformed into numerous dishes: noodles, dumplings, buns, and also the savory pancakes that Chu Changfeng adored. Yes, he gazed at the flour and glutinous rice flour. His mind was filled with delectable possibilities. He instructed the kitchen maids to start with simpler recipes, using the flour to make scallion pancakes and the glutinous rice flour for pumpkin cakes. The pumpkin was cut into chunks and boiled until tender. Then, it was mixed with glutinous rice flour and shaped into rounds before being flattened and pan-fried. This method was similar to making scallion pancakes, differing only in ingredients and texture. The glutinous rice flour pumpkin cakes came out soft and elastic, while the scallion pancakes were crispy and fragrant, equally delightful. After parting ways with Lady Yu, Mo Zhixing entered the kitchen, where the kitchen maids were bustling about, the air filled with steam and the sizzling sounds of hot oil. Instead of sitting in his designated chair, Chu Changfeng was perched beside the cutting board, struggling to dislodge the glutinous rice flour that had stubbornly adhered to his tiny paws. This proved to be a challenging task for Chu Changfeng. After removing the flour from one paw, it merely transferred to the other. Mo Zhixing, observing his back-and-forth motions from outside, initially mistook them for applause, a gesture of encouragement for the industrious kitchen maids. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the little paws were smeared with sticky glutinous rice flour. Amused and charmed by the sight, Mo Zhixing couldn't help but find everything the little one did utterly adorable. The undeniable truth remains: anything done by someone endearing is inherently cute. In Mo Zhixing's eyes, even Chu Changfeng's exclamations were charming. Chu Changfeng, however, was stubborn. Despite being able to wash the flour off with his hands, he insisted on using a clapping method instead. Unable to watch any longer, Mo Zhixing approached him. "What are you doing, little silly cat?" "Meow," Chu Changfeng replied with a sweet, innocent tone, raising his tiny paws. The pink pads were coated in white flour, causing his little paws to blend seamlessly with his fur. Mo Zhixing pinched his small paw, teasing, "What do you want me to do with this?" Shall I take a bite? Chu Changfeng shot him a glare, his eyes clearly communicating, don't mess around. Emojishing, feeling mischievous, playfully attempted to shove Chu Changfeng's paw towards his mouth, causing the little one to scamper away in fright. I'm not joking. Come here so I can help you wash up. Chu Changfeng hesitated, his round blood-red eyes filled with skepticism as he cautiously approached. With quick reflexes, Emojishing scooped him up, pretending to bring his paw to his mouth, which made Chu Changfeng close his eyes in anticipation of an impending bite. After a moment of waiting, with no pain forthcoming, Chu Changfeng cracked open his eyes to find Emojishing wearing a triumphant smirk. Chu Changfeng shot him an annoyed look. Emojishing feigned innocence. Why are you glaring at me? After spending so much time together, are you still afraid of me? Besides, you little silly cat, with so much food around, why would I want to bite your paw? Isn't that a case of the villain crying foul? You were the one trying to shove your paw into your mouth. Chu Changfeng huffed, glaring at him. All right, no more sulking. Let's get your paws cleaned. Noticing how upset the little one was, Emojishing refrained from teasing further and promptly took him to wash his paws. After cleansing his paws, a scallion pancake was ready, and the kitchen maid presented it to Emojishing for a taste. It was Emojishing's first encounter with scallion pancakes, and upon taking a bite, he found the flavor to be rich, with a crispy exterior and a soft interior. Despite one side being slightly burnt, it only enhanced the aroma. It was Emojishing's first time savoring such a dish, and as he looked down at Chu Changfeng, who was also relishing the scallion pancake with satisfaction, a smile crept onto his lips. His little cat was quite remarkable. The pumpkin cake, which had a sweeter flavor, was equally delightful after being pan-fried. The scallion pancakes and pumpkin cakes served as quick snacks to fill their stomachs. Once the kitchen maids mastered these dishes, Chu Changfeng proceeded to teach them how to handle and pair other ingredients. The beast men of the Yuming continent were not particularly skilled in ingredient pairing and preparation. Yet they possessed culinary talent. As long as they understood how to season and manage cooking times, the process remained straightforward. The day concluded amid the flurry of activity, and the following morning, Chu Changfeng arrived at the garden's clearing, where only Su Fengshan was present. Chu Changfeng rushed up to him, meowing softly. Su Fengshan snapped back to reality and looked down at the approaching Chu Changfeng, covering his nose, and asked, Changfeng, aren't you a male beast man? The inquiry seemed rather perplexing. Chu Changfeng nodded in response. Did you encounter any female orcs in their flowering period upon your arrival? Su Fengshan inquired further. The flowering period is a distinctive physiological phenomenon exclusive to female orcs, occurring monthly, akin to the menstrual cycle of human females. However, it is not merely a menstrual occurrence. During their flowering period, female orcs emit a fragrance reminiscent of blooming flowers, which signifies an invitation to male orcs for intimate relations. Even if they are meeting for the first time on the street, the likelihood of conception is significantly heightened during this time, and orcs place great importance on offspring. A pair of orc parents feels immense joy when blessed with 4 or more children. Due to this sense of happiness, orcs are particularly sensitive to the flowering period. Chu Changfeng was aware of the flowering period, but perhaps due to his youth, he had yet to detect the floral scent emanating from the females. On his journey, he had encountered at least 3 maidservants, and it was possible that the fragrance clung to him from that encounter. Chu Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement of Su Fengshan's question. Su Fengshan furrowed his brow in discontent, remarking, Why are you out and about instead of resting during the flowering period? The lady has instructed that you should take a break. The flowering period presents a considerable allure to male orcs with lesser willpower. And during this time, the physical condition of female orcs tends to weaken. Generally, when a female orc enters her flowering period, she opts for rest. Changfeng, you're so young, yet you can interact with those in their flowering period as if nothing is amiss. Your willpower is commendable, Su Fengshan suddenly praised. Chu Changfeng wished to inform him that his sense of smell was not that acute, for he had not detected even a hint of floral fragrance. Naturally, he hoped that this was merely a temporary situation. Females are unable to perceive the floral scent emanating from fellow females. If, upon growing up, he were still unable to detect the fragrance of a female's flowering period, how could he enjoy the unique pleasures of this time with his future wife? Chapter 25. Urgent correspondence. As the morning light bathed the pristine, fragrant magnolia blossoms, Emojishing had already donned his attire. Having refrained from patrol duty for 2 days, he resolved to return to his duties today. He wore a set of practical black attire, adorned with golden thread embroidered in cloud patterns, rendering his simple black ensemble low-key yet luxurious. Zhao Yixio entered and, upon noticing his attire, asked, "Young master, are you going on patrol today?" "Indeed. Please arrange for the accompanying guards shortly," he replied. "Understood." Zhao Yixio responded cheerfully. Mo Zhixing was perplexed by his enthusiasm. "Why are you so pleased about my patrol?" "Just a little happy," Zhao Yixio admitted. "Why is that?" Mo Zhixing recalled that Zhao Yixio did not particularly enjoy patrol duties. "Seeing you remember your responsibilities brings me joy. Has been unusual for you not to patrol for 2 or 3 days in a row. Since Chongfeng's arrival, I feared you might become distracted," Zhao Yixio remarked. Under Mo Zhixing's icy gaze, Zhao Yixio silently swallowed the rest of his words. "Am I truly so easily distracted?" Mo Zhixing retorted. Zhao Yixio hesitated to respond. "I dare not speak that I am engaged in serious matters, assisting Chu Chongfeng in mastering divine power. If he can wield it effectively, it will be immensely beneficial for us. This is undoubtedly a significant undertaking. How can one hastily judge its value?" Mo Zhixing felt a wave of grievance and anger swell within him. Zhao Yixio silently scoffed, spending all day cooped up like a cat in a room. Serious matters indeed, however. Recognizing that the person before him was his master, he kept these thoughts to himself. "Young master, I shall arrange for the guards to accompany you on patrol." Knock, knock. Zhao Yixio's sentence was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. A maidservant entered, carrying breakfast, accompanied by a fragrance entirely different from that of the magnolia blossoms. Upon inhaling this scent, both Zhao Yixio and Mo Zhixing frowned in unison. "Young master, this is today's breakfast. Brought to you by the lady," the maidservant chimed sweetly. Mo Zhixing's brows knitted together, his expression displeased. "Why did you not rest today?" "Why should I rest?" the maidservant inquired. Perplexed, Mo Zhixing, visibly irritated, pinched his nose, refusing to acknowledge the unfamiliar scent any further. Zhao Yixio also detected the odd fragrance. Glancing at Mo Zhixing, he observed the young master's handsome face had turned a sickly pale. He admonished the maidservant sternly, "Are you unaware that your flowering period has commenced?" The maidservant froze, sniffing at her own scent before kneeling in panic, pleading, "Young master, it was not intentional. I am in my flowering period, but my body feels no different than usual, and the fragrance is not overwhelming. I simply forgot the date today." "Leave," Mo Zhixing coldly interrupted. The maidservant dared not utter another word and hurriedly exited the room. Once she had departed, the lingering scent remained in the air. Zhao Yixio quickly opened all the windows, allowing a refreshing breeze to carry the scent of magnolia blossoms throughout the room. Mo Zhixing's brow remained tightly furrowed. The odor released by female orcs during their flowering period made him feel nauseous. Previously, he had not felt this way, but after being captured and tortured by the Lai family, he developed an aversion to the scent of female orcs during their flowering period. His distaste had escalated to the point where even the slightest whiff could render him faint. Thus, the Mo family had established a rule that maidservants must rest during their flowering period, keeping their distance from Mo Zhixing. "Are you all right, young master?" Zhao Yixio asked with concern. Mo Zhixing frowned. "Replace this. Bring me something else." He continued to cover his nose. Zhao Yixio nodded in agreement, preparing to take the breakfast away when a small white figure leaped onto the table, landing atop the tray, its beautiful eyes fixated on the morning meal before glancing up at Mo Zhixing. Upon seeing Chu Chongfeng, Mo Zhixing's expression softened, a smile breaking through his furrowed brow. "Are you hungry after your training, little cat?" Chu Chongfeng nodded. Mo Zhixing grasped him by the nape of his neck, pulling him closer. "Wait until Yixio brings something fresh before you eat." "Why?" Chu Chongfeng's eyes brimmed with confusion, one paw pressing down on the tray to prevent Zhao Yixio from taking it away. "This was brought by a maidservant in her flowering period. It still carries her scent. You are underage, and inhaling this fragrance could lead to inappropriate thoughts," Mo Zhixing stated sternly. Chu Chongfeng shot him a disdainful glance. "I would like to have inappropriate thoughts, but my body refuses to comply," he mused. Yet, Mo Zhixing was unaware that he could not smell the floral scent. After pondering for a moment, Chu Chongfeng opened Mo Zhixing's hand and wrote in his palm, "I can't smell it." "You cannot detect the fragrance emitted by female orcs during their flowering period?" Chu Chongfeng nodded. Mo Zhixing fixed his gaze on Chu Chongfeng before bursting into laughter. Not being able to smell it is indeed a blessing. Blessing my foot. Do you think you're fooling me? Chu Changfeng shot him a glare. The original owner's teacher had taught him about the flowering period, and inheriting the original owner's memories, Chu Changfeng was quite curious, particularly eager to discover what sort of fragrance it was that could entice others. However, the original owner's body effectively stifled his curiosity. This breakfast is for the little cat. If he goes hungry, he might bite, Emo Zhixing teased. Chu Changfeng ignored him and approached the tray to savor the delicious breakfast. Zhao Yixia remarked, "Young master, I will fetch you a fresh meal." O Zhixing nodded. As Zhao Yixia exited the room, Chu Changfeng delightedly enjoyed his breakfast. In addition to the fragrance of the magnolia blossoms, there was another scent in the room, distinct from that of the maidservant. Zhixing leaned closer to Chu Changfeng and took a whiff. The scent emanated faintly from him, as though he had rolled amidst flowers, subtle yet present. This delicate aroma was quite pleasant to Emo Zhixing, making him forget the discomfort caused by the maidservant's earlier arrival. Before the fresh breakfast from Zhao Yixia could arrive, Wei Shurong rushed in, holding an urgent letter. "Young master, this is an urgent correspondence from the Beast King." O Zhixing raised an eyebrow, accepting the letter. Chu Changfeng also looked up with curiosity. In the Yuming continent, aside from the renowned 4 major families, there also existed the kingdom of all beasts. Unlike the 4 major families, whose heads could transform into beasts, the kingdom of all beasts was a realm for half-beasts. The ratio of beastmen who could transform into beasts to half-beasts in Yuming continent is 2 to 8. The 8/10ths comprised half-beasts who did not wish to be subjugated or serve the beastmen capable of transformation, thus establishing their own kingdom of all beasts. Though the half-beasts had their own kingdom, they still held a deep-seated respect for the 4 major families. Among the beastmen of the 4 families, 40% could transform, and some heads or sons possessed divine power, making the 4 major families the favored children of the beast gods, a notion firmly embedded in the hearts of every beastman. Therefore, even after establishing their own kingdom, they respected the 4 major families and would not easily intrude upon their territories without permission. Should they approach, they would adhere to the territorial rules. Over the years, the kingdom of all beasts and the 4 major families have coexisted without interference, each living their own lives. The sudden dispatch of an urgent letter from the Beast King piqued both Emo Zhixing's and Chu Changfeng's curiosity regarding its contents. Chapter 26. Half-Beasts with Divine Power. As Emo Zhixing read the letter, his striking dragon-like brows gradually furrowed, and his expression darkened further. He held the letter for quite some time, while Chu Changfeng had finished devouring his scallion pancake. Yet Emo Zhixing remained lost in thought, clutching the letter. Unable to endure the silence any longer, Wei Shurong spoke up, "Young master, what does the urgent letter from the Beast King say?" Emo Zhixing remained silent as he passed the letter to Wei Shurong for her perusal. Wei Shurong took the letter, quickly scanning its contents, her pupils dilating in astonishment, convinced she must have misread it. She carefully reread it, disbelief washing over her. How could this be? It was unfathomable that half-beasts could possess divine powers. Had the Beast King made some mistake? The letter conveyed alarming news. A powerful half-beast with divine abilities had recently been discovered near the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. These half-beasts were demanding a territory from the kingdom to live freely. Otherwise, they would seek out a territory themselves and either kill or drive away the half-beasts residing there. Among these half-beasts, some could conjure multiple fireballs, others could unleash paralyzing lightning, and some could summon fierce winds. Since the dawn of the Yuming continent, no half-beasts endowed with divine powers had ever appeared, which perplexed the Beast King. However, given the undeniable display of power by these half-beasts, the Beast King hoped that Emo Zhixing, who also possessed divine abilities, could journey to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts to investigate the matter further. After reading the letter, Wei Shurong speculated, "Young master, the Beast King likely sent letters to others as well." She paused thoughtfully, then continued, "It's possible he also contacted the Lai family." The letter mentioned over 20 arriving half-beasts, each possessing formidable divine powers. Since the Beast King wishes to unravel the mystery surrounding these half-beasts, he would certainly want to invite more beings with divine powers. The Lai family has several children with such abilities, making them the most powerful family thus far. The Beast King would not overlook inviting them. Moreover, given the Lai family's nature, regardless of the authenticity of the Beast King's letter, They will surely send someone. Imo Zhixing concurred with Wei Shurong's assessment. The Beast King, unlike the Imo and Lai families who were at odds, merely sought to comprehend the capabilities of these half-beasts, and thus would undoubtedly extend an invitation to the Lai family. Imo Zhixing remained silent, his contemplative gaze resting on Chu Changfeng. Chu Changfeng looked up, his clear, beautiful round eyes gazing at Imo Zhixing in confusion, as if to ask, "Why are you looking at me?" Imo Zhixing turned him around playfully, stroking his soft cat tail, and inquired, "Little cat, do you wish to visit the kingdom of 10,000 beasts? To see if those half-beasts truly possess divine powers?" Chu Changfeng shook his head. "You don't want to go?" He nodded. "Why? It's dangerous." Chu Changfeng wrote those two words in Imo Zhixing's palm. Imo Zhixing chuckled softly. "Little cat, why are you so timid? With me accompanying you, what is there to fear? Young master, you intend to go to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts?" Wei Shurong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Imo Zhixing nodded slightly. "I have a question. I wish to see if I can find the answer to as Chu Changfeng, on the verge of adulthood yet still petite, possess divine powers." Imo Zhixing quickly accepted the notion of half-beasts with divine abilities emerging in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. However, it was precisely because of these beings that he was more eager to investigate. He wished to discern the connection between these half-beasts and Chu Changfeng, or perhaps ascertain if the Lai family was behind this occurrence. Regardless, he was resolute in making the journey to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, and Chu Changfeng must accompany him. "Young master, the Lai family will also be going," Wei Shurong reiterated. Imo Zhixing smirked coldly, tilting his head slightly. "When have I ever feared the Lai family? Furthermore, I wish to encounter them. Those scoundrels have been hiding in their territory, making it difficult to seek revenge. If I cross paths with them, I shall eliminate them." His voice was calm, yet his gaze was frigid. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Lai family, and should he lay eyes on them, he would undoubtedly strike. Yet, it was peculiar. Upon recalling Chu Changfeng, he remembered sensing the essence of the Lai family on him when they first met. Given his nature, he should have dispatched Chu Changfeng without hesitation, yet he refrained from doing so. Fortunately, he had not, for otherwise, he would not have discovered such an amusing little cat. Determined to investigate the authenticity of the divine powers possessed by the half-beasts, Imo Zhixing sought out Madame Yu to discuss the matter. Wei Shurong and Zhao Yixio accompanied him. After hearing Imo Zhixing's words, Madame Yu, unfazed, inquired, "Zhixing, I fail to comprehend why, knowing the Lai family may also receive an invitation, you still wish to venture to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts?" "Mother, isn't that precisely the reason I intend to go?" Imo Zhixing countered. Madame Yu pursed her lips, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Indeed, the sudden appearance of half-beasts with divine powers raised concerns. If they had discovered some method to gain such powers, the Lai family would undoubtedly seek to exploit it to strengthen their own lineage, which would be detrimental to their own family. However, must it be you who goes? Madame Yu posed a new question. Ishio also possesses divine powers, albeit weaker than yours. Wouldn't it suffice to send him in your stead? Indeed, young master, allow me to go and investigate. Zhao Yixio exclaimed eagerly. Imo Zhixing disagreed with their perspective. This matter was extraordinary. It was best for him to go in person, so he could address any unforeseen circumstances immediately. A look of worry crossed Madame Yu's face. "But what if something were to happen to you?" "Mother, I am no longer the person I was 5 years ago." Madame Yu's body trembled slightly, her complexion paling, and she fell silent. "Mother, even in my absence, you would manage the affairs of the territory well." Imo Zhixing gently placed his hand over Madame Yu's. Madame Yu smiled faintly. "You insist on going yourself. Is it to see if I can manage this family in your absence? Very well, if you must go. Then go. Ishio, select a few capable individuals to accompany the young master." "Unnecessary," Imo Zhixing interjected, halting Zhao Yixio's protests. "It is sufficient for Changfeng and me to go." "You and Changfeng?" Madame Yu asked in surprise. Zhao Yixio too was perplexed by this decision. "Young master, what can Changfeng do for you? Moreover, the Lai family will also be present. This journey is fraught with danger. Even if you are formidable, you cannot act so recklessly." Zhao Yixio's words were not spoken from a subordinate's standpoint, but rather as a reminder from a childhood friend. Imo Zhixing spoke slowly and unhurriedly. "Let us simply ensure the Lai family remains unaware of my journey to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts." Chapter 27. Just the two of us. Chu Changfeng's thoughts were in disarray. He sat at the table, his long, slender white tail swaying restlessly in agitation. He simply could not fathom why Emo Zhixing proposed to take him to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. When he sought clarification, Emo Zhixing replied, "I need to discuss this with Mother first. You wait here patiently for me. I will tell you my final decision and the reasons upon my return." Chu Changfeng was desperate to know the reason. He felt too weak in his current state, unable to do anything. Despite possessing divine powers, he was uncertain how to harness them. Furthermore, after the last encounter with the malevolent white-horned ape at the border, he had developed a fear of the outside world. The knowledge he had gained from Su Fengshan during this time was insufficient for self-preservation. Chu Changfeng had always planned to wait until he could protect himself before venturing out. Yet, Emo Zhixing was not granting him that time. The thought of this made Chu Changfeng increasingly anxious. Amidst his agitation, a familiar sound of footsteps approached. He lifted his head sharply to look toward the door. And as expected, it was Emo Zhixing. "Meow!" Chu Changfeng called out to him. As Emo Zhixing entered the room, his gaze was immediately drawn to Chu Changfeng. Hearing the call, he walked straight over. "Little cat, have you been waiting for me in a hurry?" "Meow! Quickly tell me the reason," Chu Changfeng urged with an anxious look. Perhaps it was due to spending so much time with Chu Changfeng, but Emo Zhixing could discern his thoughts even from the tone of his meow. Emo Zhixing settled at the desk and explained, "Regarding the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, I could indeed go alone, but bringing you along is simply to give you the opportunity to try out their methods should we discover how those half-beasts acquired their divine powers. Who knows, it might alter your current state." Emo Zhixing propped his chin on one hand, while gently stroking Chu Changfeng's back with the other. "Consider this. If we learn how they utilize their divine powers, and you are far away at the Emo family, even if you know the method, you would be unable to try it out. Wouldn't that be quite troublesome? Little cat, you wish to grow stronger." "Don Tiu?" Chu Changfeng nodded. "Tio, grow stronger. One cannot be timid. You must not shrink away at the thought of danger. Besides, I will be by your side to protect you. Have you forgotten that?" Emo Zhixing ruffled Chu Changfeng's small head, and the latter squinted his eyes in contentment. "So, little cat, are you willing to go with me?" With such compelling reasoning, to refuse would only solidify the label of cowardice. So Chu Changfeng nodded in agreement to go. His acquiescence brought a satisfied smile to Emo Zhixing's face. "Tonight, it will just be you and me heading to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts." "Why?" Chu Changfeng tilted his head in confusion. "To minimize danger, we suspect the Lai family has also received an invitation from the Beast King and will undoubtedly attend. Given the Lai family's disposition, they will likely devise a plan to intercept me on the way." Emo Zhixing let out a cold smile, for the Lai family had always harbored a profound disdain for our Emo family. The reason was quite simple. They coveted our territory. When we refused to yield, they resorted to causing us trouble, resulting in a deteriorated relationship between the two clans. Now, our animosity had escalated to the point where any encounter would incite thoughts of murder against one another. The Lai family's treachery and shamelessness had allowed their clan to flourish, while our Emo family was now left with only myself, Ji Yue, and Ji Yang to support us. Should anything befall the three of us, the Emo family would surely collapse. Naturally, the primary target of the Lai family at present was me. If they succeeded in killing me, they would believe they had the Emo family under their control. If word of our journey to the land of beasts reached them, they would undoubtedly find ways to eliminate me along the way. Thus, I instructed my mother to decline the Beast King's invitation in the name of the Emo family's patriarch, allowing only you and me to go, thereby minimizing attention. Little cat, do not feel endangered by the fact that it is only the two of us. In truth, fewer people is a boon, if we cannot win. We shall flee. I am quite adept at escaping." Chu Changfeng could not help but chuckle at how someone could boast about their own prowess, even in the art of fleeing. However, under Emo Zhixing's meticulous arrangements, the restlessness in Chu Changfeng's heart miraculously subsided. Emo Zhixing was incredibly reliable, to the extent that I felt secure in all his plans and actions. Chu Changfeng nestled against his large palm, signaling his agreement to everything he had arranged. After all, having once been human, he too yearned to witness the half-beasts endowed with divine powers that could grant him a human form. Only Madame Yu, Zhao Yixio, and Wei Shurong were privy to Emo Zhixing's expedition. It was certain that the Lai family had spies within the Emo family. To elude those watchful eyes, Even Emojue and Emoji Yang were kept in the dark. They set off under the cover of night, planning to send imposters of Emojishing and Zhao Yixio on patrol the next day, seeking excuses to attend to matters in other cities within their territory, thus leading the Lai family's spies to believe that Emojishing had merely ventured to another domain. By the time the Lai family's spies realized that Emojishing had traveled to the land of beasts, they would be unaware of their current whereabouts. It was essential to keep the number of individuals in the know to a minimum. Emojishing's belongings were all meticulously packed by Madame Yu. As night deepened, Madame Yu and the others could not come to bid Emojishing farewell. The more discreet, the better, to avoid alerting the spies. When the hour grew late, Emojishing placed Chu Changfeng into a prepared bag, securing it around his waist. "Little cat, you must hold on tightly. Do not let yourself be thrown out." Chu Changfeng was puzzled by his words. Emojishing extinguished the candles in the room, picked up the bag, and exited, closing the door behind him. Instead of heading towards the gate, he made his way to the wall of the courtyard. Reaching the wall, Emojishing leapt lightly, easily scaling it. With the momentum of his jump and landing, Chu Changfeng felt as though he were bouncing on a trampoline, unable to find any support, nearly toppling out. It was then that he understood the reason behind Emojishing's earlier words, and he quickly curled himself up inside the bag, clutching it tightly to avoid being thrown out. The exhilarating sensation of weightlessness continued for a while before finally coming to a stop. Emojishing lifted the bag, glancing at the curled-up Chu Changfeng, who resembled a dumpling. "Little cat, are you all right?" Chu Changfeng opened his eyes and called out to him. His voice was soft yet carried a hint of tension and hoarseness from the earlier fright. Emojishing pulled him from the bag and tucked him into the warmth of his clothing. "Poor little cat, you will be much more comfortable here. All right, let's continue our journey." Departing from the Emo family, Zhao Yixio had prepared horses in the back mountains. Upon reaching the rear mountains, Emojishing mounted his horse and set off. Although riding was somewhat uncomfortable, nestled against Emojishing's chest, the sense of safety and reliability enveloped Chu Changfeng tenderly. Cocooned within the clothing, Chu Changfeng felt no fear of the dangers outside. Emojishing would resolve any threats. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he yawned, closing his eyes. Chapter 28, Defamed 1. Galloping towards the land of beasts. They swiftly departed from the territory of the nightless city, arriving at a main road. They rode through the night, from a star-studded sky to the break of dawn, as the sun began to rise. Emojishing led his horse to a small river to rest. Taking advantage of the moment, the horse grazed on tender grass to replenish its strength. Emojishing loosened the reins, allowing the horse to eat. While Chu Changfeng leapt from his clothing, stretching lazily, Emojishing knelt by the riverbank, splashing a handful of cool water onto his face. Chu Changfeng approached, looking up at him. "Oh, you wish to wash your face too?" Emojishing inquired, noticing Chu Changfeng's unwavering gaze. Chu Changfeng opened his palm and wrote, "Are you tired? Little cat is worried I might be overexerting myself." Chu Changfeng nodded. Emojishing was their strongest asset, and it was crucial for him to remain in peak condition under any circumstances. Having ridden all night, Chu Changfeng genuinely feared that Emojishing might wear himself out. "Do you truly care for me? All those times I've cared for you have not been in vain." Emojishing rose and surveyed his surroundings. A breeze rustled through, carrying the fragrance of trees and flowers, devoid of the foul stench of wild beasts. Emojishing declared, "I will rest beneath this tree for a moment. Keep an eye out for any dangers and call for me if anything arises." Chu Changfeng nodded earnestly. Emojishing settled against the tree trunk, donning the hood of his cloak to shield himself from the bright morning sun. Chu Changfeng remained beside him, perched on Emojishing's long legs, gazing around. Emojishing was indeed somewhat fatigued. Although his eyes were closed, he did not fall into a deep sleep, maintaining a light slumber to avoid any unforeseen dangers. This was, after all, the Emo family's territory, and under Emojishing's diligent management, it was quite secure. Emojishing slept soundly for 2 hours. Upon awakening, he noticed the small creature perched on his lap, and his mood lifted. Though small and seemingly fragile, it possessed a remarkable self-awareness, not causing trouble for others, and even concerned about protecting him. "Little cat." Just as he woke, Emojishing's rich and melodious voice turned low and husky, imbued with warmth. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had never particularly cared about voices. but a pleasing tone could truly captivate one, striking a profound chord. Chu Changfeng blinked, looking up at Mo Zhixing. Mo Zhixing embraced him, saying, "Thank you for keeping watch. Let us continue our journey." Chu Changfeng instinctively nestled into his embrace. Not needing to wait for Mo Zhixing to place him there, Mo Zhixing stood, stretching lazily. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and glanced towards the riverbank, noticing something floating on the water's surface. His expression changed, and he gently placed Chu Changfeng on the ground before leaping into the river to rescue a woman who had fainted while clutching a piece of debris. Chu Changfeng realized that Mo Zhixing had rescued someone only after he saw a person being brought ashore. The woman's complexion was pale, her breathing shallow. Once Mo Zhixing had retrieved her, he appeared uncertain about how to proceed. As a veterinarian, Chu Changfeng possessed basic first aid knowledge. He directed Mo Zhixing in the rescue efforts. Mo Zhixing observed Chu Changfeng's animated gestures and asked, "Little cat, do you know how to save her?" Chu Changfeng nodded. He indicated that the woman's head should be turned to the side to clear her nasal passages. After ensuring nothing obstructed her breathing, he proceeded to administer artificial respiration. Chu Changfeng hopped onto the woman's chest, prompting Mo Zhixing to quickly scoop him up, exclaiming, "Little cat, you cannot do such things while the female is unconscious. That is most unbecoming of a beast." "Saving her," Chu Changfeng replied, exasperated. Clearly unaware of the concept of artificial respiration, Mo Zhixing could not comprehend Chu Changfeng's actions. "Little cat, can you try using your divine power?" Mo Zhixing asked. Chu Changfeng gazed at the pale-faced woman, who belonged to the rabbit clan, her gray hair adorned with long ears. She appeared quite adorable and seemed to be no older than 16. Drawing upon his medical instincts, although he was a veterinarian, Chu Changfeng did not wish to witness such a young girl come to harm. He approached her head, placing his small paw against her cheek. Closing his eyes and concentrating on recalling the methods Mo Zhixing had taught him. Suddenly, the unconscious woman began to cough violently, gradually opening her eyes, revealing blood-red irises. She blinked, looking at Chu Changfeng, then turned her head to see Mo Zhixing on the other side. Her weak voice inquiring, "Did you save me? Which village are you from? We shall escort you back," Mo Zhixing responded calmly. Upon hearing this, the woman's already pale face drained of color, and she panicked. "I do not wish to return. If I go back, they will sell me to the Lai family." The mention of the Lai family made Mo Zhixing's demeanor shift immediately, for this was the Mo family's territory. How could her family dare to sell her to the Lai family? The Mo family despised the Lai family, and the sentiments of the citizens within their territory echoed the same. Selling one's child to the Lai family was a crime punishable by severe repercussions. Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she sobbed. "My parents are dead, and my uncle and aunt have taken over my home, claiming they cannot afford to support me. They said that my eyes are the same shade of red as those of the Lai family, and that I would be better suited to them, so they sold me to the traffickers to be taken to the Lai family. Go to the Mo family manor and inform Madame Yu of this matter. She will assist you in resolving it," Mo Zhixing assured her. The woman regarded Mo Zhixing with a mixture of skepticism and hope. "Will Madame Yu truly help me? Everyone says that the Mo family is under the dominion of the eldest son, who handles all matters. However, this eldest son is known for his tyrannical disposition, killing without a second thought. It is said that if he is in a foul mood, he might execute someone on the spot. Seeking the eldest son is deemed less favorable than approaching the Lai family." As she spoke, the woman wept even more fervently. Mo Zhixing's brow furrowed immediately. Who was the scoundrel spreading such rumors? Mo Zhixing prided himself on maintaining a stern demeanor in front of outsiders, yet he never imagined he would be subjected to such slander within his own territory. "Where is your village?" he inquired. "If you follow this river upstream, you will see it," she replied. Mo Zhixing glanced upward, took out a couple of silvers from his pouch, and handed them to the woman along with a handkerchief. "Go find Madame Yu of the Mo family. I have come from the city that never sleeps. The eldest son of the Mo family is not as fearsome as you portray. If you wish to reclaim your home and live peacefully, heed my advice. Otherwise, you will only have the option to flee." The woman felt somewhat swayed by Mo Zhixing's words, glancing at the handkerchief and the silver with a pleading look. "Young master, could you not accompany me?" she implored. "Do not expect too much help from others. I may have saved you once, but that does not mean I will continue to do so," Mo Zhixing replied coldly, scooping up Chu Changfeng. "Little cat, we must leave." With that, He turned without looking back and mounted his horse to depart. Chapter 29. Slander, 2. Chu Changfeng looked back at the woman still seated on the ground, then turned to gaze at Imo Zhixing. "What is it, little cat? Do you think I should assist her further?" Imo Zhixing asked, noticing his small gesture. Chu Changfeng was unsure how to evaluate Imo Zhixing's actions and remained silent, nestling obediently in Imo Zhixing's embrace. "Don't not worry. Although she is a female beastman, her physique appears to be quite adequate. Should she wish to return to her original village after recovery, she will heed my words and visit the city that never sleeps," Imo Zhixing assured. "Meow?" Chu Changfeng pointed ahead, confused. "Are you questioning why we are heading toward the village?" Imo Zhixing nodded. "I in my territory. Spreading malicious rumors about me cannot go unaddressed. I must see who possesses such audacity to slander me while praising those vile creatures of the Lai family." A cold glint flickered in Imo Zhixing's blue eyes, his expression darkening. Chu Changfeng, seeing this, suddenly understood that the external criticisms of Imo Zhixing were not entirely baseless. After all, he did appear somewhat terrifying at this moment. The female beastmen of the Rabbit clan had drifted along the river for some time, and just before noon, they finally spotted a village built along the riverbank. The village was small, comprising around 30 households, primarily inhabited by the Gray and White Rabbit clans, all of whom were half-beastmen. These half-beastmen, with their short tails and long ears, busied themselves with various tasks. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the majority of their eyes were brown or black, with not a single pair of red ones in sight. As Chu Changfeng and Imo Zhixing entered the village, they quickly attracted the attention of the children playing at the entrance. They gathered around, excitedly exclaiming, "It's a big horse! Such a tall horse! Is this big brother a fully beastified beastman? I can't see his ears or tail." The Rabbit clan's village was quite small and remote, rarely visited by outsiders. The presence of Imo Zhixing and Chu Changfeng, as newcomers, soon drew the gaze of the villagers. Imo Zhixing, wishing to avoid attention, pulled the hood of his cloak further down to obscure most of his face. Dismounting, he asked, "Children, are there any female beastmen with red eyes in your village?" "Yes, but not anymore. Sister Shueru has escaped," they replied. "She was the only red-eyed Rabbit clan beastman in our village. Everyone said we must find a way to make her leave. And someone was supposed to take Sister Shueru away, but she ran away, and now they are searching for her." The children, lacking guile, chattered away about the village's affairs without waiting for Imo Zhixing to ask further. Not wishing to interrupt, Imo Zhixing allowed them to speak, and after gleaning the village's situation, he posed another question. "Do you know what kind of person the eldest son of the Imo family is?" In an instant, the children's faces turned pale, fear evident in their expressions. "Do not be afraid. He is not here," Imo Zhixing assured them gently, pulling several wild fruits he had gathered along the way from his pocket and offering them to the children. Upon receiving food, the children immediately deemed Imo Zhixing a good person. "Mother says the eldest son of the Imo family is very wicked. He eats the flesh of young beastmen and drinks their blood. If one disobeys him, he will capture them," one child stated. "Why, mother also said that one must not offend anyone from the Imo family. The eldest son's status is the highest in this territory, and anyone who crosses him will be killed. The eldest son of the Imo family would even kill the young beastmen who cannot walk." Imo Zhixing's brow furrowed deeper as he listened to their accusations. Not wishing to linger, he instructed the children to disperse and led his horse away. Chu Changfeng looked at him in confusion. "Knowing that someone has slandered you, why not clear your name?" Imo Zhixing replied. "Little cat, we have important matters to attend to. Once we have dealt with the affairs in the Beast Kingdom, we can return to address these trivial matters. Besides, if that rabbit seeks out my mother at the Imo residence, she will naturally help me clear the rumors. Being labeled a nefarious villain is, in truth, a minor concern." Imo Zhixing came here to grasp the general situation. There was no need to expose his whereabouts to dispel the rumors, which would only benefit the Lai family. It was not Chu Changfeng being slandered, and thus Imo Zhixing remained indifferent, while Chu Changfeng chose not to comment further. "Little cat, why do you not comfort me?" Imo Zhixing suddenly asked. Chu Changfeng looked at him in bewilderment. Imo Zhixing feigned grievance, saying, "I am such a good person, yet everyone here speaks of me as if I were a villain. Do you not find that pitiable? What are you acting coy for like a cat?" Chu Changfeng rolled his eyes at him. After glancing at Imo Zhixing, who indeed appeared somewhat pitiable, He reached out a small paw to pat his cheek. Imo Zhixing's mood improved significantly. After leaving the rabbit village, they continued toward the official road at by noon. Chu Changfeng felt hungry, prompting Imo Zhixing to find a large stone to rest upon. He took out the remaining few scallion pancakes from his pack and broke off a piece for Chu Changfeng to eat first. While they were enjoying their delightful lunch, four individuals approached from the front. The leader was dressed in relatively luxurious attire, while the three half-beastmen behind him were sturdy, dressed simply, and bare-armed. Zhixing glanced up at them. His gaze sharpening. "Gentlemen ahead, please hold." Zhixing called out, placing Chu Changfeng on the pack. "Little cat, stay here and behave. If there is any danger, run immediately." His expression was serious. Chu Changfeng, unsure of what was occurring, observed as Imo Zhixing shed his sternness and hostility, walking toward the four men. The leader inquired, "What do you want with us? I heard that you possess a means to access the Lai family territory. I wonder if you could assist with a small favor?" Imo Zhixing stated, pulling out a couple of silvers from his pocket and offering them to the man. Chapter 30. Farewell, vile creatures. The man weighed the silver, his narrow eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Imo Zhixing. With the hood of his cloak obscuring most of his face, only his attractive nose and thin lips were visible. "You think this meager amount of silver can get you to the Lai family?" He scoffed, placing the silver into his pouch and looking down at Imo Zhixing with disdain. Zhixing retorted, "Of course I know whose territory I stand upon. Who would be foolish enough to remain ignorant of that? Good, you understand. Just know how poor the relationship between the Imo and Lai families is. If you think you can sneak across the border, do you have any idea how much time and effort that requires? Just this little silver is far from sufficient. I do not have much silver on me, and besides, I will need some for contingencies once I reach the Lai family." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes sparkled with interest. "Kid, are you worried that once you reach the Lai family territory, you won't be able to earn silver? The Lai family's domain is far more lucrative than the Imo family's. The head of the Lai family has many children, all of whom are strong, and they each help manage the Lai family's territory. Currently, among the four clans, the Lai family's territory is the most profitable and comfortable. Moreover, the Imo family only has the eldest son, the third son, and the fourth daughter left. The third son and fourth daughter are still young. If the eldest son were to perish, the Imo family's territory would surely fall to the Lai family. I advise you to be wise. If you go to the Lai family territory now, you might still be accepted as one of them. Once the Lai family attacks, they will treat you as one of the Imo family and kill you." The man, with earnest concern, expressed that the half-beasts of the Imo family did not grasp the situation regarding the Lai family. Indeed, the Lai family was the wealthiest among the four great clans. Yet their riches were amassed through nefarious means. The man was a human trafficker, abducting individuals to sell them in the Lai family's territory, indifferent to whether the sold individuals lived or perished. For a long time, he had been purchasing people with silver to resell them to the Lai family, but now, with someone presenting themselves at his doorstep, offering silver for free, he planned to deceive Imo Zhixing, extracting every last coin before selling him to the Lai family. Imo Zhixing soon comprehended the man's motives for trafficking individuals to the Lai family. Gripping the sword concealed beneath his cloak with his right hand, he declared, "Show me your face, boy. If you intend to go to the Lai family, I must see what you look like to arrange your destination." As the man lifted Imo Zhixing's hood, he beheld dark, tousled hair and piercing sapphire eyes that glimmered coldly in the sunlight. Stunned, the man's eyes widened, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Imo Zhixing, leaving him speechless. "Farewell, you wretched creatures," Imo Zhixing proclaimed, drawing his sword and swiftly dispatching the four men with precision. Their breaths extinguished in an instant. He wiped the blood from his blade, reclaimed the silver that had been taken, and then collected the silver from the fallen men before returning to Chu Changfeng's side. Though Chu Changfeng could not hear their exchange, he witnessed Imo Zhixing's vicious actions. Upon rejoining, Imo Zhixing glanced at Chu Changfeng and explained, "Those men were hounds of the Lai family, even from afar. I could scent their presence," he continued. "It seems that the Lai family scoundrels have not only established spies within my estate, but also spread rumors in the villages of my territory. I must pen a letter to Ishio to investigate discreetly and cleanse these vermin." Imo Zhixing became lost in his thoughts, murmuring to himself. Chu Changfeng, understanding the rumors surrounding Imo Zhixing, recognized the truth. He indeed killed without a flicker of hesitation. Showing no remorse when it came to slaying members of the Lai family, Chu Changfeng continued to nibble on a scallion pancake. Imo Zhixing unexpectedly twisted towards him. Leaning in, he inhaled deeply and declared with satisfaction, "You now carry my scent all over you, little cat. Pervert." Though Chu Changfeng was aware of the keen sense of smell possessed by the half-beasts, allowing them to detect enemies from afar, Imo Zhixing's statement felt rather peculiar. After finishing their lunch, Imo Zhixing set forth, continuing their journey in the ensuing days. No further incidents transpired as they concentrated on their travels, finally exiting the Imo family's territory after 12 days. Once they crossed the threshold, Imo Zhixing became vigilant. Lands not belonging to the Imo family were akin to uncharted territories, fraught with unknown dangers and malevolent beasts. In the Yuyong continent, areas devoid of the governance of the 4 great clans and the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom were perilous, with numerous half-beasts establishing their own realms, inflicting harm upon any who dared to trespass. After another day of travel, they arrived at a dilapidated inn as evening fell. This ancient establishment stood solitary amidst the mountains and forests. The only sign of habitation for miles, its worn sign swaying like a frail elder in the evening breeze. Upon entering the inn, they found no other patrons, only the innkeeper dozing at the counter. Surrounded by 6 dusty tables in the lobby, neglected due to the lack of guests, Mo Zhixing, with his striking blue eyes, surveyed the surroundings with a stoic demeanor, striding to the innkeeper and slapping a coin onto the counter. Startling the innkeeper awake, "Good sir, are you seeking lodging or perhaps a meal?" the innkeeper inquired, wiping drool from his chin while discreetly scrutinizing Imo Zhixing. Cloaked in black, Missouri Zhixing had donned a mask to cover his mouth and nose, revealing only his piercing blue eyes, a common sight in dangerous territories where both virtuous and nefarious half-beasts sought to conceal their identities. The innkeeper, unfazed, forced a sycophantic smile, awaiting Imo Zhixing's response. "Arrange a room for me and heat some water to be delivered later tonight." "Where is your kitchen?" "Through that door, the first room on the left." "But may I ask, what do you need the kitchen for?" "I intend to cook for myself." "Is that not permissible?" Since discovering his culinary prowess, Imo Zhixing had grown disdainful of the fare prepared by the inn's cook and preferred to handle his meals himself. "Of course, certainly." The innkeeper was eager for Imo Zhixing to take over the cooking, as he had not seen a customer in months and managed the inn single-handedly. With Imo Zhixing cooking, the innkeeper would have one less chore to attend to. After issuing his instructions, Imo Zhixing proceeded to the kitchen. Upon entering, Chu Changfeng, who had been nestled within the backpack Imo Zhixing carried, leapt out. The backpack had been a request from Chu Changfeng, who, suffering from the sweltering summer heat, insisted on being carried rather than sweltering against Imo Zhixing's chest. Imo Zhixing had initially protested, declaring that the backpack did not suit his demeanor, but after an hour of bickering, he relented. The backpack contained a bundle, cushioned by a small mat, providing Chu Changfeng a far more comfortable perch than being cradled against Imo Zhixing's chest. Observing the contented expression on Chu Changfeng's face, Imo Zhixing inexplicably felt a surge of irritation. "You ungrateful creature! I treat you with such kindness, yet you only care for your own comfort, utterly disregarding my feelings." Chu Changfeng, noting the discontent in Imo Zhixing's gaze, attempted to placate him. Yet, despite his efforts, Imo Zhixing remained aloof, turning his attention to the meager provisions in the kitchen. The kitchen was scant in supplies, with only a few wilted vegetables and a couple of live mountain chickens in a cage. Seasonings consisted solely of salt and oil. The inn was unlike others, situated in a desolate area where the innkeeper had no habit of stocking fresh produce, resulting in a limited inventory. Imo Zhixing, examining the meager ingredients, contemplated what culinary delights he could conjure. After some time of frowning at the sparse supplies, he decided to heat water and retrieved 2 mountain chickens from the cage. As he began to prepare the chickens, Chu Changfeng, with his tiny paws, fetched a potato, dropping it into the basin of water. Imo Zhixing glanced at the potato, then at Chu Changfeng, snorting in annoyance before turning away. "Why are you still sulking after 3 days? Such pettiness." Chu Changfeng circled to the other side and sweetly called out to him in a high-pitched voice. Imo Zhixing continued to ignore him. Chu Changfeng climbed onto his shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his face through the mask. "Come on, little stingy, I've tried to appease you. Can we not end this childish quarrel?" Chu Changfeng pleaded, looking at him earnestly. Are you aware of your faults? Imo Zhixing inquired. Chu Changfeng, uncertain of his wrongdoing, nodded in an attempt to placate Imo Zhixing. Good. Knowing is half the battle. Is the backpack not more comfortable than my chest? Imo Zhixing began to enumerate his grievances. You should consider how safe it is to be in my embrace. If a beast were to attack, you would be shielded, whereas in the backpack, you might be tossed out. Do you understand? Is that what you were worried about? Chu Changfeng nodded obediently. Brother, you are always right. Just do not be angry with me. Seeing Chu Changfeng's submissive demeanor, Imo Zhixing's mood finally lifted, and together they focused on preparing their dinner for the night. Despite the kitchen's limited supplies, under Chu Changfeng's guidance, they managed to concoct a dish of potato braised mountain chicken alongside a pot of white rice. Once their culinary endeavors concluded, night had fully descended. The innkeeper, drawn by the enticing aroma, entered and exclaimed, "What delectable dish are you preparing? It smells divine. Why not check the kitchen for yourself?" Imo Zhixing coldly retorted, shouldering the backpack and carrying the meal outside. Just as he stepped out, a group of individuals entered the inn. Their hair was as white as snow, adorned with furry fox ears atop their heads. Though male, their slender physiques appeared more delicate than those of female half-beasts. Each had a gentle countenance, exuding an aura reminiscent of refined scholars. Among them was a boy who stood out starkly. With long, raven-black hair and wolf ears, he donned a completely black outfit. Despite his youth, his face bore a taut expression, projecting an air of composure and aloofness. Imo Zhixing cast a cursory glance at them and settled at a table that the innkeeper had cleaned. As he sat down, the wolf boy approached, haughtily declaring, "Hey, are you blind? Someone enters your inn, and you do not greet them? The innkeeper is in the kitchen. Find him yourself," Imo Zhixing replied coldly. The wolf boy, infuriated, was about to retort when Xiao Yishuan interjected, "Yuan, it seems the gentleman's attire suggests he is akin to us. You should head to the kitchen and find the innkeeper." Understood. Lang Yuan respectfully nodded and proceeded to the kitchen in search of the innkeeper. Xiao Yishuan approached, inquiring, "Young master, what a fortuitous encounter it is to meet in this inn. Might we share a table together? There are plenty of tables here. Why must we crowd together?" Imo Zhixing did not lift his head, his tone already tinged with the intent to dismiss. Xiao Yishuan did not press Imo Zhixing further and moved to a nearby table, where his attendants promptly took out cloths to wipe the surfaces clean. Only after they had finished cleaning did Xiao Yishuan take a seat, casting a sidelong glance at Imo Zhixing and Chu Changfeng. Chu Changfeng had not partaken of any food, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yishuan. Truly captivating, Xiao Yishuan presented an androgynous beauty, his demeanor refined and gentle, evoking a sense of pleasure merely by being observed. Imo Zhixing was also handsome, yet Xiao Yishuan's allure carried a hint of seduction akin to that of a woman, drawing the gaze of admirers, and Chu Changfeng was no exception. "Little cat, do you still wish to eat?" Imo Zhixing asked coldly. Chu Changfeng turned his head. Imo Zhixing's expression darkened. Was he truly that attractive? Chu Changfeng nodded. Imo Zhixing's face grew even darker. "Am I not good-looking?" Chu Changfeng nodded several times. Seeing this affirmation, Imo Zhixing's mood lightened significantly. He was aware of his own appeal. Just looking at him was enough. But now it was time to eat. He hastily served a chicken leg to Chu Changfeng. Chu Changfeng blew on the warmth of the chicken leg and cautiously took a bite. Xiao Yishuan observed their interaction and asked, "Does your cat comprehend our words?" Xiao Yishuan, unable to sense the beastly aura around Chu Changfeng, naturally assumed he was merely an ordinary white cat. "What concern is it of yours?" Imo Zhixing retorted disdainfully. Lang Yuan, having exited, noticed Imo Zhixing's attitude towards Xiao Yishuan and expressed his displeasure, saying, "Young master, what is there to discuss with such a coarse beast? These mountain villagers possess no manners whatsoever. Yuaner, do not speak ill of others." Xiao Yishuan admonished with a frown. Lang Yuan, hearing this, felt anger but dared not voice it. Imo Zhixing, unwilling to linger in idle chatter, finished his potato stew and returned to his room to rest. Within, there was hot water prepared by the innkeeper, and Imo Zhixing comfortably settled into the bathtub for a bath. As Chu Changfeng was now a cat, he could not bathe too often, so he opted to lie down and sleep instead. While drifting in and out of slumber, the sound of many hurried footsteps roused Chu Changfeng. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that Imo Zhixing had already awakened. Standing by the window, gazing outside. The rapid footsteps approached the door, and with a loud bang, it was kicked open. "Brat, we are from Qingfeng Stronghold. If you wish to live, surrender your valuables, or do not blame us for our ruthless blades." The leader, a half-beastman, stood at the threshold, brandishing a large knife. Chapter 32. Bandits. Mo Zhixing remained unflustered, observing them while signaling to Chu Changfeng with his eyes. Understanding the cue, Chu Changfeng discreetly leaped off the bed and hid beneath it. Seeing Chu Changfeng concealed, Mo Zhixing's gaze returned to the bandits. "Qingfeng Stronghold? Bandits from nearby? All the hills in this vicinity are under our control. Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly hand over your valuables. And if I refuse? If you refuse, you shall meet the king of hell." The bear beast man swung his large knife toward Mo Zhixing. Mo Zhixing swiftly kicked a round stool, sending it crashing into the beast man, who staggered back in pain, knocking into two others beside him. Noticing the bandits' retreat, Mo Zhixing seized the sword hanging at the head of the bed and stepped outside. Just as he did, a tremendous crash resounded as a burly beast man from the adjacent room was flung out, crashing through the railing and tumbling to the first floor. Mo Zhixing turned to glance. The occupant of the neighboring room was the wolf youth, Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan shot Mo Zhixing a glance, snorted coldly, and turned to seek his master. This was the first time Mo Zhixing encountered a beastman even more unruly than himself. Indeed, once outside their territory, their status became insignificant. "You little brat, how dare you strike me? Why are you all just standing there? Get him! Kill this bastard!" The bear beast man bellowed in fury. Before Mo Zhixing could draw his sword, he kicked the three bandits down the stairs. The fall, though painful, did not inflict serious harm, and the three beastmen quickly regained their footing. The innkeeper entered, and the bandits surrounded him. "Brother, this beastman is no ordinary foe. We cannot handle him with just our numbers." The innkeeper raised his head, his gaze cold as he met Mo Zhixing's. "Esteemed guest, I have 300 brothers outside. If you wish to live, surrender your valuables, and I may spare your life. Prepare me a meal that is." The bandit leader cleared the tableware. He sampled the potato stew Mo Zhixing had prepared, savoring its exquisite flavor. Though these bandits were not lacking in food, they had never tasted such delightful cuisine before, and the bandit leader quickly became addicted to it. Mo Zhixing's lips curled into a cold smile. "Even if you bring 300 more, it is unlikely I would fear you." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Yishuan and his group emerging from the room. Xiao Yishuan and his companions lacked Mo Zhixing's confidence, their expressions paling upon hearing the bandits' words. "Young master, do you wish to join forces with us to escape?" Xiao Yishuan asked. "We have more manpower. Escaping together should not be difficult. Do I need to flee with you?" Meow. Just as Mo Zhixing finished his boastful proclamation, he heard Chu Changfeng's soft, adorable call and turned to look. "Little cat, weren't you supposed to hide?" Meow. "Brother, do not act recklessly at this moment. There are over 300 outside. How can you fight alone?" Chu Changfeng gazed at him with concern. Being in the same predicament, the other side was willing to cooperate to overcome difficulties. Would it not be wise to agree? "Little cat, those outside are simply no match for me," Mo Zhixing declared confidently. Chu Changfeng shot him an indignant glare. Seeing this expression, Mo Zhixing sighed helplessly. "Fine, I shall heed your advice. You often mistake who the true master is, little cat." Mo Zhixing approached, lifting Chu Changfeng and tucking him into the folds of his cloak, then went inside to retrieve a backpack and a satchel. Lang Yuan gazed at his retreating figure in astonishment, muttering softly, "Did he just converse with that cat? That cat bears no beastly scent. Isn't it just an ordinary cat?" "Perhaps it is just a clever little cat," Xiao Yishuan suggested. "That young master, though fierce towards us, is particularly affectionate towards his pet cat. He should not be a bad person. A beast man actually listens to a cat. Is he out of his mind?" Before he could finish his thought, Mo Zhixing emerged from the room, casting a cold glare at Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan, feeling guilty, refrained from finishing his sentence. "How do we escape?" Mo Zhixing inquired. "To escape my web of heaven and earth is but a delusion," the bandit leader shouted from below. Being surrounded did pose challenges. "Young master, do you have another plan?" Xiao Yishuan asked. Mo Zhixing snorted dismissively. "We simply fight our way out." With that, Mo Zhixing boldly descended the stairs to the first floor. "Young master, what should we do?" Lang Yuan asked. Xiao Yishuan watched Imo Zhixing's retreating figure and replied, "Let us follow him." Their group arrived at the bustling lobby on the first floor, where the bandit leader scrutinized their attire. Xiao Yishuan and the others recognized the bandits as Snow Fox Beastmen by their ears and tails. Snow Fox Beastmen, regardless of gender, were strikingly beautiful but typically slender and rarely produced strong warriors. The only concern was the wolf youth, Lang Yuan, accompanying them. Wolf tribe beastmen, whether they were red, black, or gray wolves from the Lai family, were fierce. They might win against the snow foxes, but even if they survived, they would certainly be injured. Wolf tribe beastmen were born warriors, destined to fight to the death. Hence, most beastmen preferred to avoid provoking them. Mo Zhixing, cloaked and hooded, obscured half his face. The bandit leader was unaware of his tribe, but, emboldened by their numbers, spoke with confidence. "You lot are simply no match for us. I advise you to bang." Before the bandit leader could finish, Mo Zhixing strode forward, raising his hand to strike the hilt of his sword against the bandit leader's nose. With the sudden, excruciating pain came darkness, as the bandit leader's nose broke, blood gushing forth. Xiao Yishuan and the others looked on in astonishment at Mo Zhixing's ferocity. What a volatile beast man! He did not even allow a few words before launching an attack. Lang Yuan felt a jolt of anxiety in his heart. Thankfully, when he was rude, Mo Zhixing had not retaliated immediately. "Is this all you can say? I'm growing weary of your drivel. If you wish to play the bandit, do so with more vigor. Do not merely." Mo Zhixing cast his gaze upon the bandit leader, who looked at him with eyes filled with nothing but terror, akin to the gaze one might cast upon the king of hell. After a fleeting moment of mutual regard, the leader, overwhelmed with fear, let out a shriek and bolted away. Observing their leader's flight, the other bandits quickly followed suit. Mo Zhixing elegantly wiped the blood from his sword and sheathed it, turning to Chu Changfeng with a sense of pride, declaring, "It is said that I alone can resolve such matters." Chapter 33. An acquaintance. Chu Changfeng replied, "Indeed, it is within your capability." With a swift motion, he took a life, safeguarding himself while also protecting another. What Mo Zhixing had done was not inherently malevolent. It was merely the law of survival on this continent. One must eliminate those who threaten their existence. Chu Changfeng understood this well. However, to him, the beastmen were akin to humanity, and despite their malevolence, the sight of so much blood and so many corpses was difficult to bear. It must be noted that Chu Changfeng had been a veterinarian in his previous life, and even the loss of a pet during surgery would leave him feeling despondent for days. The presence of these beastmen, who bore animalistic traits, made it all the more challenging for him to accept the reality before him. "Leave this place," he inscribed on Mo Zhixing's hand. With little hesitation, Chu Changfeng decided to depart. As he remained silent, Mo Zhixing recalled the sorrowful expression on his face and remembered that Chu Changfeng had once shared how wonderful his previous world had been, where causing harm to others was deemed a crime. Yet, on Yuming continent, it was considered just to kill those who wished to take one's life. Mo Zhixing's eyes softened considerably as he affectionately ruffled Chu Changfeng's small head, understanding that they should change their attire and leave. Soon, Mo Zhixing had exchanged his bloodied garments for a fresh set of clothes. He had no habit of washing his clothes. Whenever he arrived at a new city, he would purchase ready-made garments and dispose of the old ones by burning them. The reasoning was simple. He wished to avoid anyone catching his scent from discarded clothing and tracking his whereabouts. Once he confirmed that his old clothes were incinerated in the kitchen, he led his horse out through the back door. After traveling a short distance, they encountered Xiao Yishuan and his companions, who had gone ahead. Concerned that the bandits might return, and noting the overwhelming scent of blood that could attract vicious beasts, they deemed the inn unsafe and opted to leave. Xiao Yishuan and his group traveled in a horse-drawn carriage at a moderate pace. Upon sensing someone trailing behind, Lang Yuan turned to see Mo Zhixing. His heart skipped a beat, and his expression shifted. Beastmen naturally held a peculiar reverence for the strong. Having witnessed Mo Zhixing's might, Lang Yuan now pondered when Mo Zhixing might choose to strike him. Considering their initial encounter had been rather impolite, Mo Zhixing, not wishing to maintain the same speed as them, was about to urge his horse to quicken its pace when Chu Changfeng unexpectedly climbed onto his shoulder from the basket. Concerned that he might fall, Mo Zhixing pulled him closer. "Little cat, why aren't you staying properly in the basket?" he inquired. Chu Changfeng grasped his hand and wrote in his palm. "Ask them where they are headed." "Why inquire? To accompany them, Imo Zhixing knitted his brows, his face betraying reluctance. Why? There are many of them. They can provide support. After writing this, Chu Changfeng gazed up at Imo Zhixing. With those two simple sentences, Imo Zhixing understood what Chu Changfeng wished to convey. He hoped to travel alongside Xiao Yishuan and his companions. Xiao Yishuan's group was numerous, allowing for rest during their nocturnal journey, unlike themselves, who had to bear everything alone. Furthermore, having just survived an ordeal with the bandits together, they had shared a brush with death. Xiao Yishuan's group was not malevolent, and traveling together was not out of the question. However, Imo Zhixing did not view the situation as simply as Chu Changfeng did. Given the beastman's inherently proud nature, he declined, "There is no need. We can manage on our own, meow." Chu Changfeng's brows drooped, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Imo Zhixing replied, "We don't even know their names or why they are here." "Then let's talk and find out," Chu Changfeng called out, his expression one of grievance. Imo Zhixing resolutely shook his head. "No, meow, brother. To avoid fatigue on the journey, mutual assistance is crucial. Moreover, this is no longer the territory of the Imo family. We do not know where the next in lies." Concerned for Imo Zhixing's well-being, Chu Changfeng firmly persisted in this decision. His continuous plaintive mewling, with a voice that tugged at one's heartstrings, finally led Imo Zhixing to relent. "Very well, I shall heed your request. Just refrain from wailing so pitifully. Those unaware might think I am mistreating you." Chu Changfeng beamed with joy, nuzzling against Imo Zhixing's hand. "Do not rejoice too soon. I shall first converse with them. If the discussion does not go well, I will still choose to travel alone." Chu Changfeng continued to nuzzle against his hand. As long as he was willing to converse, all would be well. Seeing Chu Changfeng's endearing demeanor left Imo Zhixing with no choice but to smile indulgently. He then urged his horse to hasten toward Xiao Yishuan and the others, who were not far ahead. Upon their arrival, Xiao Yishuan lifted the curtain of the carriage and turned to glance back, just in time to see Imo Zhixing approaching. "Young master, is your child hungry?" "My child?" Imo Zhixing was taken aback. He had yet to take a wife. How could there be a child? "Isn't this little cat your child?" Lang Yuan quietly queried. Seeing Chu Changfeng continuously communicating with Imo Zhixing, despite the absence of the beastman's scent, their interaction, along with Imo Zhixing's acquiescence towards Chu Changfeng, painted a picture of a newly minted father doting on his offspring. Imo Zhixing, upon hearing their words, felt his blood pressure surge with indignation, wishing to retaliate. "I am unmarried. This is merely a stray cat I took in." Imo Zhixing gritted his teeth in frustration. Xiao Yishuan gazed at Imo Zhixing's light gray eyes, feeling a surge of admiration. "Young master, while your words may seem somewhat rude, I did not expect you to possess such compassion in adopting the child of another beastman." Imo Zhixing could not refute this. When Imo Zhixing first encountered Chu Changfeng, he simply wished to care for the pitiable little cat, mistaking it for an ordinary feline due to the absence of beastman's scent. Yet, the truth was that Chu Changfeng was indeed a beastman of the cat tribe, rendering the act of caring for him akin to adopting him. "What is your name?" Imo Zhixing sought to divert the topic, wishing to avoid further discussion about Chu Changfeng. Xiao Yishuan, realizing they had fought against the bandits yet remained unaware of each other's names, introduced himself. "I am Xiao Yishuan. I am grateful for your timely assistance at the inn." "Xiao Yishuan, what is your relation to Xiao Baiqing of the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom?" Imo Zhixing inquired. Lang Yuan was taken aback. Admonishing, "How dare you address Lord Xiao so casually? Xiao Baiqing, the right minister of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom, is one of the Beast King's most capable aides." Xiao Baiqing was known for his benevolent nature and amicable demeanor. Despite his high status, he mingled seamlessly with the common folk, exuding no airs of superiority. In the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom, he was held in great esteem by the populace. Imo Zhixing had met Xiao Baiqing once during his childhood, but the memory had faded over time. However, he knew that Xiao Baiqing had been a close friend of his deceased father. Chapter 34. "Whom to observe it is my father," he replied gently. In stark contrast to Lang Yuan's ire, Xiao Yishuan raised his brows and looked at Imo Zhixing. "Young master is acquainted with my father. You must hold a significant status as well." Imo Zhixing did not respond, his azure gaze fixed upon him. Fully beastified beastmen can slightly suppress their scent. At times, they can even mask their presence with the scent of other beastmen. Moreover, beastmen who can fully transform are inherently stronger than half-beastmen. which explained Imo Zhixing's calm demeanor during the bandit ambush. Though Xiao Yishuan was gentle in demeanor, his mind was sharp, and he understood everything clearly. Despite Imo Zhixing's haughty attitude towards him, Xiao Yishuan remained composed and unperturbed, likely deducing that Imo Zhixing bore an extraordinary background, which prevented any conflict from arising. "You are from the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom. What brings you here?" Imo Zhixing avoided answering Xiao Yishuan's question, opting instead to pose his own. Despite the provocative nature of his question, Xiao Yishuan remained unfazed, stating, "My father sent me to attend to some matters. Once completed, I will naturally return. It appears we shall be traveling together." Imo Zhixing found it difficult to utter the words "let us journey together," even though he was now aware of Xiao Yishuan's identity and that their fathers had once been good friends. To him, the Xiao family held no significant ties, and they were as strangers to him. His pride rendered him unable to voice his thoughts. Seeing Imo Zhixing's discomfort, Chu Changfeng turned to Xiao Yishuan. Leaping from his horse into Xiao Yishuan's carriage, Imo Zhixing was startled. "Little cat, you?" "Meow." Chu Changfeng perched at the window, calling out. Imo Zhixing helplessly rubbed his forehead, pondering who the true master was. "Meow." Chu Changfeng beckoned Imo Zhixing to join him for a rest. Xiao Yishuan observed Chu Changfeng, finding his voice to be adorably sweet and charming, akin to a playful pet, which softened one's heart. "Why cat wishes to travel with you," Imo Zhixing stated. Chu Changfeng did not refute this. After all, it had been his request for Imo Zhixing to accompany Xiao Yishuan and his group. Xiao Yishuan had yet to see Imo Zhixing's face, but he bore no wariness, responding amicably, "This is splendid. With such a formidable young master accompanying us, we need not fear danger." Xiao Yishuan is quite eloquent and possesses a gentle demeanor, causing Imo Zhixing's displeasure towards him to gradually dissipate. He dismounts, allowing his horse to follow, and enters the carriage. Inside, Xiao Yishuan's carriage is adorned with soft cushions and cool mats, providing a comfort far superior to that of sitting on horseback. Chu Changfeng rolls around on the cool mat and, upon noticing Imo Zhixing entering the carriage, promptly approaches him with a display of eagerness. Sitting obediently, Imo Zhixing glances at him, feigning annoyance. "Do you still remember me?" Chu Changfeng nudges his hand playfully, saying, "Brother, I'm doing this for your own good. Please don't be angry." Imo Zhixing suddenly feels as if he is completely under the spell of this cat-like creature. Though he is not known for his patience, he finds himself entirely lacking in temper when it comes to Chu Changfeng. As the night deepens, the carriage sways gently along the path, and Imo Zhixing gradually succumbs to drowsiness, slowly closing his eyes to sleep. When he awakens at dawn, he discovers that his little cat is gazing intently at the still sleeping Xiao Yishuan. Xiao Yishuan is strikingly handsome, with skin as flawless as jade and whiter than snow, long eyelashes resembling delicate butterfly wings, and a gentle, approachable visage. His snow-white hair flows like silk, and his attire, a splendid blue and white ensemble embroidered with intricate patterns, exudes an air of nobility. Among the Snow Fox clan, both males and females are exceptionally attractive. However, witnessing his little cat gazing adoringly at someone else unsettles Imo Zhixing, prompting him to turn the creature towards him. His sapphire blue eyes, tinged with irritation, fixate on Chu Changfeng. Chu Changfeng's heart skips a beat as he contemplates, why is he angry again? Is he harboring ulterior motives for allowing me to travel with them? Chu Changfeng shakes his head. No, brother. I suggested we travel together for your benefit. He gazes earnestly at Imo Zhixing. Imo Zhixing remains skeptical, questioning why Chu Changfeng is so fixated on Xiao Yishuan. He is just so handsome. A beautiful white-haired man is a rarity. In the Yumeng continent, there are all sorts of beast men with varying hair and eye colors, many of whom are quite good-looking, but few possess such striking beauty as Xiao Yishuan. Chu Changfeng enjoys admiring beautiful individuals, smirking, and what about me? Am I not good-looking too? Can't you spare a glance for me? Imo Zhixing inexplicably finds himself feeling jealous. Yet, upon reflection, it seems unreasonable to feel this way. If his own cat neglects him for others, what would be the point of nurturing it? Chu Changfeng rolls his eyes, clearly indicating his disapproval of Imo Zhixing's jealousy. While Xiao Yishuan is undoubtedly attractive, Imo Zhixing is undeniably handsome as well. Can they truly be compared? Chu Changfeng is a robust figure who appreciates beauty. What is so unusual about that? Don't you want to look at me? Then I shall take my leave. Hey! Chu Changfeng quickly seizes Imo Zhixing's sleeve. Brother, you're all grown up. How can you be so childish? Are you going to look at me or him? He points at Emo Zhixing. Emo Zhixing smiles, his mood lightening. Upon hearing their conversation, Xiao Yishuan awakens, noticing the silent exchange between the man and the cat, and wisely refraining from interrupting their dialogue. Sleeping in a carriage with a stranger whose identity is unknown, and whose name he does not even know, was indeed a thoughtless action. However, judging by Emo Zhixing's behavior and his interactions with the cat, it is evident that Emo Zhixing is straightforward and not one to engage in petty schemes. Moreover, had he truly intended to harm them, he could have taken action at the inn, for Emo Zhixing is quite formidable and could easily eliminate them. Furthermore, Xiao Yishuan cannot sense the beast man scent emanating from Emo Zhixing. Instead, he only detects a fragrance resembling that of Chu Changfeng, indicating that only a fully beast-formed individual could mask their own scent. Based on these observations, Xiao Yishuan harbors no animosity towards Emo Zhixing and graciously accepts his invitation to travel together, hoping to cultivate a favorable impression along the journey and potentially recruit him as a retainer. As Xiao Yishuan quietly observes the interaction between the man and the cat, the carriage comes to a halt. And Lang Yuan's voice calls from outside, "Young master, it's time for us to sit down and have breakfast." "All right," Xiao Yishuan replies, turning to Emo Zhixing. "Would you like to join us for breakfast?" Emo Zhixing hesitates momentarily, recalling that he has exhausted the provisions in his pack. They have traveled this road for many days without encountering any towns, relying solely on foraging for wild fruits and catching mountain chickens to roast. Last night was the first decent meal they had enjoyed. Upon receiving Xiao Yishuan's invitation, Emo Zhixing nods. "I will provide you with silver." "Very well," Xiao Yishuan responds without hesitation, agreeing immediately. After disembarking from the carriage, Lang Yuan and the others begin searching for stones to build a cooking hearth for breakfast. However, upon observing their cooking methods, Emo Zhixing steps forward to intervene. "Let me handle it." Chapter 35. No trifling with others in Beastman cuisine. Porridge is non-existent. They simply cook rice and prepare a couple of dishes to accompany it. But ever since Chu Changfeng taught him how to make porridge, Emo Zhixing has come to appreciate the idea of enjoying a few bowls in the morning. Lang Yuan and the others are momentarily taken aback by Emo Zhixing's proposal. Is it wise to let a stranger prepare their breakfast? Could he be plotting to add something to incapacitate them? If the young master wishes to cook, let him do so. You all may assist him, Xiao Yishuan instructs. With their master's command, the others relent and allow Emo Zhixing to prepare breakfast. Xiao Yishuan's group has some freshly caught mountain chickens and a supply of rice, salt, and oil, while Emo Zhixing prepares the chickens for cooking and begins to make porridge. He has already mastered the simple art of making porridge, requiring no guidance from Chu Changfeng, with nothing to occupy him. Chu Changfeng settles under the shade of a tree, nestling among the fallen leaves while gazing at Xiao Yishuan. The radiant morning sun bathes Xiao Yishuan in a warm glow, making his already fair skin appear to shine, resembling an otherworldly being. Suddenly, Xiao Yishuan turns his head and locks eyes with Chu Changfeng. With a gentle smile, Xiao Yishuan beckons, "Little cat, come here." Chu Changfeng immediately jumps up, filled with joy, and rushes over. Xiao Yishuan cradles him in his arms, lifting him to eye level and scrutinizing him closely. This is his first encounter with a red-eyed little cat, and he finds it utterly adorable. Chu Changfeng's eyes glimmer like amber, bright and round. Upon receiving Xiao Yishuan's compliment, he beams with delight, narrowing his eyes into a line of joy. "Brother, you are quite handsome as well," he thinks to himself. Xiao Yishuan is momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chu Changfeng to smile at him so endearingly. Leaving him with a smile that lingers, he finally understands why his owner cherishes him so. If Chu Changfeng were his cat, he too would dote on him. "Little cat, I'm preparing food for you. And you're over here trifling about?" Emo Zhixing's cold voice suddenly interrupts from behind. Chu Changfeng stiffens, realizing, "Oh no, my cat-loving brother is jealous again." It is the first time he has encountered someone so possessive over their pet. Unable to tolerate even a moment of play between his cat and another. Sensing Emo Zhixing's displeasure, Xiao Yishuan gently sets Chu Changfeng down. The little cat obediently positions himself at Emo Zhixing's feet, looking up with a pitiful expression. "Brother, can't you be a little less strict? Let me play with this handsome boy for a while." Emo Zhixing misinterprets his expression, thinking it reflects guilt, and replies, "Stay close to me. You are not to wander off." Chu Changfeng nods in compliance. Emo Zhixing returns to cooking. while Chu Changfeng trots along beside him, creating an adorable scene of a little white cat scampering along the lush riverbank. Lang Yuan observes the two and approaches Xiao Yishuan, crouching down beside him, lowering his voice to inquire, "Young master, do you think he will do a good job with breakfast?" "Fear not, that young man is no ordinary individual. He is quite powerful. If he wished us harm, we would not see the light of day again. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding his intentions," Xiao Yishuan reassures him. Lang Yuan nods in understanding, but then he notices Xiao Yishuan gazing at Chu Changfeng with a tender smile, and a pang of discomfort stirs within him. "Young master, why do you keep staring at that Kakin? Do you not find him adorable? Aren't all younglings like this? I was quite cute in my youth as well," Xiao Yishuan muses. Lang Yuan mutters under his breath, "Young master, you are still quite cute now." Xiao Yishuan affectionately ruffles Lang Yuan's fluffy head. "You are quite adorable as well, Yuan-er." Lang Yuan freezes, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Dou Zhixing's chicken and rice porridge does not take long to prepare. Initially, Xiao Yishuan's group is filled with apprehension and fear. But after witnessing Mo Zhixing and Xiao Yishuan enjoying the meal, they muster the courage to join in.it is their first experience with porridge, and they initially expect the sticky rice mixed with ingredients to be unpalatable. As it appears to be a haphazardly prepared meal, however, upon tasting it, they are utterly stunned. The rich flavor of mountain chicken fills their mouths, and the rice is just as delectable. The soft, cooked rice slides down their throats effortlessly, requiring little chewing. The group stares in astonishment at Mo Zhixing, eager to inquire how he managed to create such a delightful porridge. Yet, Mo Zhixing simply prepared it in a straightforward manner, cleaning the ingredients and tossing them into the pot to simmer with the rice. Such a simple, unrefined cooking method has surprisingly produced one of the most delicious meals they have ever had. A large pot of chicken porridge was swiftly consumed, leaving everyone feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Yet, with the pot now empty, they had no choice but to turn their attention to washing the dishes. While others filled their stomachs, Xiao Yishuan rested beneath a tree, and Mo Zhixing, beside him, playfully teased Chu Changfeng with a blade of grass. Chu Changfeng was not inclined to play along, lethargically swatting at the grass with his paw. "Little cat, are you truly so discontent in my company?" Mo Zhixing finally broke the silence. "You seem to delight in the company of others. Yet you scarcely acknowledge me. Do you wish to change your master?" "Ah, vinegar brother. Here we go again," Chu Changfeng said as he climbed onto his lap. Gazing up at him, Mo Zhixing had saved his life. And until that debt of gratitude was repaid, Chu Changfeng would never abandon him. However, Mo Zhixing had a knack for getting jealous at the slightest provocation. As a veterinarian, Chu Changfeng had encountered many devoted pet owners who adored their little companions. If their kittens or puppies were obedient and well-behaved, they would boast about them or allow envious onlookers to pet them. None were as miserly as Mo Zhixing. After a moment of scrutiny, Chu Changfeng grasped Mo Zhixing's hand and urged him to open it, writing in his palm, "I am not truly a cat. Do you not enjoy playing like this with me?" Mo Zhixing raised the grass in his hand. Chu Changfeng nodded. "Very well, if you do not enjoy it, I shall refrain. However, remember this, little cat. You belong to someone and cannot flirt with others," Mo Zhixing admonished sternly. Chu Changfeng, not wishing to argue, obediently nodded in agreement. Vinegar Brother was quick to spill his jealousy. During their travels with Xiao Yishuan, Chu Changfeng made a concerted effort to stay close behind Mo Zhixing, occasionally exchanging glances with Xiao Yishuan. He felt that this simple exchange of looks had forged a bond of friendship between him and Xiao Yishuan. Throughout their journey, Xiao Yishuan ensured that Mo Zhixing could enjoy a restful night's sleep, while Mo Zhixing handled the bandits and fierce beasts they encountered along the way. They helped each other, leaving no debts between them. Thus, a month later, they finally arrived at the capital of the Beast Kingdom, Beast City. Chapter 36. An invitation to stay. Upon entering the city gates, Xiao Yishuan extended an invitation to Mo Zhixing. "Young master, if you have yet to secure lodgings in Beast City, why not come to my home?" Mo Zhixing hesitated before responding, "On my way here, I heard rumors of half-beasts with divine powers appearing in Beast City. Are you aware of this, young Master Xiao?" Xiao Yishuan's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. "Young master, we have traveled together for a month. There is no need for you to continue concealing your identity. You may speak freely, and if there are any secrets you wish to keep, I can assist you in that regard. In truth, I have already deduced your identity. My father informed me that the existence of half-beasts with divine powers is a closely guarded secret. Meant to prevent public panic, I have come here to deliver royal letters to the Qing and Shui families. So outside of the four great families, only they are likely to know of the half-beasts with divine powers. Your blue eyes and formidable strength lead me to believe you are Imo Zhixing, the eldest son of the Imo family. Upon seeing Imo Zhixing's blue eyes, Xiao Yishuan had already harbored some doubts, but he could not be certain, as blue-eyed beasts existed, and were not exclusive to the Imo family. However, when Imo Zhixing inquired about the half-beasts with divine powers, Xiao Yishuan immediately confirmed his identity. Imo Zhixing no longer felt the need to hide, removing his mask and graciously admitting, "Indeed, it is I, young Master Xiao. You are exceptionally astute. I trust you understand why I have chosen to conceal my identity." Though he had suspected, Xiao Yishuan still admired Imo Zhixing's courage in traveling alone with a young kitten from the Imo family's territory to the Beast Kingdom. Imo Zhixing glanced down at Chu Changfeng, unexpectedly smiling as he tugged playfully at the kitten's tail, finding joy in their companionship. "Indeed, I have observed you amusing Chu Changfeng throughout our journey," Xiao Yishuan remarked. Initially, Xiao Yishuan had worried that Chu Changfeng's delicate constitution could not withstand Imo Zhixing's playful antics, fearing he would soon fall ill. To his surprise, Chu Changfeng remained robust. "Young Master Imo, will you be staying with us? The relationship between our families is still relatively amicable." After the death of Mo's father, the Imo family was led by Madame Yu Ida. To avoid suspicion, Xiao Baiqing refrained from becoming too close to the Imo family, especially since the matriarch was a female beast. Their correspondence consisted of occasional letters, but Madame Yu's replies were always overly formal, lacking any hint of a desire for friendship. Gradually, the two families lost contact. Yet Xiao Baiqing had always kept an eye on the Imo family. Now that fate had brought him and Imo Zhixing together, Xiao Yishuan sought to rekindle their ties. Staying with the Xiao family would undoubtedly be much safer than lodging elsewhere, especially since they were privy to news regarding half-beasts. However, I prefer that not many people are aware of my arrival. Would you be so kind as to help keep my identity a secret? Young Master Xiao. Of course, Xiao Yishuan replied without hesitation, immediately agreeing. With the decision made to stay with the Xiao family, the carriage continued on its way. Soon, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Xiao residence. As they disembarked, a sweet voice called out, "Xiao Xian, you've finally returned, sister." Xiao Yishuan greeted warmly upon seeing the approaching young woman. Xiao Shuiying cupped his face in her hands, inspecting him closely. "You've lost weight? Father is truly unreasonable. Why must he send you on such errands? Father merely wishes for me to broaden my horizons and not remain cooped up at home reading all the time." "Is that truly broadening your horizons? You know how perilous the outside world is, filled with fierce beasts and wandering half-beasts. Hardly any good can come of it." As she spoke, Xiao Shuiying's gaze fell upon Imo Zhixing. Dressed in all black, with only his deep blue eyes visible in the sweltering heat, and a white kitten perched on his shoulder, he presented a striking contrast of colors. "Who is he?" Xiao Shuiying inquired. "This is young Master Imo, whom we encountered on our journey. Thanks to him, we were able to fend off the beasts and bandits, allowing me to return unharmed. He has nowhere else to go. So I invited him to stay with us for a few days," Xiao Yishuan explained. Xiao Shuiying stepped closer to Imo Zhixing, her light gray eyes scrutinizing him. "Aren't you hot? Your concern is unnecessary." Imo Zhixing replied coldly. Xiao Baiqing held a high position in the Beast Kingdom, respected by all. Consequently, Xiao Shuiying was also held in esteem by the populace. Accustomed to such reverence, she felt her temper flare at Imo Zhixing's aloofness and arrogance. "Xiao Xian, this man displays no manners and dares not reveal his true identity. How could you bring him into our home? What if he is a nefarious beast? Sister, young Master Imo saved my life and deserves our hospitality. If I were to cast aside my savior, Father would surely reprimand me." "But are you certain he is a good person?" Xiao Shuiying retorted, pointing at Imo Zhixing, whose appearance suggested he was evading capture. "Indeed, I am in hiding," Imo Zhixing admitted. Xiao Yishuan contemplated before responding. "Sister, young Master Imo suffered injuries in a fire, which is why he is disguised." He left the rest unsaid, but Xiao Shuiying, perceptive as she was, quickly grasped the implication as she regarded Imo Zhixing. A flicker of guilt crossed her features. Understanding the need for his disguise, she cautioned, however, You must not wander about our home without permission. Otherwise, our servants may question you. Emo Zhixing frowned, clearly displeased. I shall stay at an inn if you need me. Come find me there. O Zhixing's fiery temper could not tolerate such restrictions. He preferred the freedom of an inn over the constraints of their household. Young Master Emo, please disregard my sister's words. You are welcome to treat our home as your own, Xiao Yishuan interjected, eager to bridge the gap between the two families. Sister, if young Master Emo were to cause any trouble in our home, I will take full responsibility. I pledge my life that he is no villain, Xiao Yishuan declared earnestly. Since you have said so, what more can I say? Xiao Shuiying sighed in resignation. However, you must inform father about this. Emo Zhixing's peculiar appearance was indeed alarming, and despite Xiao Yishuan's assurances, Xiao Shuiying remained wary for her brother's safety. I understand, Xiao Yishuan assured Emo Zhixing. Rest easy in my home. Should any trouble arise, you may always seek me out. Chapter 37. Not yet possessing with Xiao Yishuan's words, Emo Zhixing nodded in satisfaction. Emo Zhixing was known for his temper, a fact that Xiao Yishuan had long anticipated. Those who could fully beastify while wielding divine power were inherently superior to other beastmen. They were born with an innate pride that could not tolerate humiliation. Emo Zhixing, being a paragon among them, would never compromise on matters that belittled him. Xiao Yishuan had arranged for the finest suite for Emo Zhixing and instructed his servants to provide clean garments along with warm water for bathing. After an extensive journey of over a month, even Emo Zhixing felt the weariness in his body. After cleansing himself and changing into fresh attire, he emerged to find Chu Changfeng sitting obediently in a basin, taking a bath. Though Chu Changfeng was currently in cat form, his love for cleanliness had never waned. He had been counting the days for his bath. Today was indeed his scheduled bathing day. As a cat, bathing posed numerous inconveniences. He lay in the basin, his little head peeking above the water's surface, while the rest of him remained submerged, reminiscent to Emo Zhixing of a turtle. Amused by this thought, Emo Zhixing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chu Changfeng, perplexed by Emo Zhixing's sudden laughter, cast a curious glance his way. Little cat, I shall wash you, Emo Zhixing said, rolling up his sleeves and approaching, picking up some soap pods to scrub Chu Changfeng's body. The fragrant aroma of the soap was delightful, and Chu Changfeng closed his eyes in enjoyment of Emo Zhixing's ministrations. Suddenly, Emo Zhixing halted, emitting a muffled groan of pain. Concerned, Chu Changfeng opened his eyes and looked over. Emo Zhixing grimaced in pain, his brow furrowed, and after a moment's pause, Chu Changfeng noticed the whip scars beneath Emo Zhixing's open garment. This was the second time he had seen those scars, and they still struck him with horror. Emo Zhixing's sudden discomfort must have been a resurgence of pain from those old wounds. Meow? Are you all right? Chu Changfeng gently prodded the whip mark on Emo Zhixing's hand with his little paw. Emo Zhixing smiled slowly and replied, It's nothing, just a sudden ache. It seems it will rain in the next couple of days. He had grown accustomed to the pain that accompanied rainy weather. However, with Chu Changfeng by his side, he had let his guard down, allowing himself to express discomfort. Since that incident, I have never dared to reveal my injuries in front of my mother, fearing it would sadden her, reminding her of past sorrows. Sometimes I wish I didn't have these scars, so I wouldn't have to worry about her sudden inquiries. He recalled the last time when Madame Yu had unexpectedly pulled back his covers to reveal his arrow wound, startling him considerably. Having just arrived in the Beast Kingdom, Emo Zhixing decided to rest well today. Tomorrow, they would inquire about the half-beastmen with divine powers and seek to learn more about them, all while investigating matters concerning Chu Changfeng. If we could understand why they possess divine power, perhaps we could help you regain your human form, Emo Zhixing mused while continuing to wash Chu Changfeng. Suddenly, he paused, a frown crossing his face. But wait, if you were to gain a human form, wouldn't you lose this adorableness? If you were no longer cute, how could I possibly keep you cradled in my hands or close to my heart? Big brother, do you intend to keep me as a cat for eternity? Chu Changfeng protested. Since arriving here, he had been a cat for several months, and truth be told, he still found it hard to adjust, especially since, as a cat, he had to obey Emo Zhixing entirely. Otherwise, the possessive older brother would become jealous and unleash his temper. Hearing Emo Zhixing express a desire for him to remain in feline form, Chu Changfeng only wished more fervently to regain his human shape. If he were human, Emo Zhixing might not love him as much, thus granting him freedom. the freedom to admire beautiful maidens. Indeed, Xiao Yishuan's sister, Xiao Shuiying, was strikingly beautiful. Little cat, who are you thinking about? Your eyes are practically glowing with desire. Emo Zhixing splashed water onto Chu Changfeng's face. Chu Changfeng shut his eyes and playfully swatted at his hand. Is there anything wrong with a strong man admiring beautiful women? He lamented silently, as he couldn't voice these thoughts, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Emo Zhixing's scars. Though the topic had shifted, Chu Changfeng still felt a pang of sympathy for Emo Zhixing's wounds. If only his divine power could erase the pain from those whip marks and heal those scars. Chu Changfeng shut his eyes, concentrating on channeling the divine energy within him to alleviate Emo Zhixing's pain. But in the next moment, his body went limp, and he fell into a deep slumber. Emo Zhixing was taken aback for a moment before the realization dawned on him. And he chuckled softly, little cat, why are you so endearing? The more you are this way, the more I cannot allow anyone to take you away, and no matter what happens, you will always be my cat. Unconscious, Chu Changfeng remained oblivious to Emo Zhixing's possessive declaration. That moment, in another place, within the Li family's wisteria courtyard, beneath the cascading clusters of white and purple wisteria blossoms, a breathtakingly beautiful individual with silver-white hair cascading like a waterfall held their chest and murmured softly, "Not yet, my child. You cannot possess this divine power just yet." Chu Changfeng slept soundly until the evening hours. The fiery red sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow in the ancient-style suite. It was eerily quiet, and Chu Changfeng glanced around, unable to find any trace of Emo Zhixing. Leaping down from the bed, he hopped onto the table and struggled to push aside the lid of a teapot, yearning for a sip of water. Just then, two pairs of footsteps approached. Looking up, he saw Xiao Yishuan and his father, Xiao Baiqing, entering. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. Xiao Yishuan broke the tension first, stepping forward and asking, little cat, what would you like to do? Chu Changfeng nodded toward the teapot. Do you wish to drink water? Xiao Yishuan inquired. Chu Changfeng nodded again. Xiao Yishuan poured a cup of tea for Chu Changfeng, who licked the liquid, moistening his throat. Once he was no longer thirsty, he lifted his gaze to the father and son. Xiao Baiqing stared at Chu Changfeng for a long while before remarking, I never expected that young Master Emo would raise a kitten with red eyes. I thought that after that incident, he would harbor a hatred for all red-eyed beastmen. Chu Changfeng's body trembled in shock as he turned to look at Xiao Yishuan. Little brother, didn't you promise to help Emo Zhixing conceal his identity? In less than a day, you've exposed it? Chapter 38. The continent of Peluo to adopt a red-eyed cub from another tribe demonstrates young Master Mo's clear sense of right and wrong. He does not involve unrelated individuals due to past enmities. Xiao Yishuan, oblivious to Chu Changfeng's inner turmoil, conversed with Xiao Baiqing about Emo Zhixing's magnanimity. Listening to their conversation, Chu Changfeng discerned no animosity toward Emo Zhixing from the father and son. If that were the case, perhaps Xiao Baiqing was a good person. If he were indeed a good person, there would be no need to fear them discovering Emo Zhixing's identity. Where is young Master Emo? Xiao Baiqing scanned the room, noticing Emo Zhixing was absent. Xiao Yishuan shook his head and called out loudly, Yuan, young master, is there something you need? Lang Yuan rushed in upon hearing his name. Yuan, please find out where young Master Xing is. Yes. Lang Yuan ventured out to search for Emo Zhixing and soon returned to report, Young Master, the servants say young Master Xing is in the kitchen preparing dinner. He can cook for himself? Xiao Baiqing expressed mild surprise. Setting aside Emo Zhixing's noble status, he must have many tasks to attend to. How could he find time to cook? Xiao Yishuan, having traveled with Emo Zhixing for over a month, was unfazed by the news. Young Master Xing's cooking is quite delectable. It's curious. Despite being no different from the kitchen staff's meals, his dishes are exceptionally delicious. Yuan, you go assist young Master Xing in the kitchen. With Lang Yuan dispatched, the father and son felt emboldened to converse more freely. Chu Changfeng, sitting nearby, listened intently. As the conversation progressed, he gleaned an interesting piece of information. Xiao Baiqing and Emo Zhixing's father had once been friends. Xiao Baiqing reminisced about their past camaraderie with Xiao Yishuan, lamenting the death of Emo Zhixing's father, his eyes turning slightly misty as he recounted old tales. Hearing their discourse, Chu Changfeng felt reassured about the father and son. Suddenly, Xiao Baiqing's gaze fell upon Chu Changfeng, and he spoke gently, Child, why do you not take on your human form? You are safe within my residence. There is no need for concern. It's rather strange. I have never seen the little cat in human form. Xiao Yishuan joined in on the conversation. It was indeed unusual for a beast man capable of beastification to remain in their animal form. Despite the dangers they had faced on their journey, there were always moments of safety. Moreover, given the summer heat, one would think beastmen would prefer to adopt a human form rather than endure the sweltering fur of their beast shapes. Yet, Chu Changfeng had never transformed into human form. Child, rest assured. If you reveal your human form, you are young Master Mo's child, and we will treat you well. Chu Changfeng pondered how to explain his inability to beastify. He glanced helplessly toward the door, where Mo Zhixing appeared, carrying food. His eyes sparkled with joy. Following his gaze, Xiao Yishuan stood up and asked, "There's something you need." Seeing the Xiao family, Mo Zhixing asked indifferently, "What brings you here?" Xiao Yishuan exchanged a glance with Lang Yuan, signaling him to step outside. Lang Yuan placed the food on the table and discreetly exited. Once Lang Yuan was gone, Xiao Yishuan explained to Mo Zhixing, "Young master, this is my father. I have informed him about your situation." Mo Zhixing's brows furrowed with displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with Xiao Yishuan's breach of trust. Xiao Yishuan continued to explain, "I hold no official position in the court and am unaware of its affairs. Moreover, the existence of half-beasts possessing divine power is known only to my father, the left chancellor, and a select few others. They are reluctant to reveal their identities and approach the king secretly to negotiate conditions. Thus the king has been discreetly addressing these matters. My knowledge of half-beasts is quite superficial. To gain further insights, I would need to consult my father. However, I have never been particularly interested in such matters. And if I inquire too much, my father will surely notice. After much contemplation, I believe it would be best to inform my father of your arrival, allowing him to discuss these half-beasts directly with you." Xiao Yishuan, accustomed to a carefree and leisurely lifestyle, preferred to avoid the troublesome affairs of the court. Yet, Xiao Baiqing had always hoped he would lend a hand, which is why he had assigned him the task of delivering a message. However, if Xiao Baiqing were to uncover more information regarding the half-beasts, he would certainly sense something amiss. To avoid such complications, Xiao Yishuan felt it prudent to inform Xiao Baiqing. Upon hearing his explanation, Mo Zhixing quickly suppressed his anger. "This is the territory of the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom. Whatever you wish to do here is beyond my concern." Setting the dishes upon the table, Mo Zhixing placed some fish and meat into a bowl and pushed it toward Chu Changfeng, adding, "Lord Xiao, how much can you tell me about those half-beasts?" As Mo Zhixing spoke, he loosened his scarf and cloak, revealing his visage. Xiao Baiqing, taken aback by Mo Zhixing's appearance, murmured, "You bear a striking resemblance to your father." "Lord Xiao," Mo Zhixing glanced at him and said, "If you do not mind, shall we converse while we eat? I do not wish for my little cat to go hungry." Concerned that Chu Changfeng might be famished due to his use of divine power, Mo Zhixing did not wait for nightfall but headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Xiao Baiqing observed the 3 dishes and a soup he had prepared. Though he had tasted similar dishes before, he had never seen such a combination of ingredients cooked together. With Mo Zhixing's invitation, Xiao Baiqing graciously accepted, picking up his chopsticks to sample a piece of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. The bamboo shoots were sweet and crisp, complementing the succulent flavor of the meat. While the taste was not extraordinarily remarkable, it was undeniably delicious. "Your culinary skills are commendable, Mo Xianshi, even surpassing those of the cooks in my household." Xiao Baiqing complimented. "Lord Xiao, let us return to the matter at hand." Mo Zhixing redirected the conversation. "What exactly is the situation with those half-beasts? While awaiting your arrival, we gathered some information during our discussions with them." "These beasts hail from the Perlo continent," Xiao Baiqing replied. "The Perlo continent?" Mo Zhixing echoed, contemplating the name. Xiao Baiqing nodded. "They crossed the sea, taking several months to reach our continent. According to them, their homeland has become uninhabitable, which is why they sought refuge here, hoping to establish a life for themselves. After witnessing their capabilities, the king arranged for them to have accommodations. Thus far, they have not exhibited any peculiar behavior, although they occasionally request certain herbs from us." "Are those herbs poisonous?" Mo Zhixing inquired. "Not at all. They are quite common herbs. However, the variety they require is extensive. We inquired if they had companions who were ill, offering to send a physician to assist them, but they declined our help. Have they committed any misdeeds?" "None." Initially, their demeanor towards the king was unfavorable, but after being provided with a place to reside, they became more compliant. Nevertheless, we remain cautious, as they possess divine power, and we are uncertain if they will continue to behave themselves. Thus, we have discreetly dispatched individuals to monitor them. Chapter 39. Infiltration and meeting the half-beasts described in the letter and those spoken of by Xiao Baiqing were markedly different. Imo Zhixing lowered his head in contemplation. May I meet with them? Imo Xianshi. Xiao Baiqing replied. The king has expressed some regret over sending you the letter after observing their compliance. Tio say nothing of the Lai family. The 10,000 Beasts Kingdom also harbors apprehension regarding their conduct, though at present, their distance mitigates any immediate threat. However, with the emergence of half-beasts possessing divine power, it is uncertain what the Lai family might do upon discovering their existence. Since you are aware of the potential actions of the Lai family, why send them a letter? Imo Zhixing inquired, his displeasure evident. Xiao Baiqing explained, the Lai family's spies are pervasive throughout the Yuma continent. Even if we do not send them a letter, they will inevitably receive word. If we were to withhold communication, they would likely use this as leverage against the king. Therefore, it was prudent to send them a letter. The king's correspondence with you was also intended to keep the Lai family in check. The majority of the populace in the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom harbored a sense of reverence towards the four great families. Regardless of the Lai family's actions within the kingdom, the citizens dared not act recklessly. However, those belonging to the four great families would not flatter the Lai family. The Beast King, pondering the situation, realized that the Lai family could not be allowed to dominate the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom, which prompted the dispatch of 4 letters. May I meet with those half-beasts alone? Imo Zhixing pressed. Still concerned about this matter, Xiao Baiqing hesitated, contemplating his response. Imo Zhixing patiently awaited his reply, and after a prolonged silence, Xiao Baiqing finally spoke. Imo Xianshi, why is it so imperative for you to meet those half-beasts? I have a question I wish to pose to them. Have you encountered them before? Not at all. I merely have a friend who bears a striking resemblance to them and wish to inquire if there is a solution. Imo Zhixing replied nonchalantly. Xiao Baiqing understood his intent. The affairs concerning those half-beasts are of great significance, and I cannot permit you to meet them without consulting the king. Imo Xianshi, would you be willing to inform the king of your arrival? Imo Zhixing sighed inwardly. He had hoped to arrive and depart discreetly, yet this was not his domain, and he could not act as he pleased. Very well, however, if it can be concealed, please do so. I came here with my little cat, and if the Lai family were to learn of this, they would not let me off easily. Xiao Baiqing assured him. I will speak with the king. You need not worry, Imo Xianshi. We will ensure your protection. Imo Zhixing did not take these words to heart. Ever since that incident of being captured, he understood that one could only rely on oneself. Depending on others was futile. Had he known it would lead to such complications, he would have preferred to come alone. After conversing with the Xiao father and son, night had fully descended, and their bellies were satisfied. Imo Zhixing reclined on the bed, glancing at Zhao Yixuo's message carried by carrier pigeon. After reading it, he turned to Chu Changfeng, who lay beside him, and called out, Little cat, have you ever met your mother? Or rather, has the owner of this body ever encountered his mother? Chu Changfeng shook his head. The original owner had never seen his mother since he became aware of his surroundings and had never heard anyone speak of her, as though she had never existed. Why have you never met your mother? Imo Zhixing inquired further. Chu Changfeng shrugged, indicating his ignorance of the matter. You cannot transform into human form yet possess divine power. Perhaps it is because your mother, like those half-beasts, hails from the Perlo continent. If we could uncover information related to your mother, conversing with those half-beasts might prove significantly more beneficial. Chu Changfeng lay on the soft cushion, straining to recall the memories of the original owner. However, the original owner had lived a monotonous life for a decade, and his memories were almost entirely repetitive. Upon further reflection, Chu Changfeng suddenly realized that the original owner's life over the past 10 years bore a striking resemblance to imprisonment. Each day consisted of waking, studying, resting, eating, and sleeping. These activities consumed the original owner's time, leaving him never to step beyond the confines of his dwelling. Moreover, the maidservants who attended to him often frightened him with tales of man-eating beasts lurking outside, warning that venturing out would lead to being devoured. The original owner, being timid, never dared to leave, remaining confined as such. In reconsideration, Imo Zhixing overturned his initial thoughts. If your mother came from another continent, and she bore you with Lai Hui, it stands to reason that Lai Hui should be aware of the existence of the Perlo continent and would have sought it out long ago. Yet, now that half-beasts with divine power have appeared, does this not imply that they too are unaware? As he spoke, Imo Zhixing looked to Chu Changfeng, hoping to glean answers from him, as a being from another world. Chu Changfeng knew nothing of this realm and could not provide Imo Zhixing with answers, only shaking his head. O Zhixing, receiving no answers, asked, "Little cat, ever since I encountered you, a series of events have unfolded that I have never heard of. Do you think these occurrences are a result of your presence?" Chu Changfeng shook his head. "These events are bound to happen regardless. They have no relation to me. In any case, he was determined to meet those half-beasts. Whether they were willing or not, he would seek them out. Putting aside his worries, Imo Zhixing simply wished to pursue his own plans. Once he uncovered the truth behind Chu Changfeng's origins and the connection between the half-beasts and the Lai family, he would return home. After a night's rest, the following morning, Xiao Baiqing brought Imo Zhixing delightful news. The Beast King consented to his clandestine meetings with the half-beasts, allowing him to conceal his identity. Accompanied by a team delivering medicinal herbs, he was to provide these remedies to the half-beasts. The Beast King remarked, "They have come at my invitation to investigate matters concerning the half-beasts. What reason do I have to deny them contact?" Imo Zhixing was taken aback by the Beast King's readiness to acquiesce, yet regardless of the circumstances, the king's agreement was indeed a fortuitous development for him. Wasting no time, after breakfast, Imo Zhixing, alongside Xiao Baiqing, proceeded to the apothecary. They donned the attire worn by the apothecary's workers, as the inhabitants of the Beast Kingdom were all half-beasts. Imo Zhixing exposed his ears and tail, applying a concoction to his face in an attempt to obscure his features. Like the other half-beasts, he loaded the herbs onto the cart and journeyed alongside it. As he walked, Imo Zhixing surveyed his surroundings. The quantity of herbs was considerable, filling no less than 3 carts. The carts, laden with medicinal plants, traversed the bustling main street and exited the city gates, continuing onward. After a stretch along the official road, a small path came into view, flanked by tall trees planted in an orderly fashion. At the path's end stood the Beast King's former residence. Chapter 40. A confrontation upon meeting before the establishment of the Beast City. The Beast King and a select few half-beasts resided in this area. As the population grew, they erected the Beast City not far from the old residence. Although it was the Beast King's former abode, it was far from modest, comprising 15 courtyards and 9 halls. It constituted a quarter of the Beast City. The Beast King occasionally visited this old residence to unwind, leading to regular cleaning, which kept it tidy and presentable. The cart rounded to the back entrance of the residence and halted. The back gate stood ajar, and an elderly male half-beast emerged, directing them on where to unload the herbs. O Zhixing carried a sack of herbs inside and, seizing an opportune moment, stealthily slipped away to seek out the half-beasts. Prior to their arrival, Xiao Baiqing had provided Imo Zhixing with a map of the Beast King's old residence and informed him of the half-beast's dwelling. Zhixing wrung the map from his pocket and unfolded it, while Chu Changfeng perched on his shoulder, peering at it as well. Not long into their search, they caught a distant sound from the courtyard ahead, a sweet young girl's voice laced with disdain. "I refuse to drink it. The herbal concoction brewed by Jueqing is unbearably bitter." Another voice, more mature, responded, "If you don't drink it, you'll be in pain, though you wish to endure the pain. Or are you merely afraid of the bitterness?" "I would rather endure the pain. I refuse to drink the medicine." "Stop this nonsense, just drink it." "No, no. Xiao Yi, cease this folly." "I simply refuse. Drinking it won't bring relief. Why must I consume such bitter medicine daily?" Upon hearing this exchange, Imo Zhixing and Chu Changfeng exchanged glances. It appeared the half-beast had requested a substantial amount of herbs from the Beast King due to the illness of this young girl, which was quite severe. Having located the individuals he sought, Imo Zhixing deemed the map unnecessary. He folded it, preparing to return it to his pocket when a flash of cold light surged toward him. He quickly grasped Chu Changfeng, leaping aside as he thrust himself away with great force. The cold light pursued relentlessly, and with one hand clutching the map and the other holding onto Chu Changfeng, Imo Zhixing was left unable to counterattack, forced to retreat step by step. In the process of his retreat, he caught a glimpse of his assailant, a male half-beast clad entirely in black, half of his face obscured by a dark mask. This attire struck Imo Zhixing as oddly familiar. The assailant was a feline half-beast, adorned with black fur interspersed with hints of orange and white. He possessed a pair of sleek black cat ears atop his head and moved with remarkable agility, brandishing a dagger with lethal precision. Owing to his feline heritage, his padded feet made no sound upon the ground. Had it not been for the palpable aura of menace, Imo Zhixing might have met his demise in silence. "Wait, I bear no ill will," Imo Zhixing said, maintaining a cautious distance as he spoke calmly. The assailant's amber cat-like eyes narrowed sharply, the murderous intent unabated. Confronted with a bad temper, Imo Zhixing's expression soured as he raised his leg to block the incoming attack. "I have a matter to inquire of you. Once I have my answers, I shall depart. I assure you I mean no harm. Should you be willing to converse, then let us talk. If not, I shall force you to comply." Upon hearing this brash proclamation, the feline male's eyes grew colder, his murderous intent intensifying. Neither party was willing to yield. From the other side of the courtyard, Xiao Yi and Fei Yao, alerted by the sounds of conflict, rushed over to investigate. "Fei Ying, are you fighting again? Look at that. Horizontal slashes and vertical cuts. Wow, that brother is impressive. He can actually evade Fei Ying's strikes." Watching the brawl, Xiao Yi's excitement bubbled over as she clenched her small fists and bounced on her toes. Fei Yao scrutinized Imo Zhixing's attire and admonished, "Fei Ying, cease at once. He is a citizen of this realm, and we are presently on foreign territory. Do not provoke trouble." Hearing her brother's command, Fei Ying reluctantly halted his assault, standing in place with a wary gaze directed at Imo Zhixing. "Did your king not inform you that you are forbidden to tread beyond the confines of the backyard?" Fei Yao glared at Imo Zhixing. Her expression unyielding and somewhat irate. Imo Zhixing stowed the map into his pocket, tucking Chu Changfeng close to his chest. "I am not under his jurisdiction. I have come here to seek you." "Seek us? Why do you possess divine power?" Without mincing words, Imo Zhixing posed the question that had been on his mind. Upon hearing his inquiry, the pride and disdain evident on Fei Yao and her companions' faces were unmistakable. Since arriving, they had lost count of how many had posed the same question, and they held no regard for those who dared to inquire. "If you wish to know the answer, journey to the Pelo continent. Anyone there can provide you with the information you seek," Fei Yao stated dismissively. Imo Zhixing furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that all half-beasts on the Pelo continent possess divine power? You shall find out when you arrive." Fei Yao responded arrogantly. Imo Zhixing, dissatisfied with her evasive answer but recognizing his need for their cooperation, endeavored to maintain a cordial demeanor. "I have a friend who has existed in beast form since birth. Nearing 18, he still cannot assume human shape, yet he possesses divine power. His parents passed away without revealing whether his mother was a half-beast from the Pelo continent. To unravel the mystery surrounding him. I have sought you out." A flicker of surprise crossed Fei Yao's eyes as she exchanged a glance with Fei Ying. Their eyes met for a moment before turning back to Imo Zhixing. A half-beast who had been in beast form since birth should have been considered a regression. Yet he wielded divine power, akin to their own. Fei Yao fell silent, contemplating for a lengthy period before saying, "Have your friend come to see us? Upon meeting him, we may be able to provide you with answers." "But his health is poor, little cat," Imo Zhixing interjected. But before he could finish, Chu Changfeng leaped from his chest to stand before them, calling out to Fei Yao. Xiao Yi, upon spotting Chu Changfeng, approached with delight. "That little cat is so adorable." She reached out to scoop Chu Changfeng up, but Imo Zhixing swiftly reclaimed him, glaring, "How could you run off like that? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is?" "Meow, brother. If we are not honest with each other, they will not divulge their secrets." From the outset, Fei Yao's demeanor had indicated that her group was not to be trusted. Imo Zhixing had only subtly inquired, refraining from revealing Chu Changfeng's identity. Yet Chu Changfeng had acted impulsively, prompting Imo Zhixing's "Is that friend of yours this little cat?" Fei Yao inquired. Imo Zhixing cast a reproachful glance at Chu Changfeng. With the secret now out in the open, he responded directly, "Indeed, that is he. Have you encountered such a half-beast from your Pelo continent? One who remains in beast form and is unable to transform into human shape as he approaches maturity?" Fei Yao scrutinized Chu Changfeng for a moment before firmly shaking her head. "This little cat is certainly not one of our Pelo continent's half-beasts." Chapter 41. An apology. How can you be so certain? Imo Zhixing pressed. All half-beasts bore a striking resemblance to one another. Without knowledge of their continent of origin, it was nearly impossible to discern where they hailed from. Fei Yao pursed her lips, hesitating before responding. Your little cat possesses divine power from birth. Thus, he cannot possibly be one of our fellow continent's half-beasts. A calm, measured male voice interjected as Jueqing approached from the side, his gaze settling upon Chu Changfeng. The divine power of half-beasts on the fellow continent is acquired, not innate, Jueqing. How can you disclose our affairs to him? Fei Yao questioned anxiously. Jueqing, with his long black hair and black wings, replied unhurriedly, the inhabitants of this continent will inevitably learn of the fellow continent's secrets. There is no point in concealing them. Besides, I find that little cat quite intriguing. If you permit me to examine your body, I shall share the origins of our divine power. What do you intend to do with him? Mo Zhixing clutched Chu Changfeng protectively. I am a doctor, and I have a keen interest in those with peculiar afflictions. If you wish to extract information from us, you must offer an appropriate price. Jueqing asserted, as if it were a matter of course. Mo Zhixing regarded him with suspicion, glancing down at Chu Changfeng. Should we return? Chu Changfeng shook his head. Brother, do not forget our primary objective. You did not come here merely to unravel the mystery surrounding me. There is also the matter concerning the Lai family. Since we are here, we cannot leave without seeking answers. In the face of great moral dilemmas, Chu Changfeng remained remarkably clear-headed, while Mo Zhixing found it impossible to place his trust in the individuals before him, who sought to take his life at a moment's notice and now demanded an examination of Chu Changfeng's body. Who could ascertain what they might do to him? Contemplating this, Mo Zhixing's discontent deepened. And disregarding Chu Changfeng's protests, he declared, they are not good people. Even if you choose to live like this for the rest of your life, it matters not. Did I not say I would take care of you? Sister Fei Yao, is that a little female cat? Shaoyi whispered to Fei Yao, observing how tenderly he treated the small feline, akin to how one would treat a beloved spouse. I do not know, came the reply. The average person cannot discern the gender of a kitten. Only those who have studied it can differentiate between male and female. The organs of young cats are not readily apparent, making it challenging to determine their sex. It is only when male cats mature and develop certain characteristics that they can be easily identified. I will not harm you, Jueqing stated. If we intended to kill you, our quartet alone would suffice. Do not forget that we possess divine power. Upon hearing such threatening words, Mo Zhixing felt no fear. Instead, excitement flickered in his blue eyes. Let us engage in a battle. I am eager to see just how powerful you truly are. Jueqing was slightly taken aback. Even the Beast King would show a degree of reverence upon learning of their divine powers, rushing to avoid conflict, let alone uttering such a challenge. I have already fought with you. Fei Ying remarked coldly. Mo Zhixing countered, but you did not use your divine power. Hope you will fight me using your divine abilities. Fei Ying furrowed his brow slightly. In his previous encounter with Mo Zhixing, he had felt somewhat at a disadvantage, wielding a weapon while Mo Zhixing did not. Yet, in the moment of his ambush, Mo Zhixing had evaded him, indicating his strength, though the extent of it remained uncertain. Meow, Chu Changfeng called to Mo Zhixing, his gaze pleading. Can we resolve this peacefully? The beastmen, with their blood of beasts, are understandably competitive. But what if a conflict arises, hailing from a world of peace? Chu Changfeng preferred to settle matters amicably. Little cat, do you intend to deliver yourself to them willingly? Mo Zhixing questioned. Had I not discovered it in time, that man would have killed me. Do you think they can be trusted? Then shall we leave? Chu Changfeng gestured towards the back. If we cannot reach an agreement, remaining here will only waste our time. It is better to depart. Fei Ying apologized to them. Jueqing suddenly interjected. Fei Ying stiffened, incredulity painted across his face as he looked at Jueqing, silently questioning. Why? We are in someone else's territory. Though we have utilized our powers to secure a place to live, we must adhere to the local customs. I have warned you not to harm the beastmen without cause, or they will genuinely believe us to be villains. Jueqing's demeanor was calm yet serious. Moreover, remember this. This is not the Perlo continent. Everything here differs from our homeland, asked the leader among them. Jueqing's words were absolute. After grappling with his internal conflict, Fei Ying bowed his head and apologized to Mo Zhixing. I am sorry. I did not intend to kill you, merely to restrain you and inquire about your eavesdropping. Fei Ying's intentions were clear. They had long agreed not to harm the beastmen of this land. However, Imo Zhixing's resistance had escalated the situation, prompting him to forget to hold back. "We have apologized to you. Can you forgive our initial rudeness?" Jueqing inquired. Imo Zhixing remained displeased. "Do you truly desire my cat?" Jueqing lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment before responding. "This matter is lengthy. Shall we sit down and discuss? Perhaps our conversation will reveal common ground." After weighing the softened approach of his counterpart, Imo Zhixing felt no further reason to persist and followed them into the pavilion of the courtyard. Once seated, Jueqing asked, "May I pet your cat?" "First, tell me about the matters on your side," Imo Zhixing guardedly replied, keeping a vigilant eye on them as he protectively shielded Chu Changfeng. Jueqing did not linger on the question, recognizing that bickering would lead to an endless cycle. The half-beastmen of the Perlo continent were not much different from the beastmen of your Yumeng continent 30 years ago. Back then, our half-beastmen could not possess divine power. However, one beastman endowed with divine power altered everything. "What did he do?" Imo Zhixing inquired. Jueqing lowered his gaze, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. His divine power was that of medicine, capable of transforming all herbs into the most effective potions. In the Perlo continent, he was greatly revered. Everyone believed the medicines he crafted could save lives. One day, he enlisted the help of several half-beastmen, claiming he was concocting a potion that would grant them divine power. And he succeeded. Jueqing raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of water above his palm. All half-beastmen who consumed his potion gained divine power, and even their offspring inherited this gift. Yet, this power was not bestowed by the beast god. And soon enough, we faced the beast god's retribution as he rolled up his sleeve. A bandaged arm revealed skin of a color entirely different from the rest. It appeared as though a peculiar red crystal had embedded itself within his arm. "This is the beast god's punishment," Jueqing spoke slowly, his fingers curling slightly as if to shield the strange marking before retracting his hand. Fei Yao glanced at the crystal on Jueqing's arm, her expression tinged with sorrow. "Our lives are limited to 30 years. Should we exhaust our divine power, we might only live for a day. This is the beast god's punishment. We were never meant to possess divine power. Yet we sought it through improper means, and thus we paid the price. We can ascertain that your cat does not belong to our Perlo continent precisely because he bears no crystal. Any child born to half-beastmen with divine powers would inherit this gift and bear the red crystal." A chill coursed through Chu Changfeng's heart. To acquire powers that do not rightfully belong to one comes at the cost of life. If all beastmen of the Perlo continent are thus doomed, would they not be hastening their own demise? Imo Zhixing had not anticipated the truth behind their divine powers to be so grim. Instinctively worried, he meticulously examined Chu Changfeng, even opening his mouth to check for any signs of the crystal. Not seeing any trace of the crystal, he finally felt reassured. "You need not worry. If he bore a crystal, we would sense it," Jueqing stated. "Now that I have revealed our secret to you, may I touch your cat?" "Why would you wish to touch him?" Imo Zhixing asked, puzzled. "He is not one of your beastmen from the Perlo continent." "Indeed, he is not from the Perlo continent, yet he is unlike any beastman from any land. We have come here seeking a means to survive, to discover whether there are herbs or beastmen here that can alleviate our divine powers. One must be true to their word when dealing with beastmen." Though Imo Zhixing remained apprehensive about their intentions towards Chu Changfeng, they had made a pact, and he felt bound to allow them to interact with him. As he hesitated over whether to surrender Chu Changfeng, the latter leaped from his embrace and approached Jueqing. Jueqing reached out to gently stroke Chu Changfeng's head. "Thank you. Did I hope that once we are devoid of divine power, we can still be friends?" Those endowed with divine power often looked down upon those without it, a reality that Jueqing and his companions had already experienced in the Perlo continent. Jueqing's hand brushed against Chu Changfeng's bones, and he felt an incongruity. How could a kitten, merely a few months old, possess bones akin to those of an adult? Strange. "I cannot sense his divine power," Jueqing remarked, looking up with a furrowed brow. His brown eyes reflecting Imo Zhixing's face. "Are you certain he possesses divine power?" Imo Zhixing glanced at Chu Changfeng, hesitating over whether to speak the truth. After a moment of silence, he finally confessed. "I am uncertain, but I believe he should have divine power." Imo Zhixing had never sensed any divine energy emanating from Chu Changfeng, yet both of their injuries had healed at an astonishing rate. Such rapid recovery could not occur without divine intervention. How can you be uncertain yet feel he should possess divine power? I sustained a severe injury, yet it healed overnight. I am aware of my body's condition. And he was sleeping beside me at the time. Furthermore, he healed from his own injuries remarkably quickly. Chu Changfeng had trained under Su Fengshan, accumulating minor injuries daily that would heal by the following day. Su Fengshan had even questioned how Chu Changfeng's wounds could heal so swiftly, to which Imo Zhixing had attributed it to the efficacy of Dr. Li's medicine. Though the injuries were not grave, merely superficial, Su Fengshan had dismissed it without further thought. However, Imo Zhixing and Chu Changfeng had conducted experiments. Even without medication, their wounds would mend by the next day. This could only be attributed to divine power. With such abilities, as long as Chu Changfeng did not meet an untimely end, he would recover, and perhaps he might never fall ill throughout his life. This divine power of yours may yet save us, Zhueching remarked, recalling that the beast man who had crafted that potion possessed healing powers similar to Chu Changfeng's. Where is he now? Imo Zhixing asked. Zhueching shook his head. I do not know. After we discovered the potion's issues, he vanished without a trace. The others have vanished. How did the medicine come about? Some orc possesses the formula for concocting the potion. Although divine power may significantly shorten our lifespans, it also grants us the strength to protect our loved ones. Zhueching gazed deeply at Fei Yao and the others, while Imo Zhixing pursed his lips, his expression turning grave. Little cat, may I see just how potent your divine power truly is? Zhueching inquired. Chu Changfeng shook his head. Imo Zhixing added, he cannot wield divine power. The moment he does, he falls asleep. If he could effectively harness his divine power, we would not have risked coming to find you. After a moment's thought, he continued, they originally intended to seek one another to resolve their issues, unaware that neither could address the problems at hand, which had only deepened in the land of Peluo. Half-orcs acquire their divine power through potions. If the Lai family were to discover this, they might devise a way to obtain those potions. If the Lai family were to become aware of those potions, it would spell trouble. Imo Zhixing surveyed his surroundings and asked, I recall you came with over 20 people. Where are the others? They have all departed, Xiaoyi said, resting her chin on her hands. They all claim to have little time, so they wish to wander and see how this continent differs from ours. Xiao Yi, a young orc from the Tiger clan, appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, yet she had already suffered a significant reduction in her lifespan due to the use of potions. Chu Changfeng felt a pang of sympathy for such a young child facing such hardships. Meanwhile, Imo Zhixing felt a sense of unease. What if the other half-orcs encountered the Lai family? The group remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. A gentle breeze rustled the verdant willows in the courtyard, and after contemplating everything, Imo Zhixing rose and said, I will safeguard your secret, and I ask that you keep the little cat's secret as well. We are unable to resolve each other's problems. There is no need to waste time here further, so I shall take my leave for now. Upon finishing his words, Imo Zhixing reached to carry Chu Changfeng away. But Zhueching swiftly grasped him first. Imo Zhixing's expression stiffened, and he looked at Zhueching with agitation. What do you intend to do? Return the cat to me. Do not be alarmed. Once our discussion concludes, I shall return the cat to you, Zhueching reassured him. What more is there to discuss? Imo Zhixing glared at him with anger and hostility, stating, Did I not make it clear? We are incapable of resolving one another's issues. Continuing this conversation is pointless. Return the little cat to me. Chapter 43. Imo Zhixing had no desire to squander time here. He had set off immediately upon receiving the Beast King's message, traveling without much rest, arriving even before the Lai family. Yet, if time continued to be wasted, the Lai family would inevitably arrive. The matters concerning the half-orcs had been clarified, since they could not resolve their issues. Leaving was the only option. Your problem cannot be solved by me, but our problem can be addressed by this little cat, Zhueching stated, soothing the struggling Chu Changfeng. Oh, not be afraid. I shall not harm you. Our affliction originated from a healer among the orcs, thus we desire to know what the healer can cure, as it may assist us. Chu Changfeng lifted his head and, seeing no hostility or malice in Zhueching's eyes, ceased his struggles. You will help us, right? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Changfeng nodded. Imo Zhixing immediately interjected. We do not have time to linger here. Have you come from elsewhere? Yes. Is your home large enough? Imo Zhixing raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous premonition. What are you planning? We wish to survive. We cannot afford to overlook anything that may assist us in living. During our time here, the Beast King provided us with many herbs. Yet we have been unable to concoct any useful potions. If you do not wish to remain here, I can accompany you. Wait, Jueqing, what shall we do if you leave? Fei Yao inquired anxiously. Xiaoyi echoed. Yes, Jueqing, we followed you here. You cannot abandon us. How could I possibly abandon you? Of course, we shall go together, Jueqing replied gently. Xiaoyi smiled in relief, affirming Jueqing would never forsake us. Fei Yao and Fei Ying also breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Are you willing to take us to your home? Jueqing asked. Yes. They were all half-orcs endowed with divine power. Keeping them close was certainly safer than leaving them here, at least until the Lai family arrived and found nothing. Your status is unique. We shall depart from here tonight. When the time comes, I will return to find you. Time was of the essence. Once the decision was made to leave, they would set off without delay. After departing from the Beast King's former residence, Imo Zhixing procured supplies needed for their journey back to the Shao residence. The marketplace in Wanshou City was bustling with activity, with stalls lining the streets selling various fruits, wild vegetables, animal pelts, and edible creatures, as throngs of people jostled about. Suddenly, someone bumped into Imo Zhixing's shoulder, causing Chu Changfeng to lose his balance and tumble from his grasp. Little cat? Imo Zhixing exclaimed immediately. Meow! Chu Changfeng cried out in distress. The marketplace was crowded that day, and as Chu Changfeng attempted to rush back to Imo Zhixing, a large foot suddenly stomped down, startling him into evasive action. The diminutive Chu Changfeng fell into the throng, akin to a tiny creature amidst giants, and soon he could no longer see Imo Zhixing. He dodged the feet of passers-by, only to hear someone curse. Damn it! Where did this cat come from to block the way? Get lost! A heavy foot struck Chu Changfeng, sending him flying against a nearby wall. The golden bell hanging from his neck jingled as he crumpled to the ground. Unable to move, the impact causing him significant pain. This cat has a golden bell around its neck. What a windfall! Is that so? Whoever could afford a golden bell for a cat must be wealthy and powerful. Will taking it lead to trouble? What is there to fear? We can sell it in the black market. Who would know it was us? Besides, this bell fell from him. We merely found it. A large hand reached toward Chu Changfeng. Ignoring the pain, he rose to his feet, turned, and bared his teeth, fur bristling, warning them. However, he was vastly outmatched in size, and they showed no fear of his threat, seizing him effortlessly. Just as they were about to remove the golden bell from his neck, a cold glint flashed by, and the hand gripping Chu Changfeng suddenly detached from its body, falling to the ground with a scream. Onlookers stopped in their tracks, gazing at the half-orc's wretched cry. Chu Changfeng landed back on the ground and looked up at the group responsible for severing the half-orc's hand. They were clad in tight-fitting garments of black and red, a striking, flamboyant combination. This attire was familiar to Chu Changfeng. They belonged to the Lai family. Among them stood a man adorned in the most luxurious and intricate attire, with flamboyant red hair, handsome features, and a pallid complexion. His elongated red eyes glinting with a wicked charm as he gazed down at Chu Changfeng. Suddenly, he curled his lips into a smile, a little cat with red eyes. This is my first time seeing one. It suits our Lai family perfectly. Chu Han, take this little cat with you, Liamo declared, a teasing smile playing at his lips. Chu Han glanced at Chu Changfeng, frowning slightly. Over a month ago, the master had suddenly ordered everyone to search for a white cat with red eyes, claiming it was the 36th young master, and had even killed the 12th lady for him. If one were to see this little cat outside of Wanshou country, they might think it was the 36th young master sought by Lai Hui. However, they were in Wanshou country, and given the size of this little cat, how could it have traveled such a distance? Moreover, although they had never seen the 36th young master, they knew he was 17 years old and nearing adulthood. So he could not possibly be this small. Ultimately, Chu Han sensed no trace of Orcish scent on this little cat. He could not possibly be an orc, Lai Mo, who favored the red-eyed, white-furred creature. Bent down to pick up the startled cat. Seeing him bend, Chu Changfeng immediately darted away, running to the other side of the crowd. Suddenly, with a clang, a dagger embedded itself in front of Chu Changfeng's escape route. Glinting menacingly, run, and see what happens. If you dare to flee, The next dagger will pierce your skull, Lai Mo warned coldly. Chu Changfeng stared at the dagger, paralyzed with fear. Just then, footsteps approached, and someone scooped him up. "Little cat, where have you been? I've searched for you everywhere." Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Changfeng looked up, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude as he beheld Xiao Yishuan. Xiao Yishuan smiled gently at Chu Changfeng, ruffling his fur, before turning to face Lai Mo and the others. "Is this the young master of the Lai family?" "Indeed." "And you are?" Lai Mo inquired. "I am Xiao Yishuan, the youngest son of the right minister of Wanshou country. My little cat and I got separated in the crowd." As he spoke, Xiao Yishuan glanced at the half-orc who had lost a hand and continued, "It appears that young Master Lai saved my little cat. I thank you on behalf of Yishuan." Lai Mo let out a derisive laugh, his charming yet dangerous visage revealing a smile. "The son of the right minister of Wanshou country? That title gives you some measure of respect in my eyes. But what shall we do now?" In the arid expanse, Lai Mo feigned distress. "I have never harbored the habit of rescuing others. Although I am saving a mere cat, it contradicts my principles. How shall we proceed?" "Esteemed young master, if you refrain from giving me this cat, it would not be deemed a violation of my principles." Suddenly, Lai Mo's countenance brightened as he rejoiced in his clever resolution. Xiao Yishuan's expression momentarily stiffened, but he swiftly composed himself and offered a polite smile. "Young Master Lai, this cat was a gift from someone of great importance to me. If you have a fondness for felines, I could procure you a similar one. Are you unwilling to part with this cat?" Lai Mo's demeanor darkened abruptly, a murderous intent emanating from him. Standing nearby, Lang Yuan sensed the hostility and hurriedly positioned himself in front of Xiao Yishuan. "Young Master Lai, I can provide you with other cats, but this one is non-negotiable." With a gentle demeanor, Xiao Yishuan resolutely shook his head. Lai Mo remained silent, his crimson gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yishuan for an extended moment, until a spark of realization lit up his eyes. In truth, I did not truly save this cat. Those two beastmen had no intention of killing it. They merely sought to seize the golden bell from its neck." Hearing Lai Mo's self-justification, Xiao Yishuan felt a slight easing of the tension within him. However, Lai Mo's subsequent words once again left him astounded. In fact, I severed the hand of that half-beastman on his behalf. Thus I have indeed rendered him a service. Therefore, if I were to remove one of his claws, we would be even." Lai Mo reveled in this newfound solution. Xiao Yishuan was taken aback, having previously heard tales of the Lai family's ruthlessness, their bloodthirsty nature, and their utter disregard for reason. Previously, he had no opportunity to interact with the Lai family, but now, through this engagement, he realized that the rumors outside were far more dire than reality. They were truly merciless, unwilling to spare even a kitten. "Young Master Lai, let me make this clear. I intend to take this cat with me." Unscathed, no longer jesting, Xiao Yishuan's expression turned solemn and resolute. He wished for young Master Lai to comprehend one crucial fact. This is the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, not the territory of the Lai family. You saved my cat, for which I am grateful. But should you attempt to take it from me, I cannot extend the courtesy you may expect." Lai Mo chuckled coldly. "Very well, I shall not contest you for this cat. However, you are the son of the right minister. Are you not? After nightfall, do not sleep too soundly." Leaving behind a menacing remark, Lai Mo led his entourage away. They had brazenly severed the hand of a beastman in the streets, and Xiao Yishuan found himself powerless to retaliate. As the other half-beastmen witnessed Lai Mo's approach, they quickly made way, fearful of inadvertently incurring his wrath. Once they had departed, Xiao Yishuan exhaled a sigh of relief. "Little cat, are you all right?" he inquired. Chu Changfeng affectionately nuzzled against his chest. Xiao Yishuan, with his beauty and kindness, unyielding against tyranny, was indeed admirable. After a moment, another large hand pulled Chu Changfeng back. Sensing a familiar scent, he was not afraid to discover who had seized him. The little cat, Imo Zhixing, looked excitedly at the reclaimed Chu Changfeng, then raised his gaze to Xiao Yishuan. "Be cautious. The Lai family is known for their decisive actions. Even though you are the son of the right minister of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, he will undoubtedly send someone to eliminate you tonight. He dares," Lang Yuan interjected angrily. "If he dares to harm my young master in the slightest, I shall slay them." "Calm down, Yuan," Xiao Yishuan replied gently. It is not yet at that point. However, I have heard that the Lai family is notorious for their vendettas. Should they wish to kill someone and fail, they will relentlessly pursue that individual until death ensues. Indeed, as long as the target remains alive, the Lai family will continue to dispatch assassins. They are not lacking in that regard. No Jixing, who knew the Lai family well, spoke with authority. Xiao Yishuan furrowed his brow in distress. He did not desire to live a life of perpetual pursuit. Would you accompany me to the city of eternal night? Mo Jixing suddenly proposed. The Mo family had been at odds with the Lai family for many years, possessing the means to contend with them. You saved the little cat's life. If you come to the Mo family, I will ensure your protection. Xiao Yishuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating this offer from Mo Jixing. Upon further reflection, he realized he had grown weary of staying in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. A journey to the city of eternal night seemed appealing, although he had heard tales of it as a perilous place. Was not danger more exhilarating? Very well, Xiao Yishuan agreed without much thought. Lang Yuan was astonished. Young master, how can you go to the city of eternal night? It is adjacent to the Lai family's territory. Far more perilous than remaining in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. No, young master. I cannot allow you to venture to the city of eternal night. Lang Yuan vehemently shook his head, increasingly convinced of the folly in this plan. Xiao Yishuan smiled. Yuan, considering the Lai family's nature, should I remain at home, my parents, sister, and elder brother would all be endangered. I cannot prioritize my own safety at the expense of their well-being. But, rest assured. Yuan, young Master Mo has survived many years of conflict with the Lai family without incident. He will surely safeguard my safety. He is formidable, but how much protection can he truly offer? He is not that renowned young Master Mo. Lang Yuan was unaware of Mo Jixing's true identity. At present, Mo Jixing appeared as a half-beast, and Lang Yuan merely thought him a rather capable beastman in the bustling streets filled with passers-by. Xiao Yishuan refrained from disclosing Mo Jixing's identity to Lang Yuan and disregarded his objections. Upon returning home, he discussed the matter with Xiao Baiqing, who supported his decision to journey to the city of eternal night. The Lai family had their own rules. They could eliminate whomever they wished. While they might spare those connected to their targets, they would not hesitate to kill those who obstructed their path. For the safety of his family, it would be prudent for Xiao Yishuan to stay in the city of eternal night for a time. If he wished to return later, he could do so discreetly. Mo Jixing was set to depart that very night. After informing Xiao Yishuan of his plans, Xiao Yishuan was somewhat surprised by his urgency. Yet, considering that the Lai family would send assassins after him tonight, it was wise to leave quickly. As night fell, they hastily dined and then blended into the throngs of the bustling night market to exit the city. The city gates. Xiao Baiqing had made the necessary arrangements and provided horses for their journey. Upon arriving at the gates, they mounted their steeds and made their way toward the former residence of the Beast King to meet Zhu Qing and the others. Zhu Qing and the others had awaited their arrival. Handing over the horses as the group hastened toward the city of eternal night. The night grew deeper. Within a candlelit room, Lai Mo toyed with a rabbit he had purchased along the way. The rabbit, having endured considerable torment, lay barely alive. Yet Lai Mo appeared far from satiated. Expertly throwing a dagger that pierced the rabbit's ear, bound to a pillar, the creature writhed in agony, the scent of blood pervading the chamber. Standing nearby, Chu Han, anticipating Lai Mo's words, stepped forward, retrieving the bloodied dagger and presenting it to him. Just as he was about to discard the dagger, a knock echoed from outside. Three figures clad in night attire entered. Kneeling on one knee, young Master 15, Xiao Yishuan has fled. Fled? Lai Mo raised an eyebrow. The Beastman replied, We scoured the entire Xiao household but found no trace of him. After capturing a servant for questioning, we learned that Xiao Yishuan left the kingdom of 10,000 beasts shortly after nightfall, accompanied by his personal attendant, Lang Yuan. They say the young master of the right minister's house possesses a cowardice that surpasses that of a rabbit. Lai Mo glanced at the bloodied dagger and inquired, What of the cat? Was it located? It was taken along. Ha! Lai Mo abruptly hurled the dagger, which found its mark in the rabbit's throat, sparing it further suffering. Chu Han, do you know how much I cherish that cat? Lai Mo remarked. Chu Han turned to face him directly. I will assist you in locating that cat, young Master 15. But you are incapable of bringing it before me at this moment. Are you? Lai Mo questioned. Chue Han remained silent, effectively confirming the implication. I rarely encounter a cat I adore, yet you have failed to capture it for me. Chue Han, you are even more ineffectual than I had presumed. Please, punish me as you see fit. Then tonight, strive to amuse me. Lai Mo raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Chue Han glanced at the three kneeling figures, signaling them with a glance. They immediately grasped his meaning, retreating without waiting for Lai Mo's command and closing the door behind them. Once the door was secured, Chue Han resignedly began to undo his belt. Worried about encountering Lai Mo's pursuers on the official road, Xiao Yishuan opted for an old path less traveled. After running through the night, they arrived at a small town. O Zhixing surveyed the group's condition and inquired, "Shall we rest before continuing? I understand that all of you are more robust than I, and running further is no trouble. However, I cannot manage. I require a moment of respite. May we depart in the afternoon instead?" Xiao Yishuan had to admit his sheltered upbringing. His father was a civil official, and the family placed great emphasis on cultural refinement, leading him to spend more time in study than martial training. Furthermore, as the family's avid reader, whenever he found the time, he would nestle at home with a book, resulting in a lack of physical strength and endurance. Zhu Qing had no objections to Xiao Yishuan's request for rest. "We must consume medicine at least once a day. While we brew the medicine, young Master Xiao can rest. Thank you, young Master Zhu, for your understanding." Xiao Yishuan expressed his gratitude as they sought refuge in an inn within the town. Jueqing requested the use of the kitchen to concoct medicinal brews, while Mo Zhixing asked to prepare a meal. After a night of travel, the group was famished. It was a welcome relief to enjoy a proper meal and rest. Mo Zhixing simply cooked a few light dishes. Xiao Yishuan and the others had grown accustomed to the fare, savoring it without much reaction, yet Fei Yao and the others were tasting such cuisine for the first time. On the continent of Pelo, they often endured bouts of hunger, so arriving at the continent of Yumeng where they could eat their fill was already a great improvement. Little did they expect, however, that the food here would be so delectable. After a moment of astonishment, they fell silent and focused on their meal, filling their bellies. Following a brief respite, they resumed their journey. As night fell, they found a flat spot in the wilderness to set up camp and rest. Dinner consisted of roasted chicken purchased in the town, which Mo Zhixing skillfully prepared, adding a sprinkle of salt and oil to enhance the taste. He tore off a chicken leg and offered it to Chu Changfeng, who lay weakly on the ground, showing no interest upon seeing the leg. "Little cat, aren't you going to eat?" Mo Zhixing inquired. Chu Changfeng shook his head, shifting to a more comfortable position to continue resting. Ever since being kicked and thrown to the ground, he had felt a persistent ache in his bones, as if they were in a tumultuous struggle, pushing and colliding against one another, causing him great discomfort. After running for a day and night, his bones had ached for just as long. Now, he wished for nothing more than a good night's sleep, hoping that upon waking, the pain would subside. Mo Zhixing and the others continued their animated conversation. Their chatter faded into the background as Chu Changfeng paid little attention. When the conversation ceased, silence enveloped the night. The moon shone bright and round, casting a gentle light upon the darkness. Everyone quietly settled down to sleep, and a breeze swept through, tousling Mo Zhixing's hair, which brushed against his eyelids. Drowsily, he pushed it aside and reached out to feel for Chu Changfeng beside him. Not there," he murmured, feeling around again, but to no avail. He immediately opened his eyes. In the darkness, beneath the moonlight, Chu Changfeng lay not far away, surrounded by shards of light in white, red, and green. The white light emanated from the moon, the green from Chu Changfeng himself, while the red shards were produced by Jueqing and the others. It was not only Mo Zhixing who woke. Jueqing and Fei Yao also stirred, gazing in astonishment at the uncontrollable red light emanating from Chu Changfeng's body. For half-beastmen who gain divine power through medicinal means, excessive use could lead to a gradual expansion of crystallization throughout the body, ultimately resulting in death as they turn to dust. Hence, Jueqing's primary objective in treating them was to control the spread of the crystals. However, once crystallization occurred, it could not be eliminated. Jueqing could only suppress its expansion. Yet now, the crystals had transformed into fragments of light surrounding Chu Changfeng. What should have been inescapable crystallization was now slowly dissipating, and the crystallized skin was returning to its original state. Jueqing watched the transformation with delight, thinking to himself, My intuition was indeed correct, upon learning that Chu Changfeng's divine power was of a healing nature. Jueqing understood that he could not be easily let go. Even if the Beast King provided them with an excellent living environment, nothing was more important than survival. Encircled by the three types of light, Chu Changfeng, with his eyes tightly shut, emitted a muffled groan of pain. The sound was faint but persistent, and his body twitched uncontrollably. "Little cat, are you all right?" Mo Zhixing asked with concern, wanting to approach, but halted upon seeing the shards of light. Chu Changfeng's low moans of suffering filled the air. Mo Zhixing, feeling helpless, glared at Jueqing. "What have you done to the little cat?" "It was not me," Jueqing explained. "The red crystals are remnants of the divine power used. If the crystals expand further, we will inevitably meet our demise. Thus, I have been searching for a remedy to eliminate the crystals, but I have found no solution. If I could have done something, I would have done so long ago." "Jueqing, why are you still awake?" The commotion roused Xiao Yi, who rubbed her eyes to see what the fuss was about. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed red shards of light emanating from her abdomen. Lifting her garment, she found the red crystal on her belly dissipating. Following the shards of light, she realized that Chu Changfeng was surrounded by light. "How marvelous! Where did this light come from?" she exclaimed. The others were also awakened, witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon occurring around Chu Changfeng. In this world of beastmen, there existed many incredible occurrences. With the emergence of half-beastmen possessing divine powers, Xiao Yishuan and Mo Zhixing quickly accepted the bizarre spectacle surrounding Chu Changfeng. "Young master, what is wrong with the little cat?" Lang Yuan inquired. Xiao Yishuan shook his head. "I do not know." They had always assumed that Chu Changfeng was merely a kitten adopted by Mo Zhixing, never pondering why he always appeared in his beast form. Perhaps it was simply more convenient that way. Mo Zhixing had also refrained from sharing too much concerning Chu Changfeng, such as his divine powers, leaving them utterly unaware of the reasons behind his current state. Jueqing and the others were aware of Chu Changfeng's divine powers, and the disappearance of the red crystals might very well be due to him. Chu Changfeng remained engulfed in agony, every bone in his body clamoring in pain, as if striving to break free from his physical form. He hurt immensely, yet he lacked the strength to even open his eyes. In this torturous state, he could not fathom how long it would last. He wished desperately for someone to end his suffering with a single, swift blow. Mo Zhixing and the others, witnessing his torment, wished to help but were at a loss for how to do so. In his helplessness, Mo Zhixing turned to Jueqing. "Aren't you a physician? Can you assist the little cat? If it were an illness, I would certainly have a remedy," Jueqing replied, "but the little cat is not ill. Right now, we cannot even approach him." "Jueqing, look, the little cat's body is changing," Xiao Yi exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 46. Delicate and exquisite. All eyes returned to Chu Changfeng, whose form was gradually transforming. His snowy fur began to morph into skin, his hind paws reshaped into feet, while his front paws became hands, and his head slowly transformed into that of a human. The feline tail gradually disappeared. The once diminutive figure, barely the size of Mo Zhixing's palm, was now steadily expanding. This process seemed lengthy, yet Mo Zhixing and the others were so engrossed in observing Chu Changfeng's metamorphosis that they hardly felt the passage of time. As the light surrounding Chu Changfeng faded, they beheld a youth of alabaster skin and flowing silver hair. The boy possessed a captivating visage. His delicate features appeared as if meticulously carved by a master craftsman, with rosy, petite lips reminiscent of a perfectly ripe cherry, evoking a fragrant allure. The youth's slender frame blurred the lines of gender, strikingly beautiful and unforgettable. The group held their breath, captivated by the sight of Chu Changfeng, whose pristine form was both breathtaking and sacred, evoking a reluctance to intrude upon his beauty. Time seemed to stand still. The most forthright among them, Xiao Yi, broke the silence. "The little cat is so beautiful." "But wasn't he just a little cat? Why does he appear larger than me in human form?" In truth, he was not much larger, as Chu Changfeng regarded Xiao Yi, noticing that he was only slightly bigger. Mo Zhixing suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly grabbing a cloak nearby to cover Chu Changfeng's bare form and beast form. The size of a beast man would not differ greatly, so even if clothed, there would be no issue. However, Mo Zhixing had initially intended to dress Chu Changfeng, who had felt too warm to wear anything. It was fortunate that he had refrained from doing so, for otherwise, The garments would have been stretched beyond their limits. Chu Changfeng was the only beast man they had encountered whose form differed so drastically before and after transformation. Mto Zhixing wrapped Chu Changfeng securely in the cloak and instructed, "Yixuan, fetch a set of clothes from my pack." Before Xiao Yixuan could respond, Lang Yuan hurried over and retrieved a set of garments. Mto Zhixing accepted the clothes and carried the petite Chu Changfeng behind a tree to change. Under the silvery moonlight, Chu Changfeng's exquisite face was bathed in a soft glow, rendering him so beautiful that it took one's breath away, as if he were a vision from a dream. Mo Zhixing had seen many handsome beast men, yet this was the first time he had encountered one so stunning that he could not tear his gaze away. A cool night breeze swept through, and Mo Zhixing abruptly regained his senses, hastily dressing Chu Changfeng. His skin felt so smooth, yet there was a slight imperfection in the form. Though Mo Zhixing's eyes, Chu Changfeng's human form appeared quite small. The clothes fit him like a child wearing their father's attire. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted from Chu Changfeng's body, and as Mo Zhixing held him, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to let go. The new appearance of Chu Changfeng was equally mesmerizing, captivating Mo Zhixing's gaze. The others witnessed Mo Zhixing's infatuation. Xiao Yixuan whispered, "It seems that young Master Mo has concealed some details regarding the little cat." "Young Master, should we not clarify what is happening?" Lang Yuan asked, and no need. Xiao Yixuan replied, "One can tell from young Master Mo's expression that he cares deeply for the little cat and would not wish for anyone to harm him. The little cat is also exceptionally beautiful. I thought it would be challenging to find a beast man more striking than myself among the males. Xiao Yixuan, after all, is a male beastman, and no matter how strikingly handsome he may be, his frame and height still surpass those of the female. However, Chu Changfeng is different. His physique is even more delicate and frail than that of the female beastman, and the absence of knowledge regarding his male identity. Who would perceive him as such? Certainly not. In my eyes, the young master will forever be the most exquisite one," Lang Yuan exclaimed with fervor. Xiao Yixuan chuckled softly, remaining silent while casting a meaningful glance at Lang Yuan. The birds in the forest chirped joyfully under the brilliant morning light. Chu Changfeng slowly opened his eyes, the handsome face of Mo Zhixing coming into view. Upon awakening to this perspective, he felt an odd sensation. "Little cat," Mo Zhixing's voice was husky and alluring. Chu Changfeng blinked, not pondering much, and rolled over to leave. But as his hands moved forward, he exclaimed, "Huh? Hands?" He stared in astonishment at his hands, then glanced at his legs. Is that silver?" This body spoke for the first time, and it felt as if his tongue was unfamiliar, the words coming out unclear. The pain that had once afflicted him vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of lightness and joy. Sitting on the ground, he looked at his hands, then at his bare feet, and finally at his cascading silver hair, joyously raising his arms. It has turned orange-silver. Finally, I have hands. I can do whatever I wish and go wherever I desire. Moreover, Mo Zhixing will no longer possess that overwhelming possessiveness over me. I can play with whomever I like." The thought of a future filled with freedom made Chu Changfeng unable to contain his laughter. The others gazed at him, entranced. "So beautiful. How can someone smile so charmingly? So healing. If only we could preserve this smile, we would be willing to pay any price." But soon, Lang Yuan snapped back to reality, casting aside such thoughts and turning to Xiao Yixuan. It was this person's smile he truly wished to safeguard. Having rejoiced sufficiently, Chu Changfeng shifted his gaze to Mo Zhixing. Upon looking, he found Mo Zhixing staring intently at him, his gaze slightly peculiar. "What's wrong?" Mo Zhixing, realizing himself, felt his cheeks unexpectedly warm. He lowered his head slightly, avoiding Chu Changfeng's eyes, and asked, "Little cat, do you know why you transformed into human form?" "Yesterday, my body was in pain." Chu Changfeng pondered for a moment, his eyes brightening. "Yesterday was my birthday." "What is a birthday?" Mo Zhixing inquired, puzzled. Chu Changfeng didn't hear his murmur and was about to ask what he meant when Zhu Qing approached, asking, "Little cat, do you remember what happened last night?" Chu Changfeng shook his head. Zhu Qing recounted the events of the previous night, but Chu Changfeng recalled nothing of it. "Little cat," Xiaoyi tugged at Chu Changfeng's oversized sleeve. "You are so beautiful. When I grow up, will you be my husband?" Before Chu Changfeng could respond, he was suddenly yanked backward, a pair of hands tightly clutching his waist. "What a little brat," wanting a husband at such a young age. Let's talk about it in 10 years, Imo Zhixing said fiercely. Chu Changfeng was taken aback. How odd. Was it that his previous interactions with Imo Zhixing as a cat had desensitized him? Now, as an adult, he felt no resistance to being embraced by Imo Zhixing. After being ridiculed by Imo Zhixing, Xiao Yi, dissatisfied, immediately began to argue back. Imo Zhixing paid no heed to how much younger Xiao Yi was. The quarrel continued unabated. The sun had risen quite high. It was time to prepare breakfast. Finally possessing hands and feet, Chu Changfeng resolved to make breakfast himself. Leaving Imo Zhixing to bicker with Xiao Yi, he approached Xiao Yishuan. Xiao Yishuan remarked, "Little cat, you look so lovely. Indeed, your beast form is safer." Chu Changfeng raised an eyebrow, puzzled by this statement but focused on the title, entangled with Xiao Yishuan. "Changfeng? That's my name. So you have a name. From now on, I shall call you Changfeng," Xiao Yishuan said with a squint and a smile. Chu Changfeng nodded eagerly. Gathering ingredients by the riverbank, he splashed some water on his face, then glanced at his reflection in the water. "Wait, is that my face?" Chu Changfeng gasped. This visage bore a resemblance to his previous appearance, but was enhanced to an extraordinary degree, with refined features that were neither overly common nor too worldly. Rather, it was astonishingly beautiful. Chu Changfeng never anticipated that he would one day look so striking. Finding a partner would certainly be much easier. With this thought, he evaded the gazes of those around him. Retreating behind a tree. Chapter 47. Things do not go as planned. Chu Changfeng had always harbored a dream of being a muscular man. He envisioned himself with above-average looks and a robust physique, providing an abundance of assurance to the ladies merely by standing there. In his past life, he pursued this goal through fitness and taekwondo. Although he couldn't maintain a good physique due to work commitments, he was still stronger than this body. He simply wished to be a strong man. Was that too much to ask? Why was this world so unkind, denying him a muscular body and instead granting him a fragile, easily toppled form? Chu Changfeng squatted on the ground, wanting to cry out in despair. He held back, conceding that while his appearance was soft, his spirit must remain unyielding. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him, and he looked up to see Imo Zhixing's handsome face before him. "Little cat, what are you doing here?" Gazing at Imo Zhixing's tall figure and striking features, Chu Changfeng sighed. "I truly envy you. You have both looks and a great physique." The thought of his own body made him want to cry. Finally able to speak, why were his words still so difficult to comprehend? Imo Zhixing reached out, scooping him up. Chu Changfeng froze. Being easily lifted as a cat was one thing, but as an adult, was it still like being cradled like a child? The shock was overwhelming, and his mind went blank. Imo Zhixing patted his back, advising, "Stay close to me. This is the wilderness, and there may be ferocious beasts nearby. With your small frame, if a beast appears, you'll be nothing but prey." Humph. The mere mention of this body infuriated Chu Changfeng. Imo Zhixing, puzzled, asked, "Are you upset?" "I'm not angry with you," he replied, "but rather at this body. If only I could be strong enough to defeat a ferocious beast with a single punch, that would be wonderful now. With this frail body, even Xiao Yi could knock me down with one punch." Disheartened by his physique, Chu Changfeng lost the motivation to prepare breakfast, leaving it to Imo Zhixing instead. Upon seeing the food, he dove in, relishing every bite. He believed he must not give up so easily. This body had just transformed into human form, and with a good diet and some diligent training, perhaps he could regain his strength. With this thought, hope rekindled within him. After finishing breakfast, the group set off again. Imo Zhixing glanced at the saddle, then at Chu Changfeng, asking, "Little cat, can you transform back into beast form?" Let me try." Chu Changfeng closed his eyes, concentrating on the image of his beast form. After a prolonged effort, he found he could not revert. For first-time beastmen, transitioning between human and beast forms is often challenging, especially for someone like Chu Changfeng, who had just transformed into a human. Imo Zhixing treated him as a young cub, not imposing too many expectations. After a considerable time without success, Imo Zhixing, not at all irritated, placed Chu Changfeng on the saddle and mounted himself, saying, "It's all right. You don't take up much space." Unexpectedly, Chu Changfeng transformed into human form midway, and they had already allocated horses based on the current numbers, leaving no extra for him. Chu Changfeng didn't know how to ride. As a busy man from the 21st century, he spent his time on work, fitness, painting, and taekwondo, with little left for horse riding. Riding as a human was entirely different from riding as a cat. As a cat, he merely needed to curl up in a basket, but as a human, he had to cling tightly to Mo Zhixing, lest he risk falling off the horse. Mo Zhixing felt the gentle fragrance emanating from the person behind him, and the image of Chu Changfeng occupied his thoughts so completely that he nearly lost his way several times without realizing it. Chu Changfeng had no shoes, and his clothing was ill-fitting. They arrived in a town before nightfall, and their first order of business was to find a tailor to buy Chu Changfeng a new outfit. The tailor was just about to close his shop for the evening when a group of people suddenly entered. The tailor's face instantly brightened with a flattering smile. What would the esteemed guests like to purchase? Our shop offers excellent fabric and craftsmanship. You are sure to find something satisfactory here. Among the group, 2 individuals wore cloaks with hoods, obscuring most of their faces. The tailor, unperturbed, merely wished to make a sale before closing. Please find a few suitable outfits for him, Mo Zhixing said, resting his hand on Chu Changfeng's shoulder. The tailor turned his gaze toward Chu Changfeng, who was obscured by the hood, with a strand of smooth silver hair cascading outside, and his ill-fitting clothing revealing nothing of his size. Sir, may I measure your dimensions? Knowing your size will help me find better garments for you. Sure. Chu Changfeng agreed, and the shopkeeper turned to retrieve a measuring cloth marked with sizes. By the time he returned, Chu Changfeng had already shed his cloak, his silver hair cascading down like a waterfall. Unbound, he reached up to brush aside the stray locks that obstructed his vision, revealing a strikingly handsome and delicate face to the shopkeeper's gaze. The shopkeeper stared blankly at Chu Changfeng, suddenly feeling a rush of blood, and a trickle of nosebleed escaped without a sound. Are you all right? Chu Changfeng inquired, as he had been diligently practicing his speech during their journey to improve his clarity of words. The sudden onset of nosebleed from an otherwise healthy individual prompted Chu Changfeng to approach him with concern. As Chu Changfeng drew near, the shopkeeper's legs went weak, and he leaned against the table, gazing at Chu Changfeng with a dazed expression, unable to utter a single word. His infatuated gaze displeased Mo Zhixing greatly, who seized Chu Changfeng by the arm and said, "He is perfectly fine, no need for him to take measurements. We shall select the garments ourselves." Mo Zhixing pulled Chu Changfeng towards the neatly hung clothes to choose their outfits. Once they had moved away, the shopkeeper finally regained his composure and hurried to fetch a garment of exquisite fabric, the embroidery and patterns of which were the finest available, presenting it before Chu Changfeng. "Miss, this outfit will surely suit you," the shopkeeper stammered nervously, not daring to look at Chu Changfeng again. Chu Changfeng glanced at the garment, his brows furrowing. It was a dress. "And what do you mean by calling me miss? I am a male, a man," Chu Changfeng retorted emphatically. A light chuckle from Mo Zhixing reached his ears. "That dress seems quite fitting for you." Fury ignited within Chu Changfeng as he glared at Mo Zhixing. Mo Zhixing cleared his throat twice. "What do you think of this outfit?" The outer garment was a light blue, with a deep blue round-neck robe underneath, presenting a rather appealing style, though the shopkeeper was somewhat unreliable. The clothing was indeed commendable. Chu Changfeng selected 5 sets of changeable attire, and Jueqing and others also purchased several outfits. At the time of payment, Mo Zhixing asked, "How much silver?" The shopkeeper, his face flushed with embarrassment, looked at Chu Changfeng and said, "No need for silver. I only wish for this young master to remember me." Chapter 48. The terrifying nature of habit confronted with the shopkeeper's bashful yet affectionate gaze. Chu Changfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. "What are you thinking?" "I am thinking of you, young master." "How dare you?" Smack! Mo Zhixing slammed a pile of silver onto the table, creating a dent. No need for change. After paying, Mo Zhixing led Chu Changfeng out of the clothing store. As soon as they exited, he draped the cloak over him and covered half of his face with the towel. "From now on, dress like this wherever you go. Do not let anyone see your face." Chu Changfeng thought to himself that he was aware his face was attractive now, but did it warrant such excessive kindness from those meeting him for the first time? It was quite vexing. After purchasing the clothing, the next task was to acquire shoes. They chose a pair that fit well and then found an inn to stay at. After a day had passed, Chu Changfeng's mood had improved considerably. He was confident that he was growing, believing that with proper nourishment, rest, and exercise, becoming a strong man would not be an issue. Thus, upon arriving at the inn, he took it upon himself to cook a delightful meal for everyone. with Imo Zhixing supervising nearby. Having spent approximately 2 months as a cat, Chu Changfeng had not forgotten the skills he possessed as a human. His culinary prowess surpassed even that of Imo Zhixing. Teaching the kitchen maids to cook while in cat form had proven somewhat challenging due to the difficulty in controlling the heat, but under his guidance, their dishes were not unpalatable. Now that he could cook for himself, he naturally excelled in all aspects. The group praised Chu Changfeng's culinary skills with enthusiastic thumbs up. After satisfying their appetites, Chu Changfeng luxuriated in a bath. Reclining comfortably in the tub. Must be said that the experience of bathing as a human was vastly different from that of a cat. While he had somewhat resisted the idea of bathing as a cat, as a human, it was simply delightful. After his bath, Chu Changfeng sprawled on the bed, ready to indulge in a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Chu Changfeng rose to answer it. Finding Imo Zhixing and Jueqing standing there, Jueqing said, "I need to discuss something with you. May I come in?" "Of course," Chu Changfeng replied, allowing them entry. Once seated, Jueqing got straight to the point, seeking to help them address the issue of continued crystallization of their bodies. "Changfeng, can you now freely utilize your divine power?" "I'm not certain." "Let me try." Chu Changfeng closed his eyes, concentrating on channeling his divine energy. The next moment, he unexpectedly succumbed to unconsciousness, much to Imo Zhixing's dismay as he caught him before he fell. Imo Zhixing looked at Jueqing and shrugged. Even in human form, the little cat still cannot wield his divine power freely. That's all right. Time is on our side. One day, Changfeng will be able to use his divine power at will, and by then we will find a way to reverse the crystallization of his body. Jueqing observed his arm, his eyes filled with newfound hope rather than despair. "Let the little cat sleep. We can discuss this another time." Jueqing nodded, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Imo Gongzi, why do you still call Changfeng little cat?" "I'm used to it. It's hard to change habits." Chu Changfeng slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking, he discovered someone's arm draped over his waist and turned to find, oh, it was Imo Zhixing. The nature of habit was indeed formidable. Having awakened daily to Imo Zhixing's handsome face as a cat, it was no surprise to see him again upon waking as a human. Chu Changfeng carefully maneuvered around him to get out of bed. Imo Zhixing had already awakened and sat up, stretching lazily. "Little cat, you're awake?" "Yes, brother. Why are you still sharing a bed with me?" Chu Changfeng inquired. Imo Zhixing huffed in displeasure. "Who are you calling brother? If we were to define our relationship, I should be your master." Chu Changfeng thought it excessive that he was still being dominated, even after becoming human. Yet, having grown accustomed to Imo Zhixing's constant presence, he no longer found it strange to wake up to his face. Brothers share a bed. What's the big deal? On their way back, with Jueqing and the others present, they could easily handle any dangers they might encounter, making the return journey far safer than the initial one. After more than a month, they finally returned to the city of Eternal Night. Entering quietly through the back gate, Imo Zhixing led them to his room, where he removed his cloak and mask, saying to everyone, "You all rest here for a moment. I will summon someone to arrange accommodations for you." Imo Zhixing left for a short while and soon called for Zhao Yixio. Zhao Yixio entered, surveyed the group within the room, and was taken aback. Their young master was astonishingly impressive, departing with just one person and a cat, yet returning with 7 individuals. At that moment, Zhao Yixio's gaze fell upon Chu Changfeng, and he found himself unable to look away. Imo Zhixing was all too familiar with the look in Zhao Yixio's eyes. Annoyed, he slapped Zhao Yixio on the back. "What are you staring at? That's enough. Young master, have you found true love in the kingdom of beasts? True love? That's just a little cat." "A little cat?" Zhao Yixio seemed puzzled. "You mean Chu Changfeng?" "Indeed, that is I," Chu Changfeng replied. Zhao Yixio was taken aback. "You're Chu Changfeng? You look so handsome." Chu Changfeng forced a smile. "I never intended to look so handsome. And if you're going to compliment me, could you at least say I'm handsome instead?" Despite having his face concealed during the journey, countless individuals had praised him for being beautiful, which felt like needles piercing his heart. Even if it was a deception, he longed to hear someone say he was handsome. Zhao Yixio continued to gaze at Chu Changfeng with admiration. He had not anticipated that such a small cat would transform into such a strikingly beautiful human, as if he were not meant to exist in this world. Seeing Zhao Yixio still entranced by Chu Changfeng, Imo Zhixing applied a bit more force when he smacked the back of Zhao Yixio's head. "I summoned you here to work, not to gawk at the little cat." Zhao Yishou rubbed the back of his head, feeling aggrieved. Young master, now that Changfeng is so good-looking, what is the harm in admiring him a little longer? I am not staring at you. There are guests present. Instead of attending to them and arranging accommodations, you stand here mesmerized. How can I not be angry? Imo Zhixing clenched his fist, struggling to contain his irritation. Zhao Yishou quickly snapped out of his daze and looked around at the number of people present, promptly attending to business by arranging rooms for Jueqing and the others. After ensuring they were settled, Chu Changfeng followed him out. Zhixing, puzzled, asked, "Little cat, why are you following me?" "I'm hungry. I'm going to the kitchen to cook something. I'll go with you." Even at home, one could not afford to be careless. Chapter 49. One must not be too domineering. Imo Zhixing insisted on accompanying him, and Chu Changfeng saw no issue with it. Assuming he merely wished to learn culinary skills, on their way to the kitchen, they encountered Imo Zhiji and Imo Jiang. "Brother, you are too wicked, traveling to such distant places without us." You ran right up to Chu Changfeng and Imo Zhixing, while Imo Zhiyue's words fell silent beneath her. The dragon and phoenix twins stared fixedly at Chu Changfeng, their eyes unmoving, as if transfixed. Chu Changfeng remarked, "Why do even children behave this way? Were she a girl, I would thank the heavens for her beauty. Alas, she is not." Coming back to reality, Imo Zhixing furrowed his brow and said, "How can you all be like this?" He completely forgot that he had also gazed at Chu Changfeng in the same manner upon their first meeting. "Elder brother, who is he?" Imo Jiang inquired. Her cheeks flushed as she tugged at Imo Zhixing's sleeve. With an exasperated tone, Imo Zhixing replied, "A little cat, a little cat. What a delightful name." Imo Jiang blushed further, casting a shy glance at Chu Changfeng before lowering her head. "Little cat, can you wait for me for several years? When I reach the age to marry, I will surely take you as my wife. And I shall treat you well." Imo Zhixing interjected, "You truly amaze me." His face had darkened considerably. He reminded Imo Jiang, "He is a male beast man. That matters not. He is good-looking," Imo Jiang innocently declared. Imo Zhiyue shook her head, insisting, "No, the little cat is a male beast man, which means he can only be with me. Little cat, when I grow up, you shall be my husband." With that, Imo Zhiyue clung tightly to Chu Changfeng's arm. Unwilling to let go, Imo Jiang followed suit, wrapping her arms around his other arm, and the dragon and phoenix twins began to argue over Chu Changfeng. Unable to bear it any longer, Imo Zhixing pinched their ears and took them to Su Fengshan to assign them extra homework. After the three siblings departed, Chu Changfeng headed to the kitchen alone. In the kitchen, upon first seeing Chu Changfeng, the kitchen maids were equally astonished, halting their work to gaze at him without inquiring about his identity, allowing him to freely use the kitchen's ingredients. Perhaps due to the heat, Chu Changfeng craved something refreshing, and the thought of dumplings came to mind. He had a particular fondness for dumplings, especially on sweltering days. As a bowl of dumplings would leave him feeling invigorated for the entire day, he began by kneading the dough, setting it aside, and then prepared the filling. The kitchen was stocked with an abundance of ingredients, and he made corn and pork filling, cabbage and pork filling, and seafood filling. 3 varieties in total. Initially, the kitchen maids stared at him in a daze, but once they saw him cooking, they joined in to assist. After successfully dealing with the dragon and phoenix twins, Imo Zhixing returned to the kitchen, where Chu Changfeng and the kitchen maids were fervently wrapping dumplings. Initially struck by Chu Changfeng's beauty, the kitchen maids soon recovered and became exceedingly friendly, bombarding him with questions. Upon learning that he was the little white cat who had come to instruct them in cooking, they were all astounded. However, they quickly congratulated Chu Changfeng on his human form, expressing their desire for him to visit them more often to teach them how to cook. Without a second thought, Chu Changfeng readily agreed. The kitchen maids were all married with children. Although they admired his looks, they had long since outgrown the age of daydreaming and were solely focused on preparing delicious meals. Collaborating with the kitchen staff, they prepared a sumptuous dumpling feast. Once the dumplings were ready, Chu Changfeng's stomach growled in hunger, and before the kitchen maids could serve, he filled a bowl for himself. After consuming just 2 dumplings, Imo Zhixing approached him. "Little cat, you didn't wait for me and started eating first. Truly, you are a little cat. Even in human form you are so solitary." Chu Changfeng replied, "If you wish to eat, you may serve yourself a bowl. You go and serve it for me," with a resigned sigh. Chu Changfeng set down his bowl and chopsticks to fetch Imo Zhixing a bowl of dumplings. Upon turning back, He saw Mo Zhixing devouring the bowl of dumplings he had just served. Chu Changfeng chose silence, quietly eating the freshly served dumplings. Even in human form, Chu Changfeng's tongue remained cat-like, wary of the heat. He had to blow on each dumpling until it cooled before daring to eat. In the time it took him to finish one bowl, Mo Zhixing managed to consume two, regardless of the filling. The dumplings were delicious. Mo Zhixing served himself a third bowl, feeling somewhat full, and glanced over at Chu Changfeng, asking, "Little cat, what other delectable dishes can you make? I should have many more. Take your time. If I cannot make something, I shall research it myself. I am bound to create something delicious. Little cat, would you like to work in the kitchen with the maids?" Mo Zhixing suggested, "When you were a cat, you could do nothing, but now that you are in human form, surely you can assist with some tasks. If you help, I will pay you." This way, with Chu Changfeng in the kitchen, he would not have to worry about others outside constantly staring at him. "I can help cook in the kitchen, but may I continue to train with Mr. Su?" Chu Changfeng asked. "I still need the power to protect myself." "Of course," Mo Zhixing readily agreed without further thought. The two happily made their arrangements. After filling their stomachs in the kitchen, they prepared to return to their rooms when a maid from Madame Yu hurriedly approached Mo Zhixing, saying, "Young master, Madame requests that you and the little cat come to her side." Mo Zhixing jolted back to reality, realizing he had forgotten to greet his mother while engrossed in making dumplings. "Little cat, let us go." The dragon and phoenix twins were also in Madame Yu's chamber, merrily enjoying dumplings. Mo Zhixing and Chu Changfeng entered together, bowing to Madame Yu. "Mother, I am back. Greetings to Madame." Madame Yu smiled warmly at both of them. "Please, take a seat." After they sat down, Madame Yu glanced at Mo Zhixing before her gaze settled on Chu Changfeng's face, her expression softening with warmth. "Yixiu came to inform me that you are quite handsome in your human form. I have been wondering just how good-looking you must be for him to make a special trip to tell me. Now that I see you, I realize I have never encountered such a beautiful beast man in my life." Madame Yu praised, gently caressing Chu Changfeng's cheek, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Even in human form, your eyes remain so stunning and clear." "Thank you, Madame Yu. But now my only virtue lies in this appearance," Chu Changfeng said dejectedly. Madame Yu shook her head in disagreement. "How can that be? Besides your good looks, your cooking is exceptional. What is it you made today?" "These are called dumplings." "How do you make them?" Madame Yu, having never cooked, was unfamiliar with kneading dough or chopping filling. Chu Changfeng patiently explained how dumplings were made. Although Madame Yu did not understand, her face displayed no signs of disinterest. Rather, she appeared astonished and intrigued. Once Chu Changfeng finished, Madame Yu remarked, "I never knew cooking could be so complex. When I saw the kitchen maids prepare a meal, they seemed to do it effortlessly, and I thought it simple. Listening to you, Long Feng, it seems that to create a delicious meal requires considerable time and effort. Mastering the heat and flavor of the dishes is not difficult." Chu Changfeng modestly replied. Mo Zhixing added, "Mother, I just spoke with the little cat. From now on, he will be responsible for the kitchen, and we shall enjoy delightful meals. Will this tire Long Feng out?" "Cooking does not seem simple," Madame Yu asked with concern. Chu Changfeng reassured her, "It won't be too exhausting. The kitchen maids will assist me, making it much easier. Besides, I won't be in the kitchen every day. The eldest young master said I could train with Mr. Xu.Do. Not call me eldest young master." Mo Zhixing frowned. "Just call me a Xing. Is that appropriate?" Chu Changfeng inquired. "If Zhixing allows you to call him that, then it is perfectly fine." Madame Yu smiled. "Zhixing only allows friends to call him that. Since you both returned from the Beast Kingdom together, it can be said that you share a bond that is akin to life and death. You are good friends now. Then I shall not stand on ceremony," Chu Changfeng replied. Madame Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Long Feng, Zhixing and I have other matters to discuss. Could you return for now?" "Of course." Chu Changfeng rose and left first. Madame Yu and Mo Zhixing walked over to the writing desk, leaving the dining table for the dragon and phoenix twins to enjoy their dumplings. Madame Yu handed a stack of neatly organized letters to Mo Zhixing. "On the first day you left, I heard rumors regarding you in the Mo family territory, and that some people were taking the Mo family citizens to the Lai family territory. I have already handled the investigation. Some human traffickers have been captured, but upon further inquiry, the situation is not as straightforward as we believed. Some individuals in our territory are colluding with the Lai family." Mo Zhixing perused the letter. The veins on his forehead throbbed. "These people are under our protection in our territory, Yet they would dare to collude with the Lai family. I shall not spare a single one of them. His expression darkened ominously, his eyes blazing with fury. Madam, you observed his demeanor, recalling how Chu Changfeng had been completely carefree in his presence, contrasting starkly with the man before her now. Zhixing? Do you have feelings for Longfeng? Madam, you suddenly asked. Of course I do. He is my cat. Now that Longfeng is in human form, do you still consider him your cat? From the day he became my cat. He is destined to be my cat for life. Madam, you smiled gently. Zhixing, sometimes one must not be too domineering. I know you will treat Longfeng well, but you must also consider the wishes of others. If Changfeng wishes to follow you, then permit him to do so. Should he desire to depart, allow him to leave. Do you understand? If Changfeng yearns to go and you insist on retaining him, it will only breed resentment towards you. Zhixing remained silent, furrowing his brow as visions of a day when Chu Changfeng would stand before him, expressing a desire to leave the Mo family, filled his mind. The mere thought of this scenario caused him discomfort. Chapter 50. Arranging rooms. After departing from Lady Yu's courtyard, Chu Changfeng walked alone, suddenly recalling that Zhao Yixio had yet to assign him a room. When he was a cat, he could make do with a pillow anywhere, but now that he had grown, he required his own room and bed. Thus, he sought out Zhao Yixio to request accommodation. Having resided in the Mo mansion for a time, Chu Changfeng was unaware of Zhao Yixio's whereabouts. It was only after inquiring with a servant he encountered along the way that he learned where Zhao Yixio lived. Zhao Yixio's courtyard comprised 2 rooms and a small garden, inhabited by Zhao Yixio and Wei Shirong. As Chu Changfeng approached the courtyard, he found the 2 seated in a pavilion within the garden, enjoying dumplings while perusing letters delivered from various territories. During Mo Zhixing's absence, the workload had fallen entirely on Zhao Yixio and Wei Shirong. Although Lady Yu lent a hand, the Mo family's territory was vast, and with the Lai family causing disturbances, the tasks were far from easy. Now that Mo Zhixing had returned, they remained as busy as ever. Feeling hesitant to interrupt their work, Chu Changfeng was about to leave when a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it the fragrance he emanated, capturing the attention of Zhao Yixio and Wei Shirong. In unison, they lifted their heads to see Chu Changfeng standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Zhao Yixio exclaimed, "Changfeng?" Chu Changfeng halted in his tracks and turned to face them. Wei Shirong, upon seeing Chu Changfeng's face, gasped in astonishment, causing the dumpling in his mouth to tumble to the ground. "What do you think? I told you Changfeng's human form is stunning." Zhao Yixio nudged Wei Shirong's arm with his elbow. Wei Shirong closed his mouth, still in disbelief. "I was startled at first," Zhao Yixio added, "but I've grown somewhat accustomed to it." "Changfeng, what brings you here? Did you get lost?" People often exhibit leniency towards beautiful things. Chu Changfeng, in his cat form, was small and adorable, but in his human form, he was breathtakingly exquisite. His enchanting eyes, filled with purity and fragility, inspired a deep desire to cherish him. Oblivious to how his appearance appeared to others, Chu Changfeng approached Zhao Yixio upon hearing his friendly inquiry, saying, "Yixio, you haven't arranged a room for me yet." "Your room?" Zhao Yixio questioned, puzzled. Chu Changfeng nodded. "I can no longer freely transform into my beast form. I can't just make do with a pillow anymore. I require a proper room. However, the young master did not inform me to arrange a new room for you." Zhao Yixio scratched his head in confusion. "Why don't you continue sharing a bed with the young master? His bed is quite spacious." Chu Changfeng's expression darkened slightly. "Yixio, how would you feel if you and Shurong were to share a bed starting tonight?" "Of course not," Zhao Yixio retorted in distaste. Wei Shurong shook his head in agreement. "He snores, and I can hear him from across the hall. If I were beside him, how could I possibly sleep? Even if I didn't snore, I wouldn't share a bed with you. We are both males. Wouldn't that be awkward?" "But I am also male," Chu Changfeng exclaimed, thumping his chest. "When I was in my beast form, it was fine to sleep together, but now, in this form, it would be quite uncomfortable to share a bed with Xing." "Xing? Are you referring to the young master?" Zhao Yixio asked, surprised. "That's what he asked me to call him, and Lady Yu agreed," Chu Changfeng replied. "You don't shy away from calling him that? Is it strange?" Chu Changfeng inquired innocently. Coming from the 21st century, where everyone was treated equally, he felt no pressure in addressing Mo Zhixing as Xing. However, Zhao Yixio and Wei Shurong were different. The concept of hierarchy was ingrained in their very being, and even though Mo Zhixing encouraged a more familiar address, they dared not comply. Yet their reluctance was one thing. Hearing Chu Changfeng refer to Mo Zhixing in such a familiar manner stirred a slight discomfort in Zhao Yixio, who muttered under his breath, "You're so intimate with the young master already. What's the big deal about sharing a bed? That makes a significant difference. Jiang and Jiu even call Lady Yu a mother, and their relationship is equally close. Yet they don't sleep together," Wei Shurong interjected with a laugh. "Can that even be compared?" Zhao Yixio shot back, "Of course it can. Blood relatives often sleep apart, and Ah Xing and I are merely friends. Besides, have you forgotten that I am from the Lai family?" At the mention of the Lai family, Zhao Yixio and Wei Shurong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. How could they have forgotten that Chu Changfeng was the 36th son of the Lai family? After spending a few months together and enjoying his culinary skills, coupled with his newfound beauty, they had momentarily overlooked the fact that Chu Changfeng was, to them, a potentially dangerous individual. "The young master did not instruct me to arrange a separate room for you. I will inquire with him and return to make arrangements." "Thank you," Chu Changfeng replied gratefully. "If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll wait for you in Ah Xing's room." After enjoying their meal while working, Zhao Yixio and Wei Shurong brought the sorted letters to the study to find Mo Zhixing. Upon meeting, Zhao Yixio immediately mentioned Chu Changfeng's request for a separate room. As soon as Mo Zhixing heard this, his brow furrowed into a tight knot, and he muttered under his breath, "Why does he want to sleep separately so soon after my return? Young master." "What are you saying?" Zhao Yixio asked, having missed his mumble. "Nothing, just arrange a room for him," Mo Zhixing said, but then paused, as if recalling something. "I remember there is an abandoned courtyard next door with a few old houses. Have someone refurbish that place and make the courtyard more presentable. Once it's ready, let the little cat stay there." Zhao Yixio appeared puzzled. "Young master, the Mo mansion has many houses. It's unnecessary to renovate an old one. What do you know? All the other houses are far from my courtyard." Mo Zhixing retorted. In the past, Mo Zhixing often conducted business outside and would sometimes return injured. He deliberately chose a secluded area near the back mountain for his residence, making his room the farthest from all other quarters in the mansion. "What does distance matter?" Zhao Yixio still did not understand. Mo Zhixing hesitated before justifying, "I need to keep an eye on the little cat. Have you forgotten his identity? If he is placed so far away, what if he gets into trouble?" Upon uttering those words, Mo Zhixing felt as though he was slapping his own face. He was the only one on this continent aware of Chu Changfeng's true identity. He could house Chu Changfeng anywhere within the mansion. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he wouldn't feel at ease unless he kept him close. "Young master, if you keep Changfeng by your side, wouldn't it be even easier for him to get into mischief?" Wei Shurong interjected. "If he were a villain, you would be the first target of his misdeeds." "Hey, why does that sound somewhat pleasing?" Mo Zhixing mused, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with sweetness. "Let him commit mischief against me. With that small frame of his, I could easily subdue him." Chapter 51. To pamper Zhao Yixio and Wei Shurong exchanged glances, bewildered. Were they discussing the same matter? It felt as though they were on entirely different wavelengths. Zhao Yixio cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. "Young master, renovating that old courtyard for Changfeng is feasible, but the building has been neglected for too long. And the courtyard is overgrown with weeds. If we intend to house someone there again, the structure will undoubtedly require demolition and reconstruction. We must also clear the sludge from the pond and refill it with clean water. Planting lotus flowers, completing all of this may take considerable time. Where will Changfeng stay in the meantime?" "Let him continue residing in my quarters," Mo Zhixing replied, his expression growing serious. "I spoke with mother earlier. There are several traitorous individuals within the Mo territory who have some influence, making them difficult to deal with. I need to personally handle them, which will likely take over a month. In that time, having more hands on the old courtyard will expedite matters, won't it?" "Indeed," Zhao Yixio acknowledged. Mo Zhixing inhaled deeply. "Then let it be arranged." Zhao Yixio noted this down and prepared to seek assistance. "Young master, I have something to discuss with you as well," Wei Shurong interjected. "What is it?" Mo Zhixing inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Shurong slowly articulated, "In the days leading up to and following the end of the month, could I borrow Changfeng for a while?" "Why would you want to borrow the little cat?" Mo Zhixing frowned, his expression immediately turning wary. Wei Shurong explained, "At the end of the month and the beginning of the next, we need to tally the tax revenues collected from various territories within the Mo domain. as well as the monthly expenses of the MO mansion and the wages for the servants. It's not just me, but those calculating the expenses for the mansion are infuriatingly incompetent. They can't even get simple sums right. There are even those who misappropriate funds for their own benefit. Young master, I'm not saying this lightly, but how did we end up with so many traitorous individuals within the MO mansion? Wei Shurong was filled with disdain. Upon hearing these words, Mo Zhixing felt a profound discomfort. With so many traitors lurking outside, and even inside the residence, it was as if the Mo family were exceedingly easy to bully. The thought of those who miscalculated accounts, over 50 taels would cost them a hand. 100 taels would cost them both hands, and 300 taels would cost them their life, was unsettling. Mo Zhixing's icy blue eyes resembled those of a bloodthirsty specter from the underworld. Anyone with blood ties exceeding 300 taels would be expelled from the Mo family's territory. Previously, he had not paid much attention to the accounting errors, as wealth was abundant. Losing 100 or 300 taels was trivial. However, upon learning of the rumors and those colluding with the Lai family, Mo Zhixing had zero tolerance for anyone betraying the Mo family. Wei Shurong wholeheartedly agreed with Mo Zhixing's approach, stating, "Indeed, I shall warn those few individuals. However, dear eldest young master, may I still borrow Changfeng?" When he was merely a cat, his calculations were swift and accurate. Now that he possesses a human form, surely he can compute even faster. Wei Shurong's ultimate aim was to have Chu Changfeng assist him, regardless of the method of handling the situation. Currently, the little cat primarily worked in the kitchen, preparing us numerous delectable dishes. Yet, he also needed to train in martial arts with M.Xu.as for the accounting matters. You should inquire with him. If he is willing, he shall help you. If not, you must devise your own solutions. That is easily said. Wei Shurong was confident, believing Changfeng to be quite accommodating. I will ask him. He will undoubtedly assist me. However, he added, eldest young master, you truly treat Changfeng well. He does whatever he desires, and if he doesn't wish to do something, he simply refrains. Zhao Yixio felt a twinge of jealousy. Noting that his fellow subordinates, Chu Changfeng seemed to have it far too easy. Can it be compared? Mo Zhixing glared at him. That is my cat. If I do not pamper him, what if he runs away? You have never raised a cat, so you cannot comprehend how heartless they can be. If they encounter someone kind to them, they may readily follow. I must treat him well. Thus, he shall believe that I am the finest master in the entire continent. Zhao Yixio, Wei Shurong, what you speak of pertains to ordinary cats, does it not? Indeed, ordinary cats can be quite heartless, easily swayed by outsiders. But Chu Changfeng is a beast man. He possesses his own thoughts. Can he truly be likened to an ordinary cat? Both Zhao Yixio and Wei Shurong felt that their eldest young master had become somewhat enchanted by cat-keeping, blurring the line between reality and fantasy. The mundane matters still unresolved. Night had fallen. Mo Zhixing rubbed his temples and continued to assign tasks to Zhao Yixio. Tomorrow, I must step out for business. Yixio, you shall remain within the residence to protect those here. Eldest young master, you do not permit me to accompany you. I am your personal guard, Zhao Yixio protested, agitated. The situation with the Beast Kingdom is one matter, but now you wish to leave me behind. There are many people in the residence now. Xiao Yixuan has offended Liamo by assisting me and the kitten, and Liamo will undoubtedly send someone to pursue him. I promise to ensure his safety, so I must protect him. Additionally, Jueqing and the others will surely have numerous requirements. My mother cannot handle all these matters alone and will tire. You must help with those tasks, Mo Zhixing stated calmly. Hearing the many responsibilities awaiting him, Zhao Yixio reluctantly nodded in agreement with Mo Zhixing's decision. He murmured, if only the third young master and the fourth young lady could grow up quickly. Once they mature, they could assist in managing family affairs. However, it would take at least 6 more years for them to help with the clan's matters. Do not dwell on that. We can manage the affairs of the residents ourselves. Mo Zhixing replied. After spending a bit more time in the study, he returned to his room, where the aroma of food wafted from the door. Mo Zhixing's pace quickened as he entered the room, where a warm candlelight illuminated the table set with 4 dishes and a soup, new culinary delights he had not yet tasted. Taking a few more steps inside, he spotted Chu Changfeng resting his head on the desk. Engrossed in a book, noticing something, Chu Changfeng paused, lifting his gaze to meet Mo Zhixing's. Have you finished your tasks? Yes, Mo Zhixing responded. Have you had dinner? I have eaten. Upon hearing this, Emo Jishing's expression darkened. Little cat, how can you be so heartless? You eat dinner without waiting for me, leaving me to dine alone. Do you not feel pity for me? Chu Changfeng halted his reading, gazing up in surprise. Old friend, is your spirit truly so fragile? Can dining alone incite your ire? For a moment, Chu Changfeng was at a loss for words. How is it that Emo Jishing seemed so childlike? Chapter 52. Flattering words. Chu Changfeng did not wish to engage with Emo Jishing's sudden childishness. However, Emo Jishing, unwilling to be ignored, huffed in annoyance. With no other option, Chu Changfeng set his book aside and approached. Seeing him draw near, Emo Jishing's mood improved somewhat. I shall be away for business tomorrow. Likely for over a month, Emo Jishing declared. Chu Changfeng nodded. I heard Ishio mention it. Ishio? Emo Jishing raised an eyebrow. When did you two become so close? It has always been so. We met when I was in beast form. And now that I have taken this shape, it is only natural we continue to know each other. I cannot simply forget him upon gaining a human form. I have not lost my memory. Emo Jishing wished that Chu Changfeng had lost his memory, as their time together had been brief. Why should he receive the same treatment? I am going away for such a long time. Do you not have any words to say to me? Safe travels? He tentatively inquired. Upon uttering those 4 words, Emo Jishing became displeased. Little cat, you truly lack heart. Do you not worry about my safety on the journey? Do you not care if I fall ill or do not eat well? Chu Changfeng's expression darkened. Ever since becoming involved with Emo Jishing, he had become the embodiment of heartlessness, and no matter the action. In Emo Jishing's eyes, it was deemed heartless. Chu Changfeng hoped he had not misunderstood, as he believed that beneath each of Emo Jishing's heartless remarks lay concern for him. After all, he was the future head of the Emo family. How could he be so childish? You are quite impressive, Chu Changfeng remarked. Upon hearing the compliment, Emo Jishing's ears perked up. Since my arrival in this world, you are the most formidable beast man I have encountered. Therefore, while you embark on your journey, I trust you will protect and care for yourself. If I were to impart any words, it would be, return swiftly. Chu Changfeng's words lifted Emo Jishing's spirits entirely. Since the death of his father, he had shouldered the weight of the Emo family, often preoccupied with external affairs. Madam, you had also expressed sentiments of be careful on the road. Yet hearing Chu Changfeng say return swiftly warmed his heart. This was his home, and someone awaited his return. After dinner, it was time to sleep. Chu Changfeng looked at the bed with worry. Zhao Yixio had mentioned that he would be sharing the bed with Emo Jishing for one more night. And once Emo Jishing departed for business, he would continue to stay here until the old courtyard was rebuilt. As a guest, Chu Changfeng felt hesitant to impose too many requests on his host. But sharing a bed was another matter. Emo Jishing was the first to reach the bedside, gathering a blanket and spreading it on the couch. I will sleep over there. You take the bed? Chu Changfeng insisted. Emo Jishing assessed him and shook his head. Given your slight frame, it is best you sleep in the bed. I will grow. Chu Changfeng declared excitedly. Though I may appear frail now, I will begin training tomorrow and strive to become a strong man. Besides, what does sleeping on the couch have to do with my physique? A single night of rest will not make me ill. You have business to attend to tomorrow, so you should sleep well tonight. I can sleep anywhere, but you cannot, Emo Jishing replied. You sleeping on the couch will only cause me concern. Chu Changfeng. Emo Jishing naturally expressed such tender sentiments. Yet Chu Changfeng felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. His parents had never been articulate, never easily uttering phrases like I love you or I care for you. Perhaps it was because they had departed too early, leaving Chu Changfeng to never hear the words son, I care for you from their lips. Yet Emo Jishing could effortlessly express such sentiments. Perhaps this was due to his being a beast man, embodying a wildness and sincerity that allowed him to speak so openly. In the case of anyone else, hearing such considerate words would evoke a sense of warmth. For Chu Changfeng, as a veterinarian and thus a quasi-doctor, empathy came naturally. After all, the bed is spacious. Why not sleep together? 2 men sharing a bed was not an oddity. Chu Changfeng reassured himself, thinking that as long as he did not let his mind wander, it remained a pure notion. Emo Jishing eagerly seized upon Chu Changfeng's suggestion, delighting in the opportunity to continue the conversation. Indeed, the bed is large enough for 2, and there is ample space. Let us sleep together. A smile brightened Emo Jishing's face as he returned to the bed with the blanket. Chu Changfeng ceased to argue further, Lying down on one side of the bed, it was still early, and he was not yet heavy with sleep. Xing, Chu Changfeng inquired, the Mo residence is vast, with many guest rooms available. Could you not simply assign me to one of those instead of spending time and effort reconstructing the old courtyard next door? Because here, I know you best. Mo Zhixing tilted his head to look at Chu Changfeng. You have confided everything to me, yet your identity remains perilous. I cannot predict when the Lai family might come knocking. I am uneasy about sending you elsewhere. If possible, I truly wish for you to continue sharing a room with me, but since you desire your own quarters, I can only arrange for you to stay in the adjacent courtyard. The Lai family has never seen my human form. They are only acquainted with my beastly appearance. Even if they come to the Lai residence, they may not recognize me. That is not certain. What if you bear a striking resemblance to your mother? If Lai Hui were to see you, he might immediately recognize you as his son. At this point, Mo Zhixing suddenly recalled a matter. Lady 12 cast you out? And in a fit of rage, Lai Hui killed her. Perhaps it was because your mother was exceptionally beautiful, and he anticipated you would inherit her charmed eye in recent days. Whenever Chu Changfeng heard the word beautiful, he felt a surge of irritation. What is so great about being beautiful? Boys should be handsome. Beautiful boys possess greater utility, Mo Zhixing replied. If you are sufficiently beautiful, Lai Hui will know how to exploit you for his own gain. And even if he does not recognize you as his son, upon seeing you, he will still seek to take you. Lai Hui spares no one of value, so in my absence, you must be vigilant about your safety. Even within the estate, do not wander about. If you encounter trouble, seek out Ishio. Mo Zhixing's expression was grave and composed as he advised Chu Changfeng. With a heavy sigh, Chu Changfeng acknowledged, I understand. I will exercise caution. After conversing for a considerable time, fatigue gradually overtook him, and he slowly closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. Mo Zhixing turned to observe his sleeping visage, feeling no trace of drowsiness himself. Gazing at Chu Changfeng's exquisite face, he mused that perhaps it would have been safer for him not to have assumed human form so prematurely. In his beastly shape, he could have taken Chu Changfeng along on his errands. For now, he could only keep him at home. Chapter 53. The unexpected weakness. Early in the morning, Mo Zhixing led a troop of 20 elite soldiers away in haste. When Chu Changfeng awoke, he found the bedside already vacant. Mo Zhixing was not at home, and everything in the Mo residence remained unchanged. After refreshing himself and donning attire suitable for movement, he tied his silver hair into a ponytail with a hairband. Looking into the copper mirror, he sighed heavily as he felt he resembled a girl more with each passing glance. Upon arriving at the martial arts garden, he found that Mo Zhiyue and Mo Jiang had yet to arrive, leaving only Su Fengshan present. Hearing footsteps, Su Fengshan turned to see a silver-haired youth of indeterminate gender approaching, seemingly paralyzed in place as if struck by lightning. When Chu Changfeng reached him, he politely greeted. Good morning, Mr. Su. Changfeng? Su Fengshan inquired. Chu Changfeng nodded affirmatively. It is I. Everyone in the estate was saying your human form is quite beautiful. Upon seeing you now, I must agree, if I were 20 years younger, I might have developed an infatuation, Su Fengshan jested. Chu Changfeng could not muster a smile, his face serious as he respectfully stated, Mr. Su, from today onward, I would appreciate your guidance on combat techniques suitable for my human form. That is easy enough. Your current appearance is even more perilous than your beast form. You must indeed work harder at martial arts, since you have little else to occupy your time in the estate. Why not train alongside me? Training all day may not be feasible. Do you not wish to grow stronger to protect yourself? That is not the case. I promised Xing I would assist in the kitchen, teaching the cooks to prepare meals, so I cannot devote all my time to martial arts. Su Fengshan recalled the meal from the previous day and swallowed hard. What was that dish you made when you returned yesterday? Dumplings. Dumplings are delightful, whether boiled or pan-fried, Su Fengshan remarked. Since you intend to help in the kitchen, that cannot be helped. Dining is also quite important. By the way, you know where I reside. Feel free to seek me out whenever you wish to train. Su Fengshan began to teach Chu Changfeng some fundamentals. Not long after, Mo Zhiyue and Mo Jiang arrived, immediately rushing to Chu Changfeng. Brother Changfeng, Mo Zhiyue affectionately called. Mo Jiang looked on shyly, wanting to speak but hesitating. Do not pester Changfeng. Arriving so late, you should first run a couple of laps, Su Fengshan admonished. Mo Jiang and Mo Zhiyue pouted in displeasure, but they complied, jogging 2 laps around the garden before returning. Once they stood properly, Su Fengshan said to Chu Changfeng, "In combat, to achieve victory, one must understand failure. The more one loses, the more one will discover ways to win. Martial arts are no different, to defeat others. One must endure many hits, sir. Does that mean my elder brother has endured many hits?" Mo Jiue innocently asked. Su Fengshan's expression shifted suddenly, recalling the state in which Mo Zhixing returned after rescuing him from the Lai family. His mood turning somber. Indeed, the young master endured numerous injuries to become so formidable, but I have not sustained many injuries. Does that mean I cannot surpass my elder brother? Mo Jiue queried. Striving to avoid injury is also a means of becoming stronger. To grow powerful, one must either endure countless wounds or possess unwavering strength. There are many ways to become stronger. As long as you do not fear hardship or fatigue and do not abandon the desire to improve, you will succeed. I will not give up on becoming strong. I will grow exceedingly powerful and then defeat that pack of despicable Lai family scoundrels. Mo Jiue declared fiercely, clenching her fists. The resentment the Mo family harbored towards the Lai family had taken root in both Mo Jiue and Mo Jiang's hearts, even if Mo Zhixing wished to shield them from it. "Let us spar, Changfeng. You and third young master shall engage in practice," Su Fengshan instructed. Chu Changfeng was taken aback. "Mr. Su, you have only taught me the basics. Are you afraid of pain? Or are you worried that during practice, the third young master might inadvertently mar your beautiful face? Who is afraid?" Chu Changfeng rolled up his sleeves. "Scars are a man's badge of honor. I am not afraid of injury. I merely fear I may not prevail." Being a few years older than Mo Jiang, he felt shame at the thought of losing. "That is of little concern. I do not expect you to win. Even practicing enduring blows is beneficial," Su Fengshan replied. "Enduring blows is also a step towards strength." Chu Changfeng nodded in agreement. However, Mo Jiang looked at Chu Changfeng with trepidation, then glanced at Su Fengshan. "Sir, I do not wish to spar with Brother Changfeng. I fear I might hurt him. What if I injure Brother Changfeng, and he no longer likes me?" Mo Jiang fretted, still harboring thoughts of marrying Chu Changfeng someday. His elder brother had told him that one must cherish one's wife and never harm her. "Xiaoyang, if you do not practice with me, I will no longer like you from this moment on," Chu Changfeng declared. Mo Jiang was startled and quickly responded, "No, Brother Changfeng, I will spar with you right away. Go, Brother Changfeng, give it your all against Jiang." Mo Jiue cheered from the sidelines. "Jiang, we are twins," Mo Jiang retorted. But Su Fengshan observed as they began their sparring. Mo Jiang and Mo Jiue had trained under Su Fengshan since they were young, mastering both footwork and techniques. Their strikes were swift and fierce, forcing Chu Changfeng to evade their attacks with great effort. Initially reluctant to harm Chu Changfeng, Mo Jiang found himself increasingly caught up in the spar. His mind clouded with the singular desire to strike Chu Changfeng. The fundamentals taught by Su Fengshan seemed futile, and as the pressure mounted, Chu Changfeng recalled the taekwondo and grappling techniques he had learned. As Mo Jiang threw a punch, Chu Changfeng's eyes sharpened. He seized Mo Jiang's hand and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him heavily to the ground. Su Fengshan's eyes lit up in surprise as he watched their practice. "Enough! Stop!" Su Fengshan commanded. Mo Jiang withdrew his fist. Chu Changfeng approached and inquired, "Xiaoyang, are you all right?" I am fine." Embarrassed by Chu Changfeng's concern, Mo Jiang averted his gaze. Su Fengshan approached and praised. "Changfeng, your footwork is commendable. In sparring with the third young master, I expected you to be swiftly overpowered, yet you managed to evade his strikes and even counterattack. It appears you have trained before. I practiced a bit in the past, but I am not particularly skilled," Chu Changfeng admitted. Su Fengshan chuckled. "You are already quite impressive. Since you have prior experience, it will make my teaching much easier. You are far more capable than I had anticipated." When conversing with Mo Zhixing about Chu Changfeng, he had thought him to be a devolved beast man. Upon witnessing Chu Changfeng's human form, he had assumed him to be delicate and fragile, likely to weep at the slightest injury. However, Chu Changfeng had completely defied Su Fengshan's expectations, proving himself not only capable of enduring blows but also of delivering them. Chapter 54. A meeting. The sun had risen high in the sky by the time breakfast rolled around. Chu Changfeng bowed to Su Fengshan, saying, "Sir, I must attend to kitchen duties now. Thank you for your guidance today." "Why the formality?" "It is my duty as your mentor," Su Fengshan replied. Su Fengshan found Chu Changfeng increasingly agreeable the more he looked at him. Handsome, polite, and obedient. Chu Changfeng turned to leave the garden, only to find Jueqing and others standing in the corridor, in the morning light. The large black feathers behind Jueqing seemed to be imbued with vibrant colors, revealing different shades that approached black from various angles. It was unexpected for them to appear here. Chu Changfeng approached to inquire, "What brings you here?" "To find you," Jueqing replied with a friendly smile. "We have come to discuss ways to rescue ourselves alongside you. Therefore, after resting sufficiently, we naturally sought you out in the Mo residence." The only individuals Jueqing and his group were acquainted with were Chu Changfeng and Mo Zhixing. With Mo Zhixing absent, they had come to seek out Chu Changfeng. "You appear quite busy," Jueqing remarked, glancing at Su Fengshan, who stood a short distance away. "Indeed," Chu Changfeng responded. "I spend most of my day training under Mr. Su, and I must also assist in the kitchen. I fear I may not have the time to aid you." Chu Changfeng shrugged. "Moreover, I believe I cannot be of much help until I have mastered the use of my internal spiritual energy. If you wish to study how to treat crystallization, it would be better to consult with Dr. in the residence. His medical skills are quite commendable." Jueqing raised an eyebrow. "That is a good suggestion. We must not rely solely on you for our self-rescue." With the Xing absent from the residence, matters here now fall under the purview of Lady Yu. Let us first seek her opinion. Chu Changfeng understood his position within the residence. He could only offer Jueqing and the others advice, nothing more. Jueqing agreed and was about to accompany him when Xiao Yishuan's voice called from behind. "Wait for me. I wish to greet Lady Yu as well." After Zhao Yishio had assigned them rooms the previous day, everyone in their group, exhausted from over a month of travel, had taken a bath, eaten dumplings, and slept soundly until dawn, without yet having greeted Lady Yu, the head of the Mo family. Hearing their conversation as he passed by, Xiao Yishuan decided to follow along. The beastmen were not particularly courteous. They did not announce visitors or organize welcoming banquets for them. Although Lady Yu was the head of the Mo residence, in reality, it was Mo Zhixing who held the reins. Thus, she never inquired about the people he brought back. If she felt something was amiss, she would subtly remind Mo Zhixing. Though it seemed on the surface that Lady Yu was indifferent to the affairs of the household, in truth, Mo Zhixing's frequent absences did not hinder the Mo family from being managed in an orderly manner, free from major incidents, for which Lady Yu deserved considerable credit. The people in the Mo residence still held Lady Yu in high regard, offering her the respect she merited. Unaware of Lady Yu's status within the household, Chu Changfeng felt it only polite and instinctively appropriate to greet her, even if Mo Zhixing had informed him to seek Zhao Yishio for matters. After breakfast, Lady Yu was seated nearby, watching the dragon and phoenix twins eat. With Mo Zhixing often away, sharing a meal with him was a rare opportunity, resulting in the family often eating separately. Fortunately, the twins were still young and had plenty of time to accompany Lady Yu for meals. Breakfast was simple, and without Chu Changfeng's assistance, the kitchen maids were still able to prepare a delicious morning meal. Since Chu Changfeng's arrival, the twins had become more enthusiastic about eating, finding their meals enjoyable. As a parent, there is no greater joy than witnessing one's children relish their food. Lady Yu gazed at them affectionately when a maid entered and announced, "Madam, Longfeng has brought the young master and the person he returned with yesterday to see you." "Let them in," Lady Yu replied, tidying her clothing slightly and preparing to receive them, as Chu Changfeng and the others entered. They greeted Lady Yu and conveyed Jueqing's desire to study the issue of bodily crystallization with Dr. Li Chouya. Lady Yu was already informed of their situation by Mo Zhixing the day before. "If you wish to go, then do so. Li is fond of difficult cases, and I am certain he will be more than eager and attentive once he learns of your conditions." "Thank you for your consent, Lady Yu," Jueqing expressed. "No need for thanks," Lady Yu replied, her gaze falling upon the young girl, Xiao Yi, standing to the side. "Child, come here for a moment." "Me?" Xiao Yi asked, pointing to herself. Lady Yu nodded. Confused, Xiao Yi approached. As she stood before her, Lady Yu examined her face closely. "What is your name, child?" "Xiao Yi." "And where are your parents?" "They are dead. I was raised by Jueqing and the others." Xiao Yi glanced back at Jueqing. Jueqing offered an explanation. "In our continent, Peluo, chaos erupted following the emergence of divine power. Some exploited this power to rally other half-beast people and establish their kingdoms, while others used it to slay those who did not align with them. Some, despairing at their limited time, resorted to violence. The daily bloodshed on Peluo has left many children like Xiao Yi, who lost their families by the age of 3. Lady Yu, a gentle soul, inspired an instinctive trust, prompting one to share openly without concealment. She tenderly caressed Xiao Yi's cheek with a look of deep compassion. This was the first time Xiao Yi had been touched so gently, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy, yet yearning for more. She thought to herself, if my mother were still alive, she would caress me like this. Wouldn't she? Child, can you read? Xiao Yi shook her head. Surviving in Peluo was a challenge in itself, leaving little time for learning. If they had time to study, they would not have traversed mountains and seas to reach Yuming continent, seeking the Beast King's protection and assistance. Do you wish to study with Xiao Yu and Xiao Yang? You are of similar age, and it would be pleasant to have companions. Sure, Emoji Yue exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Yi, come and study with us. I am tired of just seeing Xiao Yang every day. He is quite foolish, and sometimes he can't even answer my questions. How am I supposed to answer your questions? Protested Emoji Yang. How would I know why a rooster doesn't lay eggs? How does a chick emerge from an egg? Himph. If you can't answer my questions, you must be dumb, mother. Unable to win the argument against Emoji Yue, Emoji Yang turned to Lady Yu to complain. Lady Yu, accustomed to the twins' bickering, was unfazed and continued to ask Xiao Yi. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yang can be quite noisy. Would you like to study martial arts with them? Chapter 55. Looking for something to do, Xiao Yi looked at Jueqing with a puzzled expression, unsure of how to respond. Jueqing encouraged her, go study martial arts with Xiao Yu and Xiao Yang. Xiao Yi, you are still young and have plenty of time to take things slowly. For your future, studying and martial arts are very important. Jueqing wants me to study martial arts, Xiao Yi conveyed to Lady Yu. Lady Yu inquired, do you wish to do so? Xiao Yi nodded. Lady Yu continued, studying and martial arts can be quite exhausting. Can you persist? Of course. The teacher says that the more books I read, the better my chances of winning arguments in the future. Practicing martial arts will make me strong, and then who would dare bully us? I could punch them until they can't find their way home. Lady Yu shook her head helplessly. If Xiao Yu didn't resemble Xiao Yang so much, I would truly suspect that someone else brought her to deceive me into raising her. Although the children of the Mo family were not particularly courteous, at least they did not exhibit the same level of violence as Emoji Yue, who was still a girl. I love to argue and fight. Back in Peluo, I could never win, Xiao Yi suddenly exclaimed. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Emoji Yue, appeared to have found a kindred spirit, excitedly standing up. Then you must study martial arts with us. Yes. The two little girls instantly bonded over their shared interests. Lady Yu looked apologetically at Jueqing. If our Xiao Yu leads Xiao Yi astray, please let me know. Jueqing chuckled. Not many good children grow up in Peluo. Once Emoji Yue and Xiao Yi began chatting, they seemed to find a confidant in each other, sharing in their excitement. Emoji Yang, with a pout, glanced at the now occupied Emoji Yue and tugged at Lady Yu's sleeve. Mother, I want a friend to study martial arts with me too. You can study with Xiao Yi and the others. You will become good friends, Lady Yu reassured him gently. Emoji Yang still felt somewhat aggrieved, sulking quietly to the side. Xiao Yishuan stepped forward. Lady Yu, I am Xiao Yishuan, the younger son of the Right Minister of the Beast Kingdom. This is my personal guard, Yuan. I have heard about you from Jixing. The relationship between the Xiao and Imo families has been good in the past, though it has since waned. With you and Jixing rekindling your friendship, it seems the fates of our families are still intertwined. My father mentioned the same. He said that the bond between the Xiao and Imo families is not yet severed, and we must seize this opportunity to continue our ties. Although I am being pursued by the Lai family, I can consider it a blessing in disguise. Lady Yu did not seem put off by Xiao Yishuan's words. After all, the Imo family was currently managed by Imo Jixing, and any dealings with the Xiao family would not tarnish her reputation, no matter the rumors spread outside. Lady Yu, during my stay in the Imo residence, I feel somewhat uneasy about being a freeloader. May I assist with some tasks around the house? Xiao Yishuan asked. Lady Yu replied, what skills do you possess, Shinner? I possess few admirable qualities, however, I have indulged in the pursuit of knowledge extensively. If you do not mind, I would be grateful for the opportunity to instruct Ji Yu and her companions in their studies. This is agreeable. Lady Yu readily acquiesced, mentioning that the teacher had informed her the previous day of his urgent need to return home to care for his ailing mother, thus prompting me to seek a new instructor. With your willingness to teach them, I need not search for another educator. Hence, the The decision for Mo Jiyu and Mo Jiying's new teacher was made amicably. After conversing with Lady Yu for a considerable time and exchanging pleasantries, we deemed it polite not to impose further on her company and took our leave, each attending to our own affairs. Chu Changfeng had other matters to attend to, and upon exiting Lady Yu's courtyard, he parted ways with them. Zhu Qing inquired of a servant regarding the whereabouts of Dr. Li Chui. As they proceeded, Fei Yao tugged at Zhu Qing's sleeve. Zhu Qing turned to her, asking, "What is it?" "I too wish to assist in the Mo household," Fei Yao contemplated before stating, "Lady Yu is a benevolent person. She has permitted Xiao Yi to study alongside her children, and I wish to contribute as a form of compensation for Xiao Yi's education and martial training." Changfeng suggested, "If you have matters to discuss with Yi Xiu, why not seek him out to see how you may assist?" Fei Yao nodded and took Fei Ying's hand, urging him to accompany her. Fei Ying furrowed his brow slightly, questioning why he was being included. "You must also lend a hand. We cannot be the only ones working while you remain idle." Fei Ying, displeased, scowled but allowed himself to be led away. Finding Zhao Yixio within the Mo residence was not a formidable task. A few inquiries among the servants swiftly led them to him. Fei Yao relayed her intention to assist Zhao Yixio. Surprised by their offer, Zhao Yixio pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you skilled in combat?" "We possess divine strength, so naturally, we are adept. However, in a comparison, Fei Ying is slightly more proficient than I.A.S. Shurong prepared to leave to meet someone." Zhao Yixio instructed, "Fei Ying, accompany Shurong, while Fei Yao, you shall patrol the outskirts of the city with me." Both Fei Yao and Fei Ying accepted this arrangement without objection. Once outside, they parted ways. Wei Shurong and Fei Ying traversed the busy thoroughfare in silence, with Wei Shurong leading and Fei Ying following closely behind. Upon entering a narrow alleyway and reaching its end, Wei Shurong halted and knocked on a door. After a considerable wait, the door creaked open, revealing a shifty-eyed man who, upon recognizing Wei Shurong, exclaimed, "Wei Butler, what brings you here? I sent someone to seek you out, but you declined to meet. Consequently, I had no choice but to visit in person. Zhao Shi, I have come to discuss a matter of importance." Zhao Shi's expression shifted, and he lowered his gaze timidly, saying, "Wei Butler, please come inside so we may talk." As Zhao Shi opened the door to let him in, Fei Ying's keen eyes detected danger. He swiftly seized Wei Shurong's hand, pulling him back just in time to draw a dagger, intercepting a blade aimed at them. Realizing his scheme had failed, Zhao Shi's eyes flashed with malice, commanding, "Eliminate them." 6 cloaked figures emerged from the shadows, encircling the two. Wei Shurong caught a whiff of their ominous scent, his gaze hardening as he confronted Zhao Shi. "You have allied with the Lai family?" "The Mo family is doomed," Zhao Shi retorted. "What harm is there in aligning with a more powerful entity? Lord Lai has promised me that should I eliminate you or Zhao Yixio, I shall be welcomed into the Lai family to enjoy a life of luxury." Zhao Shi and the assailants closed in, their skills commendable, yet they were no match for Fei Ying. Although Wei Shurong lacked martial prowess, his innate ability to fully transform into a beast granted him the agility to evade the half-beast attackers with ease. Without burdening Fei Ying, he deftly dispatched the 7 adversaries in a single strike. With the danger averted, Wei Shurong clapped Fei Ying on the shoulder, saying, "Your skills are impressive. Would you consider becoming my bodyguard?" The Lai family intends to suppress the young master, and now they have turned their sights on me. My situation has grown perilous." Fei Ying coolly replied as he wiped the blood from his dagger and sheathed it. Chapter 56. Adding seasoning. Wei Shurong sought out Zhao Shi to retrieve the financial records pertaining to the tax revenues from the Nightless City shop. Zhao Shi had served as one of the accountants for several years, and while he had made errors in the past, they were not egregious. Wei Shurong had always regarded him as a reliable accountant. However, in recent days, Zhao Shi had inexplicably ceased his visits to the Mo residence, withholding the financial records despite multiple requests for their return. Left with no alternative, Wei Shurong had to confront him directly. Fortunately, he had enlisted the help of Zhao Yixio for protection. Otherwise, his safety might have been compromised. Upon locating the financial records at Zhao Shi's residence, Wei Shurong proceeded to the main street to find patrolling soldiers to manage the cleanup of the corpses. After delegating that task, he visited other shops to negotiate various matters, with Fei Ying silently trailing behind him, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Feeling weary, Wei Shurong paused at a tea house to rest, ordering a selection of fruits. He He took a slice of watermelon and pushed the fruit platter toward Fei Ying, saying, "Enjoy this watermelon. It is exclusive to our territory and is most refreshing in the summer." Fei Ying glanced at the watermelon but remained motionless, sitting rigidly like a bamboo stalk, gazing into the distance. "Why do you always wear that mask?" Wei Shurong broached the subject. The left side of Fei Ying's face had crystallized, and since the onset of this transformation, he only removed his mask when alone, wearing it at all other times. Despite Wei Shurong's attempts to engage Fei Ying in conversation, he received no response. Eventually, Fei Ying turned his back in silent protest. "You are even more taciturn than our young master. Though I've heard snippets about your past, what is life like on the continent of Pello?" Wei Shurong inquired out of curiosity. Fei Ying had no desire to indulge his curiosity and remained silent. Recognizing the futility of his efforts, Wei Shurong finished the fruit platter, settled the bill, and returned home. As he approached the entrance of the Mo residence, he noticed Chu Changfeng approaching from the direction of the Chao residence. Wei Shurong went forward to greet him. "Changfeng, are you leaving the estate?" "I am going out to purchase some items." "What are you buying?" "Soybeans." "Soybeans? What do you need those for?" "I wish to experiment with brewing soy sauce." The orc's seasoning options were rather limited, consisting primarily of oil and salt, though they did possess ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic. In Chu Changfeng's perspective, the orcs were akin to a developing society, possessing some items while lacking others. Having previously watched a tutorial on brewing soy sauce, he was eager to try his hand at it. "I shall send a servant to procure some for you. The young master has instructed that you should not venture outside without necessity." "Do not be upset. The young master is only concerned for your well-being. The outside world can be perilous." While there was merit to this rationale, it felt confining to be barred from making even the simplest purchases as an adult. "Akin to a caged bird, Changfeng?" Wei Shurong called gently. Chu Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement. "I will grow strong enough that you need not worry about my safety when I venture out alone." Wei Shurong smiled. Indeed, those who can fully transform into beasts possess far superior physical capabilities compared to half-beasts. With determination, you will surely grow stronger. Chu Changfeng was uncertain of the truth in this statement. He took Wei Shurong's words as a form of comfort and, for the moment, chose to believe them as he turned to return. After parting ways with Chu Changfeng, Wei Shurong instructed a servant to procure some soybeans before attending to other matters, beyond managing the financial records. He also served as the steward of the Mo residence, where the majority of the household's affairs were directed toward him. For more significant issues, he would consult Lady Yu for guidance. After transforming, Chu Changfeng was able to communicate with the kitchen staff and gleaned much information pertinent to the Mo household. From the kitchen staff, he learned the crucial fact that the Mo family had very few individuals they could rely upon. Currently, the head of the Mo family was Lady Yu. Yet her capabilities were limited. Mo Xing bore the burden of managing all affairs of the Mo family, and the only individuals capable of assisting him were Zhao Yixio and Wei Shurong. Having grown up alongside Mo Xing, Zhao Yixio and Wei Shurong shared a deep-seated animosity towards the Lai family, stemming from their fathers being murdered by them at different times. Their hatred for the Lai family was profound, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the Mo family. Conversely, others who might have been of assistance were either swayed by the Lai family or eliminated, resulting in a scarcity of individuals willing to devote themselves to the Mo family. In an effort to rectify this predicament, Mo Xing could only bolster defenses along the border with the Lai family, yet the threat of internal betrayal loomed large, with trusted allies potentially being corrupted at any time. Thus, Mo Xing could only assign tasks to Zhao Yixio and Wei Shurong. Through the kitchen staff, Chu Changfeng discovered that Mo Xing was not as formidable as he had presumed. Although Mo Xing often proclaimed, "I will protect you," he was, in reality, grappling with his own challenges. Given the current circumstances, it would be unjust to label Mo Xing as inept. After all, in a situation where he could rely solely on Zhao Yixio and Wei Shurong and still manage to maintain a semblance of stability amidst the Lai family's oppression, it indicated that Mo Xing was not entirely lacking in capability. During Mo Xing's busy days, Chu Changfeng diligently experimented with brewing soy sauce. The fermentation process required time, and after preparing several jars, he set them aside to focus on sugar production. Despite the harsh environment of the nightless city, the flora was abundant, and Chu Changfeng encountered a variety of plants and wild fruits, both familiar and unfamiliar. There exist other plants, akin to sugarcane, from which sugar can be extracted. However, it is currently the height of summer, and the sugarcane has yet to ripen. In contrast, the season for harvesting beets has arrived. And the streets of the city that never sleeps are bustling with half-beast merchants selling beets. Indeed, there are many beets still flourishing in the fields. Beets are among the favored vegetables of the orc inhabitants of this city. And during the planting season, they are cultivated in abundance, resulting in a vibrant display of beets come harvest time. Beets are also capable of being processed into sugar. Chu Changfeng has tasked Wei Shurong with procuring a significant quantity of beets for sugar production. Upon witnessing Chu Changfeng extracting juice from the beets and discarding the pulp, the kitchen staff felt a pang of sympathy. After all, that was food. Though the resources of the city are relatively ample, the thought of such waste for the sake of sugar was enough to stir their discomfort. Yet, given Chu Changfeng's intentions, they dared not voice their concerns. After all, his good looks rendered him beyond reproach. The kitchen staff regarded him with a maternal affection, treating him as their own child. Amidst their diligent pursuit of sugar production, a package was sent back by Mo Zhixing from outside the Missouri estate, which was given to Lady Yu. Under the kitchen staff's guidance, Chu Changfeng learned that in 7 days, it would be Lady Yu's birthday, and since Mo Zhixing could not return, he had arranged for a gift to be sent in advance. With the approach of Lady Yu's birthday, Chu Changfeng redoubled his efforts in sugar production, planning to create a cake for the occasion. After a day of toil, Chu Changfeng returned to his quarters to rest, finding Wei Shurong already inside. Upon his return, Wei Shurong handed him a carefully wrapped parcel. "Changfeng, this is something the young master entrusted to me to bring back for you," he said, "if you wish to go out." "Wear this?" Wei Shurong's face was alight with a smile. Chu Changfeng, upon seeing his grin, felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. "Why is he sending me gifts?" Chu Changfeng inquired. Wei Shurong replied, "You are always wanting to go out, so I inquired with the young master, and he had someone bring this for you. I do not know what it is. You should open it and see." With a sense of trepidation, Chu Changfeng unwrapped the parcel, revealing a delicate, peach-pink dress adorned with exquisite embroidery. The moment he beheld the color, his expression darkened. "Oh Zhixing, you rascal. What on earth do you mean by sending a dress?" If Mo Zhixing were present, Chu Changfeng mused that he would gladly deliver a punch. What sort of logic was this? He raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Wei Shurong, who was struggling to suppress laughter. Their eyes met, and he endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, stating, "The young master certainly has a knack for gift selection. This dress is quite lovely. Shall I wear it?" "How could I dare?" Wei Shurong exclaimed, raising his voice and taking a cautious step back. "If I accept something sent by the young master, he would surely have my hand severed. Besides, it would be utterly embarrassing for me to wear a dress. It would look far better on you. I refuse to don such a ludicrous outfit." Chu Changfeng fumed, folding the dress neatly and stowing it away in the wardrobe. Frustrated, he muttered under his breath. Wei Shurong, confused by Chu Changfeng's exclamation, pondered what his words meant. "This dress is genuinely beautiful. The embroidery depicts cloud patterns, not chickens." After a moment's contemplation, Wei Shurong resolved to defend Mo Zhixing, saying, "Changfeng, I believe there is a deeper meaning behind the young master's gesture in sending you this dress." "What deeper meaning?" "The Lai family is seeking the 36th young master. Should you venture out in this dress, who would mistake you for a male?" "Shurong, I appreciate your compliments, but if this is the method of going outside, I would rather remain indoors. What a pity. I too wish to see how you would look in a dress. It would indeed be a waste for someone of your stature not to wear one." Chu Changfeng found himself questioning whether his feline persona had left such a profound impression on them that even in human form, he was treated as a pet to be amused. He felt both angered and oppressed. Wei Shurong, sensing the late hour, announced he would take his leave, advising him to rest early. "Fei Ying, let us return." Emerging from the shadows, Fei Ying appeared at the doorway. "Since when have you been here?" Chu Changfeng asked in surprise. "I have been here all along. I came with him," Wei Shurong replied. "Why come together?" "My situation has become somewhat precarious of late. Given Fei Ying's commendable skills, I have appointed him as my personal bodyguard." For the past few days, Chu Changfeng had been preoccupied with his own matters and had not paid much attention to the affairs concerning Jueqing and the others. However, he was curious as to how Fei Ying had become Wei Shurong's personal guard. He found himself unable to fathom how the two had formed such a connection and inquired, Is he being compensated? Indeed. I almost forgot to ask about that. Fei Ying, do you require payment? Yes. Wei Shurong was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He eagerly shared the news with Chu Changfeng, exclaiming, Fei Ying has been with me for several days, and it was only just now that he spoke to me. I believe I have discovered a way to communicate with him. Wei Shurong's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious. Chu Changfeng thought to himself, I hope it is not merely for monetary gain. After training with Su Fengshan for an entire morning, Chu Changfeng returned to his quarters to change out of his sweat-soaked clothes and made his way to the kitchen. Passing by the garden's ornamental rocks, he overheard whispers from Imo Jiyue and the others. Those ornamental rocks served as a secret hideout for Imo Jiyue and her companions. Intrigued by the hushed conversation, Chu Changfeng approached to listen. He heard Imo Jiyue nervously ask, Is this all right? Can we save the kitten? Should we not show it to Dr. Li? Chu Changfeng leaned closer to observe, noticing they were gathered around a tabby cat. Engaging in a hushed discussion, the cat clearly appeared to have ingested something it should not have and was now struggling to breathe, a situation that could prove fatal if left unaddressed. Let me handle it. As a veterinarian, Chu Changfeng pushed his way through the group and quickly employed the skills he had learned to administer emergency aid, successfully dislodging the obstruction from the cat's throat. With its airway cleared, the tabby regained its ability to breathe and, once its strength returned, promptly fled the perilous vicinity. Hey, where did it go? I wanted to keep it, Imo Jiyue pouted. Chu Changfeng inquired, Where did you find this cat? This cat is just an ordinary one, not a beastman. Beastmen would not dare intrude upon the Imo estate. Only feral cats, lacking an understanding of human nature, would venture here. We did not capture it. It was already here when we arrived, Imo Jiang explained. Chu Changfeng glanced at the trio and then asked, It's almost time for lunch. What are you all doing hiding here? Xiao Yi, Fei Yao's voice called from a distance, prompting the three to react as if they had seen a ghost, pulling Chu Changfeng behind the ornamental rocks. Shu, brother Changfeng, do not say a word, Imo Jiyue whispered as she covered his mouth. Chu Changfeng pushed her hand away, questioning, Why are you hiding from Fei Yao? Fei Yao elder sister wants to give Xiao Yi a bitter, dark medicine to drink, so I hid her away, Imo Jiyue replied proudly. You should not take pride in that, Chu Changfeng admonished, tapping Imo Jiyue on the head. Do you think Xiao Yi drinks medicine without reason? She does so for her health. You are not helping her. You are harming her. Exactly. I told you we should not hide. Imo Jiang chimed in. Imo Jiyue, feeling wronged, touched her head as Xiao Yi stepped forward to defend her. It was I who did not want to drink the medicine. If you wish to scold someone, scold me, do not blame Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, if you obediently listen to Fei Yao and take your medicine, I will prepare a delicious treat for you. How does that sound? Upon hearing of the food, Xiao Yi's defiance waned, her ears drooping in submission. Will you really make something delicious for me? Indeed, Chu Changfeng assured her. Though I cannot guarantee it will be to your liking, I will endeavor to prepare a dish that you find delightful. All right, then I shall take my medicine, Xiao Yi readily agreed. Rising to his feet, Chu Changfeng met Fei Yao's gaze as she approached, having heard the commotion. Thank you, Fei Yao said succinctly in her expression of gratitude. Xiao Yi had grown weary of the medicinal regimen, and no amount of persuasion would sway her. Chu Changfeng's alternative approach had resolved the issue for Fei Yao. However, Chu Changfeng did not anticipate that following this incident, he would find himself besieged by the three of them that evening. They arrived clutching pillows, claiming to be afraid that brother Changfeng would be frightened sleeping alone at night. Consequently, as soon as the candles were extinguished, they began to chatter incessantly about the day's culinary delights, their underlying message clear. You must prepare something for us tomorrow. It was not until Chu Changfeng promised to make them something that they finally settled down to sleep. A few days later, Imo Jixing, from a distance, received a regular correspondence from Wei Shurong. In this letter, he focused entirely on the matter of three little rascals occupying his bed and sleeping alongside Chu Changfeng. With fervent strokes of his pen, he penned a missive urging Wei Shurong to rid him of those three nuisances, sending it along with a new gift for Chu Changfeng back to the Imo residence. Chapter 58. Offering suggestions, Chu Changfeng was jolted awake by a sudden kick to his abdomen. He opened his bleary eyes, having slept far too soundly, only to find the dragon phoenix twins in their beast forms. One sprawled on its back in deep slumber while the other curled up neatly, sleeping peacefully, nestled in the middle. Xiaoyi had taken to monopolizing the legs of the upside-down emoji, exhibiting her typical tenacity. Rubbing his sore abdomen from the unexpected kick, Chu Changfeng decided against remaining amidst this group of little tyrants. He rose to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Standing before the bronze mirror, he gazed at his silvery white hair cascading down to his waist and frowned. Perhaps I should cut it? Regrettably, Chu Changfeng lacked the skills of a barber, compounded by a past experience of cutting his own hair that left him too embarrassed to try again. His androgynous appearance, accentuated by his long silver hair, made him ponder whether a shorter hairstyle might imbue him with a more masculine allure. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek the services of a professional hairdresser. With his silver locks gathered into a ponytail, he roused Emoji and the others from their slumber. Xiaoya, Xiaoyang, Xiaoyi, rise and join Mr. Su for morning practice, he called out. The three little ones, although still groggy from insufficient sleep, managed to get up, don their clothes, and wash up before accompanying Chu Changfeng out the door. Not far from the entrance, Fei Yao approached briskly, her demeanor softening upon seeing Xiaoyi's solemn expression. Did they sleep with you last night? She inquired. Indeed. Why elder brother's bed is quite comfortable. Emoji eagerly shared her insights from the previous night. Xiaoyi nodded in agreement, adding, it even has a delightful fragrance. Emoji suggested, before elder brother returns, let us all sleep together with Changfeng Gij. Chu Changfeng rubbed his forehead, realizing that since arriving here, he had not experienced sleeping alone in a bed. Fei Yao, apologetically, stated, Xiaoyi has been a bit of a nuisance. She is the youngest among us, and we all dote on her, which has made her somewhat difficult. Emoji, hearing this, innocently comforted Fei Yao. It's all right, Sister Fei Yao, why temperament is particularly good either. Are you aware of that? Chu Changfeng questioned. Emoji, hands on her hips, proudly declared, my previous teacher told me that one's character should be too good, or else people will take advantage of you, so one must possess a hint of mischief to deter the wicked from bullying me. However, while one can be mischievous, one must not engage in wrongdoing, for that would make one a villain. She wore a self-satisfied expression, as if she possessed profound wisdom. Chu Changfeng and Fei Yao were momentarily at a loss for words in response to Emoji's assertions. Nevertheless, Fei Yao couldn't help but worry that Xiaoyi, already somewhat headstrong, might become even more so under Emoji's influence. They made their way to the garden clearing to find Su Fengshan, who was already waiting for them. The 2-hour morning practice swiftly concluded, and the three little ones followed Chu Changfeng into the kitchen, their eyes scanning for something to eat. Chu Changfeng first checked the sugar he had prepared the day before. Noticing that it resembled rock candy, unsure whether his attempt at sugar making had been successful, he sampled a small piece. The sweetness was satisfactory, akin to that of sugar, though he remained uncertain if it could be used like white granulated sugar. Changfeng Gij, what is this? Emoji inquired, peering over. Chu Changfeng offered them 3 small pieces to taste. The trio's eyes widened in astonishment. So sweet. This is the sweetest thing I've ever eaten, one exclaimed. While another echoed, me too. Sweet treats were irresistibly alluring to the 12-year-olds, and after finishing one piece, they clamored for more. As breakfast approached, Chu Changfeng gave them each one piece, but refrained from offering any more. Curious about the sugar's usability, he decided to make a sweet soup. He gathered papaya, tremella, and lotus seeds, washing them thoroughly before placing them in a pot with an appropriate amount of water and simmering the mixture. Not long after breakfast, the sweet soup was ready. Chu Changfeng tasted it first. The flavor was comparable to what he used to make at home, confirming that the sugar was indeed usable. He instructed the kitchen staff to serve a bowl to Emoji and the others while he took one to find Madame Yu. As her birthday approached, Madame Yu had become increasingly busy. Perusing her guest list, she rubbed her temples in frustration. Her maid, Yin Dong, entered and announced, Madam, young Master Changfeng has come to see you. Let him in. Madame Yu replied, setting aside her tasks and looking toward the door. Chu Changfeng entered, carrying a bowl of papaya tremella lotus seed sweet soup. Madam, this is a new sweet soup I've devised. Please have a taste. Madame Yu accepted the bowl and took a sip, her eyes widening in surprise. How wonderfully sweet and delicious. Is it truly possible for these ingredients to yield such sweetness when cooked together? Though she had seen all the ingredients before, she had never encountered such a delightful concoction, mistakenly attributing the sweetness to the ingredients themselves. Not the ingredients alone. Chu Changfeng explained. I added sugar. Sugar? Extracted from beet juice? Though my technique is not yet refined, it is still passable. Even if it's merely passable, how delicious it is. Imagine if you perfected it. There's not much difference. Sugar is simply sweet, and no matter the form, it ultimately leads to the same result. Madam, you savored another spoonful, releasing a contented sigh. I was feeling a bit troubled earlier, but this sweet soup has certainly lifted my spirits. What troubles you, madam? Chu Changfeng inquired. It's about the upcoming birthday celebration in 6 days, she admitted, furrowing her brow. Zhixing is away, and without him at home, I have little desire to host this gathering. Yet, as the matriarch of the Mo family, if I downplay the celebration, it might be said that our family is in decline. Conversely, if I host a grand event, I fear unwelcome guests may arrive. As the ruler of the territory, any misstep would invite scrutiny from others. Madam Yu, who preferred a tranquil environment, found herself compelled to orchestrate a lively birthday banquet, inviting numerous guests. During such occasions, there was always the risk of unsavory individuals from the Lai family infiltrating the gathering. With Mo Zhixing absent, Madam Yu felt utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed. Changfeng, what do you propose I do? She unexpectedly turned to him for counsel. Taken aback, Chu Changfeng replied, Madam, I am no expert on such matters, but perhaps a celebration of moderate scale would suffice. A celebration of moderate scale is difficult to define. If we do not showcase the Mo family's strength, we risk being underestimated. Fear not, for I will be by your side. Chu Changfeng assured her, I shall exert my utmost effort to prepare a feast for your birthday banquet. While my culinary skills may pale in comparison to my mentors, I assure you they are superior to those of the kitchen staff here. On the day of the banquet, you may boast to your guests that I am the finest chef in the whole of Yumeng continent, a treasure no amount of money could procure elsewhere. Though he was somewhat boastful, Chu Changfeng genuinely believed that, thus far, no one could rival his culinary creations. If the birthday banquet required some embellishment, having an exceptional chef in the household, providing delectable dishes that others could only dream of, was certainly something to be envied. Madam Yu found herself intrigued by this proposal. Changfeng, your idea is indeed appealing. However, before Zhixing departed, he instructed me to ensure your safety, advising against exposing you to too many people. If you take center stage for my birthday banquet, Madam Yu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, that won't he do. But madam, what difficulty lies in this? If anyone wishes to see me, simply tell them I am hideous and prefer to avoid the limelight. Furthermore, I am merely a cook, not a performer. Why must I meet others? Amused by his self-deprecating remarks, Madam Yu chuckled softly. Indeed, how did I overlook that? However, Changfeng, on the day of the celebration, there will be many guests. You cannot merely prepare 4 or 5 dishes. You must create a feast, which will undoubtedly be exhausting. A little fatigue is of no consequence. Chu Changfeng's expression softened. Xing has rescued me twice. You have welcomed me without prejudice, providing me with sustenance and comfort. It is a kindness I find hard to repay. Thus, cooking for your birthday banquet is no burden at all. Madam Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Changfeng, you truly are a remarkable young man. Embarrassed, Chu Changfeng chuckled lightly. Although he was physically only 18, in truth, he had already lived for 28 years. Being praised in such a manner left him feeling bashful. Madam, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well, Changfeng. Should you require anything for the banquet, please inform Shurong. He oversees all matters within the household and will ensure everything is arranged to your satisfaction. Understood. Chu Changfeng boasted as he took on this task, but as he stepped out of Lady Yu's courtyard, he regretted his own arrogance. How could he bear to see such a beautiful woman frowning? Moreover, it was only right to repay the favor owed to the Mo family. He couldn't simply do nothing while the debt continued to grow. After requesting a few days off from Su Fengshan, he devoted himself to researching the menu for the birthday banquet that Su Fengshan agreed to his leave with enthusiasm. Once he received approval, Chu Changfeng sought out Wei Shurong to arrange for some assistance in constructing an earthen oven. The earthen oven was a testament to the ingenuity of the common folk, consisting of a semicircular stove with only a chimney and an entrance. Before grilling, one would need to heat the oven with firewood. Then remove the burnt coals and ashes before placing the food inside, utilizing the residual heat to cook the dishes. Chu Changfeng intended to bake cakes, cookies, and other pastries, which necessitated an oven. without one. He had no choice but to make do with the earthen oven. Wei Shurong understood that Chu Changfeng was responsible for all the dishes at the banquet and was willing to accommodate his requests. After arranging for the earthen oven, Chu Changfeng set about drafting the menu. Typically, a banquet features a dozen dishes, including cold dishes, hot dishes, meat dishes, fried dishes, desserts, vegetarian dishes, soups, snacks, and staples. As he contemplated what he excelled at cooking, he thought of sweet and sour ribs, for happiness meatballs, steamed fish, poached chicken, and braised pig's trotters. The nightless city, being close to the sea, boasted an abundance of seafood. Fresh seafood required little in the way of elaborate cooking methods. Simple blanching or steaming sufficed. However, to create something unique yet delectable, he could prepare garlic shrimp or garlic vermicelli oysters. The thought of garlic vermicelli oysters made Chu Changfeng swallow hard. Yet, he was uncertain how to prepare vermicelli. He only knew that rice, mung beans, sweet potatoes, and corn could be used to make rice noodles. He had previously seen a food enthusiast use sweet potatoes to create sweet potato noodles. Could this method produce rice noodles as well? Speaking of sweet potato noodles reminded him of sour and spicy noodles, causing his mouth to water. The recollection of delicious foods was overwhelming. Previously, he had only indulged in such treats once every few months while on a fitness regimen. Now, in this frail body, he could eat whatever he desired. However, he resolved to postpone his culinary endeavors until after Lady Yu's birthday celebration. With only 6 days remaining until the festivities, there would be no time to experiment with rice noodles. He needed to create delightful dishes with the ingredients at hand. Focusing intently on the menu, he ultimately decided on roasted lamb as his centerpiece dish. This choice was inspired by a sudden craving he had while drafting the menu. He still vividly remembered the taste of a whole roasted lamb he had enjoyed in the past. Whether he could replicate that flavor remained to be seen. Chu Changfeng instructed Wei Shurong to procure a freshly slaughtered lamb. Once it was returned, he began marinating it, intending to roast it once the flavors had melded, applying sauce during the cooking process. After a day's labor, he finally completed the roast in the evening. A whole roasted lamb of such size would cool quickly when cut, so Chu Changfeng directed the servants to set up tables and stools outside the kitchen, then called for Lady Yu and the others to join him. Lady Yu and her guests graciously accepted the invitation and stepped outside to witness the entire roasted lamb, momentarily taken aback. Wow, wow, wow! The 3 little ones rushed to the kitchen, exclaiming in delight, "It smells amazing. Brother Changfeng, can we eat now?" They looked at Chu Changfeng with eager, pleading expressions. Chu Changfeng affectionately ruffled Emoji Yang's little head, saying, "Just a moment, let me wash my hands first, and then we'll eat." "Okay." The 3 little ones hurried into the kitchen to wash their hands. Lady Yu sat in her chair, smiling at the trio, while Xiao Xuan and Zhu Qing settled nearby. Xiao Xuan politely greeted, "Lady Yu, do you mind if I join you at your table?" "Not at all. Please, everyone, sit down and enjoy the meal," Lady Yu replied, gesturing toward Fei Yao and the others. Fei Yao, receiving her cue, nodded in gratitude and took a seat. Zhao Yixio and Wei Shurong also joined them, noticing Fei Ying standing behind him. Wei Shurong pulled him to sit beside him. "Come and eat with us. Lady Yu is very accommodating, and there are no strict rules," he encouraged. Fei Ying glanced at him, remaining silent but settling into his seat. Su Fengshan arrived as well, greeting Lady Yu with a bow. "Madam, did you invite Mr. Su as well?" "Indeed," he replied. "Let us all dine together." Lady Yu spoke with a gentle tone, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the gathering. It had been a long time since mealtime felt so lively. If only Ji Xing were here as well, that day will come. When the eldest son returns, we'll have Changfeng prepare another feast to bring us all together. Su Fengshan reassured her. Chapter 60. Researching cakes. Lady Yu smiled, though there was a hint of bitterness in her expression. Even if we have time, Ji Xing may not. With Changfeng here, the eldest son will always find time. Su Fengshan replied. Upon hearing this, Lady Yu paused, incredulous. "Mr. Su, are you implying that in Ji Xing's heart, Changfeng is more important than me?" No. Su Fengshan hastily clarified. "I merely think that Changfeng and the eldest son share a deep bond." His explanation was no better than silence. Everyone in the household knew that since Chu Changfeng arrived at the Imo residence, Imo Ji Xing had been eating heartily and sleeping soundly. Previously, he would patrol the borders and return after dispatching a few soldiers from the Lai family. But ever since Chu Changfeng came along, he had not been on patrol for several days. Lady Yu was not concerned about Emoji Xing becoming complacent or immersed in hatred. She recognized that he had not followed the Lai family's path for ill. When Chu Changfeng appeared, Lady Yu realized her eldest son had not strayed into darkness. Thus, even knowing Chu Changfeng's ties to the Lai family, she did not oppose Emoji Xing's affection for him. Now that it was confirmed that Chu Changfeng was indeed the son of Lai Hui, Emoji Xing treated him with kindness rather than malice. Chu Changfeng's eyes, whether gazing at people or cats, were pure and untainted, like a crystal-clear spring, devoid of any impurities. Just looking at him uplifted her spirits, as Chu Changfeng's presence in the household grew. Lady Yu found herself increasingly fond of him. Almost forgetting his connection to Lai Hui, Brother Changfeng, "I've washed my hands. Where's the meat?" Emoji Yu exclaimed, seated next to Lady Yu, banging on the table in anticipation of the meal. Coming right up, Chu Changfeng replied. The kitchen staff brought forth bowls of lamb offal soup, scallion pancakes, and smashed cucumbers. Chu Changfeng sliced 3 lamb trotters for the little ones, who, upon seeing the meat, were instantly mesmerized, devouring them without hesitation. "So delicious, so good, ouch, it's hot." The 3 little ones feasted heartily, and Chu Changfeng placed a plate of lamb before Lady Yu. "Madam, this dish is my first attempt today. Please sample it and let me know if it's worthy of the birthday banquet menu. Then I shall savor it," Lady Yu declared, taking a bite. Her eyes widened in astonishment. After swallowing, she exclaimed, "Delicious. The skin is crispy, the meat tender, and the flavor just right. Changfeng, while you have made many wonderful dishes, this is the best meat I have ever tasted. Indeed, Mother, I concur," Emoji Yu chimed in, imitating an adult's demeanor as she nodded in agreement. Chu Changfeng also tried a piece, finding it quite satisfactory. Although it fell slightly short of the meals he had enjoyed in restaurants, it was still excellent by the standards of the Beastmen. He served everyone a plate of lamb, and even Fei Ying, who usually wore an expressionless visage, seemed to change when he tasted the roasted lamb. After Chu Changfeng had sliced nearly half the lamb, Lady Yu remarked, "Changfeng, let the kitchen staff handle the rest. Come sit with us and eat." She patted the empty space beside her, and Chu Changfeng took a seat without hesitation. Noticing him sweating profusely, Lady Yu offered him a handkerchief. "Good child. You've worked hard, that it's nothing. I owe you an apology, madam, for making you have dinner here." "What apology? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have experienced such a lively meal in ages." "There's no need to feel uneasy. Changfeng, when Jixing returns, shall we have another raucous meal together?" "As long as you wish for it, we will all be here," he replied. Xiao Yishuan, overhearing Chu Changfeng's words, quickly added, "Yes, Lady Yu, as long as you desire, we will all come. Please keep your promise. Don't wait until Jixing returns and then abandon me for dinner." Chu Changfeng assured her that won't happen. Lady Yu couldn't help but smile at the joy radiating from Chu Changfeng's face. "Changfeng, would you consider calling me mother?" "Should you wish, you may call me mother." "Yes, if Brother Changfeng calls mother with us, he will always reside in the Mo residence, and we can enjoy many delicious meals together. But I don't want Brother Changfeng to call mother like us. I haven't married him yet." Damo Zhiyang furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to respond. Yu Foreign remarked, "It seems that Xiao Yang has taken quite a liking to you." This clever statement adeptly alleviated the awkwardness brought on by Emoji Yang. Chu Changfeng continued, "Xiao Yang is indeed adorable. I find myself quite fond of him as well. Hee, I knew Brother Changfeng would like me too." Xiao Yang beamed, his face strikingly similar to Emoji Xing's. Radiating happiness, Chu Changfeng. "It seems I misspoke." Under the distraction caused by Emoji Yang, Yu Foreign and Chu Changfeng momentarily forgot about the matter of recognizing a foster mother and redirected their conversation back to the menu for the birthday banquet. In the following 2 days, Chu Changfeng prepared all 12 dishes intended for the celebration for Yu Foreign and the others to sample. After receiving commendations, he finalized the menu. With only 4 days remaining, Chu Changfeng devoted his time to cake making. Crafting the cake proved to be quite a challenge. The difficulty lay not in the process itself, but in achieving the perfect fluffiness, controlling the temperature of the makeshift oven, and ensuring the batter was baked thoroughly without burning. The most arduous task was the lack of an electric mixer. Chu Changfeng resorted to using a pair of chopsticks to manually whisk the egg whites and yolks, nearly straining his hand in the process. Though tiring, he regarded this as a form of exercise. The cake produced on the first day was a failure. However, It was fortunate that Emoji Yu and the others had a sweet tooth and happily devoured the imperfect creation. The second day's attempt fared slightly better, though it was still a significant improvement over the first. By the third day, Chu Changfeng finally mastered the art of controlling the heat of the makeshift oven and the baking time. Once he placed the prepared batter into the oven, he lit an incense stick and patiently waited. That moment, Xiao Yixian entered the kitchen. Upon seeing Chu Changfeng sitting under the tree outside, he approached directly. Changfeng, do you have any scallion pancakes or cake made in the kitchen? There's a small cake. Why do you ask? Xiao Yu and the others are hungry in the middle of their class, so I came to fetch them something to eat. Ever since you treated them to cake, they've been incessantly craving it and are unable to focus on their studies, Xiao Yixian lamented. With Xiao Yixian's expertise, teaching 3 12-year-olds should have posed no challenge. However, this rowdy group was unruly, thick-skinned, and unafraid of punishment. Having exhausted all means of discipline, Xiao Yixian could only acquiesce to their whims. Reflecting on the trio's mischievous nature, he remarked, haven't they noticed their faces have grown quite round? They constantly demand to eat. Chapter 61. Xie Yu Yingyu, sir, are not strict enough. Lessons should be taught when it's time. And nothing else should be permitted, Chu Changfeng advised Xiao Yixian. With that little rascal Xiao Yu around, you have no chance of managing her. Xiao Yixian sighed. If I make them stand in punishment, Xiao Yu will say, Brother Xian is in the wrong class. Martial arts are taught by Mr. Su, and you should teach us reading and writing. If he made them copy the family rules, Xiao Yu would cease after 3 repetitions, claiming she had memorized the words and could recite them from memory. Since she could recite them and understood their meanings, there was no need to waste time copying. Xiao Yixian rubbed his forehead. He had thought the children of the Mo family would be obedient, but regardless of what strategy he employed, Xiao Yu would find a counterargument. As the only female in the Mo family, he was reluctant to impose harsh punishments upon her for the sake of familial ties, leaving him with no choice but to yield to her whims. Chu Changfeng could easily imagine the difficulty Xiao Yixian faced and comfortingly patted his back. Xiao Yixian continued to express his woes. I'm letting you on keep an eye on them for a moment while I fetch them something to eat. It's also a chance for me to catch my breath. Would you like to sit a while longer? I can bring you something to eat, Chu Changfeng offered. Xiao Yixian shook his head. No need. I am not like those 3 rascals, constantly thinking about food. I heard that Xiao Yu is quite afraid of Jixing. That should be the case. Whatever Jixing says, Xiao Yu dares not defy it. I hope Jixing returns soon to help me manage this little demon. Xiao Yixian sighed. That moment, a delicate figure clad in pale blue entered the kitchen courtyard. Chu Changfeng caught sight of her, his smile faltering and his expression dimming. Xiao Yixian followed his gaze and locked eyes with the approaching lady. Do you know her? Xiao Yixian inquired. The woman wore a pale blue silk dress, with a pair of brown lion ears atop her head. She had an average appearance and was accompanied by a plainly dressed maid. Chu Changfeng quietly remarked, Xing's cousin. The one who kicked him into the lotus pond upon her first visit to the Mo family. Chu Changfeng had no inclination to be amiable toward someone who had nearly caused his demise. Upon the arrival of Mo Jixing's cousin, he disdainfully turned his head away. As Yu Foreign's birthday approached, Xie Yuing, a member of the Mo family's collateral branch, was invited to the Mo residence to celebrate. Previously, Xie Yuing would visit the Mo family as if it were her own home, but after the incident of kicking a red-eyed white cat into the pond, Mo Jixing ordered her not to come without an invitation. Ever since the death of the former family head, Mo Jixing had grown cold-hearted. Those who displeased him faced severe consequences, and it was well known within the Mo territory that crossing him could lead to one's own demise. Xie Yuing, wary of defying Mo Jixing, had not dared to return. However, hearing that he was busy outside and not at home, she felt emboldened to attend Yu Foreign's birthday celebration. Her curiosity was piqued by the rumors of a new cook at the Mo residence, whose culinary skills were said to be exceptional. She wondered how food could be so remarkable. Driven by her curiosity, she entered the kitchen, only to be mesmerized by the sight of 2 strikingly handsome silver-haired men nearby. One, a white-haired beauty with fox ears, had gentle features, his silver hair half-tied and half-cascading down his back. The elegant, almond-shaped eyes exuded charm, and the refined aura about him resembled the gentle moon hanging in the night sky. The other, a silver-haired youth capable of complete beast transformation, was unrecognizable in his animal form. His silver hair was tied in a ponytail, and as the breeze swept through, The tips danced gracefully, though his hair appeared somewhat disheveled. It added an air of rebellious charm to his strikingly handsome face. The captivating beauty of his peach blossom eyes could ensnare the soul with just a glance, and the spirited expression paired with his bright yellow attire gave him a sun-like radiance. Both dazzling and beautiful. How lovely! Xie Yuing gaped at Chu Changfeng, rendered almost immobile. Noticing her expression, Xiao Yixian nudged Chu Changfeng's arm playfully. She seems to be quite enraptured by your looks. Impossible, Xiao Yixian retorted. Before I met you, I genuinely believed I was the most handsome among male beast men, but now, how could I dare to think that? My frame pales in comparison to yours. Xiao Yixian scrutinized Chu Changfeng, his gaze lingering. Sensing the scrutiny, Chu Changfeng turned aside, his tone serious. I'm merely younger. I will grow. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Xiao Yixian's eyes. It seemed he was a tad self-conscious. Chu Changfeng mused, perhaps this is the essence of there's no silver here at all, or something of the sort. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. Finally, roused from her daze by the beauty of Xiao Yixian and Chu Changfeng, Xie Yuing approached, blushing slightly. Chu Changfeng averted his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Xiao Yixian, having no grievances with Xie Yuing, inquired as she approached, what brings you here, miss? My name is Xie Yuing, the daughter of the family head from the Imo family's collateral branch. I used to visit the Imo family frequently, but have never encountered you two. May I ask who you are? Xie Yuing shyly tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Xiao Yixian, noticing Chu Changfeng's sullen expression, revealed a hint of mischief in his eyes. I am Xiao Yixian, the son of the right minister of the Beast Kingdom. This is Chu Changfeng, my cousin. When did I become your cousin? Chu Changfeng murmured. With both of us having silver-white hair, there might just be a connection in our ancestry, Xiao Yixian joked. Chu Changfeng shot him a glare, unwilling to engage further. Hearing Xiao Yixian's introduction, Xie Yuying's face lit up with joy. The Xiao family? They have historically maintained a good relationship with the Imo family. But why have you come from such a distant place? I offended the Lai family and sought refuge with the Imo family. Please keep our identities a secret, Miss Xie, Xiao Yixian replied with a smile. Enchanted by his charm, Xie Yuing nodded eagerly. Rest assured, young Master Xiao, I will help you keep this secret. But why are you here? There are many cooks in this kitchen, and my cousin is rather introverted and has no other hobbies besides experimenting with ingredients to create dishes. Since we cannot stay here without contributing, we assist with some tasks. Changfeng is in charge of cooking, while I take on the role of their teacher. Xiao Yishuan intended to deceitfully convey information about Chu Changfeng to Xie Yuing. Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. The people from the Imo residence were well aware of his identity, and it wouldn't be long before Xie Yuing learned of his circumstances from other servants of the Imo household. In Chapter 62, titled Prejudice, unbeknownst to Chu Changfeng, Imo Zhixing conspired with Xiao Yishuan to alter Chu Changfeng's identity to that of a young master from the Xiao family's branch. The Lai family was making a grand effort to search for a red-eyed white cat, publicly claiming it to be the 36th young master of their clan. Given that there were numerous spies from the Lai family within the Imo territory, how would they react upon learning that the cat Imo Zhixing had found possessed a human form? Within the Imo residence, only the most trusted servants were privy to Chu Changfeng's secret. Even Imo Zhiyue and Imo Jiang had been cautioned by Imo Zhixing not to reveal Chu Changfeng's identity. Both of the little ones were fond of Chu Changfeng and dutifully kept his secret. However, Imo Zhixing, busy with other matters just a day after his return, forgot to inform Chu Changfeng about these developments. After Xie Yuing departed, Xiao Yishuan conveyed this matter to Chu Changfeng. Upon hearing it, Chu Changfeng blinked, pondering whether others in the residence would not draw conclusions. My name has never changed. With so many beast men on Yumeng continent, it is hardly surprising for similar names to arise. Furthermore, Zhixing is meticulous in his protection. Whether as a cat or as a human, you have not interacted extensively with the servants of the Imo household. Having been wronged so often, Imo Zhixing found it difficult to trust unfamiliar servants, preferring to handle most matters personally. While with Chu Changfeng, he certainly did not encounter many servants attending to him. The cooks in the kitchen had all lost their families to the Lai family and harbored a deep-seated hatred for them while remaining loyal to the Imo family. Moreover, they all admired Chu Changfeng, so learning of his identity only motivated them to keep it secret. It was now crucial that he himself did not reveal any hints. Chu Changfeng frowned slightly. How is it that you know more than I do? Despite my longer time spent in the Imo residence, that is quite different. Even from afar in the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom, I remain well informed about matters concerning the Mo family, Xiao Yishuan replied with a sly smile. Chu Changfeng suddenly felt as though he was facing a cunning old fox, astute and sly. I shall not linger further. I must return to check on those three little rascals. Yuan must be on the verge of exhaustion from their antics. Xiao Yishuan chuckled gleefully. Chu Changfeng cast a sidelong glance at the old fox, suspecting he harbored ulterior motives. After Xiao Yishuan's departure, Chu Changfeng resumed his activities. Today, he had successfully baked a cake, soft and sweet, with a rich aroma of eggs that filled the air. Its moderate sweetness compelled one to take bite after bite. After a day filled with toil, once Chu Changfeng finished his dinner in the kitchen, he massaged his sore shoulders and returned to his room. Just as he exited the kitchen courtyard, he encountered Xie Yueying, and his expression instantly darkened. Xie Yueying's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as her almond-shaped eyes glanced at Chu Changfeng shyly before she turned her gaze away, tugging at the sleeve of her maid. Understanding her cue, the maid presented a brocade box. Chu Gongzi, this is a fine hemostatic ointment, a gift from our young lady to you. Why send me medicine? Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow in confusion. Xie Yueying explained, Chu Gongzi, you are often in the kitchen, dealing with fire and knives. It is inevitable that you may occasionally injure yourself. It is wise to have some medicine on hand. Are you wishing for me to be injured? Not at all. I mean well for you, Chu Gongzi. I harbor no other intentions. Xie Yueying fervently shook her head in panic. Chu Changfeng felt no affinity for her and declined. There is no need for your concern, Miss Xie. Please refrain from sending me anything in the future. I have ample supplies. With the wealth of Mo Zhixing far exceeding that of Xie Yueying, Chu Changfeng felt assured that, as long as he worked diligently, he could request ointment or other necessities from Mo Zhixing without fear of being denied. Moreover, with his divine power, what did he have to fear from injury? Chu Gongzi, our young lady is simply being kind. Cannot you treat her with a bit more kindness? The maid, Spring Willow, was provoked by Chu Changfeng's indifferent demeanor. Spring Willow? Xie Yueying warned. Spring Willow, lowering her head in defiance, retorted, Chu Gongzi is indeed handsome, but being good-looking does not mean one can look down upon others. A maid behaving so rudely before her mistress was unacceptable. Miss Xie, you ought to discipline your maid more rigorously. Chu Gongzi, have you not noticed that my eyes are red? Chu Changfeng inquired. Reminded, Xie Yueying suddenly focused on his eyes. They were as beautiful as amber, and seeing her reflection in them, she felt a sense of completeness. Chu Gongzi's eyes are truly captivating. This compliment did not please Chu Changfeng. When he had been a cat, Xie Yueying had impulsively kicked him into the lotus pond upon seeing his red eyes, almost leading to his demise. Now, however, her infatuation with his appearance was of little concern to him, only serving to further incite his anger. Miss Xie, do not approach me without reason in the future. Regardless of what thoughts you may harbor, it is absolutely impossible. With that, Chu Changfeng strode away, leaving no opportunity for Xie Yueying to retort. As the birthday of Lady Yu approached, the household grew increasingly busy. Chu Changfeng was solely focused on perfecting his cake and teaching the cooks how to prepare dishes for the birthday banquet, entirely oblivious to Xie Yueying, who often lurked in the shadows watching him. Time flew, and soon it was the day of Lady Yu's birthday in Yuming continent. There were no means to measure time, but on this day, before dawn, Chu Changfeng estimated it was nearly time. Rising to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Dressed in fresh attire, he carried a lantern and headed for the kitchen. While patrolling the garden, a soldier leading the patrol spotted a figure approaching with a lantern. Upon closer inspection, it was Chu Changfeng. Chu Gongzi, it is still dark. What brings you here? The captain inquired. I am going to the kitchen to prepare the dishes for today's birthday banquet. So early? The captain was taken aback momentarily, then added, it is still quite dark. We shall escort you. Given that today was Lady Yu's birthday, no one could ascertain whether any of the guests would be assassins or if poison might be slipped into the kitchen. Thus, starting from the day before, the household had been under strict patrol. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Chu Changfeng found all the ingredients prepared and ready for processing. He rolled up his sleeves and began marinating the meats. After completing this task, he proceeded to chop the meat into filling for dumplings. The workload was substantial, yet Chu Changfeng approached it with meticulous care. As dawn broke, The cooks arrived at the kitchen and were surprised to find Chu Changfeng already hard at work. They chided him for not waking them up. Instead of immediately tending to the ingredients for the birthday banquet, the cooks opted to prepare breakfast for everyone in the Mo household first. All were soon bustling about, and the kitchen became lively with the sounds of clanging pots and pans. As time passed, the aroma of the cooking food wafted from the kitchen, reaching far and wide. Lady Yu approached the kitchen and, upon reaching the doorway, caught a whiff of the delightful scents, smiling in satisfaction. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Chu Changfeng setting up a rack to roast a lamb. In Chapter 63, titled Birthday Banquet, Chu Changfeng had rolled his sleeves up to his elbows, his slender, fair hands as delicate as lotus roots, effortlessly placing a 30 to 40-pound lamb onto the rack. Such slender arms possessed such strength, which was indeed surprising. To facilitate his work, his silvery hair was wrapped in a piece of azure cloth, leaving only a few strands at his temples. This attire seemed somewhat mismatched with his clothing. Appearing somewhat odd, yet his face remained handsome. Chu Changfeng was solely focused on his task, paying little heed to his appearance or attire. Changfeng, Lady Yu called gently. Chu Changfeng paused in his work and turned to her. Lady Yu, what brings you here? I heard that you have been busy in the kitchen since before dawn. How long have you been at it? Your clothes are soaked through. Lady Yu spoke with concern, touched by his diligence. How can this child be so obedient? Today is your birthday banquet, and with so many guests, there are numerous dishes to prepare. Some meats need to be marinated in advance. Otherwise, there might not be enough time if we wait until dawn to begin. If there isn't enough time, we can always delay. They will surely be fed. Look at you, drenched in sweat. It truly pains my heart. Although Chu Changfeng had yet to formally acknowledge Lady Yu as his adoptive mother, she had already begun to regard him as her son in her heart. Lady Yu, I will only be busy today. I shall not need to work tomorrow. If you truly care for me, might I ask for a small favor? Chu Changfeng inquired. What favor? Please allow me to go out and play for half a day tomorrow. I simply wish to wander around the city. Chu Changfeng looked at Lady Yu with anticipation. Lady Yu, meeting his gaze, smiled. You are aware that Zhixing has instructed me not to allow you to roam freely outside. Correct? By the way, I recall Zhixing brought back a gift for you, saying that if you wish to go out, you should wear what he gifted you. Lady Yu seemed to know everything. Upon recalling the pink dress, Chu Changfeng's expression soured. Lady Yu, I wish to wear my own clothes when I go outside. He spoke with a hint of grievance. Lady Yu could not bear to refuse him. Very well, I shall allow you to go out tomorrow. But I will arrange for 2 guards to accompany you, all right? It is far preferable for the guards to accompany one than to don women's attire. How could Chu Changfeng possibly refuse such a request? As the sun ascended higher in the sky, the influx of guests increased. As the hostess, Madame Yu felt compelled to greet the attendees. Just as Madame Yu departed, Mo Jiue and her companions rushed in. Their cherubic faces turned expectantly towards Chu Changfeng. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, Chu Changfeng inquired, What is it? Aren't you attending class today? Today is Mother's birthday. The teacher is on break, and so are we. Mo Jiue replied. Chu Changfeng pressed on. Since you have the day off, you should accompany Madame Yu to entertain the guests. Absolutely not. I don't know any of those people, pouted Mo Jiue. O Jing nodded in agreement, adding, They will ask us all sorts of strange questions, and if we don't answer one, they will just move on to the next. It's utterly vexing. Though Madame Yu is the matriarch of the Mo family, she rarely ventures beyond the estate. Those outside who wish to curry favor with her are constantly devising ways to approach her. This rare occasion of Madame Yu's birthday brought them rushing in hopes of making a favorable impression on Mo Jiue and her siblings. At merely 12 years of age, the children were blissfully unaware of such social intricacies, fixated solely on feasting and merriment, and thus found little common ground with the avaricious adults. The kitchen is rife with oil and smoke. In the presence of fire and sharp knives poses a danger. You should play elsewhere, Chu Changfeng advised. Absolutely not. We want to play with you, Brother Changfeng, Mo Jiue insisted. We can help you with your tasks. With that, Mo Jiue rolled up her sleeves, and the other 2 followed suit, eager to assist. The trio had firmly attached themselves to Chu Changfeng, making it impossible to shoo them away. After some contemplation, Chu Changfeng assigned them the task of helping to make dumplings. The 3, filled with youthful exuberance, were learning to make dumplings for the first time. Though their efforts were far from perfect, they diligently pursued the task. And as they quieted down, Chu Changfeng took the opportunity to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles. It was a family tradition to eat longevity noodles on birthdays. During his own celebrations, his mother would always prepare him a bowl. After her passing, he took it upon himself to carry on the tradition. Having prepared longevity noodles for himself for 11 years, his skills were commendable. He completed a bowl just in time to send to Madame Yu before returning to his other duties. As the afternoon light began to wane, the birthday feast was set to commence. Madame Yu took her seat among the numerous guests, and the servants first presented a roasted whole lamb, one for every 2 tables. The chef, who had learned to carve lamb from Chu Changfeng, stood by to slice the meat, arranging it neatly on platters before placing them on the tables. The guests, upon seeing the roasted lamb, looked puzzled. "Why did you not slice the lamb before serving it, Aunt?" Xie Yueying inquired. "Why wait until it reaches the table? Perhaps if it were carved in the kitchen, the meat would cool too quickly. By cutting it here, we can serve it piping hot," Madame Yu replied gently. "Eating freshly carved meat is a novel experience, is it not?" Xie Yueying nodded in agreement, having relished many delightful dishes during her stay with the Mo family. Though she had questions about some of their culinary customs, she adapted swiftly. Seeing the chef carving the meat before them, the guests felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, free from the fear of poison being slipped in when they were not looking. After tasting the freshly cut lamb, the guests erupted in praise, exclaiming that they had never encountered such delectable fare. Sensing that the roasted lamb had become the centerpiece of conversation, Madame Yu smiled with satisfaction, anticipating that the subsequent dishes would further astonish her guests. Not only were the dishes delicious, but they were also artfully presented, enticing the guests to indulge without restraint, engrossed in their meal rather than attempting to ingratiate themselves with Madame Yu. This birthday celebration was undoubtedly the most relaxed and enjoyable one Madame Yu had ever experienced. As the banquet neared its conclusion, guests polished off their plates, still yearning for more, but time pressed on, and they approached Madame Yu to bid farewell. They inquired why the cook at the Missouri estate was capable of producing such an abundance of exquisite dishes. Madame Yu, employing the same clever rhetoric taught by Chu Changfeng, skillfully deflected their inquiries. The Mo family was the lord of this territory, having spared no expense in hiring exceptional chefs. The guests, envious yet respectful, merely sought to satiate their curiosity without daring to make any demands. At that moment, another departing guest approached Madame Yu, bowing respectfully, head lowered. "This year's birthday banquet is entirely different from previous ones. We almost forgot our business while dining," he remarked, "as long as you enjoyed yourselves." "That is what matters," Madame Yu replied coolly, observing the masculine figure before her, striving to discern his features, though his head remained bowed, obscured by his fringe. "Madame Yu, might we meet the talented chef responsible for these delightful dishes?" the guest inquired. This question took the man aback, and as Madame Yu began to respond, a glimmer of cold steel caught her eye. She sprang to her feet, retreating hastily, while the guard beside her stepped forward protectively. The assassin slowly raised his head, revealing elongated eyes tinged with crimson, a sinister grin playing upon his lips. "Eliminate the Mo family, and seize the chef to present to the master. Surely, he would be pleased with such a culinary talent." Chapter 64. A desire for a new pet. Having completed the final decorative flower on the fruitcake, Chu Changfeng wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing with satisfaction at his creation. This fruitcake was intended to be a delightful surprise for Madame Yu during the banquet, a chance to showcase his culinary prowess before the guests. However, whipping egg whites had proven to be an exhausting endeavor. After a full day of labor, his hands grew weary, causing the cake's completion to lag half an hour behind schedule. In light of this, Chu Changfeng decided to be pragmatic. After all, the cake would be divided among many guests. Yielding only a small portion for each. It seemed far more sensible for them to enjoy it themselves. Moreover, sugar was currently a precious commodity, not easily procured. After much deliberation, he concluded that the cake would be better suited for their own enjoyment. The busy chefs had informed him that the banquet had been a resounding success, with guests raving about their delectable dishes, thus bringing honor to Madame Yu. The 3 youngsters gazed in awe at the beautifully crafted cake, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Brother Changfeng, when can we eat the cake?" Mo Jiwa asked, swallowing hard as she fixated on the confection. Chu Changfeng affectionately ruffled her hair. Once the guests have departed and Madam Yu has some free time, we will present the cake and enjoy it together. I hope the guests leave soon, Emoji Yuer exclaimed, bouncing eagerly in place. Chu Changfeng settled into a nearby chair, pouring himself a glass of water to soothe his parched throat, then massaging his tired hands. Observing this, Emoji Yang promptly approached to knead Chu Changfeng's shoulders, while the other two joined in, one taking his hand and the other his leg. Their thoughtful gestures caught Chu Changfeng off guard. You worked hard today, Brother Changfeng, Mo Jiang remarked. Chu Changfeng regarded the trio with satisfaction. Though they sometimes resembled little demons, they could also be quite considerate. He relished their ministrations until a thought struck him. Why have you three been in the kitchen with me all day? Aren't you supposed to be with Madam Yu entertaining the guests? We were told that with so many visitors, there might be unsavory characters among them. It wouldn't be safe for us to be with her, so we opted to stay with you, Emoji Yuer explained. Chu Changfeng realized that their presence in the kitchen was not merely to assist, but also to avoid the potential dangers outside. Listening to the commotion beyond, he noted that the banquet should be nearing its conclusion and the noise should be subsiding, yet it remained quite boisterous. Changfeng, Xiao Yishuan burst into the kitchen, panic evident on his face. With Lang Yuan closely following, assassins from the Lai family have infiltrated the banquet. You must stay here. Lang Yuan remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings as a contingent of patrolling soldiers arrived, securing the kitchen's perimeter. Upon hearing Xiao Yishuan's alarming news, Emoji Yue and Emoji Yang exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions tinged with fear. Chu Changfeng enveloped them both in a comforting embrace, reassuring them, it's all right. Madam Yu is formidable. She will be fine. Indeed, Mother is incredibly capable. Underestimating her would lead to dire consequences, Emoji Yue declared, shaking her tiny fists with a fierce expression, though her smile betrayed her bravado. In contrast, Emoji Yang lacked his sister's fortitude. Remaining silent as he clung to Chu Changfeng, his small frame trembling slightly. While chaos erupted outside, an eerie calm enveloped their corner of the kitchen, with only the crackling of the fire breaking the silence. Suddenly, a faint thud resonated from the window in the hushed kitchen. Even the soft sound drew their collective attention. Turning in unison, they beheld a figure clad in a black cloak, pale of complexion, with crimson eyes. Lai Feng stood before them. Lai Feng's scarlet gaze swept over Chu Changfeng and his companions, a wicked smile curling his lips. Chu Changfeng instinctively shielded Emoji Yue and Emoji Yang behind him, while Lang Yuan positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Yishuan. Who are you? Xiao Yishuan demanded sharply. This is the Emo Estate's kitchen. No unauthorized personnel are allowed. You? Lai Feng's gaze fixated on Chu Changfeng's face, musing, if you were to cry, it would surely be a sight to behold. Chu Changfeng's heart sank. From the piercing gaze of Lai Feng and the aura he exuded, Chu Changfeng deduced that this man was undoubtedly a scion of the Lai family. However, having never encountered Lai Feng before, he was unaware of which brother this was among the original siblings. The color of your eyes resembles that of the Lai family, yet the essence within them is entirely different. I long to see you weep. To witness despair reflected in your gaze, it would surely be a sight of exquisite beauty. Very well, it is settled then. Aside from you, all others must perish. Lai Feng spoke to himself, disregarding the presence of others, as he contemplated gifting a token of affection to Emo Jixing upon his return, a present that would result in the demise of his remaining family. Entrust his younger siblings to me. Once I have you as my pet, I shall treat you far better. I have a penchant for obedient pets. To hell with your pet. Chu Changfeng seized a kitchen knife from the chopping board and hurled it at Lai Feng. Lai Feng effortlessly dodged, the knife thudding against the window frame, embedding itself slightly without falling. As Lai Feng observed the mark left by the knife, his gaze grew more appreciative. It seemed Chu Changfeng was not as fragile as he initially perceived, and he could entertain himself for a considerable time. Truly, he was indeed a product of that twisted family, possessing thoughts far beyond those of ordinary individuals. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, soldiers rushed in and upon recognizing the newcomer, exclaimed, "That is the eldest son of the Lai family, Lai Feng. Young Master Changfeng, Young Master Yishuan, please escort the third young master and fourth young miss away from here." Understood. Xiao Yishuan nodded in agreement. Lifting the cake prepared by Chu Changfeng, "Changfeng, let us find a safer place." As Chu Changfeng took the hands of Imo Jiue and Imo Jiyang, preparing to leave the kitchen, a glimmer of cold steel flashed by. Chu Changfeng shielded Imo Jiue and Imo Jiyang, narrowly avoiding a chilling dagger that embedded itself in the doorframe. "You are called Changfeng, are you not?" Lai Feng remarked. "Do not throw yourself upon the blade. I merely wish to use Imo Jixing's younger siblings as a gift for him, and I would prefer not to see my new pet harmed. Should my new pet sustain injuries, I would have to invest time in treating you before I can play. Yixuan, you honor, protect Xiao Yu and Xiao Yang and take them to a safe location. I will confront him. Changfeng, do not worry." Chu Changfeng flashed them a reassuring smile, confident that this scoundrel would not dare harm him. Given his intentions to capture him as a pet, of course, he would not allow himself to be bullied either. Seizing a hatchet from the corner, Chu Changfeng straightened his back and regarded Lai Feng with a resolute gaze, akin to that of a fearless warrior. Chapter 65. Poisoned Lai Feng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chu Changfeng's delicate, soft visage, yet recognizing the stark strength within. His elongated crimson eyes reflected an even deeper admiration. "You shall become my most cherished pet." Observing Lai Feng's interest in Chu Changfeng, Xiao Yixuan wasted no time and led Imo Jiue and the others out of the kitchen. "Young Master Changfeng, please step back," one soldier advised. Chu Changfeng nodded and retreated behind them, tightly gripping the hatchet as he vigilantly watched Lai Feng's movements. Lai Feng had infiltrated the Imo residence with the intent of selecting one among Imo Jiue, Imo Jiyang, and the lady. Should he succeed in slaying even one, it would not be in vain. The Imo family had a dwindling population, and the loss of even a single bloodline would deliver a significant blow to them, all while allowing him to relish the sight of Imo Jixing's furious countenance. Lai Feng's greatest pastime in life was witnessing the despair and rage of powerful or beautiful beings. Imo Jixing had previously been his favored pet. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, he was still superior to Lai Feng. Had it not been for his second brother, Imo Jiyun, inadvertently falling into their trap years ago, Lai Feng would not have had the pleasure of possessing Imo Jixing as a pet. Failing to kill Imo Jixing had not disheartened Lai Feng. After all, pets were meant to struggle and survive, adding to the amusement. Now, however, he had discovered a new pet, Chu Changfeng, an undeniably beautiful specimen. Between Chu Changfeng and Xiao Yixuan, Lai Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to Chu Changfeng. He yearned to possess him, even if he could not eliminate Imo Jiue and Imo Jiyang. Seizing Chu Changfeng would still be a victory. With this thought, Lai Feng licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with excitement and greed. Lai Feng held a significant position within the Lai family, being one of Lai Hui's most valued sons. A mere squad of soldiers could not impede him. In a matter of moments, he had maneuvered himself to stand before Chu Changfeng. As Chu Changfeng raised the hatchet to block the incoming dagger, the two metallic weapons clashed with a resounding clang. Their strengths were evenly matched. Chu Changfeng exerted all his might to suppress Lai Feng's dagger assault. Lai Feng arched an eyebrow, glancing at Chu Changfeng before sweeping his leg toward his waist. Chu Changfeng sensed his intent and swiftly dodged, retreating a few steps. "You managed to evade my attack," Lai Feng remarked. Chu Changfeng remained silent. He had trained in Taekwondo and had studied under Su Fengshan for a time. Though not overwhelmingly strong, he was certainly capable of fending off 2 or 3 strikes. The soldiers witnessed the separation between him and Lai Feng and once again charged at the latter. At that moment, a shadow descended from above, landing among the soldiers and engaging Lai Feng. "Gao Yi, you did not accompany Imo Jixing?" Lai Feng inquired, glancing at the newcomer. Gao Yi said nothing, his deep brown eyes coldly fixated on Lai Feng as he launched a lethal attack aimed at his vital points. If it had been merely Gao Yi, Lai Feng might have been able to contend with him, but with the assistance of other Imo family soldiers, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Realizing the tide had turned, he chose not to linger any longer and, just as he had arrived, he made his escape through the window. Gao Yi pursued him, with several other soldiers following suit, leaving 2 behind to guard Chu Changfeng. Once Lai Feng departed, Chu Changfeng exhaled a sigh of relief and asked, "Who is Gao Yi?" "The captain of the Shadow Guard, responsible for covertly safeguarding the estate," a soldier replied. Gao Yi was actually assigned by Imo Jixing to protect Chu Changfeng in secret, remaining hidden unless necessary. Although they resided within the same estate, they were akin to shadows, guarding the Imo family from a realm undetected by both allies and foes. Realizing Gao Yi was on their side brought Chu Changfeng further ease. The clamor from the hall had subsided considerably. Concerned for Lady Yu's safety, he grasped the hatchet and made his way toward the hall. The scene in the hall was chaotic. Dishes lay strewn across the floor, yet fortunately, the food had been consumed, preventing wastage. Lady Yu was surrounded by the remaining guests. Chu Changfeng hurried over. Lady Yu reassured the guests. The assassin has been vanquished. There is no need for further fear. Ishio, Shurong, please check if any guests have been injured and arrange for Dr. Li to attend to them. Madam, your arm. Zhao Ishio expressed concern as he observed the injury on Lady Yu's arm caused by a hidden weapon. Lady Yu raised her hand to interrupt his concern. It is merely a minor injury. I shall tend to it shortly. You focus on settling the guests. Zhao Ishio and Wei Shurong nodded and proceeded to care for the injured guests. Chu Changfeng set down the hatchet and approached Lady Yu to assist her. Changfeng, what brings you here? Why did you not remain in the kitchen? Lady Yu inquired. Chu Changfeng pursed his lips, refraining from mentioning Li Feng's intrusion in the kitchen. I heard the commotion had ceased here, so I came to check. Madam, let me help you back to your room to bandage your wound. Lady Yu nodded. With Chu Changfeng and Xie Yueying's support, she returned to her chamber. Those who had escaped from the kitchen, including Imo Jiyue, were already in Lady Yu's room. Upon seeing her return, Imo Jiyue and Imo Jiying rushed forward and embraced her. Mother, mother, all is well now. Lady Yu gently soothed them. The two children clung to her, unwilling to let go. Xie Yueying remarked, Aunt, your arm is injured. You should bandage it first. Mother, you are hurt, Imo Jiyue said, her eyes glistening with tears. Lady Yu replied softly, It is merely a small wound. It was not unexpected that the Li family would send assassins today. However, I am curious as to what methods they employed to conceal their scent and alter the color of their eyes. The sight of an assassin altering their eye color and emanating a distinct aura had startled Lady Yu. Only those with extraordinary powers could achieve such feats, otherwise it remained inexplicable. Mother, a villain also appeared in the kitchen. But it was Brother Changfeng who protected us, Imo Jiyang informed her. Lady Yu looked up in astonishment. It was Gao Yi and the other soldiers who ensured our safety. My meager skills would hardly suffice for self-defense. Chu Changfeng quipped with a smile. Seeing them safe and sound, Lady Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Xie Yueying produced a hemostatic ointment and addressed Lady Yu. Aunt, allow me to apply the medicine. Lady Yu nodded gently. Having narrowly escaped a perilous situation, everyone felt a sense of relief. Imo Jiyue caught sight of the cake on the table and exclaimed, Mother, this cake was made for you by Brother Changfeng. We intended to enjoy it after the guests departed. Lady Yu had already noticed the cake on the table. It was adorned with fruits and intricately crafted cream flowers, resembling a decorative piece more than food. Imo Jiyue had taken a knife for self-defense and used it to cut a slice of cake for Lady Yu. With anticipation, Imo Jiyue urged, Mother, do try it very well. Lady Yu picked up her chopsticks and took a small bite. The sweetness of the cream overwhelmed her palate. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden metallic taste surged in her throat, and she coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 66. Life at Stake. Mother! Mother! Imo Jiyue and Imo Jiyang cried out in panic. Madam, you felt a surge of blood rushing to her head, her vision blurred, and the strength within her gradually drained away as if some weight pressed down upon her, making her breathing increasingly labored. Is this poison? Xiao Yixian exclaimed in distress, urgently turning to Lang Yuan. Yuaner, fetch the antidote pill. Young Master Lang Yuan hesitated. Hurry. Xiao Yixian ordered sternly. Reluctantly, Lang Yuan handed over the antidote pill. This antidote was concocted from rare and precious herbs, a gift specially bestowed upon Xiao Baiqing by the Beast King. There was only a single pill. Concerned for potential dangers after Xiao Yixian had offended the Li family and sought refuge in the Imo family, Xiao Baiqing kept this antidote close at hand for protection. Tio give it away, even to someone as trustworthy as Lang Yuan, weighed heavily on his heart, for in Lang Yuan's mind, Xiao Yixian would always hold the utmost importance. Upon consuming the antidote, Madame Yu's breathing stabilized somewhat, yet the searing sensation within her body persisted. She bore the discomfort silently, concealing her distress from those around her. Chun Lu remarked, Madam, you seemed perfectly well just moments ago. How could she have been poisoned? Is it possible that the cake has toxins? I've heard elders say that beautiful things often harbor deadly poison. You speak nonsense, Imo Jiyue retorted angrily, pushing Chun Lu away. The cake was made by me and Brother Changfeng. Would I poison my mother? Fourth miss, that is not what I meant. Chun-Lu protested. You are a villain. Leave, fourth miss, be gone. Xie Yuing admonished sharply. Chun-Lu looked at Xie Yuing with a wronged expression. Miss, why do you also say that? I was merely concerned for Madame Yu. Chang Feng is right. You truly lack decorum. When the master speaks? When has it been your place to interject? I command you to leave, and do not argue. Xie Yuing chastised. Suddenly, a glimmer of malice flickered in Chun-Lu's eyes as she stealthily slipped her hand into her wide sleeves. Lang Yuan, noticing this, quickly seized her wrist, twisting her arm behind her and pinning her to the ground, causing a dagger to clatter from her sleeve. Xie Ying's expression shifted dramatically. Chun-Lu scoffed. What a pity I couldn't deliver the final blow to you. Chun-Lu, you. Indeed, I am a spy arranged by the Lai family to monitor you. Serving this spoiled young lady for these past few days, I have longed to end your life. Alas, I could not eliminate the Mo family members, but it matters not. Madam Yu, the poison you have ingested is incurable, and you shall perish by dawn. Xie Yuing trembled with rage. Chun-Lu had been hired as a maid a month ago. Xie Yuing had thought her perceptive and considerate, never suspecting she was a spy for the Lai family. The Lai family seemed unwilling to spare even the collateral branches of the Mo family. Take her away and hand her over to Ishio for questioning, Madam Yu commanded. Chun-Lu scoffed. You think you can extract any information about the Lai family from me? Your Mo family is incompetent, only able to defend against the Lai family's sneak attacks. You will inevitably fall with that. A crunching sound echoed from her mouth as she bit down on something, and in the next moment, her eyes rolled back, her feet kicked out, and she collapsed, lifeless. Chun-Lu had committed suicide by poison, and the soldiers dragged her body away. Aunt, I am sorry. I had no idea Chun-Lu was a traitor of the Lai family. Xie Yuing apologized, her gaze falling on Madame Yu's injured arm. The wound was surrounded by darkening flesh. The true cause of Madame Yu's poisoning was the assassin's blade that had struck her. It matters not. The Lai family has always targeted us, and I consider myself fortunate to have lived this long, Madame Yu replied. Chun-Lu's words left everyone in shock, prompting them to send soldiers to summon Dr. Li Qiuyi. Dr. Li Qiuyi treated Madame Yu's poison wound and provided her with another antidote pill, gazing upon Emoji Yu and Emoji Yang with deep sympathy. Third young master, fourth young lady. Please stay by Madame's side this evening. Chu Changfeng felt a jolt of surprise. Glancing at Li Qiuyi shook his head at the crowd before exiting the room. Fei Yao and the others felt a sense of unease. Having arrived at the Mo household only recently, they had not spent much time with Madame Yu, yet they had grown fond of her gentle and gracious demeanor. Zhu Qing, could you possibly test your divine powers? Fei Yao whispered to Zhu Qing that I am powerless to assist. Zhu Qing replied, Fei Yao, after being with me for so long, do you still not understand my divine powers? I can only heal wounds. Poisons are beyond my capacity to cure. While Zhu Qing could use his powers to mend cuts and gashes, toxins that coursed through the bloodstream were beyond his reach. His gaze settled on Chu Changfeng. He was uncertain what ailments Chu Changfeng's healing powers could treat, but Madame Yu's last chance at survival rested upon him. Madame Yu, aware of her dwindling time, urged everyone to leave the room except for Emoji Yu, Emoji Yang, and Chu Changfeng. Once the others had exited, Madame Yu gently placed her hand on the back of Chu Changfeng's hand. When Jixing returns, tell him not to be too sad. Although I am somewhat reluctant to part, I have lived long enough. Ensure he protects Xiao Yu and Xiao Yang. Her voice was barely a whisper. Mother, you will be fine, Emoji Yu said, her eyes reddening, while Emoji Yang nodded in agreement. Madame Yu ruffled their hair, saying, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yang, Mother is a bit weary and wishes to see your father and elder brother. If I must depart, do not grieve, understand? Mother. Emoji Yu could no longer contain herself, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Madam, I will find a way to save you. I will ensure you live longer, Chu Changfeng declared. Madame Yu smiled faintly. She no longer had the strength to speak. Chu Changfeng grasped Madame Yu's hand, closing his eyes as he earnestly recalled the application of the divine powers taught by Emoji Xing. Just as he thought of using his powers, he succumbed to slumber once more. Emoji Yu and Emoji Yang exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was amiss. Suddenly, a floral fragrance wafted through the air, causing both to faint as they inhaled the scent. At that moment, a faint green light emanated from Chu Changfeng, enveloping Madame Yu. Meanwhile, in a quiet alley, Lai Feng descended from the rooftop, where Lai Kai, clad in the red and black attire emblematic of the Lai family, awaited. The air was thick with the scent of blood as Lai Kai inquired, "Are you injured?" "Just a minor wound, brother, you've regressed." With Mo Zhixing absent, you still managed to sustain injuries. Have you killed his siblings? Not yet. Lai Kai scoffed derisively. You waste my time and divine energy. However, should the opportunity arise again, be sure to involve me. Lai Kai possessed the ability to alter appearances, temporarily transforming the forms of beasts and concealing their scents. Given the stringent security checks at Madame Yu's birthday banquet, infiltrating the Mo household with assassins was no easy feat, which was why Lai Feng had invited Lai Kai to stir chaos at the Mo family. "Would you like to return again?" Lai Feng asked, perplexed. "The cook of the Mo family is rather exceptional. I tasted some delightful dishes for the first time and found myself somewhat addicted. I wish to capture that cook to prepare meals for me. Unfortunately, I am uncertain how to gain entry to the Missouri estate next time." As Madame Yu is unlikely to survive the night, Lai Kai remarked, a wicked glint flashing in her eyes. Chapter 67. Your merits. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Chu Changfeng awoke to the melodious chirping of birds, abruptly rising from his bed. Upon recognizing his familiar surroundings, he felt a wave of frustration as he raked his hands through his hair. Despite possessing divine powers, he was unable to save a life. His mind was in turmoil, haunted by visions of Madame Yu's impending death, the tear-streaked faces of Mo Zhiyu and Mo Zhiyang, and the sorrowful countenance of Mo Zhixing, each image piercing his heart like a dagger. Having arrived in this land, everyone had treated him with kindness, yet when they needed assistance, he had proven utterly helpless. After sitting on the bed for a considerable time, Chu Changfeng's emotions gradually settled. He donned a random outfit, neglecting to tie back his hair, simply using a hairband to gather it. Stepping out of his room, he noticed the sun was already high in the sky, likely nearing noon. With Madame Yu's life hanging by a thread, he felt even more guilt for having slept so long. Wandering aimlessly into the garden, he hesitated to approach Madame Yu's side. In the garden, Su Fengshan was present. Noticing Chu Changfeng's dazed demeanor, he called out several times, but Chu Changfeng remained oblivious. Finally, Su Fengshan approached him directly, giving his shoulder a light pat, prompting Chu Changfeng to finally respond. "Mr. Su, what troubles you? Still half asleep?" Chu Changfeng hesitated, struggling for words. "What is it? Were you frightened by last night's assassin?" "I am not that timid. I merely what? I heard Xiao Yu and Xiao Yang say you protected them last night." "Truly commendable, my student. By the way, Madame Yu mentioned that if you awoke, you should come see her." "I do not dare." Upon hearing Madame Yu's name, a pang of anguish gripped Chu Changfeng's heart. Su Fengshan looked puzzled. "What is there to fear? Madame Yu would not scold you. I would prefer if she did scold me." "What nonsense are you speaking? You do not truly believe Madame has passed away?" "Do you?" Su Fengshan inquired. Chu Changfeng froze, looking up hesitantly. "Is she not?" Su Fengshan smiled helplessly, running his fingers through his tousled silver hair. "Indeed, last night, Madame Yu was in a precarious situation, but thanks to the antidote pills provided by young Master Xiao, the poison coursing through her veins had been neutralized, and even the wounds on her arm had vanished, leaving her as unscathed as if nothing had ever happened." Chu Changfeng's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. "I shall go to see Madame Yu at once." He briskly made his way to her courtyard, where he found Madame Yu basking in the sunlight, her eyes slightly reddened, lost in a whirlpool of thoughts. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he approached her. Upon hearing his footsteps, Madame Yu lifted her gaze and, upon recognizing him, instructed Yin Dong to prepare a pot of fine tea. "Yes," Yin Dong replied and retreated to fulfill her request. Madame Yu beckoned to Chu Changfeng, saying, "Changfeng, come sit here." "Madame Yu, how do you fare?" Chu Changfeng inquired softly as he took a seat. Madame Yu nodded. "I have never felt so invigorated in my life, Changfeng. Thank you. I did nothing worthy of thanks. It is young Master Yishuan who deserves the gratitude, for it was their antidote that saved you." Chu Changfeng hastily clarified, unwilling to take undue credit. Madame Yu's gaze softened. "That is merely a fade for the outside world. Changfeng, the poison was incurable. I live today solely due to your divine power." "How could that be my divine power?" Chu Changfeng murmured. Lowering his head in self-reproach, I intended to use my divine power to save Madame Yu, yet I fell asleep before I could even attempt it, and I slept for far too long. Xing has mentioned your situation to me. He said that you unconsciously wield your divine power. When you wish to use it, you instead succumb to slumber. You must have utilized your power to save me last night, which is why you awoke so late today. Madame Yu, being the most trusted individual of Emo Xing and the head of the Emo family, had been informed of Chu Changfeng's divine abilities, as Xing, concerned about potential mishaps during his absence, had requested Madame Yu to help conceal any unintended manifestations of Chu Changfeng's powers. Having narrowly escaped death, Madame Yu was acutely aware that her continued existence was a result of Chu Changfeng's divine intervention. Young Master Xiao Yishuan was also aware of this fact, as were the others who accompanied them to the Emo residence, all of whom were discreetly supportive in maintaining this secrecy. Is it truly my divine power? Chu Changfeng questioned doubtfully. Dr. Li, a skilled healer, had diagnosed me as not surviving the night, yet here I am. Madame Yu observed gently, Changfeng, when you possess an earnest desire to save someone, perhaps that is when your divine power manifests. Chu Changfeng could not recall any instance of consciously using his spiritual abilities. Yet witnessing Madame Yu's apparent recovery made it clear that even with the antidote, her healing was remarkably swift. Doubting his own divine prowess, he asked, Madame Yu, may I take your pulse? You understand medicine? I have studied a bit, he replied modestly. Having learned some traditional Chinese medicine during his studies, he felt competent enough to check her pulse, despite not being an expert. Madame Yu graciously extended her hand. Chu Changfeng placed his index and middle fingers upon her wrist, feeling a strong and steady pulse, confirming her good health. Relieved that Madame Yu was indeed well, he sighed, Madame Yu, your well-being is the greatest relief. It is all thanks to you, Changfeng. Had it not been for you, my life would have ended last night, she said, her gaze momentarily falling. In those final moments, I truly did not wish to die. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yang have yet to grow into adulthood, and Xing has not yet married to expand the Emo lineage. My greatest fear was that my death would lead Xing to lose his reason and recklessly seek revenge against the Lai family. Which is why I conveyed that message to him. Thanks to you, I am still alive. Madame Yu exhaled deeply. We shall avenge the grievances against the Lai family in due time, though not immediately. The Emo family appears stable, but in truth, we are riddled with wounds. We must mend those gaps and bolster our strength. To recklessly seek revenge would be akin to courting death. Chu Changfeng nodded, somewhat understanding. There is no need to dwell on such troublesome matters. Madame Yu shifted the topic. Changfeng, do you not wish to take a stroll outside? Let us venture out this afternoon. Given the events of last night, precisely because of last night's events, we ought to go out and show Xiao Yu and Xiao Yang the world, demonstrating to others that the Emo family cannot be easily crushed. Chu Changfeng understood and nodded in agreement. After conversing with Madame Yu for a while, they parted ways, leaving him in high spirits. As long as Madame Yu was safe, nothing else mattered. On his way back to his quarters, he encountered Wei Shurong and Fei Ying. Wei Shurong approached, carrying a bundle. Changfeng, this is a gift from the young master for you. Upon seeing the shape and weight of the bundle, Chu Changfeng suspected its contents but was no longer as incensed as before. Having survived a brush with death had broadened his perspective. However, he believed that Emo Xing should not be indulged too much. Shurong, when you reply to a Xing, please inform him that if he sends me another skirt, I shall personally put it on him when he returns. Chapter 68. Nothing of interest. Wei Shurong's mind conjured an image of Emo Xing donning a skirt, causing her to shake her head vigorously. That image would frighten the children. Changfeng, how do you know that the young master has sent you another skirt this time? What if it is something else? Wei Shurong inquired hypothetically. Chu Changfeng replied. My intuition tells me he is not that considerate. By the way, how much longer must he remain away? It had been quite some time since they last met, and he found himself missing him greatly, especially after the recent incident at the Emo residence. Although the letter did not specify, given his capabilities, the young master would likely return soon. I must seek out Madame to inquire how to respond to the young master. After seeing Fei Ying and Wei Shurong off, Chu Changfeng first searched the kitchen for something to eat to satiate his hunger before returning to his room to select an outfit. However, he found himself puzzled. Glancing at his attire and then at his reflection, he realized that appearing too flamboyant would not do. His face was too striking. Yet, the rare opportunity to venture out should not be squandered. In his moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He borrowed a servant's outfit and, with some rouge and powder from a maid, transformed his porcelain-like complexion into a sun-kissed brown. While still handsome, he appeared less delicate than before. Chu Changfeng had unexpectedly discovered a shortcut to becoming a rugged man. He resolved to expose his bare skin to the sun for an hour to darken his complexion. After this transformation, he set out to find Emo Jiyu and the others. Upon seeing Chu Changfeng, now with a much darker complexion, Emo Jiyu and the others stared at him as if they were seeing him for the first time, ultimately concluding that he was still handsome, albeit with a more masculine appearance. Why would he choose to present himself like this? Was he frightened last night? The three little ones suddenly looked up simultaneously. Their sparkling eyes filled with sympathy for Chu Changfeng. Chu Changfeng was not deaf and caught every word they said. He shot them a glare. What do you mean I look a bit masculine? What do you mean I was frightened last night? Have you all forgotten my valiant performance? Scoffing at them, he cleared his throat and declared, Madam, you has granted me permission to go out this afternoon, and I initially intended to take you three along, but now I think better of it. As he turned to leave, the three little ones surrounded him, blocking his path. Brother Changfeng, we were wrong. Please take us with you. Yes, take us out to play. Emo Jiyu and Emo Jiyang were not truly free. Their opportunities to leave the estate were rare, as they spent nearly every day studying and training. Without the means to protect themselves, Madame Yu and Emo Jixing forbade them from leaving without permission. With Changfeng offering to take them out, they were unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Tugging at his sleeves and pleading, Changfeng, are you truly taking the three of them out? Xiao Yishuan, who had just approached, overheard their conversation. Chu Changfeng explained, last night, we encountered an assassin. Aside from the assassin, some of the Emo family servants and guests sustained minor injuries. Madame Yu wants me to take them out for a stroll to show others that the Emo family is still thriving. In simpler terms, it was a matter of saving face, as a member of a prominent family himself. Xiao Yishuan understood the rationale behind this and nodded, I will accompany you all. The group prepared briefly before heading out to explore the city. Despite the grand name of Nightless City, it was not as lively or prosperous as Chu Changfeng had imagined. There were numerous tea houses, yet not a single tavern, for the beastmen had yet to master the art of brewing alcohol. The streets were lined with charming ceramic figurines, and though there were few other amusements, these little trinkets captivated Emo Jiyu and the others, while they held no allure for Chu Changfeng. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Xiao Yishuan inquired, why do you appear so glum, especially when it is a rare opportunity to enjoy yourself? There is little to do in this city. It is merely a stroll. Xiao Yishuan surveyed the scenery of the city and couldn't help but agree that Nightless City was indeed the most barren of all the cities within the territory of the Emo family. The entertainment options were undeniably scant, yet in comparison to other cities, it was not entirely lacking. Speaking of which, it seemed that Beast City also offered little in terms of amusement. Chu Changfeng remarked that although their last visit to Beast City was brief, he observed that the main street there bore little distinction from that of Nightless City. Beast City was larger than Nightless City and boasted several picturesque spots, but if one were to consider the liveliest locale in Beast City, it would undoubtedly be the Wu family barbecue shop. Their dishes were all grilled over wood fire, seasoned with a secret blend of spices that rendered them quite delectable. Many beastmen would travel from afar just to savor the fare from that establishment. However, after tasting your culinary creations, one might find those offerings less appealing. Barbecue, you say? Chu Changfeng mused to himself, perhaps we could indulge in a barbecue meal ourselves. It has been far too long since I last enjoyed one. You can cook barbecue too? Xiao Yishuan inquired, somewhat astonished. The difficulty of barbecue is not particularly high. As long as one has the ingredients, it can be made, Chu Changfeng replied. Xiao Yishuan regarded him with incredulity and asked, Changfeng, who taught you this skill? The cooking styles of the Beast Kingdom, the Emo family, and the Lai family are all distinct. Yet I have never heard of anyone who could cook so exquisitely. The continent of Yumeng is vast, and there exists the unvisited continent of Pero, where they may possess culinary techniques entirely different from mine. As for me, I learned from a chef who has studied the art of cooking for decades. Chu Changfeng answered, his words somewhat ambiguous. Xiao Yishuan harbored no substantial doubts. Indeed, given that even half-beasts could wield divine powers, it was not surprising that he could prepare delicious dishes. Chu Changfeng fell silent, observing the glances of the city's denizens, who whispered amongst themselves in hushed tones. Upon noticing his gaze, they quickly averted their eyes, fearing further discussion. Mo Zhixing is truly formidable, Chu Changfeng murmured quietly. In another location, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and rain fell like beans, pelting the ground. Amidst the forest, a sleek black lion, akin to a bolt of lightning hidden within the clouds, pursued a fleeing brown-striped tiger with astonishing speed. Soon, the black lion caught up with the tiger, its powerful claws pressing down upon the tiger's head. "Young master, I beg you, spare me. I shall never do it again," the tiger pleaded. Mo Zhixing, having reverted from his beastly form, forcefully pressed down on the tiger's head. Other lions soon joined, encircling them. "Such cowardice! You should never have allied with the Lai family in the first place," Mo Zhixing said, extending his hand to receive a dagger from a subordinate standing nearby. Upon seeing the dagger, Hu Yu's pupils dilated in alarm. "Mo Zhixing, you cannot kill me," Hu Yu shouted in a panic. "The Hu family has always supported you since the establishment of the Mo family. In this territory, aside from you, we hold the next highest esteem. If you slay me, how will outsiders perceive you? Cold-blooded and ruthless, even to your loyal subjects. If this continues, no other half-beasts will dare to inhabit the Mo territory. Without new half-beasts joining, the Mo family will inevitably perish." Hu Yu was in a state of utter distress. Mo Zhixing, gripping the dagger, showed no hesitation. "And what of it?" he replied coldly. Hu Yu stared at him in disbelief. "You do not care? The Mo territory has few half-beasts as it is. Should you kill me, your reputation will plummet, and fewer half-beasts will join you. If this persists, you will inevitably fall victim to the Lai family. Moreover, the current tax revenue from the half-beasts is dwindling month by month. Even if the Lai family does not target you, the Mo family is destined for ruin. So, it is for these reasons that you betrayed the Mo family and allied with the Lai family?" Mo Zhixing's voice remained calm, devoid of any detectable emotion, leaving Hu Yu unable to discern his thoughts. Hu Yu only wished to preserve his life. If he could survive this encounter, he would find a way to escape and flee to the Lai territory. As Hu Yu's mind raced, Mo Zhixing plunged the dagger into his forepaw. Hu Yu let out a pained cry, his eyes wide with rage as he glared at Mo Zhixing. "What are you doing? What am I doing?" Mo Zhixing seemed to question both him and himself. Hu Yu, how dare you utter such words? You once swore loyalty to the Mo family, vowing to support us unconditionally, yet now you feast at our table while licking the boots of the Lai family. Betraying us, you dare speak of that oath? Mo Zhixing twisted the dagger. Hu Yu grimaced in pain and cursed. "Even if I have betrayed the Mo family, what of it? Your family is on the decline. While the Lai family grows stronger by the day, the Mo family will eventually perish. Is it wrong for me to seek survival by allying with the Lai family?" A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Mo Zhixing's blue eyes as he raised the dagger without a hint of hesitation. Plunging it into Hu Yu's throat, Hu Yu's eyes widened, unable to utter a sound, as he stared blankly into the void, succumbing to death. Another traitor dealt with. Mo Zhixing rose, his subordinates closing in around him. "Is that the last one?" he inquired. "Yes, all the traitors on the investigation list have been dealt with. Finally, I can return home," Mo Zhixing said, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I find myself missing my little cat." As the days passed, Chu Changfeng had invested considerable effort into brewing soy sauce, which had finally succeeded. From this day forth, the seasoning would include soy sauce. The successful fermentation of soy sauce greatly boosted Chu Changfeng's confidence. And seizing the moment, he began to experiment with vinegar production. After locating the raw materials for vinegar, Chu Changfeng dedicated an entire day to research. By evening, Lady Yu's maid, Yendong, arrived with a message, stating that Lady Yu wished to dine with him that night. Chu Changfeng followed Yendong to Lady Yu's courtyard, where Mo Jiue and Mo Jiang were already seated, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him, they quickly pulled him to sit beside them. Lady Yu served a chicken leg to Chu Changfeng and shared some good news. "Changfeng, Zhixing should be returning in a couple of days. He has finally completed his affairs outside." Chu Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. "So soon? It is 10 days ahead of schedule, but Zhixing has always been efficient in his work, so that is not surprising. Unfortunately, your courtyard may still require another 10 days to be ready." Mo Jiue frowned, expressing her concern. If Big Brother returns, we won't be able to sleep with Brother Changfeng anymore. Zhixing had previously sent a letter instructing them not to impose on Changfeng to share a bed, stating that they were old enough to sleep in their own rooms. I do not wish to sleep alone, Emojiue pouted. Brother Changfeng has a pleasant scent. Sleeping beside him is delightful. To enjoy the fragrance of Brother Changfeng. Emojiang chimed in. Chu Changfeng tilted his head to sniff, detecting no discernible scent. Absolutely not. Lady Yu sternly admonished them. If you continue to sleep with Changfeng, what will Zhixing do upon his return? Or are you hoping to share a bed with him instead? Images of themselves sharing a bed with Zhixing flashed in Emoji Yang and Emojiyue's minds, prompting them to shudder and shake their heads vigorously. We shall return to our own rooms, Emojiyue declared to Emoji Yang. For the sake of our lives, Emoji Yang wholeheartedly agreed. Mother, Big Brother will not be back for another 2 days. Can we not sleep with Brother Changfeng for one more night? Emojiyue pleaded. Lady Yu smiled knowingly. Zhixing will send word before his return. Sometimes, the letter arrives 2 days prior, and other times, he may return a few hours later than the letter. Your brother may very well return tonight. If he sees you occupying his bed, do not come to me in tears, Emojiue, and Emojiying dared not imagine the scene of being abruptly awakened from a sweet slumber by Zhixing's reprimanding, and thus ceased their protests to sleep with Chu Changfeng. After dinner, Chu Changfeng's mind was consumed with thoughts of Zhixing's impending return. Upon hearing this news, my heart inexplicably began to race uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by a sense of homesickness tinged with trepidation, the recent significant event in the was none other than the grand banquet held in honor of. Occasionally, I would catch sight of and their faces etched with worry, as they passed by me. Found himself hesitant to inquire about the troubles that seemed to weigh heavily upon them, yet it was clear that whatever had transpired had cast a shadow over their spirits. However, those matters were left for and to address, and with return, they would find some solace. Reflecting on S. words, it was possible that might arrive several hours later than the letters that had been sent, though there remained a chance he would return tonight. Thus, found himself restless, unable to sleep. As he lay on the bed, clutching the blanket, he listened intently to the sounds outside. Occasionally, the footsteps of patrolling soldiers would reach his ears, accompanied by the chirping of crickets. Yet, as the night wore on, the anticipated sounds did not materialize. Weariness soon enveloped him, and he succumbed to slumber. However, his sleep was not deep. In a haze, he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Startled, he opened his eyes wide, gazing towards the entrance where, supported by, stumbled into the room. His body bore several wounds, blood dripping onto the floor. When his gaze met, smiled warmly, "Little cat, it's been so long since we last met. You look as beautiful as ever, but alas, I cannot embrace you now." Chapter 70. Do you not care for me? Stood frozen, unsure of what expression to wear. He had awaited its return, yet he arrived in such a disheveled and injured state. How did you get hurt? Rushed forward, concern etched on his face. Interjected, keep an eye on the young master. I will fetch Dr. Lee with that. He hurried away. Reached out to support, but shifted aside, avoiding his touch. Little cat, do not touch me, lest you soil your hands. S. body swayed like a marionette with severed strings, on the verge of collapse. Could not heed such nonsense, he steadied, preventing him from falling and sustaining further injuries. Why are your wounds so severe? He pressed again, dismissed the concern. It's not serious. I sustained these injuries while dispatching over 20 of S. lackeys. Once the matter was resolved, had rushed home, dismissing others and traveling day and night. Finally arriving outside that night, he was ambushed by members who had received word of his early arrival. Having not rested well and fatigued from the journey, despite his strength, fell victim to the attack. Fortunately, there were no elite fighters from present, only some makeshift assassins lurking in, whose skills were lackluster, allowing to break free. Previously, when we ventured to, you faced countless bandits without a scratch, exclaimed. Dared not reveal to that he had not rested well. Instead, he leaned against, feigning weakness. Little cat, my wounds ache terribly. S. heart tightened. Which wound hurts? Everything hurts, nuzzled closer, continuing his playful display of vulnerability. Urged, let us get you on the bed. I need to see your injuries. You still need to sleep. Do not dirty the couch, replied, as assisted him to the edge of the bed, settled down and began to remove his clothing. Clad in black, he felt the weight of his garments heavier than usual. As he stripped away the top layer, several lacerations and gashes became visible. S' heart sank, his throat tightening as if choked by an unseen force, rendering him speechless. "Little cat, it's nothing, just surface wounds." Attempted to reassure him. Raised his gaze to meet's calm blue eyes, his expression serious. "Do not get hurt again. If you find yourself outnumbered in the future and cannot win, flee. Though running is not ideal, it will spare you from injury. If anything were to happen to you," his voice faltered, "and they all still need you. And what about you? Do you need me?" S' gaze softened like the gentle warmth of a spring sun. Hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. S' eyes sparkled with joy. "Why does the little cat need me?" "For one reason or another. You are the only person in this realm who knows all there is about me and will protect me. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do?" Sighed softly, his brows knitting together in a frown. "Little cat, your concern for me is merely a guise for wanting my protection. That's not the only reason." Quickly defended himself. "You have saved me. You are a good person, and I simply want you to be well." Chuckled, knowing that in this world, only a few could truly call him a good person, and was one of them. In the past month, had taken the lives of over 50 traitors for his own gain. When he dealt with the beastmen, they looked at him with panic and fear, whispering of him as a tyrant who murdered without a second thought, indifferent even to past bonds. Even if his actions were for self-interest, the blood on his hands was undeniable, yet would never disclose such matters to, fearing that he would frighten away this beautiful little cat. "Little cat, since your clothes are stained with blood, could you hold me? I miss you terribly." S' words struck as peculiar. Would two grown men embrace after such a long separation? Even siblings might not share such affection after months apart. "Do you not miss me?" Tugged at sleeve, his tone one of feigned grievance, did not disappoint him, extending his arms to wrap around him. His solid frame radiated warmth through the fabric, yet felt that warmth was almost feverish, though he did not resent it. Rather, it evoked a profound sense of nostalgia. A soft cough interrupted the moment from outside the door. Jolting as if struck by lightning, he abruptly pushed away, gasped in pain, his breath hitching. Glanced at Anne, who stood at the door stifling laughter, then back at, who grimaced in discomfort. "Are you all right?" "I'm so sorry. It was unintentional, that I know. It's merely the fault of those who do not understand the atmosphere." Shot a glare at, "Young master, you are gravely injured. Dr. Lee, hurry over to treat's wounds," urged, stood aside to make way for, who approached and examined his myriad of cuts and scars, sighing softly. S' body bore no unscathed skin. Every inch was marred by injury. After applying medicine and bandaging, took his leave. Once and had settled onto the soft bed, remarked, "Young master, focus on your recovery. I will take my leave for now," nodded gently. Having been treated, the fatigue of several sleepless nights began to overwhelm him, yet fought to remain awake. He noticed changing clothes, preparing to leave, and called out, "Little cat, where are you going? It's almost dawn. I'm going to find for morning practice. You should rest well, little cat. Do you not care for me?" S' voice suddenly turned plaintive. "What's the matter?" asked. "Will you not try using your divine power to heal me? I cannot even use my divine power properly at the moment." His words trailed off as recalled the time had been poisoned, when he had attempted to use his divine power to save her but had fallen asleep, only to awaken and successfully use it afterward. He remembered S' mention of a hypothesis that divine power is invoked when one truly wishes to save another. Perhaps he could test this on. "I shall attempt it." Lay back on the bed, turning to Grasp's hand, his mind focused on healing's wounds. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Witnessing him succumb to slumber, could no longer resist the encroaching sleepiness and closed his eyes, following suit. At that moment, a cascade of green light began to emanate from. Chapter 71. The fragrance of jasmine awoke at noon, his eyes fluttering open to find seated at the edge of the bed. Before she could speak, she placed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. S turned to see still peacefully asleep. He stealthily rose and exited the room alongside. Once outside, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure where to place his hands and feet. The thought of sharing a bed with, while observed, filled him with shame, causing his cheeks to flush. "Are you feeling hot?" inquired suddenly, noticing his reddened complexion. "Yes, just a bit warm," admitted shyly. S expression softened. "Did you attempt to use your divine power to heal again?" "Yes, he mentioned he was in pain, so I wanted to see if I could help. However, I ended up falling asleep instead." Having stepped outside with, he had not yet had the chance to check on's injuries. S expression shifted slightly, confirming her inquiry. Mentioned he was in pain. "It is not a matter of pain. Rather, I do not feel sorrow for him." "What distinguishes the expression of not feeling sorrow from that of pain?" Madame Yu smiled softly, recognizing that Ji Xing had never uttered such words before anyone. Not even in my presence had he spoken of pain. "Chang Feng." Madame Yu raised her brow and gazed at Chu Chang Feng. Her beautiful eyes filled with a plea. "If Ji Xing were to express his grievances or seek comfort from you, could you muster a modicum of patience to allow him to voice his troubles? As the eldest son in his family, he has borne a heavy burden since birth. Following the demise of his husband and Ji Yun, the weight upon his shoulders has only intensified. Since then, he has adopted an even colder demeanor, shouldering all responsibilities without revealing the depths of his suffering. He refrains from confiding in me even when I inquire about his worries. Chang Feng, could you please look after him for me?" The emo Ji Xing spoken of by Madame Yu seemed like another person entirely. The emo Ji Xing before him was akin to a mischievous imp, delighting in teasing him and behaving in a spoiled, domineering manner. Chu Chang Feng had reason to suspect that emo Ji Xing had bestowed upon him such traits. "Madame Yu, I am a good friend of Xing ever since he rescued me. It has been my fate to treat him well. Although he can be quite exasperating at times, those minor squabbles are not excessive. Therefore, if he were to express pain or behave in a spoiled manner, I would still welcome him." Madame Yu was momentarily taken aback. The emo Ji Xing described by Chu Chang Feng seemed like an entirely different individual. The emo Ji Xing she knew was composed and as steadfast as a seasoned warrior, never one to speak lightly or play pranks on others. However, in Chu Chang Feng's narrative, emo Ji Xing transformed into a playful trickster, engaging in light-hearted mischief like many youthful beasts. Madame Yu couldn't help but feel delighted. "Chang Feng, you have worked hard at it is no trouble. Although Xing can be quite infuriating at times, he is also very kind to me and protects me. We are good brothers," Chu Chang Feng declared firmly, patting his chest. Madame Yu smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. After Madame Yu departed, Chu Chang Feng returned to his room. Glancing at the still sleeping emo Ji Xing, he quietly lifted the blanket to inspect the bandaged wounds. He contemplated unwrapping the bandages to ascertain whether the injuries had healed and whether divine power had been effectively utilized. It is indeed challenging to determine when one can only harness spiritual energy in slumber. However, emo Ji Xing had yet to awaken, and Chu Chang Feng grew concerned that unwrapping the bandages might disturb his sleep. After much deliberation, he resolutely decided to attend to other matters. Just as he stood up, his hand was suddenly seized. "With such good looks, why don't you take a moment to admire them?" Emo Ji Xing's voice, laced with a raspy charm, emerged as he stirred awake. "When did you wake up?" Chu Chang Feng inquired. "I woke as soon as you left the bed," Emo Ji Xing sighed. "Alas, without my little cat by my side, I cannot find rest. What shall I do at night if my little cat is absent?" "Do not jest with me. You spent nearly a month outside. Did you not sleep alone then?" "Indeed, but I was so exhausted that I could not help but sleep. My soldiers were utterly beleaguered by my demands. I was not fatigued, but they certainly were." Emo Ji Xing placed his hands behind his head, appearing nonchalant. Observing him at ease, Chu Chang Feng remarked, "Xing, you should get up." "For what purpose?" "To check your wounds and see if they have healed." Emo Ji Xing obediently sat up, immediately feeling the pangs of pain from his wounds, though some did not elicit any discomfort. Chu Chang Feng leaned closer, carefully unwrapping the bandages. They were in such proximity that a fragrant aroma wafted from Chu Chang Feng's being. "Little cat, you carry the scent of jasmine," Ji Xing observed, detecting the fragrance that had become significantly more pronounced than before. "It must be the scent of the soap I use for bathing." Chu Chang Feng explained. "That soap is made from tree leaves. It cannot possibly smell like jasmine. Is that so? Perhaps it is a fragrance I possess?" Chu Chang Feng sniffed at himself, but could not discern any scent. "You cannot even detect the fragrance of a female's heat when it arrives. How could you possibly smell your own scent? Emoji Xing speculated, noting that all beasts have a unique scent, which intensifies upon reaching maturity. Thus, they often identify one another by their fragrances. Your body, being that of Lai Hui's son, only bore their scent when we first met. Since then, I have not detected it on you. As you matured, you began to emit your own aroma, one that is refreshing and uplifting. As he spoke, Emoji Xing tilted his head, his nose mere centimeters from Chu Changfeng's neck, gently inhaling the scent. His breath brushed against Chu Changfeng's neck, creating a ticklish sensation that made him instinctively pull away. Must you come so close to smell? It is not I who intrudes. It is you who moves nearer. Chu Changfeng retorted, I merely approached to unwrap your bandages. Frustrated by the misinterpretation of his intentions, Chu Changfeng felt compelled to deliver a playful punch. As he unwrapped the bandages, Emoji Xing suddenly recoiled. Sit properly. Do not fidget, little cat. You are wronging me. I have been sitting perfectly still. When have I moved? Emoji Xing lamented, feigning sorrow. I have been away for a month, and now you have become even more ungrateful than before. I am a failure as a master. Chapter 72. Why are you so troubled? Seeing him so aggrieved, Chu Changfeng had reason to suspect he was performing. As he unwrapped the bandages, he noted that Emoji Xing's wounds had not entirely healed. The deeper lacerations still gaped painfully, while the shallower ones had closed. Did they not heal before? Chu Changfeng murmured. Could it be that the efficacy of the divine power has waned? Emoji Xing pondered the injuries, forming a hypothesis. Perhaps the duration was insufficient? Previously, I would heal overnight, but this time, treatment did not commence until dawn and continued until noon. Given the number of wounds, divine power could not heal them all. That may be the case. Perhaps using divine power again tonight will suffice. Chu Changfeng concurred with Emoji Xing, rewrapping the bandages. There is no need, Emoji Xing refused. Let the wounds heal gradually. After nearly a month of busyness, I need to find an excuse to rest at home for a few days. Most importantly, I wish to spend time with my little cat. Emoji Xing raised an eyebrow at Chu Changfeng, displaying a playful demeanor unbefitting a family patriarch. Chu Changfeng patted his shoulder. I have no time to entertain you. Besides, you would do better to spend more time with Madame Yu and the little ones. Especially with Xiao Yu and Xiao Yang. By the way, you need to keep an eye on them. Yixian has been overwhelmed by their antics. Weren't they initially clinging to you? Why is Yixian now worn out by them? Emoji Xing inquired, puzzled. Yet, when speaking of Emoji Yu and Emoji Yang, Emoji Xing suddenly recalled who had occupied his rightful place during his absence. Those two little imps certainly needed to be dealt with properly. Yixian had been idling at the Emo residence. Coincidentally, the teacher of Xiao Yu and Xiao Yang was returning to his hometown, so Yixian became their tutor, instructing them in their studies. Yixian, being somewhat cautious and possessing a gentle disposition, found himself at the mercy of Xiao Yu. Unsure of who the true teacher was, I will go check on them shortly. Very well, I shall attend to other matters. You should rest well. After Chu Changfeng departed to attend to his own affairs, Emoji Xing, though still injured, found himself able to walk without difficulty after some healing from Chu Changfeng's divine power. He changed his clothes and went to observe how Xiao Yu and the others were faring in their studies. Upon arriving at their study room, he overheard Emoji Yu sweetly imploring, Yixian Gij, I am hungry. Let us finish class. It is almost time for lunch. It is just a little longer. Xiao Yu, please endure a bit. We study every day. What is the harm in finishing early? It is permissible to end class early, but you must make up for the lost time double at night. Leaning against the door, Emoji Xing's icy blue gaze fixed upon them. Upon hearing his voice, Emoji Yu stiffened, turning to see Emoji Xing approaching. Elder brother, you are back. Did you not wish for my return? No, I missed you dearly. Just as Emoji Yu was about to embrace Emoji Xing, he coldly interjected, no hugs. Stand straight and keep your back upright. Emoji Yu instinctively complied, feeling a twinge of anxiety under Emoji Xing's solemn gaze. Upon hearing that I was away, you have neglected your studies. Studying is of little consequence, Emoji Yu muttered softly. Studying cannot defeat the Lai family. We ought to practice martial arts instead. Once I grow stronger, I can vanquish all of them. Emoji Yu grew increasingly animated, her little fists waving in the AI. Emoji Xing frowned slightly and delivered a light tap to her head. Elder brother, That hurts, Emoji whined, rubbing the spot where she had been struck. Emoji Xing admonished, as a member of the Emo family, how can one be brave yet lack wisdom? Have I not told you that studying is essential? Even in arguments, knowledge prevails. Without education, should someone insult you mercilessly, you would be at a loss for words. I have been away from home for less than a month, and you have forgotten even these things? Emoji Yue, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered her head. During this time at home, she had indulged in delightful food and entertainment, being spoiled by everyone. Meanwhile, Xiao Yishuan, in his inaugural role as their teacher, was not as adept at exploiting their weaknesses as the previous instructor, who could effortlessly command their obedience with just a few words. Xiao Yishuan, being rather easygoing, found himself at the mercy of Emoji Yue's spirited nature, which, once unleashed, became unruly. However, after receiving a few gentle admonishments from Emoji Xing, Emoji Yue recalled her initial intentions and, with a compliant demeanor, admitted, I realize my mistake. The three little ones bowed in unison to Xiao Yishuan, saying in chorus, Brother Yishuan, we are sorry, it's quite all right. You may leave class now. I have matters to discuss with Zhixing, he replied. Upon hearing Emoji Xing's words, the trio dared to depart. Watching them leave, Xiao Yishuan approached Emoji Xing with a beaming smile, remarking, the servants in your household were indeed correct. Little you and the others are quite afraid of you. He patted Emoji Xing on the shoulder, inadvertently striking his wound, causing Emoji Xing to frown slightly. Are you injured? Noticing Emoji Xing's pained expression, Xiao Yishuan finally detected the scent of medicine and blood emanating from him. Emoji Xing nodded lightly. Why would you take on the role of their teacher? Without supervision, they become unruly, and many previous instructors have been frightened away by them. Amused by Emoji Xing's candid assessment of his younger siblings, Xiao Yishuan chuckled, I have little to occupy my time at the Emo residence. My only asset is my extensive education, and I thought to impart some knowledge to them. Yet, being the youngest in their family, why can't they be as well behaved as I was? As the youngest child, Xiao Yishuan had always been calm and reliable, while the Emo children, naturally competitive and lively, found it challenging to settle down and focus. Little Yu's vivaciousness was a clear reflection of this trait. Lacking any restraint, Mo Jiyang, typically quiet and obedient, had also been influenced by his spirited sister, becoming a little troublemaker's accomplice. Although Little Yu could be quite a handful at times, they were still obedient. At least when instructed to go east, they would not dare venture west. I lacked the time to monitor them daily. Emoji Xing stated, from now on, I entrust you, as their teacher, to guide them more diligently and prevent them from remaining this way. Xiao Yishuan nodded in agreement. It was now lunchtime. Emoji Xing, having barely eaten since the previous night, invited Xiao Yishuan to join him in his quarters for a meal. Inside the room, Chu Changfeng had already laid out the food, and Wei Shurong and Fei Ying were also present. Wei Shurong looked at Emoji Xing with eager anticipation. Under Wei Shurong's penetrating gaze, Emoji Xing felt a sense of unease, a vague premonition stirring within him. After sitting down, he noticed Wei Shurong still staring at him and couldn't withstand the scrutiny any longer. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Stop staring at me. Chapter 73. Not as fragile as you think. Wei Shurong had been waiting for this very moment. Clearing his throat, he said, Young master, first, I welcome you back after resolving the matters outside in such a short time. Additionally, do you remember our previous agreement? What agreement do we have? Emoji Xing frowned. You seem to have forgotten our pact. Wei Shurong replied gently. Did you not promise me that at the end of the month and the beginning of the next, I could borrow Changfeng for a few days? I just asked Changfeng, and he agreed to help me with the accounts starting today. Wei Shurong was overjoyed. Emoji Xing's face darkened considerably. I rushed back from outside with great effort, and before I could even spend time with little cat. You want to take him away from me, young master? You could also assist with the accounts. After all, you know how to use an abacus, don't you? Who gave you the audacity to command your master to work? Emoji Xing asked coldly. If outsiders were to witness Emoji Xing's frosty demeanor, emanating an aura of intimidation, they would tremble in fear. However, Wei Shurong, having grown up alongside Emoji Xing, was not intimidated by him as long as he had not done anything wrong. Young master, I'm not commanding you. I'm merely suggesting. After all, if you wish to spend more time with Changfeng, helping with the accounts is a way to do so. You could also sit there and read. Chu Changfeng interjected, given your injury, It would be best to refrain from any unnecessary tasks and simply rest. Little cat, you are still concerned about me. Young master, are you hurt? Wei Shurong's expression changed, and he leaned in to sniff, finally detecting the scent of blood and medicine on Imo Jixing. Young master, how did you get injured? I was ambushed. Imo Jixing recounted the harrowing experience of the ambush with a casual demeanor. Having known Imo Jixing for many years, Wei Shurong understood the dangers of an ambush and fell silent, his expression grave. After lunch, Chu Changfeng and Wei Shurong headed to the study, while Imo Jixing did not follow but instead went to see Madame Yu, intending to update her on the matters he had been handling outside. After reporting everything, just as Imo Jixing was about to leave, Madame Yu suddenly said, Jixing, be kinder to Changfeng in the future. Mother, why do you say that all of a sudden? Did little cat complain to you about how I treat him? Imo Jixing asked, puzzled out in your eyes. Is Changfeng the type to seek out complaints after being bullied by you? His temperament is so gentle that he would probably endure it, she replied. Mother, I cannot agree with that. Little cat can be fierce. If I were to bully him, he would surely retaliate. Madame Yu paused, taken aback by Imo Jixing's unexpected light-hearted tone, which was devoid of his usual composure and seriousness. Is this truly my eldest son? Recovering from her surprise, she continued, regardless of Changfeng's character, without his assistance. You would not see me today. Mother, what do you mean by that? Did something happen in the residence while I was away? Imo Jixing's expression turned serious. Madame Yu recalled the perilous night and recounted the events to Imo Jixing. Although the banquet celebrating Madame Yu's birthday had been attacked by assassins, no one was harmed. The next day, Imo Jiyue and Imo Jiang joyfully wandered about the city with the servants, leading everyone to speculate that Madame Yu had come to no harm, thereby keeping the incident from spreading too far. Though Madame Yu had survived, she had not informed Imo Jixing of the incident through letters to avoid causing him distress while he was away, choosing instead to wait until his return to discuss it. Understanding the dangers of that night, Imo Jixing, upon seeing Madame Yu safe and sound, felt a surge of anger within him. Without Chu Changfeng's intervention, she might not have survived. Jixing, Changfeng often says he owes you a debt, but now your mother owes him her life. Regardless of his status, you must treat him well. Gratitude is a principle of the Imo family. Madame Yu advised. Oh, Jixing nodded. Mother, I understand. Now, seeing you so preoccupied, go attend to your own matters. Mother, I apologize. Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? I just feel that I have been neglectful of your care. Imo Jixing admitted sheepishly. Though he had remembered to prepare a gift for Madame Yu's birthday, he had forgotten about the banquet she would host, and in such a crowded setting, the Lai family would certainly seize the opportunity. Lost in thoughts of Chu Changfeng, Imo Jixing had completely overlooked this matter. Why, son? I am not as fragile as you might think. Madame Yu smiled gently. There are not many things I can do for you, but I will at least strive not to burden you. I brought you into this world out of love, and as long as you are healthy and happy, I will be content. Therefore, if one day I were to encounter an unfortunate event, do not let anger cloud your judgment. Always consider the Imo family and look after Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu a bit more. Your concern for them can outweigh your concern for me. I will take care of myself. An indescribable emotion surged within Imo Jixing, and disregarding his pain, he embraced Madame Yu, fighting back tears as he spoke softly. Mother, being able to be your son is a blessing I have earned over 3 lifetimes. I am also very pleased to have such a good son like you. In the accounts office, Wei Shurong and Fei Ying stared in awe at Chu Changfeng's deft fingers as they swiftly manipulated the abacus beads without pause. Meanwhile, beside the ledger, Chu Changfeng inscribed numbers in Arabic that only he could comprehend, though he could write in the characters of the Yumeng continent, which had too many strokes and was tedious. Chu Changfeng opted to jot down the figures in Arabic first, converting them into Yumeng characters only after completing the accounts. Wei Shurong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. When he was still a cat, Chu Changfeng's speed was already impressive. Now, with the use of 5 fingers, his abacus skills had become even more efficient, and his writing had quickened as well. His speed surpassed that of the 3 accountants in the office. The end of the month and the beginning of the next had previously been the most agonizing time for Wei Shurong, but now, it was no longer a burden. Pulling at Fei Ying's sleeve, Wei Shurong wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Fei Ying turned to him, frowning. What are you doing? Apologies. I was moved to tears by Changfeng's brilliance, Wei Shurong replied. I never imagined that one day. The work in the accounts office could be so effortless. Fei Ying, would you like to learn accounting from Changfeng? I will pay you extra. Fei Ying shot him a cold glance and replied, I can't read. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wei Shurong proudly patted his shoulder and said, I can read. If you are willing to come to my room tonight, I shall teach you to read. Fei Ying contemplated for a moment, neither nodding nor shaking his head, his brows knitted together with concern. Wei Shurong continued, I shall not teach you for naught. Once you can read, will you agree to help me with the task? All right, Fei Ying replied readily this time. Chapter 74. No haircuts. Mo Zhixing arrived at the accounting room to find Chu Changfeng. Inside the spacious room, 8 accountants sat at their respective desks, heads bowed as they diligently manipulated their abacuses, focused on the ledgers. Despite the pressure from the Lai family over the years, which had caused the Mo family to decline year by year, Mo Zhixing's efforts had prevented their complete collapse. After all, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. As long as they persevered, they could maintain their livelihood. It was precisely due to such persistence that the 8 accountants still had accounts to tally. Chu Changfeng was not among the 8. Mo Zhixing caught a faint scent of jasmine wafting from the inner room and walked toward it. Chu Changfeng and Wei Shurong were seated at separate tables, engrossed in calculating more significant accounts, while Fei Ying sat at a distant desk, pen and paper in hand, seemingly writing something. Upon seeing Fei Ying's presence, Mo Zhixing raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in his blue eyes. Sensing someone approaching, Fei Ying looked up to meet Mo Zhixing's gaze. Why are you here? Mo Zhixing inquired at the same time. Chu Changfeng and Wei Shurong lifted their heads. Young master, Fei Ying is now my personal guard. Wei Shurong declared. Standing up, Mo Zhixing was puzzled again. Your personal guard? Wei Shurong explained in detail how he had made Fei Ying his personal guard. After listening, Mo Zhixing could not agree with his decision. The estate already has shadow guards. If you need protection, you could simply seek out a skilled individual. Mo Zhixing glanced at Fei Ying, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. You are becoming increasingly arbitrary in your choice of personnel. Are you not afraid of hiring someone who might hold a dagger to your throat at any moment? Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng remarked, Good heavens, you are still holding a grudge over the incident in the Beast Kingdom when Fei Ying ambushed you. Young master, have you forgotten my keen judgment of character? Fei Ying is not that kind of person. Besides, while the estate has shadow guards, the few that are meticulously trained are hardly sufficient. Fei Ying's skills are commendable and comparable to those of the shadow guards. He possesses divine strength. If he wishes to be my personal guard, you should be happy for me. Mo Zhixing pursed his lips. Fei Ying's skills were indeed impressive. Fine. Having an additional capable person was a good thing. Mo Zhixing quickly set aside past grievances and accepted the fact that Fei Ying had become Wei Shurong's personal guard. He moved to stand behind Chu Changfeng. Once they had settled the matter, Chu Changfeng resumed his calculations. Mo Zhixing pulled up a chair beside him, idly toying with Chu Changfeng's silvery long hair. If you have nothing else to do, go find some scissors and help me trim my hair a bit. Chu Changfeng suggested. I've been meaning to cut it for a while, but I've forgotten amidst all my tasks. Absolutely not. Mo Zhixing vehemently refused. What a beautiful head of hair. It would be a shame to cut it. Long hair is a hassle. I have to tie it up every day. If it were shorter, I could simply tousle it with my hands. You find tying your hair troublesome, yet you never complain about the tedious ledgers. Mo Zhixing huffed, disdainful of Chu Changfeng's double standards regarding what was bothersome. Chu Changfeng shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, Hair is something that can be trimmed. The ledgers are a necessary task. Can you really compare the two? I say they can be compared, so they can. If you are unwilling, I shall cut it myself when I have the time. You cannot, Mo Zhixing insisted strongly. Wei Shurong and Fei Ying simultaneously raised their eyebrows, casting identical looks of incredulity at Mo Zhixing. Are you, a grown male beast man, really throwing a tantrum? It is my hair. I shall decide. Little cat, why must you be so stubborn and refuse to heed advice? I tell you, hair and divine strength are closely linked. If you cut your hair short, your divine strength will diminish significantly. Mo Zhixing said this without flinching, lying through his teeth. Chu Changfeng believed him, setting down his pen to ask, Is that true? Of course. Look at my hair, and then at Fei Ying's. We all have long hair. Fei Ying paused in his movements, reaching into his bosom to retrieve a dagger. Hey, 30 tails! Wei Shurong suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Fei Ying glanced at him, understanding the implication of the 30 taels, and silently returned the dagger to his bosom. Wei Shurong breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Fei Ying did not expose Imo Zhixing's blunder on the spot. He could always reclaim the lost 30 taels from Imo Zhixing later. Chu Changfeng looked at Fei Ying's head of gray hair, feeling skeptical, but tying up hair truly was a bother. Previously, he had kept his hair short and had come to appreciate the comfort of short hair. If you find it bothersome, how about I style your hair for you in the future? I would rather do it myself. Are you rejecting my help? I do not wish to trouble you. I am not afraid of trouble, Chu Changfeng remarked, but having one man style another man's hair feels rather odd. If I were to voice this, I wonder what Imo Zhixing would say. This world, after all, was not the one Chu Changfeng was accustomed to. He had no idea what sort of actions beastmen considered normal. Regardless, he felt that Imo Zhixing found many things quite natural. Forget it. If you want to style it, go ahead. Chu Changfeng relinquished his struggle, while Imo Zhixing secretly rejoiced in his victory. Time passed swiftly while they tallied the ledgers. As dusk enveloped the sky, Chu Changfeng tidied the ledgers on his desk and bid farewell to Wei Shurong, saying, "Shurong, I shall take my leave now. No worries, no worries. You may leave early if you wish," Wei Shurong replied, his eyes crinkling with delight as he looked at the completed ledgers. How wonderful it is to have finished so much. Imo Zhixing, forgetting about his injury, stretched lazily, only to inadvertently pull at his wound, causing him to hiss in pain. "If you are injured, you should stay in your room to recuperate. Why are you following me around? You do not take care of yourself at all," Chu Changfeng chastised him. Imo Zhixing was pleased despite the reprimand. Staying cooped up indoors was dull. By the way, little cat, thank you for saving my mother." "No need for thanks," Chu Changfeng replied. "My parents have been gone for over a decade. Madam, you has provided me with the care of an elder, and I hold her in great esteem." "I respect her as well," Imo Zhixing said. "My mother has never complained in front of me. She allows me to pursue whatever I wish and supports me in secret, making an effort not to burden me. To the point that I nearly forget how wonderful she truly is." Over the years, Imo Zhixing had led a busy life, spending little time at the Imo residence. It had been quite a while since he had shared a meal with Madame Yu. Immersing himself in work, thinking he was fighting a lone battle, unaware that someone was silently supporting him. "From now on, remember not to forget Madame Yu's kindness," Chu Changfeng advised. Imo Zhixing nodded obediently, as the two walked into the garden. They suddenly heard the sounds of a scuffle. Raising their brows, they turned to see Zhao Yixio and Fei Yao engaged in a sparring match. "What caused them to fight?" Imo Zhixing queried, perplexed. Fei Yao now works alongside Yixio, so they are likely honing each other's skills, Chu Changfeng speculated. Imo Zhixing's eyes widened in surprise. "Have they both arranged their own work while I've been away for just a short while?" Chapter 75. Barbecue. To Imo Zhixing's astonishment, when Fei Yao and the others had first met, they had been so proud, yet now, one by one, they were assisting the Imo family. "What about Jueqing and Xiaoyi?" Jueqing is studying pharmaceuticals under Dr. to reduce bodily crystallization, while Xiaoyi is studying with Xiaoye and the others. Imo Zhixing suddenly recalled seeing Xiaoyi in the study. "Did mother permit this?" Chu Changfeng nodded. "That I asked Madame Yu, and upon her consent, everyone went off to pursue their own endeavors. Although the identities of Jueqing and the others are not particularly clear, they are half-beasts from the outer continent, endowed with divine power. Logically, it would suffice to find a place for them to remain quietly. However, it was unexpected that Fei Yao and Fei Ying would assist the Imo family with their tasks. Wei Shurong places considerable trust in Fei Ying. Having even brought him along to work, Imo Zhixing harbors a vague sense of distrust toward them, yet he also feels that it matters little to remain cautious, as it has not been long since he departed. And this group has already formed connections. If trouble were to arise, it would have done so by now. That evening, Chu Changfeng recalled his prior promise to Madame Yu, suggesting that Imo Zhixing join them for a joyful and lively meal. However, at this hour, it was too late to prepare a whole roasted lamb. Thus, Chu Changfeng contemplated the idea of a barbecue. In a previous conversation with Xiao Yixuan about barbecuing, he had requested the carpenter to craft a multitude of skewers. After the skewers were completed, he had neglected the notion of barbecuing. He instructed the cooks to marinate the meat and prepare the vegetables. While the cooks skewered the meat, Chu Changfeng busied himself with the sauces. Having served as the head chef of the Imo family for some time, he had collected an array of seasonings, ensuring that this barbecue would be delectable. After lighting 2 charcoal grills, he placed some skewered meat and vegetables onto the grills, instructing the cooks to call everyone for dinner while the food cooked. Having had their first experience dining together, the group was now accustomed to the routine. Ojishing observed the gathering of familiar faces. Although they all knew one another, he realized it had been quite some time since they had shared a meal together. Was he feeling somewhat out of place? Noticing Ojishing glancing around, Madame Yu inquired. Ojishing nodded slightly, feeling somewhat detached. In the past, with so many people dining together, there was always the risk of someone from the Lai family infiltrating their midst, leading to a scarcity of companions at the table during meals. Ojishing often found his dining schedule misaligned with Madame Yu and the others, ultimately choosing to eat alone. Changfeng previously invited us for a lively meal, and the dishes were delightful. You can look forward to it, Madame Yu remarked. Upon hearing this, Ojishing sighed in relief. Mother, it seems you have been living quite well in my absence. With Changfeng cooking for us, it certainly is enjoyable. Look how much weight Xiaoya and Xiaoyang have gained. Madame Yu teased, pinching the chubby face of Emoji. The sight of that adorably plump face made Madame Yu increasingly fond of him. Ojishing had already noticed that the pair of twins had rounded out considerably since his departure. Mother, what delicious dishes is Brother Changfeng preparing for us? Emoji asked. Madame Yu, not seeing the familiar whole roasted lamb, shook her head slightly. I do not know. This is called barbecuing. There is a shop in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts that does it quite well. I wonder if what Changfeng makes can compare. Xiao Yishuan swallowed hard, the enticing aroma of barbecue wafting through the air. Chu Changfeng first brought over the grilled shrimp, distributing 2 to each person. Madame Yu, you may start eating. There is more cooking, he said, before returning to the grill. Suddenly recalling something, he left for a moment, entrusting the cooking to the cooks. Shortly after, he returned with barley tea, pouring 3 pots for them. Tea helps to cleanse the palate. Barbecuing can be a bit heavy, so do remember to drink some, he advised. Madame Yu took a sip of the barley tea, noting its rich flavor was entirely different from the usual tea. Ojishing also tasted the tea, finding it acceptable. After trying the grilled shrimp, he could only exclaim, my little cat is truly remarkable. The flavors of both the shrimp and the tea were agreeable to them. In the time Ojishing had been away, his little cat had researched so many delicious dishes. It felt as though he had been separated from Chu Changfeng not for a mere month, but nearly a year. During your absence, Changfeng would delve into the pantry daily, seeking out ingredients and food. What we once deemed unappetizing transformed into delicacies under his hands. He even concocted soy sauce and vinegar. And now he speaks of brewing wine, Madame Yu shared. Wei Shurong added, Changfeng sometimes even asks me to find peculiar items for him. I've brought back quite an assortment of oddities. Upon hearing this, Ojishing remained silent, his gaze fixed on the busy figure of Chu Changfeng, unable to look away for a long time. A smile slowly crept onto his face. After grilling a considerable amount of meat, Chu Changfeng approached the table with a large handful of spicy grilled meat he had seasoned with chili, quenching his throat with a sip of barley tea just before taking a skewer for himself. Little cat, are you eating all by yourself, without sharing any with me? Ojishing inquired. You cannot eat this. There are plenty of cooked ones over there for you, Chu Changfeng replied. Little cat, are you hoarding the food again? Ojishing teased, having grown accustomed to this little trick of his. Holding a skewer dusted with chili powder, Chu Changfeng inquired, do you see the red bits on top? I do, Ojishing replied. That's called chili. It will be quite spicy in your mouth, and you may not be able to handle that flavor. In truth, Chu Changfeng had only sprinkled a mild amount of chili. He dared not make it too spicy, as this body was not his own and had never experienced such heat. Even if the former Chu Changfeng had struggled with spicy food, that was a matter pertaining to another body. This one might not withstand even mild heat. Yet, Chu Changfeng craved the taste of chili, so he added just a pinch. He needed to sample it first to determine if others could endure it. Little cat, have you ever made anything that was unpalatable? Ojishing asked. Suddenly, Chu Changfeng offered a sly smile. All right, since you insist on eating this, then you shall have this skewered. I am curious to see if you can handle the spice. Unaware of what spicy meant, Ojishing took the skewer and took a bite. Initially, there was no discernible taste, as it was just as delicious as the previous dishes. However, gradually, he began to sense something amiss. His mouth grew warmer, as if something were gnawing at it. His handsome face flushed a deep crimson. He lifted his cup and gulped down several mouthfuls of barley tea. Once he had regained his composure, he asked, "Little cat, have you poisoned me?" "What poison?" "It's edible. Once you get used to it, you will find it absolutely delicious," Chu Changfeng exclaimed, as he too took a bite of the spicy grilled meat. The flavor he recognized was familiar, yet the heat from the chili soon emerged, causing a blush to creep from his neck to his cheeks. Unexpectedly, this body had no resistance to spice at all. Chu Changfeng raised his cup, draining it of barley tea. The lingering spiciness in his mouth prompted him to pour another cup and gulp it down. Mo Zhixing, still feeling the heat, noticed Chu Changfeng drinking water with an intensity that rivaled his own. And he chuckled, "Little cat, why would you torment yourself with such food? I used to be able to handle much spicier dishes. I can simply retrain myself," he replied, biting into another piece. Mo Zhixing frowned slightly, about to dissuade Chu Changfeng from consuming such torturous food. But he found that the chili's stimulation had transformed Chu Changfeng's once rosy lips into a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple. Inviting one to take a bite, his cheeks appeared as if dusted with powder, a delicate peach hue accentuating his fair skin, looking both beautiful and spirited. His eyes, glistening with tears from the spice, looked up with a gaze that seemed to drown one in the depths of autumn waters. Mo Zhixing had never considered that merely eating something called chili could reveal another captivating side of Chu Changfeng, making him appear somewhat vulnerable, evoking a protective instinct within him. Mo Zhixing stared intently at him, remaining silent for a long while. Xiao Yishuan, observing Chu Changfeng's pained yet joyful expression, curiously asked, "Changfeng, let me have a taste of that skewer." With Xiao Yishuan speaking up, others became intrigued about the taste of spice as well. Madame Yu and the others could not fathom the flavor of spiciness, as they lived near the sea in the nightless city, where seafood predominated their diet, and their culinary methods were simple, relying mainly on salt and oil. Their palates and stomachs had grown accustomed to a bland diet, rendering them unable to tolerate even a hint of spice. Xiao Yishuan, having sampled barbecued meats and other dishes in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, was more accustomed to stronger flavors, making him and the others more receptive to the heat than Chu Changfeng. As the cooks added more chili powder to the skewers being served, Chu Changfeng had already consumed one skewer and found himself slightly dizzy from the spice, opting instead for milder dishes to balance the heat. By the end of the meal, everyone had learned what spicy truly meant. With their stomachs full, they each retired to their rooms to rest. After a brief respite, Chu Changfeng took a bath and returned to find Li Qiuyue in his room, preparing fresh medicine for Mo Zhixing. Some of the shallower wounds had already healed, which startled Li Qiu. He asked, "Young master, did you ask Jueqing to use divine power to heal your wounds?" "Jueqing's divine power?" Mo Zhixing replied. "His divine power can heal any external injury in a short time, yet he is not fond of using it. Why would he be willing to use it for you? Once divine power is employed, the crystallization of the body intensifies, which is why Jueqing and the others typically refrain from using their spiritual powers." Seeing Mo Zhixing's wounds heal so quickly, Li Qiuyue assumed it was Jueqing's divine power. "If he were willing to use his divine power for me, then he would not have only healed a few superficial wounds," Mo Zhixing explained. "I simply possess strong healing abilities." Li Qiuyue glanced at the wound, unable to ascertain whether it was due to Mo Zhixing's own healing abilities or the divine power of Jueqing. Having reached an age where curiosity no longer held sway over him, he noted that the wound was healing quite slowly. If Mo Zhixing was willing to speak, he would. If not, it was of no concern to him, as long as the wound did not worsen. After dressing the wound, Li Qiuyue exited the room. Mo Zhixing looked at Chu Changfeng, who was seated at the desk, engrossed in a book under the flickering candlelight. The beauty of Chu, freshly bathed, seemed so delicate that one might think water could be squeezed from his skin. Mo Zhixing watched him for a moment before saying, "Little cat, come help me change the dressing before your wound heals." "All right," Chu Changfeng replied readily. Without lifting his head, Mo Zhixing approached to see what book had captured his attention, only to discover it was a baseless, fancifully concocted tome. "Little cat, why are you reading this?" "I wanted to familiarize myself with the continent of Yuming, as my knowledge is rather limited," Chu Changfeng explained. The book states that when Yuming was born, for messengers were sent to aid the beastmen in their lives, one with strength to repel vile beasts, one with wisdom to teach the beastmen survival, one with goodwill to unite them, and one with healing to mend all their wounds. It also mentions that in the beginning, for the beastmen to thrive, there existed hermaphroditic beastmen. Chu Changfeng shared with him the contents he had gleaned from the book. Seeing that Chu took the book's contents seriously, Emo Zhixing ruffled his hair and said, "Little cat, do not believe everything in this book. Its contents are mere fabrications. We possess divine powers. If we have divine powers, does that not imply the existence of beast gods? If we believe in their existence, then at least some of the book's contents must hold truth." Chu Changfeng reasoned. Emo Zhixing cast a sidelong glance at the book and remarked, "Such tomes are merely fanciful tales spun around the concept of beast gods. I could find you several more like it. So do not take the contents at face value, you little fool." Chu Changfeng's expression darkened at the term fool, and he retorted, "I am not from your world. It is only natural that I do not understand these things. I've been at home for this period. Feel free to ask me anything you don't comprehend. But now, it is quite late, and you should retire for the night." Chu Changfeng glanced at the book in his hands, set it down, and prepared for bed. Just as he lay down, he noticed Emo Zhixing taking the blanket to the couch. "Aren't you sleeping in the bed?" "I haven't bathed," Emo Zhixing replied. "It has been 5 days since I last washed. And do I not smell foul?" He could not bathe as the wound could not come into contact with water. Last night, overwhelmed by fatigue and thoughts of Chu Changfeng, he had forgotten this detail. Now, he recalled he had not bathed in several days and did not wish to soil the clean little cat. Chu Changfeng looked at the bed, about to say something, when Emo Zhixing added, "The linens on the bed were changed by the maid during the day, and truth, I do not smell anything foul on you. My sense of smell is not as keen as yours." Chu Changfeng remarked, "A nose that cannot even detect the scent of a female in heat certainly is not very reliable." Emo Zhixing suddenly grew bold. "Little cat, do you enjoy sleeping beside me?" Chu Changfeng frowned and shot Emo Zhixing a speechless look. "You can sleep over there." Initially, he had hoped to share a bed, using spiritual energy to heal all the wounds, but Emo Zhixing continued to utter nonsense. Chu Changfeng sprawled across the spacious bed, and to his surprise, Emo Zhixing truly did not come over, instead preparing to sleep on the couch. "Do you not wish for your wounds to heal more quickly?" Chu Changfeng inquired. "I need to rest for a few more days," Emo Zhixing replied, adjusting himself comfortably. "I cannot always push myself to the limit. I need to rest a little." As he spoke, Emo Zhixing turned his gaze toward Chu Changfeng. "Why is it that once my wounds heal, I will have no excuse to rest?" he mused softly. Carrying such a heavy burden, if he were free of pain, Emo Zhixing would surely be restless and eager to work. With wounds and an excuse, he could remain at home for a couple of days. "Little cat, since meeting you, I seem to have become more lenient with myself," Emo Zhixing whispered. After waiting in vain for a response, he leaned forward to see Chu had fallen asleep. Chapter 77. The plan to make money with Chu Changfeng's assistance. The financial ledgers that would have taken at least 8 days to complete were finished in just 4. When Wei Shurong received the completed ledgers, she initially thought it a dream, pinching her arm to feel the pain, still doubting its reality. "Changfeng, how is it that you can tally the ledgers so swiftly?" Wei Shurong inquired. Chu Changfeng, unabashed, began to boast, "I've been great at calculation since childhood, rarely making mistakes, so naturally, I am quicker than you all." As he spoke, Chu Changfeng flipped through the Emo family's financial ledger, which recorded their yearly expenditures and income. Year by year, he noted a steady decline in revenue, with the previous year yielding only 30% of what had been earned in the 2 prior years. While the total for a single year seemed substantial, it paled in comparison to previous years. "Why is the Emo family's income decreasing year by year?" Chu Changfeng asked. Wei Shurong shrugged in resignation. "Is it not the work of the Lai family? They are always causing trouble in our territory and have even deceived some half-beast people. The territory's income primarily relied on the half-beast populace. As their numbers dwindled, those who conducted business also left, seeking opportunities elsewhere." Wei Shurong expressed her frustration. Despite their efforts to reduce certain taxes, the population continued to decline, leaving Emo Zhixing at a loss. In addition to the Emo family, the Lai family and 2 other major families existed on the Yumeng continent, alongside the Kingdom of Beasts, providing plenty of options for half-beasts, rendering it unnecessary to remain with the increasingly declining Emo family. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng exclaimed, "Are the half-beasts residing within the Emo family's territory not considered subjects of the Emo family?" "Of course not. They are free to move to other territories." A larger population of half-beasts within a territory is a sign of strength among the families. That is easily addressed. If we wish to attract more half-beasts, we must simply show them there is profit to be made, Chu Changfeng asserted. Given the current state of the Mo family's territory, how can we convince those half-beasts that they can secure their livelihoods here? Chu Changfeng smiled slightly as he proposed, "Let us draft a plan as we discuss this," bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. The city that never sleeps bustled with half-beasts, completing their final tasks of the day. Zhixing rode in on a tall steed, having returned from inspecting the new land at the border, where he had encountered a vicious beast attack, resulting in his clothes being stained with blood. The townsfolk, upon seeing Mo Zhixing's grim expression and bloodied attire, quickly made way for him, their eyes filled not with fear, but with speculation about whether he had slain a beast man or a vile beast. Upon returning to the Mo residence and washing away the blood, he donned clean attire, only to find his room shrouded in darkness, devoid of the expected candlelight. The absence of a person within the room prompted Mo Zhixing to conclude that, having spent the past few days assisting with the ledgers, Chu Changfeng must be in the accounting room. Before he even entered, he overheard the cheerful conversation between Wei Shurong and Chu Changfeng. "Changfeng, how is it that your clever mind conceived such a brilliant plan? Truly impressive." As Mo Zhixing stepped inside, he observed Wei Shurong excitedly grasping Chu Changfeng's hand, causing his expression to darken. Clearing his throat to draw attention, he entered the room. Wei Shurong, oblivious to Mo Zhixing's displeasure, eagerly shared Chu Changfeng's money-making scheme. "Young master, come quickly. Changfeng has devised a new plan to generate income, and through this method, we may attract numerous half-beasts to reside in our territory." Wei Shurong urged Mo Zhixing to take a seat, laying out the meticulously drafted plan before him. "Young master, look here. This is our first step, a culinary assault," Changfeng proposed. "We will first establish a barbecue stall in the city that never sleeps, enticing the half-beasts to develop a fondness for barbecue. Once the time is ripe, we shall recruit allies. This recruitment would entail that half-beasts wishing to open stalls would pay a fee of 1,000 taels, which would include hands-on training in barbecue techniques and store design. Furthermore, every 3 years, they would need to pay a franchise fee of 3,000 taels, and all necessary seasonings would need to be procured from us." Wei Shurong grew increasingly animated as she spoke. "Young master, is this not an excellent plan? Not only will we collect money every 3 years, but we will also have a steady stream of business. While it sounds promising for us, 1,000 taels might be a steep price for many beastmen. Do you believe they can recoup their investment within 3 years of selling barbecue?" Mo Zhixing inquired rationally. In truth, Wei Shurong had understated the costs. Conducting business within the Mo family's territory requires paying monthly taxes. When everything is tallied, it amounts to working for the Mo family, a loss that any shrewd merchant would avoid. Mo Zhixing noted, "Young master, we have considered this aspect as well. Therefore, our rule will be that only one barbecue stall is permitted per city. With only one stall, if the food is good, we need not worry about lack of customers." Wei Shurong explained further. Upon hearing this, Mo Zhixing nodded in agreement, but then posed another question. "Currently, the Mo family territory comprises 26 cities. If we only establish 26 stalls, the combined income should be reasonable. Establishing a barbecue shop is not merely a venture for profit. The primary objective is to entice a greater number of half-orcs to the territory of the Mo family to spend their coin. Otherwise, the finances of the Mo family would merely circulate among themselves, yielding little profit, necessitating the influx of external funds. Therefore, once the barbecue establishment in the City of Eternal Night is operational, you will need to dispatch individuals to various locales to promote the delectable offerings of the shop." Chu Changfeng remarked. "Moreover, relying solely on the allure of the barbecue is somewhat inadequate. After the barbecue shop is established, I intend to open a pastry shop as well. Once these 2 establishments are thriving, we shall consider other products to sell. The broader the range of offerings, the greater our potential earnings." Chu Changfeng harbored grand ambitions. He was not merely confined to a few modest shops. To amass substantial wealth, one must explore numerous avenues, for regardless of how delectable a dish may be, there inevitably comes a day when one grows weary of it. Mo Zhixing stared blankly at Chu Changfeng, somewhat taken aback. "Little cat, if you truly intend to pursue these endeavors, the only one capable of shouldering the responsibility is you. I am unafraid of hard work. Chu Changfeng resolutely stated. Suddenly recalling something, he added, but this time, you must compensate me. A life-saving favor is indeed a life-saving favor, yet even between brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. Mo Zhixing chuckled at his remark, saying, very well, I shall acquiesce to your demands, little cat. Not only are you skilled in cooking and accounting, but you also possess a keen business acumen. If I do not devise a means to retain you, you shall belong to someone else in the future. Mo Zhixing, could you perhaps refer to me as Changfeng? Every time I hear you call me little cat, it feels as though your words are meant to soothe a child. Mo Zhixing smiled knowingly and declined. I shall not change. You are and will always be my little cat. Chapter 78. Preparations before opening the shop. The word immature nearly escaped Chu Changfeng's lips. He genuinely felt that at times, Mo Zhixing could be particularly vexing over trivial matters. Yet, to quibble over such minor issues would only serve to render himself indistinguishable from a petty, immature individual. Chu Changfeng organized the proposal and returned to the matter at hand. You have many responsibilities to attend to. Allow me and Shurong to handle this matter, if you please. Mo Zhixing furrowed his brow, his expression clearly indicating his reluctance.